A girl in the gym is upset with me because I refuse to help her unless she stops recording me, but my wife found out that she's using me for content as her gym crush. I, 41, go to the gym early morning, around 5:30 a.m. There are generally very few people that come to the gym at that time. There is a girl, early 20, who also comes to the gym at the same time. We always say hello to each other and have a small talk between our sets. She comes in early because the gym is empty, and she likes to record herself working out as she wants to be a fitness influencer or something. She seems dedicated, and we have known each other for at least a year. Today morning, as I was working out, she came to me and asked for help. She was very excited and told me that she wanted to go for a PR on barbell squat. She asked me if I could spot her as she was not confident if she would be able to do it. I said okay, as this is not the most uncommon thing. For people who are unfamiliar, this is an exercise where you carry a barbell with weights on your back and perform a squat. The spotter has to stand behind the person and support the person in case they fail to get up. As she was getting ready, I saw her phone in the corner and asked her if I could be off camera or if she could stop recording. She said she really wanted to record herself doing it, and I would look good on camera. I told her that I really did not want to be on camera as my wife or coworkers might watch the video if she posted it online and may not look good for me. Another reason that I did not tell her was that she was wearing a very revealing outfit, small sports bra and tight shorts, and I really did not feel comfortable being recorded standing behind her. She promised me that she would record it for herself, and not post the video. However, I just did not want to be recorded. I told her that I really felt uncomfortable, and if she waited for 30 minutes, one of the trainers may be able to help her. She became really upset and asked me why I was making the situation weird. She accused me of sexualizing her. She asked me if she was a man. Would I have done it? I felt she had a point as I have done it for other people. I told her that I would be okay doing it, but I just don't want to be recorded doing it. She again went on a rant about me body shaming her and me being uncomfortable with her perfectly fine outfit. I felt bad that I upset her as she was just trying to work out. I have also asked people to spot me in the past, and people always helped. However, I just did not want to be recorded. I don't want her to feel that it was because of her clothes or because she is a girl. However, as a married man, I need to observe some boundaries and really don't want to be recorded in that way with a girl half my age. I am also worried that she recorded our whole conversation and may post it online. I do not know what I should do in this situation and I'm a bit worried. Update: I told my wife about the conversation, and she said that she has seen posts where young girls add nasty voiceovers and make men my age look like creeps for views. My wife told me that I should just complain to the gym management about her for recording me without my consent, just to get ahead of things. When I went to the gym next week, I saw her again. I tried to keep my distance, but she kept on smiling at me. As I finished my sets, she came to me and asked me if we could talk. She wanted to apologize for her behavior from the previous day and how it was wrong of her to assume that I would be okay with her recording me. It was a pleasant surprise, as I was not expecting that. I told her that it was okay, and I just don't like to be recorded in general. She followed me outside and continued the conversation. She asked me how long I had been working out and if I could advise her on her form. I told her that there are some really good personal trainers in the gym I could recommend to her, but she told me that she is unemployed and cannot afford them. She told me she would buy me a coffee if I could give her some pointers. At this point, I felt I was just being rude and told her sure, and we went to a nearby coffee shop. Her name is Haley. She graduated last year, moved back to her mom's house, and is looking for a job. She was very chubby the previous year and wants to look like the TikTok fitness models and is trying hard to get in shape. We had a nice conversation, and I was able to help her with some of her questions. She already knew my name and asked me if my wife would be okay if she followed me on Instagram. I told her that the main purpose of that account is for my wife to spy on my friends' lives, so I generally don't use it. She asked me if I use Snapchat and I had to remind her that I am twice her age. This is where it got crazy. When I came home, I told my wife about what happened. My wife loves her reels and TikTok and wanted to see if she ever posted the video from the previous week. I only knew that her first name was Haley and how she looked, and I told my wife about it. When I returned from work in the evening, my wife was already home and sitting on the sofa. She was grinning ear to ear and told me to sit next to her immediately. Apparently, this girl had been posing about me and calling me her gym crush for the last 2 months. My face is blurred out in all the videos. A lot of videos were her sitting in her car every morning and making up completely fictional romantic stories about our interactions. Each video had 100 plus likes, which my wife says is not a lot, but feels like a lot. She had posted some videos of us just passing each other and smiling or our conversation where I was telling her to stop recording, with a voiceover about how I approached her in the gym and complimented her body. There was a video from that morning about her coming to me while I was packing up, with her saying how I asked her out for a coffee. She is just making up fictional romantic bullshit for getting likes, and people were commenting and cheering for her. There were also other videos of her working out and posing in the gym locker room. My wife was laughing uncontrollably about how big of a sucker I am and how I am internet famous now. I told her this needs to stop, but my wife insisted that she is too invested in the drama now and wants to see what happens next. She said that this girl is really young and just trying to establish herself and get more followers. Plus, she has not done anything inappropriate and is not showing my face in the videos. My wife just wants me to play along and see what crazy Haley does next. So, for the last 2 weeks, I've been going to the gym and talking to her every day, and my wife keeps me updated on what story she came up with for the day. We go for a coffee every Wednesday and I am mentoring her about nutrition and what she should focus on, to the best of my abilities. It's all a game for my wife, and I do want Haley to succeed as long as she does not cross a line. However, the whole thing feels really crazy, and I am too old to deal with this poop. I am not sure how long I can keep up with the act. Her behavior seems innocent, but also, I'm also getting a bit uncomfortable with the whole thing now.
A guy and his girlfriend asked me to be in a throuple with them. I'm in my sophomore year of high school and I just started at a new school. I went to a party to try to get to know people and I met this junior guy, Alex, who was really nice, and we ended up hooking up, not intimacy, just making out and stuff. I really liked him and we were texting a lot over the next couple days and I was feeling good about it. But then I mentioned him to a girl in my math class and she was like, doesn't he have a girlfriend? I asked around and found his social media. I hadn't know his last name so I couldn't look it up before that, and found out that he absolutely does and she's all over his Instagram and stuff. She doesn't go to our school. I felt super betrayed and blocked his number. A few days later Alex tracked me down at school and told me that he and his girlfriend have an open relationship and she knew about me. I said it was still pretty effed up that I didn't know about her at the time, and he agreed that he messed that up and said he was sorry and asked him to come to dinner with them so I could meet her and they could both apologize for real. I thought, oh what the hell, because it's not like I had any other friends here, and I let them take me to dinner. His girlfriend, Nina, is actually super nice. She goes to an all-girls school and they've been together since the start of high school. She said normally they never try to hook up with anyone without explaining the situation to them ahead of time, but that Alex was drunk and stupid, her words, lol, at the party. They both asked if I wanted to keep hanging out with them but made it really clear that there was no pressure. I decided to go for it but I told them I wasn't sure this was a situation I wanted to be involved in and maybe we could just be friends. They were totally fine with that. So for a few months we were just friends. I spent a lot of time with Alex at school and sometimes after I go out with him and Nina, and she's really good at biology so she would help me study for tests. I started going over to her house for tutoring sessions and met her parents, who are actually polyamorous too, and they were really nice. Around Christmas Alex and I started hooking up again because I don't know I was bored and he was hot. We told Nina right away and she was really supportive, but she seemed a little sad too, and I was worried I'd messed up. I asked her if she was okay and she said yeah, she just didn't want to get her hopes up again. And that was such a huge moment because I'd never felt wanted like that before. I realized Nina had feelings for me and I started wondering if maybe I had them for her too. I'd never been with a girl before but sometimes when I was alone with Nina I would wonder what it would be like to kiss her or be with her. Nina went out of town for winter break to see family and I really missed her, even though Alex and I hung out a lot. When the school year started back up, the first time we were all three together again, Alex asked me if there was any chance I was interested in being an official throuple. This time I said yes. We've all three been together for almost a year now. My parents have no idea because I don't know how to explain it to them and I'm worried about them finding out, but besides that everything is really good. The only weird thing is that I'm actually way more into Nina than Alex it turns out, so I have to figure out how to balance that out. I love spending time with Alex still but I spend a lot more time thinking about and wanting to be with Nina. But mostly the three of us all hang out together so that makes it easier. I have no idea what's going to happen in the long term, especially when they go off to college, but I hope I stay with one or both of them for a long time.
A Karen tried to take away my son and accused me of kidnapping him because he is white-skinned, but she realized that she screwed up her life because I'm putting her in jail. I'm a mixed ethnicity individual. I've been confused for many races over my 29 years on this planet, but I'm Caucasian and African American. Usually, it can be figured out, but the difference with me is that my father is Caucasian, so my hair is straight. I'm originally from Texas and am usually confused for being Mexican. Also, I am married to a Caucasian woman who had a child before we got married. His father is not in his life as much, and I took the responsibility because I love this woman and this little boy as if he were my own. He's 4 now, and I've been in his life since he was 1. Anyways, onto the story. My wife needed a few things from the grocery store, and she needed to run a few more errands usually. She just goes and knocks things out herself because I'm sleeping. I work nights, but this particular day, I happen to be awake, and I offered to go for her. She works hard and does a lot, so I felt it was necessary to do something for her so she could just relax for the day. I took my son with me so she could rest up and just take it easy, and it gave me time to spend with my son for some bonding. We completed all of the errands which went smoothly, and then headed to the grocery store to finish up our day. My son, being a typical 4-year-old, was full of energy running ahead of me, laughing and speaking to everyone he came across, which I generally don't mind as long as he doesn't hit anyone and stays within eye view. As I'm making my way down an aisle looking for canned corn, my son jogs to the end of it when an older lady is entering at the other end. My son, being the sweet social butterfly he is, approached me and exclaimed excitedly, "Hi, me 4 and me, Ryan." Bless his little heart. The lady looked down and said, "Well, hello there. You shouldn't be running around unattended. Let's go find your parents." I didn't think of her statement because I assumed she hadn't seen me. "Ryan, come back here, bud, please." He runs back toward me excitedly, and starts turning in circles because he's 4, lol. I'm still searching the shelves as the lady walks past me and stops behind me. Again, I think nothing of it because it's a grocery store, and you must share the aisles. When this lady blocks my path, I turn my basket around and walk toward the front cash registers. I say excuse me and try to walk around her, and she moves her cart in front of me again. I thought she was just getting confused and said excuse me once again and tried again to go around, and she just blocked my path. I was trying to get out of the way with my son when an agitated lady blocked us, accusing me of not being his father. "Oh, I don't think so. You're not going anywhere with that child," she exclaimed. When I confirmed he was my son, she argued, "That's not your child. He's white, and you're Mexican. You probably didn't even know his name until he told me." Frustrated, I replied, "Sure, whatever lady, can you just move? My wife is at home and anxiously awaiting us." She persisted, "Stop your lies. You're not taking him anywhere, you pervert." My son clung to my leg, frightened by the confrontation. I tried to calm the situation, saying, "As you can see, he's standing close to me because he trusts me, and you're scaring him, so how about you buzz off?" The lady refused to back down, insisting, No, he's scared because of you. He just doesn't know how to express it yet. She addressed my son directly. Come on now, sweetie, I'm here to rescue you. Come with me. Thankfully, my son could communicate that he wasn't going anywhere with her, but she was having none of it. She grabbed my son and began to run. It caught me off guard because I could not fathom what was happening. My son started screaming because he was so scared. And this lady said, "Don't worry, sweetie, he won't hurt you, I promise." Suddenly, I snapped back into reality and began chasing this crazy winch. While running through the store, I yelled for people to stop her and say that she was kidnapping my son, and thankfully, a worker stopped her before she exited. "Lady, why are you stopping me? This Mexican here is trying to kidnap my grandson." My son is bawling his eyes out and extending his arms, calling for me. This lady was relentless and would not let go until my son, even after he slapped her face multiple times. I laughed a little, not going to lie. At this point, a manager shows up and asks what's going on. The lady spoke before me. "Lady, this," pointing at me, "pervert is trying to kidnap my grandson, and I was just trying to escape." "Me? That's my son, you freaking psycho. Now, let him go." The manager didn't know what to believe. I don't blame him. He was caught in a weird situation. So I pulled out my phone and showed him pictures of my son and me, dated a year or so back, as proof. This lady still would not give up and accused me of faking them. Like, how would you do that exactly? I'll never know, but whatever. Sadly, there were two other ladies there taking the psycho's side and said I was attempting to kidnap my son because there was no way we were family because of our different skin tones. One even called the police, which I was happy about because I knew they could review the security cameras. Even still, I called my wife to see if she could come to the store to clear this situation quickly. When I told her what was happening, she zoomed into the store. She got there about the same time as the police. The crazy ladies were giving their statement to the cops when my wife walked in. As soon as she walked in, my son said, "Mama, help." My wife is a true mama bear, and she immediately flew into a rage when she saw this lady holding my son. "Let him go now," she demanded. The lady, claiming to protect our son from a pervert, was supported by two other women who accused me of trying to kidnap him. The officer, confused, asked the lady if she knew my son, but my wife clarified she had no idea who the lady was and showed a picture of my mother-in-law. The lady admitted she lied about being his grandmother but insisted she was protecting him from me. My wife said, "Who are you talking about again?" She pointed at me. "Oh, you mean my husband?" I presented my ID to the officer and the manager, and my wife did the same. We also showed pictures of us on our phones to prove we were a family. The cop nodded in approval, returned our phones, and jotted down a few notes. The three ladies, for some reason, still kept trying to say this was all fake, and my wife was in on the kidnapping and said we needed to be arrested. My wife lost it and let off some colorful words I won't repeat here, but she got her point across. Then, the nail in the coffin came for the psycho trio. The office turned to the manager and asked, "Sir, do the cameras work here?" The three ladies' faces went pale, like ghostly pale. The officer reviewed the outside camera as I pulled into the parking lot and saw me take my son out of my car. Then, I went up and down the aisles, and, most importantly, the woman snatched up my son and began to run. Upon his return, he asked, "Would you like to press charges?" The lady said, "Yes, I would." The officer told her, "Why would I be asking you that question? Shut your mouth and sit down." He turns to me and repeats the question. "Me? Absolutely." Lady 1 was charged with attempted kidnapping, false imprisonment, providing a false police report, and child endangerment. The other two were also charged with giving a false police report. To make matters worse for the lady, my son bruises easily, and she left some terrible spots on him from where she was grasping him. But he's fine. This added a charge of child abuse to her rap sheet. A lady at the store yelled at me for stopping her child from messing up the drink station. Now she's trying to get me fired because I screamed at her child and frightened her. I work at a popular fast food restaurant. I've been here since the new location opened, and I love it. I like my coworkers, my boss is great, and I've just had customer problems today. We have a self-serve drink machine near the front of the store. Today, a family of 3 came in. A mom, dad, and their daughter, who looked about 4 or 5. I was the cashier for the day, and dad came to take their order while mom went to sit down at the benches we had at the door to scroll on her phone. Their daughter, however, beelined to the drink station. Noticing the daughter about to stick her hands inside the spigot for the iced tea, I calmly say, "Excuse me, little one, could you please not touch that?" Mom looked up from her phone, immediately got defensive, and yelled at me, "Don't yell at my child. I'm right here. You could have just gotten my attention." Now, I get it. Stranger danger and all that. Don't want strangers talking to your child. However, I needed to stop her before she actually touched it. It's a health hazard. People get drinks out of that, and I don't know where your daughter's hands have been. Your entire family just came from outside. She could have had peanut butter residue or something on her hands, and the next person to drink out of it would have gone into anaphylactic shock. And I didn't raise my voice. I used a gentle voice just to get her attention and not contaminate the spigot. I apologized to the mom and explained the above, minus the outside part. She, however, isn't having it, and she yells at me again that she's right there and not to speak to her child. Dad is at the register, just waiting for this to finish so I can take his order. So I apologized to her again and turned to her husband to take his order. As soon as I turned to her husband, she's back on her phone, now with her daughter sitting next to her, hand around the shoulder. Am I the a-hole? Should I have done anything differently? I've already told my boss, and after they left I still disinfected and sanitized the spigot, even though I stopped her before she touched it. I felt like if I did it while she was still there, she would have had another meltdown. Update: I doubted myself since this was the first time I'd witnessed someone get so defensive over their child doing something wrong. Just the other day, we had a kid climb up on the table after not listening to his mom, but when I gently told him to get down and did, Mom thanked me. So, the other lady's response kind of surprised me. Today is my day off, and I just got off the phone with my boss. She reassured me that I'm not in trouble. She called to tell me that the mom returned and tried to complain. This is second hand from her, so some might be inaccurate. According to her, a lady came along and tried to file a complaint that I screamed at her child and frightened her. I am so glad the restaurant has cameras with audio, so my boss played back the incident for mom to watch. The boss said she had to max out the volume because she could almost not hear me over the generic music we played in the store. After the video plays, the boss says to the lady, "So, you want me to punish my worker for stopping your kid from messing up all that iced tea? Because if he hadn't, and she successfully did so, I would have made you pay for all the iced tea she ruined." And she would have. My boss is a short, middle-aged black lady from the South. She knows how to insult people and make it sound like a compliment. Not to mention, we had just made that tea, so the container was nearly full. Container holds about 5 gallons. The boss said the lady got wide-eyed and backpedaled hard on her stance, told her to thank me on my next shift, and left the store. Then, she called me since she thought the whole thing was ridiculous. And now, looking back on it, I kind of agree. I'm going to enjoy the rest of my day off. I might stop by the store and buy something nice for my boss.
A lady in a supermarket humiliated a teenage cashier and made her cry, So, this happened yesterday, and I'm still wondering if I overreacted. I was doing my usual weekly grocery shopping at a local supermarket. It was a busy afternoon, and the line at the checkout was pretty long. I was waiting patiently when I noticed the woman in front of me, probably mid-50s, becoming increasingly agitated as the teenage cashier, who couldn't have been older than 17, was scanning her items. The cashier seemed a bit flustered. I could tell she was probably new, making a few mistakes here and there, but nothing serious. The older woman, however, was not having it. She started muttering under her breath, rolling her eyes, and tapping her foot. Finally, when the cashier accidentally scanned an item twice and needed to call for a supervisor to void it, the woman lost it. She started berating the poor girl, saying things like, "How hard can it be to do this job? You can't even do basic tasks, you're wasting people's time." She just kept going on, and the more she yelled, the more flustered the cashier got until she started tearing up. I stood there for a second, hoping the lady would cool down, but she didn't. The poor cashier was clearly trying her best to keep it together. That's when I stepped in. I said to her, "You don't have the right to treat someone like that. She's doing her best, and it's just a mistake. If you're so unhappy, maybe you should try working like her for a day and see how easy it is." The woman looked stunned and told me to mind my own business. I replied, "It is my business when you're making a kid cry over something as stupid as groceries." The cashier's supervisor had arrived by then and stepped in to handle the situation, and the woman stormed off still muttering and cursing. After she left, the cashier thanked me with teary eyes, but a couple of people behind me in line gave me looks like I was the one who had done something wrong. Now I'm second-guessing myself. Mini update. So, I've decided that tomorrow, I'm going to go back to the store and see if she will be working. I want to let her know that she's got a whole community of love cheering her on and even show her a few of the comments to lift her spirits. A lady reported me to the police for stealing my own golden retriever because my kind only owns pit bulls and Rottweilers. She had a breakdown when I didn't get carted off in handcuffs. Work was rough today and all I wanted to do afterward was to sit on the couch and let the TV watch me while eating food not cooked by my own hands. The answer to that? Delivery. I ordered the food and I let the dog into the yard to burn some energy and sat camped outside with him while waiting for the delivery. DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber, and everyone other than Jehovah's Witnesses have trouble locating my address, strictly relying on GPS, so it's nothing for me to post up and wait outside for when they are close, flag them down, and go back inside for a contactless drop-off. Pertinent details before poop hits the fan. My neighbor and I share a fence with a doggy door as our pups are super close, and you can bet each time that if my dog is outside, hers will follow for cross-yard playtime. This was the case today, and probably bad judgment on my part to think that I would be able to break up the fun quickly. Both dogs were in the neighbor's yard at the time the notification came through that the driver was pulling up, and I had to call out a few times to get my dog's attention. Neighbor thankfully whistled for her dog and I had to put on the voice for mine to acknowledge I existed, and then took off running for my door while waving to the driver, who by this point was getting out of the car. Pup and I have a game called Runaway where I will take off yelling runaway and literally he will chase after me like some human-sized fetch stick. I used this to my advantage until he realized I was putting him inside, but managed to get him through the storm door and close the screen before he could run out. Then realized that I'd left the gate locked like an idiot with the driver standing right outside by this point. I didn't have a mask on at this point and neither did she, so I yelled from the porch that she could leave the food by the mailbox, and that is where the fun started. "Is that your dog?" My bullshot meter didn't go off. I thought she was asking a question with an obvious answer because duh, she was a dog person, so I engaged with dog owner gushiness. "Yes, blah, blah, blah. His name is Pen. Wanna say hi? I'll be nice because you brought my food." But she just stood there awkwardly for a moment, put the food down, and quickly jumped back into her car. In my mind I was like, okay, weird but whatever. Snatched the food and went back inside. Went to wash my hands, and from the kitchen window, I could see the full street where she was still parked outside, thinking okay, weird, again, but didn't dwell on it too much, figuring that she was looking at the route to her next location. I went about my business of preparing to destroy my meal. A few minutes later, the dog begins barking manically at the door. I take a glance at the cameras and realize she is still out front, parked directly in front of my mailbox. Okay, what's going on here? I go outside and try to get her attention, but she is on the phone and doesn't notice me. I walk up like I'm going to check the mail and she does pull off, but towards the back of the neighborhood that only has one way in and one way out. Lots of people make that mistake, and so you'll quickly see cars turning back around, but she never came back. By this time, I think I'm losing my mind, so I go back in, but still watching the street for the car to pass. It never does. I don't know. People are weird, so I just left it at that and went back to eat. About 10 minutes later, the dog starts going ham at the door, so I check the cameras to see 2 police cars sitting outside my house. I continue to watch the cameras, realizing that the cops are getting out of the car and walking back and forth in front of mine and my neighbors' yards. I go out to see if anything is wrong, and they introduce themselves before saying they were called because a stolen golden retriever was reported at my address and if there was a dog in the home. It clicked that the driver had called the police and then explained my version of what happened. They were really respectful and apologetic, but asked if I could get Sir Pup. I went ahead and opened the door for the dog, who took off, ready to greet the new faces outside. His collar has tags matching the address with my name and phone number on it in case he was ever lost or stolen, which was proof enough for them, as it was obvious that they wanted to get this over as fast as possible. No hard feelings on either side. We were all walking away when the driver's car slowly came creeping from the back of the neighborhood. I yelled out to them that the lady was right there, and they positioned themselves in front of her car in a way she would have to stop and speak with them. I don't know if this lady was drunk or off her meds, but she rolled down the window and was literally sobbing hysterically that she saw me take the dog from the neighbor's yard, that animals get no justice, and the icing on the cake, my kind only owns pit bulls and Rottweilers. There was no way he was mine and needed to be protected. I honestly did not want to deal with that mess, so sorry guys, this isn't a tale of revenge. I went back inside and stayed the F on my couch. My day was already crappy. Everyone left a few minutes after that, so I assume she got a warning. However, I did report the incident to the delivery service and was offered credits towards my next meal. I splurged that on a bakery, and now I'm currently effing up a slice of carrot cake. Grateful it didn't end worse. Update: taking the sound advice to keep a close eye on the dog when he goes out. We'll also share with neighbors just in case. My husband did agree with many of you to seek further action against the delivery driver, but I'm pretty torn on whether to do so. Things are hard out here for all of us, including the less savory members of our community, but I will take the day to think on the next steps. A man told me that I needed to smile more often in order to succeed in life because women need to be nice to be successful. So I gave my most genuine smile when he was fired. This interaction took place a couple of months ago, around late July or early August 2023, and it took place in one of those stores where everything is super cheap. Think Dollar Tree, Dollar Store, etc. I had gone with my brother and mother to grab some cheap snacks. On that day, I was wearing a baseball cap with the name and logo of my grad school on it. After going through the store and grabbing what we wanted, we got in line to check out. The cashier was a man, maybe in his 40s or 50s, let's call him Bill. When we got to the front of the line, the 3 of us checked out separately and I went last. My mom and brother stood a couple of feet away to wait for me while Bill was ringing me up. After some small talk, Bill looked up and noticed my hat. Grad school's name, huh? I nodded, and he asked, "You are that guy?" And nodded over toward my brother. I told him that I was the one in grad school, and he goes back to ringing up my items. After a few seconds, he looks back up and stares at me. The conversation then went as follows: "Bill, you know, you're not going to get very far in life if you can't smile at people." Me: "I'm sorry?" I hadn't done anything that would have been rude or off-putting, at least, not that I'm aware of. Bill, shrugging: "Ladies don't get paid the big bucks if they can't be nice. Women have to be nice to be successful." Me, annoyed and deadpan: "Not in my experience." Bill: "Oh really? You sure about that?" Me: "Yep, pretty sure." Bill, shaking his head: "Sorry, you're going to have to smile more often if you want to succeed in life, sweetie." And me, cutting him off: "Don't call me sweetie." Annoyance has become frustration at this point. Bill, looking surprised: "Hey, now, I'm just trying to help you." Me: "I'm good, thanks." Bill: "All I said was that you should smile more often. Come on, smile for me." Me, again: "I'm good, thanks. I'll smile when I feel like it." When we got outside, I told my mother and brother what Bill had said. They both laughed at me and said I should have just gone with it. Ever since then, they have continued to bring up this situation with me and with friends/family, saying things like, "Don't tell Op to smile, she'll snap at you," or "What about this time, Op, do you feel like smiling now?" I get more and more annoyed every time they bring it up, and every time I tell them to stop, they tell me to lighten up. I've told some of my friends and they agree with me, but my family thinks I'm an a-hole for not just going along with what Bill said. I don't think I was an a-hole for refusing to smile, but I'm wondering if I should have just gone with it. Update: the day after I made the original post, I decided to call my mom and talk to her about the situation. A lot of you said that what she and my brother were doing was essentially bullying, and I hadn't thought about it that way, but you're absolutely right. When I told her about how much her comments annoyed and hurt me, she was surprised at first. She told me that she had no idea that the comments bothered me that much and that she hadn't thought about how misogynistic they were. She told me that she's received comments like "you should smile more" from creepy men for years and that she just treated it as part of life. The fact that she just dealt with it for years made me kind of sad, and while it doesn't excuse her comments, it does kind of help me understand why she didn't see a problem with them. She apologized to me and told me that she would stop, and I'm willing to believe her this time. Also, I'm going home for Thanksgiving next week, and I'm going to see most of the other people who have been making these comments to me. If they continue to give me a hard time for it, I'll just send them the link to the original post so they can see that hundreds of people on here are nicer to me than they are. To the people who suggested that I contact the manager/supervisor/corporate for the store, I wanted to let you know that I did just that. I hadn't thought about it before, and I did that earlier today. As it turns out, Bill was actually let go from his position about a month ago. Apparently I wasn't the only person he made these kinds of comments to. Even though I played no part in that decision, it felt like an appropriate conclusion to the situation, and I figured you deserved to know. A man tried to rob us and my fiancé ran away like a bolt of lightning, leaving me behind. Now he's crying because I am running away from our engagement. My fiancé and I have been dating for 6 years. He proposed to me a few months ago, which was the happiest moment of my life. We set our wedding date for this December. However, after what happened last night, I am seriously considering breaking up with my fiancé, and am unsure if I am in awe. My fiancé, my brother, and I were all walking back to our car from dinner at a nice restaurant. The car was parked pretty far away as the place was packed, so we had to walk quite some distance. It was late at night, and as we were walking, a person in a bike came to the side of us, and stopped us and demanded we give everything we had. My fiancé panicked and just ran away, but my brother, after talking to the man for a couple of minutes, just attacked the man, and long story short, my brother beat him up. The man had no weapon, it was just a fake gun. I called my fiancé after that and told him everything was fine, and that we would pick him up. My fiancé still seemed a bit shaken, but I explained to him everything was alright, and my fiancé thanked my brother a lot. However, I just felt extremely weird, and sort of disappointed that my fiancé just ran away. I understand it was his natural instinct, but just seeing my brother take the attacker down, and in comparison to my fiancé just running away, I just feel like I lost a lot of love for my fiancé after last night. I spoke with my brother this morning to get his opinion, and he said I should still give my fiancé a chance, and that my fiancé loves me, and what happened last night is not a normal occurrence. However, I told him, I just got a massive ick, and I don't think this ick will ever go. Update: I have broken up with my fiancé. I did it this quick because it was not fair to him or to me to keep this relationship just stringing along. Yes, I loved him a lot, and will always cherish the memories I had with him, but after the incident last night, I just don't have that same love for him anymore, and I don't think I ever will. To be clear, I don't blame him for what he did in running away. It was his natural instinct and I completely understand that, but when my brother instinctively stepped in front of me to shield me from the attacker in comparison to my fiancé just running away scared, it pretty much evaporated most if not all of my feelings for my fiancé. I've just learned about myself that one of my love languages is safety and security. I let my fiancé know and I apologized, and I told him I don't blame him at all for what happened the previous night. My fiancé was devastated and he did cry a lot, but after some time, he said he understood my decision. I still feel really guilty about it because my fiancé is a really kind and sweet man, but it wouldn't be fair to him if my heart wasn't in it. He deserves to be in a relationship with someone who loves him for who he is, and I deserve to find someone who I wholly love. A snobby rich guy tried to kiss me at a party, so I reported him to the police after finding out he committed a hit and run. I'd been at the party with some friends, nursing a drink that tasted like someone had just squeezed a lemon into battery acid and left it on a windowsill to ferment. The house was packed, the air thick with the smell of cheap cologne and spilled beer. We'd just finished a round of who can embarrass themselves the most on the dance floor when I decided to take a break, scrolling through my phone in the kitchen. That's when Mason showed up. Mason was one of those people everyone at school knew. Tall, rich, painfully arrogant, with a dad who had his name plastered on more than a few buildings around town. He had this perpetual smirk like he knew he was untouchable, and the worst part was that he was hot. Like, so hot. More than one of my friends had ended up taking the walk of shame back from his place. I knew to avoid that hot creep, so when he slouched into the kitchen, already a couple of drinks too deep, I knew I wanted nothing to do with him. But Mason had other ideas. "Hey," he said, leaning against the counter. His eyes roamed over me in a way that made my skin crawl. "You're looking lonely. Want some company?" I told him I was fine, trying to keep it polite, but started to head out of the kitchen and back to my friends. He didn't get the hint. He closed the distance between us, that cocky smile still plastered on his stupid face. "Come on, don't be like that," he said, and I tried not to gag from the entire whiskey factory he'd apparently drunk. Then, just like that, he leaned in for a kiss I absolutely did not want. I stepped sideways, letting him stumble and catch himself against the counter, which resulted in him spilling his drink and basically throwing his phone on the counter. I swiped his phone for revenge, figuring that as my revenge, at least he'd wake up tomorrow and have to spend a couple $100 on a new phone. I ducked out of the kitchen and unlocked his phone, but it was already open to a group chat. One message in a chat said, "No one can know about what happened with the car. Payments were sent through Venmo. Keep your mouths shut." It didn't take a genius to figure out what that was about. A hit and run had made headlines a few weeks earlier. A car had smashed into a pedestrian and sped off, leaving this poor 15-year-old hospitalized. The case had gone cold, but now I had a sinking feeling that Mason knew something. I didn't just leave the party and go home to sleep it off, though. No, hot jerks that think they can just pay everybody off and get what they want even if people got hurt didn't deserve to get off easy. Instead, I spent the next several hours digging up every digital footprint I could find. Mason was a social media nightmare, constantly posting updates about his extravagant life. His friends were just as careless, and it didn't take long for me to find photos and comments that corroborated the messages I'd seen earlier. There were mentions of Mason's car and that wild night that no one was supposed to talk about. The more I found, the angrier I got. This wasn't just about Mason trying to kiss me, this was about someone who thought his money and name made him untouchable, even when people got hurt. I wasn't having it. First, I made sure the evidence was solid. Screenshots, saved photos, everything backed up. Then, I sent an anonymous tip to the police, complete with all the details they needed to reopen their investigation. Next, I contacted the dean's office at our university, letting them know one of their students might be involved in a criminal cover-up. And just for good measure, I forwarded the information to Mason's dad's company, knowing the last thing they'd want was a PR disaster. Within days, Mason's life started unraveling. The police came knocking, the university launched an inquiry, and his father's company released a statement condemning any behavior that puts others at risk. Mason went from golden boy to campus pariah overnight, and his dad's lawyers were working overtime to clean up the mess. A few months later, my friends told me that Mason's dad had cut him off and that he had been suspended pending investigation. My friends asked me if I knew anything, but I just shrugged and sipped my coffee. I'm not usually vengeful, but even I have my limits. And Mason had crossed the line. A week before the wedding, my future stepdaughter cut my wedding dress to pieces and covered it with glitter paint, so I told my fiancé I did not want her to attend, or there would be no wedding. Alan and I have been dating for about 3 years and engaged for a year, with our wedding date being in a week. He told me on our first date he was a package deal. His daughter, Rose, is his whole world. I was perfectly okay with it, and we started hanging out together. Alan's ex, Carrie, is still in the picture, as she and Alan are co-parenting. Carrie doesn't like me one bit. Alan told me that he and Carrie had been high school/college sweethearts, and she had always hoped he'd return to her. But Alan also confided in me that Carrie wasn't a great partner. She adores Rose, but she treated Alan badly during their entire relationship. You name it, she did it. Emotional abuse, gaslighting, financial abuse, belittling, etc. He finally got the courage to walk away from her when he discovered she was having an affair. Rose was maybe 6 when Alan learned about the affair. Unfortunately, the court still granted Carrie 50-50 custody despite the amount of evidence against her. Rose and I have had a strained relationship. I understand it, having grown up in a divorced home where both parents remarried. She's a preteen and has conflicted thoughts about her dad marrying a new woman instead of returning to her mother. But she's been arrogant and nasty to me. She makes cutting comments and will respond with "you're not my mother" when I ask her to stop. Alan has tried to set down ground rules, but she flippantly tells him, "Marie's not going to last." I put up with it because I love Alan and, sometimes, Rose behaves herself. Seriously, she's not a horrible kid. She gets good grades in school, is in the youth symphony, and takes dance classes. She's really popular, bubbly, and friendly when she isn't being mean to me. It's like Jekyll and Hyde. Alan and I have talked about it constantly and have even involved Carrie, but Carrie just brushes it off, telling me to mind my own beeswax. We have tried therapy, groundings, and everything else, but nothing works. That brings us to tonight. A couple of weeks ago, alternations on my wedding dress were finished. I was excited. My late grandma made her wedding dress after seeing photos of Grace Kelly, and many women in our family have worn it to their weddings or have had their dresses designed after it. As I'm taller than my grandma, I had mine made. It's special to me. I have the dress saved in my closet, tucked in a garment bag. Alan and I don't live together. However, my apartment is close to one of Rose's friends, so we have an arrangement that Alan will have custody on some days. Rose will hang out at her friend's house and then come for dinner with Alan and me. After we watch a movie or play Nintendo Switch, Alan will take Rose to his place. Today was one of those days. Alan was running late from work and called to let me know. Rose arrived, and everything was normal. I stepped into the kitchen to finish preparing dinner, leaving Rose alone. If I had any inkling of what would happen, I would have done something different. Dinner was ready, and I went to get Rose. I passed my bedroom door, and something about how the sliding closet door was positioned made me want to check. My dress was cut to pieces with a pair of scissors and covered with glitter paint. My veil is torn to shreds. It's completely ruined. I broke down crying. I was too upset even to be angry. Alan arrived and found me in a mess. He was beyond furious and confronted Rose about it. Rose admitted it with a shrug of her shoulders and said, "What's the point? She's just a fat old cow anyway." Alan confiscated her cell phone and immediately called Carrie to discuss a punishment. I don't know how or why, but this straw breaks the camel's back. I have gone through so much with Rose. I've tried to be caring and compassionate, and this is my reward? Now that my sadness has faded, it's been replaced with boiling anger. I'm tempted to call off the wedding and leave Alan to deal with his brat of a daughter. This wasn't an accident. This was on purpose. But then I remember that Rose is part of Alan's life. I love Alan, but I don't know if I can keep taking it. What do I do now? Update. After the incident with my wedding dress, I sat down with Alan and told him how I felt. I couldn't shake off the anger and hurt from what Rose did. I told Alan that I didn't want Rose at our wedding. I just couldn't imagine standing there, saying my vows, knowing the person who had deliberately tried to sabotage such a special moment was there. But Alan refused. He said Rose was his daughter, and not having her at the wedding was out of the question. I get that she's his world, but what about me? Am I supposed just to keep enduring this? We had a huge fight. Alan insisted that we could work through it, that Rose would come around eventually, but I was done. I couldn't see a future where I kept tolerating this behavior. So, I told him I wanted to break up. The look on his face was heartbreaking. He started crying, begging me to reconsider, but I couldn't. I love him, but I can't live like this. Rose's actions were the last straw, and I just can't go into a marriage where I'm constantly disrespected and undermined by my stepdaughter. I blocked both Rose and Carrie on all my social media and phone. I can't deal with any more drama from them. Alan has been trying to reach out, still begging me to change my mind, but I've made my decision. I've heard through mutual friends that he's giving Rose the cold shoulder now, and I hate that it's come to this, but I need to think about my peace of mind. I can't live in a marriage where I'm expected to endure this behavior. I wish things had turned out differently, but I know this is what I need to do for myself.
A woman threatened to call the cops and have a homeless man removed for trespassing in a public park, and it completely backfired on her. I live near a park where a lot of people from the neighborhood go to relax, walk their dogs, or just hang out. There's also this homeless guy, I'll call him Tim, who's been living near the park for a while. Tim's actually a pretty nice guy. He doesn't bother anyone, always picks up after himself, and even helps clean the park sometimes. He's got a little spot with a bench and some blankets, and that's where he stays. People in the community sometimes bring him food or coffee, and he never asks for anything. Well, one day I was out walking my dog, and I saw this woman, classic Karen vibes, marching over to where Tim was sitting, minding his own business. She had one of those expensive yoga mats under her arm and a tiny dog on a leash. You could just tell she was looking for a reason to cause trouble. She stops in front of Tim and starts berating him about how he shouldn't be in her park, that he was ruining the view, and how he needed to get a job and stop being lazy. She was loud, rude, and drawing attention, but Tim just sat there, calmly explaining that he wasn't hurting anyone and had every right to be in the park like anyone else. She, of course, wasn't having it. She threatened to call the cops and have him removed for trespassing, even though it's a public park. A small crowd started forming because she was causing such a scene. A couple of us tried to step in, but she wasn't listening to anyone. She eventually pulled out her phone and called the cops, making it sound like Tim was some kind of dangerous vagrant harassing her, which was a total lie. Here's where it gets good. The cops arrive, and this woman puts on her best victim performance, saying how she feels threatened and unsafe with Tim around. Tim stays totally calm and tells the cops exactly what happened, but it's clear the woman expects them to side with her. But the cops don't. Turns out, one of the officers knew Tim. The cop says, "Oh, hey Tim, how's it going?" They talk for a minute, and it's clear this officer knows Tim isn't some dangerous guy, just a homeless man down on his luck who's never caused trouble. The cop then turns to the woman and says, "Ma'am, this is a public park. Tim has every right to be here, just like you do." Her face completely changes. She starts sputtering, saying how it's unacceptable that people like him are allowed in places like this. She keeps pushing, asking if the officer can do something to remove him. The cop's response, "Ma'am, if you keep causing a disturbance, you will be the one removed from the park." Boom. You could hear a pin drop. The crowd was loving it at this point. The woman huffed and puffed, grabbed her dog, and stomped away, clearly embarrassed that her entitled attitude had backfired. After she left, some people in the park came over and gave Tim some food and drinks, just to show support. The cop hung out for a bit to make sure everything was okay and chatted with Tim like they were old friends. It was such a satisfying moment, seeing this entitled woman get shut down and realizing that just because you're loud and obnoxious doesn't mean you're in the right. Tim's still there at the park, and now it seems like people look out for him even more. Justice served. Am I the a-hole for asking my girlfriend to stop speaking in Spanish around me all the time? For context, my girlfriend is from Mexico. I'm white and I grew up in the US. She is my first ethnic girlfriend and I never knew that dating outside your race could come with such strong annoyances. My girlfriend and I met at a coffee shop. I asked her out after I started seeing her regularly and thought she was extremely gorgeous. I found out when we first started dating that she was an elementary school Spanish teacher. She speaks fluent Spanish and English, but the longer that we are together the more I realize that Spanish is her main language and she only speaks in English if she really needs to. At first, it really wasn't a problem, but now that we've been spending more time at each other's places I'm realizing just how serious this issue is. Whenever she is on the phone with her friends or her family she only speaks in very rapid Spanish. Even though I know these conversations have nothing to do with me I can't help but feel left out. It's just been getting to me after months and months of feeling like some idiot stranger while I'm around her as she keeps speaking in a language that I don't understand one word of. Even though I was trying to feel uncomfortable, I tried to suppress my feelings and remind myself that she is literally from Mexico and that it's natural for her to favor her native language. Yet even though I understood this I couldn't help but feel more and more annoyed as time went on. I mean, it's just irritating for her to be having a long conversation with big bursts of laughter and I have literally zero idea what the hell is going on in the conversation. I'll be completely honest, I have started having anxiety that she is speaking about me in Spanish while I'm standing right next to her, just because I literally have no idea what she's saying. Everything came to a head this week when she was on the phone with one of her friends, yet again having a long, loud conversation in Spanish and I just reached my limit of feeling left out of her life in this way. I was in a bad mood for the rest of the night and she kept asking me what was wrong but I didn't really feel ready to talk about it then. The next day I texted her and asked her to stop excluding me by continuing to only speak Spanish around me, and then she was making me feel left out of her life. All she did was text me back a bunch of question marks. I feel like she's being a smart A and invalidating my feelings with that response. I don't think I'm asking for much and I feel like my feelings are very valid and relatable. I'm going to reiterate my point tonight when we see each other in person, but I found myself wondering if other people in my position would react the same way. Again, I really don't feel like it's much to ask. All I'm asking is for her to be a more transparent and caring partner to me. Am I the a-hole for breaking my deathbed promise to my wife to take care of her Down syndrome daughter? My late wife's entire life was about her 30-year-old daughter, who suffers from Down syndrome and has never and will never have the ability to live independently. Nor will she ever have the ability to ever exercise any real amount of emotional impulse control. I have been in her life since she was 5 and spent years fearing the day where she was physically developed to the point where punches, scratches, and throwing things were a real threat. Even all of my wife's friends stopped visiting our house because of her. One of them even said that her uncle deals with vicious dogs for a living and she feels safer around his workplace than at our house. Many times, I have ended up needing to go to the doctors for the crime of sitting in the same room as my stepdaughter and having her attempt to pound my head in, throw a heavy object at me, or trying to choke me after I had fallen asleep. My late wife was the only one who could reliably calm her down. When we started using caregivers for my stepdaughter after my wife was diagnosed, they would be asking me whether I could give them a better way to explain things to my stepdaughter when she was going ballistic. It's hard for all of us that when my late wife was diagnosed, the first word that came out of her mouth was my stepdaughter's name. She cried every day for what was to become of her. In her desperation, she tried to press the doctor for chemotherapy when it no longer made sense. Turned to alternative medicine despite it making her feel worse. Saying she would have stopped all treatment if she was only leaving behind an employable, functioning 30-year-old. And the saddest part of my life came and she died. On her deathbed, she made me promise to not let her fall into the hands of a state care facility. I promised her because I didn't have the heart not to. But now after my grief fog has cleared, 2 months later my stepdaughter remains the same. She doesn't understand her mom is dead, and only that she's gone. She is angry at me for it. She said she'll be good, so bring her back. I don't know what to do because caregivers are expensive. I don't make much. I didn't resent any medical expenses when it was my wife, but I admit that I resent my stepdaughter. My own grown kids won't visit with her around. If I hadn't made the deathbed promise, the decision would have been easy. And finally I made the decision that I needed to put her in a state-run facility, as even with my wife leaving me everything, I couldn't afford anything better. Now my family is calling me the evil stepdad and a mother's worst nightmare. Am I the a-hole? Am I the a-hole for cross-dressing to mess with my brother-in-law? I, to put it bluntly, look like a girl. Definitely a flat-chested one, but still. I'd be a solid double A or whatever you call it. I thought I was the straightest cis white man you could be, but I'm not so sure anymore. I guess I'm just unlucky in the genetics department. Most people think I'm just a tomboy, but still, it gets a bit annoying people thinking I'm a girl. I'm pretty comfortable with myself now, but I did used to get bullied a lot for it and can be a bit sensitive about it. My sister's husband is always making jokes about it. I've told him to stop, but he never does since it's all just jokes. I've gotten sick of it and wanted to get him back instead of being my usual timid self not saying anything. I went out of my way to get some friends and younger sister to give me a makeover a little before they were to come over. Basically make me look as girly as possible. They did a pretty good job, and turns out if I'm all made up I look a lot like a younger version of my older sister. When they came over I made sure to act as girly as possible. He was visibly very uncomfortable, so I was definitely winning this one. They left very early and I got a text from my sister calling me a jerk for making her husband uncomfortable. She told a few family members and most are on my side, but a few think what I did was childish and in jerk territory. I got a text from my sister that I'm a giant piece of crap and ruining her marriage. I don't think I will be seeing them anytime soon, but just in case I'm going to try and have a proper conversation with my parents about everything and see if we can not have them in the house for a while. Since I only pay rent to live with them I don't really get a say, but I hope my parents can support me.
Ida for expecting my husband to make an exception for me when I didn't make an exception for him. My husband thinks I'm a hypocrite for not cutting off my best friend who cheated on her husband multiple times. My husband and I have been married for 10 years. The only real argument we have ever had is the one we are having now. So, my best friend Cindy and her husband Mike are going through a nasty divorce, and it has caused a serious rift between my husband and I. I didn't realize how serious it was until this morning when he told me he was going to stay at his brother's house for the weekend. For context, 4 years ago my husband's best friend Alan was caught having an affair. I was friends with his wife Carol. We were not super close, but we'd get together for cocktails a few times a month and occasionally we'd go on double dates. My husband told me that Alan had been unhappy for a while because Carol had stopped having intimacy with him. When I talked to Carol she didn't deny this. She said that Alan had gained weight and she was no longer attracted to him. Alan was a chef and started sleeping with a female co-worker 5 years younger than him. He was 35, she was 30. The affair lasted for some time before they were caught at work. It all came out, he was fired and Carol left him. I was there for Carol and the kids through it all. The divorce was ugly and costly. Suffice to say it would take Alan years to financially recover as Carol took him to the cleaners. Throughout the whole ordeal my husband still talked to Alan and would occasionally loan him money. The problem was I didn't want my husband to remain friends with him. I told my husband if he continues his friendship with Alan then we would have problems. After some back and forth, and me basically putting my foot down, he agreed to basically cut Alan out. We didn't need influences or people like that in our life. Alan was extremely upset when my husband told him they'd no longer be friends. They had grown up together. But I didn't want men like that in our life. Shortly after all this we were reflecting on everything. My husband said something that I never forgot. He said, "One day one of your friends will do something they regret and need you. I hope you have the same wherewithal to cut them out if I ask you to." Cut to the present and, you guessed it. My bestie Cindy cheated on her husband Mike. Mike worked in manufacturing and was laid off. He eventually went back to work, but at a much lower wage and money was tight for them. Cindy picked up a job working as a barista. As she tells it, One of her regulars was a younger guy in real estate who had an eye for her and was constantly asking her to get together. He would slip her $100 tips a few times a week. He knew she was married. Eventually Cindy gave in and started seeing this guy regularly on her days off while Mike was working. Because she had already started an affair with someone, she threw herself into the deep end and began seeing another guy on the side too. The guy in the restaurant who gave her tips was an emotional as well as physical affair, whereas the 3 other guys she was seeing were all strictly physical affairs. She told me she always felt guilty and knew it was wrong but couldn't stop herself. She said the intimacy with the guy from the restaurant was like she'd never experienced with Mike and she felt wanted and desired it again. They were caught when their oldest daughter came home early from school because she wasn't feeling well. Cindy was busy with her affair partner, didn't see the text from her daughter, and the daughter walked in on them. The daughter told Mike. Mike was devastated and they are getting a divorce. The family has basically ostracized Cindy and want nothing to do with her currently. I and a few friends have been her support through everything. I need to say that I recognize what she did is terrible. However, my husband has pounced on this opportunity and is demanding. I cut contact with her completely. Just like I did with him 4 years ago. He says, we don't need cheating cradle robbers in our lives. I explained that this is different and the issues between Mike and Cindy are more complicated and she feels genuine remorse and wants her family back. He says he doesn't care about the issues or how she feels and that he made a sacrifice for me years ago by cutting out one of his closest friends and I need to do the same for him. I told him I wasn't going to do that and that he was being petty and vengeful and he knows the situations are completely different. This morning he said he's heading to his brother's for the weekend. He said he feels betrayed. I honestly don't see how he feels this way.
Am I the a-hole for hanging an ancient map of Palestine in my home and refusing to take it down for my brother's Israeli girlfriend? So this happened this past weekend. The weather was nice so we had my brother and his new girlfriend over for outdoor dining in our backyard. I say new because they started dating right before the virus so this is actually our first time meeting her in person. He told us beforehand as a heads up for food that she's Jewish, keeps kosher, but is not so strict that we need to get a kosher knife or have separate serving platters. She came to our house and the dinner was lovely because we were all getting along and she was so sweet. We are very happy for my brother. She asked to use our restroom, I told her where it was. But when she came back she seemed upset and was quiet the rest of the dinner. My brother and his girlfriend stayed in the yard while we went to prep dessert. We came back and my brother asked me to go inside with him to pick another wine. I said sure, good idea. When we went inside my brother told me that his girlfriend is Israeli and she saw our Palestine map on her way to the bathroom and it upset her. He said her family has personally suffered as a result of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. She also felt very insulted since we knew she was Jewish beforehand. He asked if I could remove it the next time she came over out of respect for her. For some context, we like to collect antique cartography. We use one of our living room walls as a gallery wall. The Palestine map is displayed next to a bunch of other ones. I was a bit taken aback by the request because I had no idea she was Israeli and it's not like we wrote pro-Palestine in all caps and posted that on our wall. Also, the map is part of our collection, and we like it a lot. It's my home so I told him I would not remove it, citing these reasons. Then he called me an a-hole. He said we could easily swap this map out for another one we just bought. True, we just bought another map, but we are not a museum and we don't have a collection in the back. He also said he knows we have more empathy for Palestine than Israel and I'm just doing this to stick it. Full transparency, I'm not an expert on Palestinian/Israeli conflict. From the little news I have read, I do have more empathy for the Palestinian cause and told my brother this years ago in casual conversation. But I don't think my decision to keep hanging this map is political. Am I the a-hole for not sharing my prize with a disabled child in a contest? Every summer my community has a cook-off competition.
Usually about 20 to 30 individuals or couples try to cook X, Y, Z and then they can win a portion of the entry ticket fees while the rest go into the community parks.
It's not summer yet but they decided to do it early. This year it was pasta sauce. I've been going to these for years, ever since my wife and I moved here but this is the first time I entered as a competitor. It was earlier today. One of the other competitors, I know her somewhat, only in passing, is a 15 or 16-year-old with Asperger's syndrome and autism. I don't know much about this condition evidently. I'll call her Jessica. I guess a lot of people got wind of her being a part of the competition that we had news crews here taping her to put on the news. We've never had this before as far as I know. To make the story short, I won the competition. And $1,500. There's no second or third place prize, it's winner takes all. My wife and I were in shock because I like to think of myself as a decent home cook and take pride in my pasta sauce specifically, but to win a contest? We were tickled pink. We celebrated for about 20 minutes when the event organizers came to us. You might be able to guess where this is going, but they asked if we'd give our prize to Jessica as a gesture of goodwill. They said they'd get some publicity since news reporters are here. We obviously said no, $1,500 is a lot of money. So they then asked if we'd like to split it, 50-50, with Jessica. Likewise we said no. I guess some nearby patrons overheard the conversation and chimed in. Apparently we're holes and jerks for not sharing the prize at least. After a few moments, there might have been 10 other people all clamoring to us about how we're a disgrace to the community, how we didn't deserve the win, and more. We had to leave and haven't collected our winnings yet. We're meant to tomorrow from the mayor's office. I can't even imagine what's going to happen tomorrow. Are we the holes for not splitting our winnings with a mentally handicapped person for a cooking competition?
Am I the a-hole for posting an episode on my true crime podcast after one of the victim's family members begged me not to? I am a 25-year-old female and I run a solo true crime podcast that streams on multiple platforms. I've only been running my podcast for a couple of years, but it has already risen in popularity, and I'm able to complete sponsorship deals every episode, which makes me a good amount of extra income. I genuinely have a passion for this stuff, and I always try to go about my work as compassionately and as thoughtfully as possible. Last month I was researching other smaller true crime podcasts for inspiration for future episodes. I came across an extremely gruesome yet fascinating case that I hadn't seen many of the big podcasts cover. I worked tirelessly to create a 3-part series about this case, and I am so proud of all of my hard work. I posted the very first part of the series, and after it had only been up for a week, it became my #1 most popular episode. This was huge for me since I had been running my podcast for years and never had I broken numbers like that before. I had so many brand deals rolling in, and I still had the second and third parts to post. I was so happy that I was accomplishing so much, since my dream was to be able to become a full-time podcaster. If the numbers continue to rise after I posted the next 2 parts in the series, then I will be able to quit my day job and achieve my dream of doing this full-time. I ran into a problem yesterday when I received an email from one of the victim's family members from the case I had covered in a popular episode. It was from the mother of one of the victims that I had mentioned and spoke about in detail. She had typed out an extremely tragic and heartfelt message, in which she asked me to please stop covering the case. She said that ever since true crime content had gotten so popular, she was so nervous that people would start sharing all of the gory details about her child's murder, and she just couldn't handle all of the interest around the worst thing that's ever happened to her. She said that she had been reached out to previously by podcasters who wanted to cover the story and denied them every time. She said she wished I had tried to contact family members before I covered this story, but all she was asking now was that I delete the episode so that her family trauma wouldn't be used as entertainment. I'll admit, when I first read the message, I cried for this poor woman. I felt so bad that I had hurt her. I took an entire day to think about what I should do. On one hand, my heart broke for this woman and I wanted to help her heal instead of open old wounds. On the other hand, this series was going to be my meal ticket into a better life, and at the end of the day, I had seen the case covered by at least 2 other small podcasts. Sure, it hadn't been covered by any big true crime podcasts, but that's the main reason why I worked so hard to create a solid series about it. Besides, I still had the 2 other episodes to post, which took me days to record and edit together. I did so much earnest research on this episode, and as I mentioned, I always try to tell my stories with compassion and respect for the victims' families. When I finally replied to the victim's mother, I told her that as much as I empathized with her, this was my career and I was just doing my job. I sent her the links to the other small podcasters who had covered the story to show her that it wasn't just me talking about her child's case. I ended up posting the next 2 episodes and they immediately blew up. I made more money off of my podcast than I have since I started it. My life completely changed overnight. After I posted the very last part of the series, the victim's mother messaged me one more time. She emailed me a single sentence saying, "You have no humanity, enjoy your blood money." Again, my heart goes out to this woman, but I don't see why she has chosen to target me. In particular, am I the a-hole for refusing to host Thanksgiving after my sister handed out a family code of conduct contract? This happened recently, and I'm still baffled. For context, I, 32, have hosted Thanksgiving for my family every year since I moved into my house 5 years ago. It's always a little messy and chaotic, but that's part of the charm, right? This year, my sister, 29, decided she wanted to help bring some order to the gathering. At first, I thought she just meant coordinating who would bring what dishes or helping with cleanup. Instead, she showed up at my house last week with printed copies of what she called a family code of conduct. She handed these out and insisted everyone read and sign them before attending Thanksgiving. Some highlights included a rule against overlapping conversations at the dinner table, with suggestions for taking turns like a respectful debate club, a ban on political or controversial topics, with her as the final arbiter of what was too heated, a dress code of smart casual because holiday photos should reflect well on the family, assigned seating that she claimed was based on optimal personality compatibility. She was completely serious. When I laughed and said, "You can't be serious," she accused me of not taking her efforts to improve family dynamics seriously. I told her I wasn't going to enforce a code of conduct at my house and that if she wanted to micromanage Thanksgiving, she could host it herself. She doubled down, saying I was being ungrateful and stubborn. I canceled hosting, and now the family is mad at me. My mom thinks I should have just humored her for the day, while my brother, 35M, is refusing to go anywhere unless no one tries to draft a holiday constitution. I'm torn. Was I wrong for standing my ground, or should I have let her run the day to keep the peace?
Am I the a-hole for saying I'm proud of my drug addict brother? My little brother has been kind of a mess for a few years now. We had a difficult childhood with a lot of money problems, but I've been able to move past it while he's still really weighed down by the time our family spent without enough food or a stable place to live. Everything had gotten a lot better by the time we were teenagers because my parents both got steady jobs, but he stayed really anxious and angry and struggled in school and didn't have a lot of friends. He did manage to get into college, which was honestly kind of a surprise, but once he got there he started messing around with drugs and unfortunately it escalated into a serious problem by the time he was 20. Once we found out he was really struggling, my parents and my sister and I sat sat down with him and begged him to get help. He agreed to go to rehab but left after a week, and that pattern has repeated itself over and over again, and he finally admitted that he wasn't interested in getting clean. That's when I gave up trying to help him, but my parents couldn't let go. When he was 22, he stole a lot of money from them. I'm talking thousands of dollars, which is really significant in my family. After that, my parents cut him off and no one in the family had much to do with him for a few years, but I got updates sometimes from a mutual friend I have with him that he wasn't doing great and had been living in shelters and on people's couches. Recently, though, that friend told me that my brother had voluntarily checked himself into rehab and had been there for a month and that he was really putting the work in this time. I was skeptical at first, but weeks and weeks passed and she kept having good updates. She even showed me a letter he'd written her from rehab where he talked about the mistakes he'd made in the past, including stealing from my parents, and a lot of stuff I never knew he'd gone through. It turns out he was a male prostitute at one point to get money for drugs, which he'd never told us. I know my brother, so I could tell from the letter that he was sincere this time, and honestly I was really moved. We were close when we were kids and this letter gave me hope he could be in my life again. So I wrote a Facebook post saying how proud I was of him and how he'd managed to overcome so much, and how even though he'd caused me so much trauma I was hopeful that he'd really be able to make amends and be my brother again. It was a really nice post and tons of people commented saying how kind I was to forgive him and sending good wishes to my brother in his recovery. People were even sharing their experiences with having family members who were addicts and it was actually super heartwarming. I was feeling really good about the whole thing until out of nowhere I got a call from my brother from rehab. Apparently our mutual friend had showed him the Facebook post and he was furious. He said I had no business telling everyone that he was an addict, but literally everyone I'm friends with on Facebook knew already. He couldn't even argue that point, so then he said it was ridiculous for me to say that he'd caused me trauma because he'd never done anything to me, and the only people who had any room to be mad at him were my parents because they're the ones he stole from. But I love my parents and stealing from them hurt me too. He told me to F off and shut up about him and said once he's out of rehab he still won't want anything to do with me. I'm devastated because I thought we were going to fix our relationship. Now that I've tried to see it objectively I can see that maybe I shouldn't have put in the post that he sold himself for drugs, but I was trying to make a point about how he'd really hit rock bottom and how proud I was for him for climbing out of that. My parents are being evasive when I ask them about it, so I'm not sure what to believe. Am I the a-hole for being proud of my brother? Am I the a-hole for starving my daughter? My daughter is a brat. She's turning 8 next week and still cannot hoover when she is asked. I mean seriously. I have worked on a farm since I was 6 years old and she can't even figure out how to turn on a hoover. I yelled at her to stop being so ridiculous and to start thinking for once, and instead of doing it properly she started crying. I've been getting better at managing my anger, so thankfully it didn't become physical, but my God, she was asking for it. I told her if she didn't stop crying she would not be getting dinner that night, but she wouldn't stop crying. I told her that's it. You're not getting dinner tonight, and if you'd like to eat anything tomorrow you'll hoover this entire house right now. She continued to play dumb as if there wasn't a power button right in the middle of the damn hoover. So I brought her to her room and locked it. She didn't stop crying for the entire night, and even wrote me a letter saying to Daddy, I am sorry, I want to eat dinner and do all my chores. Love, Daisy. I find it adorable how this little rat thinks she can just apologize her way out of the consequences of her actions. I had to show her that unfortunately the world doesn't work that way. She cried the entire next day saying that her tummy was hurting, and I told her she could think about that the next time she decides to be lazy. I decided one more day should do the trick, and after what felt like another week of her screaming and crying, Sunday had ended, it was time for her to go back to school. I gave her breakfast on Monday morning and she was very grateful, and I was even more grateful I didn't have to listen to her bull crap anymore. Well, apparently the little crap decides she's going to tell her teacher she went the whole weekend without food, probably for some sympathy or attention, as she loves to get attention wherever she can. The teacher called me to come in and sat me down and asked me if this was true. I told her it was true, but I had very good reason. The teacher told me this is abuse and she's going to have to get authorities involved. I didn't think what I did was bad enough to warrant interference. This little worm thinks she can cry for attention wherever she goes, and when I try to teach her a valuable lesson, she goes and gets me into trouble. I'm now deciding how I'm going to punish her. Am I the a-hole for suing my friend after her kid destroyed my $18,000, 100-year-old bonsai tree? I, 32M, am a bonsai collector and have been growing my collection in my backyard as well as in my house for the last 10 years. I've spent tens of thousands of dollars on my collection and have even flown to Japan and Vietnam to get specific bonsai trees to bring home. The other day, an older friend of mine from college was in my city and she wanted to meet up with me, so I invited her over to my apartment. My home is my perfect growing collection and I have a lot of people from around coming by my house and stopping to take pictures, so I wanted my friend to see as well. To my surprise, she showed up with her 5-year-old son Tyler, who I was not expecting. If I had known Tyler would be coming over as well, I would have asked her to go for a walk in a park close by or meet up for brunch instead, because I'm extremely weary of kids around my trees. At that point, it was too late, so I told my friend and Tyler to be very careful around my trees, as they are very sensitive and require a lot of care. And my friend said that Tyler is a smart boy and is very good at following rules, so I didn't have to worry about him harming my trees. I trusted my friend, so we started talking and I made some coffee for us and a hot chocolate for Tyler to sip on. My friend started telling me about the divorce she was going through with Tyler's father, and I was extremely invested in the tea she was spilling and didn't notice that Tyler had run outside. About 20 minutes later, he comes back and holding a whole tree branch that he ripped off of one of my most expensive bonsai trees. He said that he started climbing on the tree because it looked climbable and the branch broke while he was swinging on it. I nearly had a heart attack when I saw the branch in his hand and heard what he'd been doing while outside. My friend started profusely apologizing and saying she would pay me back, and I was trying not to freak out on her or Tyler, but she wasn't realizing that this was a bigger deal than she could imagine. She kept insisting on paying me back right away, but immediately froze when I told her that specific tree cost me $18,000 because it's rare and over 100 years old. She told me she was so sorry and would send me a check before grabbing her son and running out of my house. The look on her face told me everything I needed to know about how this situation would go down. I felt bad about the fact that she is going through a divorce and has a kid and is probably broke from those two things alone, but that is not my problem, and I warned her about my trees the moment they came in. Since that day, she has not texted me back or even seen my texts, because none of them even show as delivered. So my sympathy for her has run its course, and I wish I could see the shock on her face when she finds my letter of intent to sue that I sent her in her mail. Am I the a-hole for wanting my daughter to move on after my son unalived her dog? I don't even know where to start with this. Basically, my daughter chose her fiancé's niece and nephew to be the flower girl and ring bearer. Cute, right? Well, within hours she was receiving unaliving threats from my son's wife, because their kids deserve to be part of the wedding. My daughter told them they weren't even invited to the wedding, which I didn't know until now. Great, and now they're saying she kicked them out and ruined their kids' lives. I just want everyone to get along, but no one's willing to back down. I don't care who has to give in at this point. I just need peace. My son and daughter are at each other's throats, and it's spilling over into everything. My daughter, 28, is getting married in February. She's been planning this for a while and kept the guest list small, 35 people total. She's close to her future in-laws, so she chose her fiancé's niece and nephew to be the flower girl and ring bearer. Except now my son, 30, and his wife are furious because their kids weren't picked. And when I say furious, I mean showing up at her house uninvited, pounding on the door kind of furious. My son's kids are 5 and 7, and I'm sure they'd love to be part of the wedding, but it's not my wedding. My daughter made her choice, and I told my wife we should stay out of it. But, of course, that didn't happen. So, of course, everyone's calling me to fix this. My wife and I are stuck in the middle, and I don't know what to do. My daughter is digging her heels in, saying she doesn't owe anyone anything. My son and his wife are running around telling the whole family that she's punishing their kids for something that happened years ago. My kids already have a rocky relationship because a few years ago when my son's oldest was 7, he apparently did something to their dog that led to its death. I wasn't there, but my daughter says my son and his wife laughed it off and never apologized. My wife and I tried to smooth things over back then, but it's clear my daughter has never forgiven them. Now she's saying that's part of why she didn't invite them or choose their kids for the wedding. I just want my family to get along. I don't care who's the flower girl or ring bearer. I don't care about wedding guest lists or who owes who an apology. I just want everyone to stop fighting. But every time I try to talk to one of them, I get an earful about how the other one is the problem. My wife says we should let them figure it out themselves, but how am I supposed to sit back and watch my family fall apart? My daughter is already down to 25 guests because half the family has sided with my son and his wife. And my son's kids are upset because they're too young to understand why they're not part of the wedding. They just see their cousins getting to wear fancy outfits and walk down the aisle while they're left out. I tried to talk to my son about letting it go, but he says it's about respect. He thinks my daughter is punishing him through his kids, and maybe he's right. I tried to talk to my daughter, too, but she says it's her wedding and her choice. She's not wrong. But couldn't she just let the kids be in the wedding? Wouldn't that be easier than all this drama? At this point, I don't care whose feelings get hurt as long as this stops. My daughter can't even turn on her phone without getting harassed by my son's wife and her friends. My son is telling everyone I'm taking my daughter's side because I haven't forced her to include his kids. I've got other relatives calling me saying I need to stand up for my son and his family, and I just want to yell, stand up for what? It's a freaking wedding, not a Supreme Court case. I'm exhausted. I'm too old for this. I just want my family to spend one holiday together without fighting. How do I get my son and daughter to see reason? Should I force my daughter to include my son's kids? Should I tell my son to suck it up and let his kids be disappointed for once? Should I just give up and move to a cabin in the woods until this wedding is over?
Am I the a-hole for wanting to divorce my doctor husband after he missed the birth of our first child? It might seem selfish, but the experience of giving birth without my husband was petrifying, and I never thought I would welcome my baby into the world while holding a stranger's hand. My husband and I met about 6 years ago. After dating for about 3 years, he proposed, and I accepted. My husband is a spinal surgeon, and I work in an office. He is a very prestigious doctor in his field, he has multiple degrees, and he's performed multiple life-saving surgeries over his career. His patients and co-workers always say he has life-saving hands. Early in our relationship, I felt nothing but pride for my husband. I couldn't believe that such a smart, accomplished man was interested in me, and I was happy I had scored such a high-value partner. He was also a very affectionate and caring husband. He was always planning fancy date nights and surprising me with expensive gifts. I was overjoyed when I found out I was pregnant. I surprised my husband with the news at dinner, and it was one of the only times I've ever seen him cry. I thought we were both excited for our baby, but I guess I was wrong. My husband was very supportive and attentive during my pregnancy. I felt very safe carrying my first child with my spouse being a medical professional. It felt like some sort of life hack, even if that sounds silly, and I would have never guessed that having a successful doctor as a partner would bite me in the back so badly. Anyway, I went into labor in the middle of the night last week. I was scared because I was alone when my water broke. My husband was working an overnight shift, and I knew there was a chance he was busy in surgery and I might not be able to reach him. Sure enough, his phone was off when I tried calling him asking him for a ride to the hospital. I ended up calling my mom for a ride to the hospital, but she's very overbearing and anxious, and we don't have a good relationship. When I was finally set up at the hospital, trying to breathe through my contractions, I told them who my husband was and begged them to try and get in touch with him at his hospital. About 20 minutes later, my phone rang, and it was my husband. He said he was in the middle of surgery on one of his child patients. He said the child had an overnight medical emergency, and he and other doctors were working on the kid together to try and save his life. I was conflicted. I told him I understood they needed him, but so did I, so did his child. My husband sounded incredibly conflicted over the phone, and I found myself begging my own partner to please come to the birth of his child. Ultimately, my husband said he needed to stay and save the child's life. He said that he couldn't forgive himself if he watched a new life come into this world, knowing another child's life was ending just nearby, and he could have helped. I screamed and cursed at him when I realized I would be doing this alone. I hung up on my husband as I started to feel my next wave of contractions. I cannot explain to you the physical and emotional turmoil that I went through for the next 3 hours. My mom didn't want to be in the delivery room since she is squeamish, and I held the mean nurse's hand as I pushed. Then it was just me and my baby, alone in the room, no husband, no family. I had never felt so broken and alone, yet my heart was full of love for my new baby boy. My husband ended up getting to the hospital 5 hours after I gave birth. He tried to kiss and hug me, but I rejected him. I haven't left the hospital yet. I'm in no rush to go home, and I don't feel ready to forgive my husband. Honestly, I don't know if I ever will, and I have started looking into divorce lawyers. If my husband abandoned his family during a time like this, how can I rely on him for anything in the future? Am I the a-hole for wearing a bikini on vacation despite my insecure boyfriend? As much as I feel like I made the right choice, I'm still interested in seeing how other people would have reacted in this sort of disagreement. Honestly, I've learned a lot and I won't tolerate bullshit like this again in any of my future relationships. For context, I have a full-time remote accounting job, but I also do brand deals and technically work as an Instagram model on the side. I had been posting selfies for a while, but back in 2019, my profile blew up for whatever reason. After I had gained a couple 10,000 followers, I started getting brand deals, and even though it's not something I ever saw myself doing, the money was easy, and since then I have been a part-time Insta model. Of course, my DMs and comments are full of thirsty creeps, but I have met a lot of other great creators after entering the influencing space. Still, even though I may look picture perfect on Instagram, deep down I'm still the introverted math nerd I've always been. Anyway, I met my boyfriend one night out when I was visiting friends in LA, and after I flew home we kept talking. At first, he was a very polite, decent guy, and he asked me lots of great questions about myself and always kept our conversations lively. He flew me out to visit him a few times, and we always had fun together. It wasn't until after he asked me to be his girlfriend did he start revealing his red flags. When we were first talking, he would constantly compliment me and tell me how I looked on my profile. But it's like a switch flipped after we started dating, and he was suddenly very rude and controlling when it came to how I dress and what I posted. Anyways, he pissed me off one day after he got mad at me for posting a full body pic, but after I forgave him for acting like an A, he made it up to me by booking us a weekend vacation. I was excited, and I had a long week and was looking forward to lounging on the beach. I also wanted to take a break from social media, so I was barely on my phone the entire trip. The morning of the first day was great. We had a great breakfast together and he had rented us a beautiful, expensive hotel. The issue started when we decided to go down to the hotel pool before bed, and I took out my swimsuit. When he saw it, his face twisted and he became upset. He took the bikini out of my hand and asked why I needed to wear something so revealing. I told him I was more comfortable in bikinis, and that this was my favorite swimsuit. He started rummaging through my suitcase and kept asking if I had any one piece. I got annoyed at him and said screw it, I'm just gonna shower and head to bed. He dropped the issue, but I was only getting more annoyed since he was bringing his insecure bullshit on vacation. The very next day was the same story. We had a great time in the daytime, but in the evening I wanted to go to the pool and things started to go downhill. My boyfriend said I should just relax again, and that the pool was probably dirty anyway. We could see it from our window, it looked fine, and I told him to go ahead and I'd meet him down there after I showered. He seemed apprehensive but went down to the pool anyway. When I went to put on my swimsuit after my shower, I realized it wasn't in my bag. In fact, it was nowhere to be found. I tore up the hotel room and eventually found it under a bunch of dirty food wrappers at the bottom of the trash can. It was obvious my boyfriend had tried to throw it away since he didn't want me wearing it. Even though I was dirty from the food wrappers, I put it on and marched down to the pool, then plopped myself right next to him. I gave him a dirty look and asked him why he thought he could control my body enough to go as far as to steal and throw away my stuff. He started stuttering out an apology, but I raised my hand and told him that he had successfully driven me away with his constant insecurity when it came to my body. I told him I wasn't happy with how he was been treating me and that I deserved more respect. I finally told him I had booked my own room before I came down, and I would be booking my own flight home too. His face fell as he realized what I was doing, and I was thankful we were in a public place since he started to get angry next. He started getting in my face and whispering angrily, calling me a SLT, and saying that I needed to learn how to listen to him. I told him I didn't have to do a damn thing for him, and before he could get another word in I got up and left the pool area to go buy my flight. I don't care that I basically abandoned him in another country, he's a big boy, and if he can harass me about my clothes, he can enjoy the rest of his trip alone.
Am I wrong for calling my mom an out-of-line attention-seeking entitled B-word? I, 17, came out as transgender when I was 14. I have always liked more masculine clothing and shorter hair, but also because of sensory issues as I'm autistic. My mother, 62, does not approve and never has. I do not care if she accepts me or not, I just want her to understand that this is too far. My cousin Rose, 23, is getting married in 3 days. I am very excited for the wedding and am so happy she found someone she can spend the rest of her life with. We have always been very close and she is like a sister to me, even accepting me when I came out and taking me to go shopping for clothes that made me comfortable. That being said, my mother has demanded I wear a dress for this. At first I argued, but I reluctantly agreed, not wanting the drama. A few hours ago she showed me the dress she wants me to wear. I asked her for a simple purple dress, but she said that wasn't good enough and I need to wear something to bring her little girl back, to which she pulled out the most Disney princess ball gown I have ever seen. To describe the dress, it is literally way fancier than the dress my cousin, the bride, chose to wear. I told her there is no way in hell I'm wearing that, and I agreed to wear a simple dress or I'm going in a suit. She screamed at me that she just wanted one picture of her daughter looking nice. I told her that she doesn't have a daughter, and even though I agreed to wear a dress, she needs to get over herself because my cousin's wedding is not the time and place for it. She said that the only son she has is my brother, and if I do not wear the dress she won't drive me to the wedding, and will wear the dress herself. I started sobbing and said that I'm her son too, and I just want her to love me and treat me like she does my brother. She said I was not her son, I was an abomination to humanity, and that she wasn't going to take me to the wedding if I kept this up. I got angry and screamed at her, saying that if anyone wore that dress it would completely ruin the wedding for Rose and that I refused to wear that dress because it will make her absolutely lose it. She yelled back that she would wear the dress, but she'll give me a change to change my mind. I screamed again and said, you are going to ruin the wedding. She has been looking forward to this for a year. She's never going to want to talk to us again because you're an out-of-line attention-seeking entitled B-word. And I stormed up to my room, where I have been for the past few hours crying. My mom came to my room and said if I want to be such a jerk, I can just stay in there and not to come out until I agree to wear the dress because everything will be fine and I'm overreacting like all teen girls do. I love my cousin and don't want to miss her wedding, but if I wear that dress she will absolutely hate me. Was I wrong for what I said? I feel like I said what was needed, but I'm unsure. I got in the car with the itchy heavy princess dress on and my mom said I looked like the prettiest young girl she's ever seen. That only made me more pissed and happy about destroying the dress. The whole ride to the venue my mom had a crap-eating grin on her face and kept saying she knew I'd come around to it eventually and I look so much better this way. When we got to the venue I was the last one out of the car, and holy crap was that dress heavy. It actually weighed about 5 pounds and my shoulders were unaliving me. I was so eager to run in the venue and destroy it myself, but I knew I had to wait. We started walking to the entrance and the second we got to the front gate and I stepped inside, the sound of a cowbell rang out in the direction of the maid of honor and she yelled no white allowed and I was met with the sound of a splat, then heard open fire. And then I was met with a glorious surprise of objects being thrown at my torso and legs. What was being thrown at me, you ask? Water balloons filled with ice, many different fun things, dark blue fabric dye, green fabric dye, Mod Podge and rainbow glitter, beetroot juice and red wine. All of them hit with a glorious rainbow splatter of stuff that was never going to come out. My mom let out a blood-curdling scream and my uncle said she nearly fainted. She was absolutely livid and started screaming about how my dress what ruined and what was I going to wear now? The maid of honor explained that she was supposed to do that to all the white dresses that weren't the bride's. My mom explained the dress wasn't white. The maid of honor looked absolutely shocked. She's an amazing actor, and started crying. She can cry on command, and apologized profusely. She put on a show of trying to clean it all off, but it only spread it around more. She said she'd take me to one of the rooms to get cleaned up. As she led me away to be cleaned up, I expected to be taken to the room the bridesmaids were getting ready, but what I didn't expect was that she handed me off to the best man, and when I asked her where we were going she said, you're one of the fellas, so you shouldn't be with the bridesmaids. I was led to the area with the groomsmen. I walked inside and immediately saw all the groomsmen getting ready and a few of them helping the groom. The best man went up and talked to the groom, and that was when the groom came in and asked me to sit down for a minute. There's been a small change of plans. I sat nervously in one of the chairs and he said he appreciated everything I've done for my cousin, and how he appreciated that I've been a reason for her to live for so long. She attempted suicide back in 2010 and 2018, and how if I'm that important to her, I'm that important to him. He then said he was sorry it was so last minute but asked me if I would accept the role as one of his groomsmen as he found an extra suit last minute and it might not fit properly but I'd still look amazing. This made me sob uncontrollably and I immediately accepted and he pulled me into a hug, one of those awkward side hugs. He told me that he had some extra tape for my chest in the bathroom if I wanted, but my cousin also got me a binder that he put in the bathroom and I went to get changed into my suit. This took a while. I came out and he helped me fix my collar. He patted me on the shoulder and I couldn't help but start crying. He hugged me again and said if I'm worried about my mom, not to, there are precautions if she tries anything. I said it wasn't about my mom, that I have never felt so loved and cared for by anyone and how I was so happy to see my cousin found a good man who makes her happy. He smiled and tried to hide he was tearing up. He quickly wiped his eyes, and the best man said it was time for all of us to go outside. We all piled outside and I was led to an area where we lined up with the bridesmaids. I was paired up with my cousin's friend Daisy 16F, who is a very nice girl. The music started and we all started walking down the aisle, and then it was my turn. I heard the dreaded "What the hell did you do to my baby?" shouted from the middle row of the chairs as I was halfway there, but I didn't turn back. I just kept walking with my head held high. I got in line behind the other's groomsmen and saw that my mother was red in the face, visibly shaking, and she was crying a little. I made eye contact and smiled wide at her, then looked away, only for her to scream, "You ungrateful brat. You absolute freak. You've ruined everything I worked for. Do you know how hard it was to raise a freak like you?" While trying to charge at me, but she ended up being stopped by some of the other groomsmen, and she ended up being dragged out by security while screaming, "You're out of my house. Do you effing hear me? I want you out of my effing house." Once she was gone, the rest of the wedding went really well. My cousin looked absolutely stunning walking down the aisle. I started crying a little because I realized that these people are my true family. The ceremony was beautiful, and the reception was amazing too. My cousin ended up giving a speech talking about how she was thankful for everyone who came, and then she said, "I am especially proud of Asterin, my little brother. We have always been there for each other and I am so proud of the boy he is and young man he's becoming." Yes, I absolutely started sobbing. So that's basically how it went. When we got back to the hotel, I grabbed my bags from my old room I shared with the Wicked Witch, my, not anymore, mom, and brought them to my aunt and uncle's room.
An American woman told me how to say a word in German. She doesn't know that I am German. I'm a German woman, as in, born and raised in Germany. I was traveling in another country and staying at a hostel, so there were people from a lot of countries. There was one woman from the US and we were all just talking about random stuff. We touched the topic of cars and someone mentioned that they were planning on buying a Porsche. The American woman tried to correct the guy saying, "You know, that's wrong. It's actually pronounced completely wrong way to pronounce it." I just chuckled and said, "No, he actually said it right." She just snapped and said, "No, I'm German, okay? I know how it's pronounced." I switched to German. I have a very natural New York accent, so maybe she hadn't noticed I was German, and told her, "You know that's not how it's pronounced." She couldn't reply and said, "What?" I repeated in English, and I said, "I thought you said you were German." She said, "I'm German but I don't speak the language." I asked if she was actually German or if her great-great-great-grandparents were German and she said it was the latter, so I told her I don't think that counts as German, sorry, and he pronounced Porsche correctly. She snapped and said I was being an elitist and that she was as German as I am. I didn't want to take things further so I just said okay and interacted with other people. Later on I heard from another guy that she was telling others I was an asshole for correcting her and that I was a damn Naz trying to determine who's German or not. Why did she react so heavily? Was it actually so offensive to tell her she was wrong?
An entitled Karen used her son's position as a deputy to take my personal information to force me to leave a public lake, so I forced her to leave instead. I work as a detective for a local police department. In my life, I've always made every attempt to stay on the right side of the law, as I consider hypocrisy to be one of the worst traits an officer of the law has. I owned a nice ski boat, and in my spare time, I enjoyed taking my family to the local public lake to use the boat and tube, water ski, and swim. My kids were ages 12 and 13 then, and they got a kick out of this. One day, we were at the lake, and after a few hours, my daughter mentioned she needed to use the bathroom. The lake also had a public swimming beach with public restrooms, and we often took bathroom breaks there. We would pull up to shore well away from the marked swimming area and disembark to use the facilities. One day, as we pulled up, I noticed a lady on a lounge chair sunbathing on the shore near where we pulled the boat up. I stayed about 50 feet from her, about 250 feet away from the swimming area, as I slowly maneuvered the boat towards shore at idle. As I got close, she stood up and glared at me while my kids whispered that they knew her as a mean lunch lady from their previous elementary school. As I brought the boat up to shore, this woman started yelling loudly that I was breaking the law. I smiled, and as friendly as possible, I said, "Really? What law?" She continued yelling, saying I was driving a motorboat in a swimming area. I pointed to the marked swimming area about 250 feet away and asked, "You mean that swimming area?" She replied, "Yes." I told her that I never entered or even got close to the swimming area and that my boat was right now as close as I got. She said the law prohibits boats from pulling up to any shore, and now she was calling her son, the deputy, who would get me in trouble. At this point, I was starting to enjoy this a little because I thought her son, the deputy, would tell his mom that she couldn't stop me from pulling my boat up to shore. I stood nearby as she called someone, assuming her son, on her cell. She then reads the person on the phone my boat hole number, like a boat license plate. Then she says, with a smirk, "My son is going to order you from the lake right now." What happened next shocked me. This woman calls me by my full name. Then she hands me the phone. Now, what happened is a clear, very clear violation of the law. It's a line violation in my state, and police officers and deputies are often charged with this crime. I read about it several times a year. Suppose an officer uses his police computer to divulge personal information. Say a deputy tells his mom the name of the registered owner of a boat that she disagrees with. For example, it is a crime, no ifs or buts. Every cop knows this. So, as I take the phone, I immediately say, "Who is this?" I hear, "This is Deputy so-and-so of the county sheriff's office," and I immediately interrupted him and said, "Deputy, do you know what a line violation is?" Several seconds of silence. I say, "Deputy so-and-so," using his real name, of course, "Are you still there?" He says, "Yes." So I again say, "Deputy so-and-so, let me ask you again, do you know what a line violation is?" He stammers a reply about boat hole numbers and public records. I said, "Nope, that's not what a line violation is. Since you don't know, do I need to remind your supervisor what a line violation is?" Again, silence. I then said, "Tell you what, I'm going to hand this phone back to your mother. Then you'll tell your mother to leave this beach right now. Then we can all forget this ever happened. Understood?" Long silence. "Understood?" He does a long exhale and says, "Yeah, okay." I hand the phone back to his mother. She whispers into the phone for a few seconds, then angrily snaps her phone shut. Without making eye contact, she packs up her stuff and is gone. I thought about reporting him anyway, but technically I was the victim, yet I wasn't feeling victimized at all, lol, so I let it go. Only one other time did I see the lady at the beach again, and as she saw me, she immediately packed up her stuff and again left.
An entitled lady at the store wants to take my rollator because she needs to use it, so we left her screaming and losing her mind in the parking lot. For those that don't know, a rollator is basically a walker on wheels. I had a stroke 6 years ago, and my balance and vision got messed up. I can walk maybe 20 to 25 feet on a flat surface without help, but I need my rollator to take long walks and take it with me whenever I go somewhere. I normally have weekly groceries delivered to me at my apartment, but every month or 6 weeks, depending on schedules, my mom will take me to a specialty grocery store, where I can get a lot of prepackaged meals that I just have to put in the microwave for a while. We were on one of these trips and were waiting in line to check out. The rollator that insurance covers was a piece of cheap white plastic, so last Christmas, my mom bought me one that is black steel and titanium composition. It also has a pouch on the back for storing things, and when I need a break, I can lock the wheels, and it has a fold-out bench I can sit on. So, while my groceries were being checked out, I folded out the bench and sat down waiting. When we were done, I got up and unlocked the wheels while my mom rolled out my cart of groceries. I had barely got 5 feet when a lady walked up and grabbed my rollator, saying, "I'll take this." I said, "No," jerked it away from her, and proceeded to follow my mom out to the parking lot. Usually, my mom loads the groceries in the car while I leave the rollator on the side and walk to the passenger's seat. After loading the groceries, my mom collapses the rollator and puts it on top of the groceries. This lady followed us out to the car and waited there, tapping her foot, while we loaded the groceries. I didn't trust her, so I just stood holding the rollator. My mom said, "Go ahead, get in. It's unlocked," and I just shook my head no and tried to subtly point at the lady as to why I wasn't getting in. Mom understood and finished loading the groceries. When she was done, she came up to me and folded down the rollator while I walked to the passenger side door. Mom folded down the rollator, put it on top of the bags in the car, and was closing the door when the lady started shrieking about how we were stealing store property. I don't know if someone got him or what, but a manager type came out and asked what was going on. The lady screamed about how we were stealing the rollator and that she needed to use it. The manager asked my mom about it, and she said it was mine and even showed him the plaques bolted on that had my name, emergency contacts, medications and the schedule I was on in case I needed them. The lady kept screaming that she needed it now that we were done. The manager told her that it was mine, it had information on it that pertained only to me, and that if she needed help, they could find her a mobility scooter or something. She didn't like this and suddenly went from shrieking harpy to sweet old lady, saying, "Well, maybe she could leave it here, and I could use it and leave it when I am done for them to come back and get." The manager asked, "Would that be okay with you?" My mom, knowing we would never see it again, said that we couldn't. We had other places to go where I would need it. The lady began screaming again while we just drove off. I don't know how it ended up for the manager, but I hope he survived it.
An entitled student tried to use her body to boost her grade. My boss told her to get lost and now she's screwed. When I was teaching freshman science labs in grad school, a girl offered me intimacy in exchange for a passing grade. The department had a strict but very reasonable attendance policy. Basically, if you didn't show up to at least half the lab meetings, you will automatically fail the lab course. One semester, I had a student who felt so entitled and thought that she could pass the course without going to the class. This girl didn't have her poop together and skipped more than half the meetings without an excuse. She would now need to make up 2 labs to receive a passing but embarrassingly low grade. But we weren't supposed to allow makeup classes without a doctor's note or similar. Because of this, it'll be hard to give her a makeup class because again, she skips classes with no reason at all. At the end of the semester, the student was acting pretty sketchy. She asked to meet me but refused any of the times I proposed when it was obvious that someone else would be around, like during office hours or other labs I was teaching. She kept asking for a meeting to discuss her grade. One of the makeups she needed was for the same lab as I would teach the next day. So, I was going to offer for her to come to the last lab section and make up one of the dry labs on her own time. That would pull her up to a pass. So finally, I proposed a meeting 15 minutes after my second to last lab section. I also asked my boss and another female TA to be there. Well, long story short, she came to the meeting we arranged. I had implied that no one else would be there, but made sure my boss and the TA were there. I explained that she needed to make up 2 labs. She asked, "But isn't there anything I can do?" And kinda gave me that look. Note that this was with the other 2 people standing right next to me, so it was super awkward. I responded that she could come to the next day's lab. Her response was priceless. She couldn't make it to the lab because of a conflict with some sorority event and repeated the question about anything she could do. Well, too effing bad, I guess. If you're going to prioritize having fun over passing your class, why should I go out of my way to help you pass? So I didn't tell her she could make up the pencil and paper lab and just said there was nothing I could do. She asked if there was anything at all she could do to boost her grade. It was her 3rd time using this line. My boss couldn't take it, so he spoke up and told her to get lost. But here's the best part: as soon as she left, she emailed my boss and asked to meet him to discuss her grade. He explained that there was nothing to discuss and that she was screwed. An entitled woman in the supermarket tried to take my wheelchair because she's older and more disabled. She was almost dragged on her face when I took off. I was in a rural Shaw's and I was using my power chair, which back then, I needed more often. It's an Eagle HD foldable deal and it works great. I had been hit pretty hard by the virus and was very sedentary at that time in my life, along with a pre-existing joint problem. So I'm leaning forward to get a flat of Monster and stick it under my seat on the rack, when a woman pushes on my back and says, "I need that." "You don't, you're younger." As I was belted in, nothing happened. It was only luck that I was belted in. I sat up and pushed her hands off of me saying, "What the F?" She shakes the back of my chair, and goes, "You can use the scooter, the chair is better and I'm old." She points at the SHD supermarket scooter she's using. I stared at her in total shock for a moment and said, "This is my wheelchair. Get away from me." She started shaking it with each statement saying you can't use personal stuff in supermarkets. "Give me the chair." So at that point I just hit the maximum speed on my power chair and took off, ripping it out of her hands. It was either let go or dragged on her face because she clearly wasn't super steady and needed a scooter herself. Then we're off on the dumbest chase in creation, mostly because supermarket scooters go slower than any other mobility device. I buzzed over to the service desk and cut the line. I said, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. But there's a woman following me trying to push me out of my chair and take it." From behind me, they could hear, "Get back here," and the most wheezy buzz of a slow scooter. At the moment, it was really enraging that she was being so entitled and frustrating. I just wanted to get my dog food and leave. But in memory, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. They let me into the little back office area, and the whole line of people waiting just sort of watched as she came over. It took so long because the scooter was so slow. She's yelling about how I don't need the chair and how she should get it because she's older and more disabled. It takes a full 20 seconds for her to get from one end of the store to the other. Everyone is just staring as she rides full of glory at 0.00001 mile per hour with her face red and her glasses hanging off one ear. She finally gets to the desk, and they calmly explain that the wheelchair isn't store property. If she tries to steal from another customer they'll have to call the police. She starts shouting at the employees that she knows full well you can't bring personal equipment into the supermarket, so they're lying. The other woman behind the counter with a bit more attitude said, "Lady, why do you think we care if you bring a wheelchair into the supermarket?" At this point, I think something either clicked or she just realized that an entire line of people were staring at her, and not kindly. She suddenly asked where to find the artichokes. I almost coughed on my spit. The worker just stared back, pointed back where the woman had come, and said, "Produce?"
An escaped psych patient came to the drive-thru and threw a fit when I didn't give her fries without salt. She tried to attack me and ended up getting chased by the police. I was working at McDonald's last week, when a woman pulled up and ordered 2 sodas and a small fry. I told her no problem and gave her the total. About 10 minutes later, the same lady pulls up again and holds out her takeout bag to me. She said, "What the hell is this?" I just shrugged and said, "Your food?" She opened the bag, took out the fries and held one up. She said, "See, there's salt on the fries." I specifically requested no salt. I apologized and told the woman I didn't recall her saying that to me. She said it was fine and would like her order of fries now. I asked her to hold on for a moment and called my manager over, as I didn't even think we could do fries with no salt. My manager walked over and informed the woman that we couldn't complete her request, as there is salt in the oil we fry them in. My manager offered to get her something else instead or reimburse her, but the woman just glared at us. She said, "Listen here, you incompetent morons. You can absolutely make fries without salt, and I bet you're just being lazy and incompetent on purpose." My manager asked her to not take that tone with her as it was rude, and that there was nothing we could do about her salt problem. She said, "If there is nothing else you would like, I would appreciate it if you pull forward as we have other customers." The woman called my manager a beach. I took a step forward and told her to watch her language as there was no reason to become so hostile. That's when the woman grabbed her soda and threw it at me. It exploded onto my face and my manager got furious. She threatened to call the cops on the woman. The woman told us that I deserved it as I probably needed a shower anyway. I was stunned at everything going on, as I was just standing there, dripping wet and frozen in my spot because what was I even supposed to do? My manager closed the window on the woman, hoping she would just leave, but instead she got out of her car and started banging on the glass window. My manager said she was going to call the police. As soon as she walked away the woman got back into her car and drove forward. I didn't see where, but when the next customer pulled up I opened the window to talk to them. Little did I know the woman had just moved out of view and was standing there, waiting for me to do just that. She jumped through the window to grab at me and got a hold of my shirt. I was terrified. The guy who had pulled up to the window got out of his car and pulled her off of me and I shut the window. My manager saw all of this go down, and yelled at everyone to lock the doors and windows so she couldn't get in. We literally went on lockdown because of this psycho. All of us workers and customers watched as she ran around the building, banging on the windows and doors, demanding to be let in. That's when I realized she was wearing pajama pants and slippers with stains covering her shirt and pants. She looked like a deranged animal. Finally the cops showed up and I watched as they approached her and she started running around to avoid them. It was a comical Tom and Jerry moment happening as the cops struggled to keep up with her. One even fell onto the ground hard. She kept screaming, "I don't want to go back," which just freaked everyone out even more. Finally they arrested her and came inside to give my manager the rundown. Apparently she had escaped from a mental facility nearby after stealing a nurse's car keys, and drove straight here for a snack. I was terrified by the end of it and felt like I could have lost my life, as I've heard that a lot of people in serious mental facilities are actually murderers. My manager told me to move on, but I literally can't.
An old man called me a lazy millennial who owns nothing, but he doesn't realize that I own the building and I am his landlord. I am my 30s, work in STEM, live way below my means, and 90% of my income gets invested in my rental business. Social Security won't be around for me because the boomers drained it, so I made my own retirement plan. I have an employee who manages my properties day to day, so I don't actually meet many tenants face to face. I love home improvement, so when I have any free time, I do my own repairs and upgrades as it saves me tremendous money. I'm at an 8-unit apartment I own, and I'm repointing the brick siding. I arrived around 6 a.m. on a Saturday and worked for 5 hours, so now I'm sitting down and eating lunch, scrolling my phone while taking a short break. My boomer tenant, 72 years old, is named Martin Walks. Martin has never met me before because my employee leased him, but I know all about Martin, his income, 100% Social Security, his lease terms, how he calls the PM yelling because he accidentally unplugs his own appliances, etc. When he saw me he said, "Sitting down on the job, eh?" Smug look. I answered, "Yeah, just taking a small break before getting back to it." Martin then told me, "That's what's wrong with your generation. You have no work ethic, always need to rest. What do they even pay you for?" I said, "Excuse me, I've been here working since 6 a.m. fixing this wall. I'm just taking a short break, dude. Please leave me alone." After that he said, "You're sitting down. You're not working. No work ethic. I bet you're getting paid right now too. That's why your generation owns nothing. That's why you can't even afford to buy your first house and want Comrade Kamala in office to forgive your student loans." I had to sit quietly for a second to process what I just heard. It absolutely pissed me off since I've been doing masonry work for hours on my building that Martin rents from me. Actually Martin, my name is John, not my real name. You should go back to your apartment in 104D and reread your lease because then you'll realize that I'm the owner. I do my own maintenance sometimes. I've been here doing maintenance for 5 hours. My employee, Kevin, is the one who leased you. Come to think of it, your lease is up in March, isn't it? You can expect a non-renewal. Martin absolutely short-circuited. Complete silence for 15 seconds as he got redder and redder with anger. He then yelled at me I'm a lazy liar, he'll tell the property manager that I'm sitting down on the clock. Then he waddled off yelling that he'll call the cops because I'm harassing him and trespassing. On Monday, Kevin, employee, texted me Martin sent him an email complaining about the lazy worker who insulted him. I instructed Kevin to not renew Martin's lease in the spring and force him to move. As a teenager I got a girl pregnant. 15 years later I met her and she's the best thing to ever happen to me. When I was a teenager, I dated a girl for a brief amount of time. Nothing can really be said about the relationship except that she broke up with me out of the blue with no explanation. I didn't think much of it and went on with my life. 15 years later, I'm 32 and just found out I have a daughter. Turns out, the reason my ex broke up with me so long ago was because she was pregnant with my kid. She recently got charged with a bunch of substance charges and told the police I could take care of her because I was her dad. I was really surprised and I felt so many emotions all at once. I'm not going to lie, I was mostly skeptical about this whole thing, so I got a paternity test done and the results came back positive. With that, my daughter is coming to live with me now. I don't have any other kids or a partner, so this is going to take a lot of adjusting too. I do have dogs though, so maybe that can be used as a starter bonding moment for us because I don't know how to deal with this. After talking with her social worker, I found out that my ex neglected my daughter, so she isn't going to be used to being taken care of or having structure, which will be a big adjustment for her. She said for her own sake, I have to take things slow. I need to be patient with her and just show her love and support even if she doesn't want it. While all the legal proceedings were still happening, I got a room all ready for her in my apartment. The day I officially had to take her, she was very quiet in the car, and when I showed her the room, she didn't show much of a reaction. I told her that I know this is very new for both of us, so I know it's going to take some time to adjust. She has been through a lot from what I can tell. She's very underweight, and is not used to constantly having meals. I let her know that she could get food from the kitchen whenever she wanted, but that seemed to overwhelm her, so I put a snack bin in her room. I make sure to have all meals at a consistent time so that she knows a meal is going to happen. So far it's working and I can see she's thankful for it. Slowly, her body is getting used to it and she looks somewhat healthy. I've heard her waking up screaming in the middle of the night from nightmares. She hasn't told me what they're about and I don't expect her to yet because I know she doesn't trust me. I have comforted her though, and I'm in the process of finding a therapist for her. On a more positive note, I got her to open up enough to find out some things about her. She loves my dogs and we take them on walks together. She's pretty silent during those walks too, but just spending time with her is enough. She's also smart and loves to read, so I offered to take her to Barnes & Noble to buy some books she'd like to read. She also likes to play basketball, so I bought her a basketball and a small hoop for her room. I want to make her really comfortable here and make her see me as her dad because I already see her as a daughter. Before her, my life was pretty dull, so I have her to thank for bringing some positive change into my life. The process has definitely been tough for both of us, but I wouldn't change it for the world. She's adjusting pretty well to her new life, both personally and academically. She's gotten A's on her tests after being at the school for less than 2 weeks. I have high hopes for her future and hope she can persevere despite all the traumatic things she's been through. She honestly deserves the best the world has to offer. I said I wanted to celebrate her getting those high test scores, so we went out to eat ice cream. It was a beautiful day and honestly a core memory for me. But things took a sad turn when a mother came in with her 2 young daughters. You could just tell the girls were having fun with their mom and all 3 just clearly loved each other. My daughter got really quiet and kept staring at them. I didn't want to pry, so I didn't say anything, and I hoped this would be a moment where she would open up to me about her hardships because it would show that she was finally starting to trust me and letting me into her life. It wasn't until we were on the drive home that she said sometimes it's hard seeing girls have a good relationship with their mom. She said she got jealous because her mom and her never did any of that. She started crying and I tried to reassure her that I was going to give her the love and support she never had. She thanked me but let me know she wanted to be left alone the rest of the night. It was hard seeing her cry, but we made progress that day because it was the first time she had allowed me to see her cry. It is also difficult to know that even though I'm trying really hard to be a good dad to her, she will never know her mother's love. I wish I could fix that, and it sucks that I can't because she didn't deserve to be neglected and possibly abused. 2 months after that, her attitude changed. She was being really rude to me and I wasn't holding that against her. She had a right to be angry, and if she wanted me to be her punching bag, that was fine because anything was better than her bottling her emotions up like she used to do. We got into an argument the other day and she ended up telling me some very personal stuff I'm not going to share, but I will say she had a very rough start to life. I was trying my best to comfort her and it seemed like she was having a panic attack. After she calmed down, we were just sitting in silence and she said, "You know, you're pretty good at the whole dad thing for being a newbie." I laughed and responded with, "Thank you. Being your dad has been enjoyable." She got quiet again for a while but then spoke up to say, "Thanks, Dad." That made my whole year. I love her so much.
Assume my husband is the one in charge? Lose out on a massive sale. Recently I received an extremely high promotion at my place of work. It came with a 70% raise and has honestly completely changed my life. I was born into a very poor household, and I never thought that I would be able to achieve stability like this. I'm 27 years old and my husband is 33. I've always looked on the younger side, and ever since we've been together I've gotten very used to people addressing him as if he is my caretaker or something. For example, a couple of years ago, we were applying for a home loan, and the male banker literally spent the entire time speaking to my husband without even making eye contact with me once. It really bothers me since I feel like people will often ignore me and treat my husband like he's more important or intelligent than me. It's something that has continued happening over the years, and even though I try to assert myself and stand up for myself, it never stops. This week, after receiving my 4th paycheck with my new salary, I decided I wanted to lease my very first car. I've always been interested in luxury cars, and with all this new extra income, I was finally at a time in my life where I could make this dream of mine come true. Ever since I was 13, I've always wanted a sleek black Porsche for myself, so the other morning me and my husband headed over to the Porsche dealership. I just felt defeated when we started speaking to the salesman, and he immediately started treating me like some kind of second-class citizen. Just like the banker, this man did not make eye contact with me even a single time. He didn't even go to shake my hand after shaking my husband's. Instead, he spoke exclusively to my husband even though he and I spoke up multiple times to say that I was the one purchasing the car that day. It was like the salesman thought we were joking or something, and at one point, he was patting my husband on the back and saying that a man like him deserved a car like this. The longer this interaction went on, the more disrespected and exhausted I felt. It would have been a 6-figure sale, and I'm sure these dealership guys make a pretty good amount of commission, especially on luxury cars like this. I decided I really wanted this guy to feel hopeful while also wasting his time. So I pretended like we were interested in the car until the very last second, when I told my husband that I changed my mind right in front of the salesman, and we put the pen down on the paperwork and started walking out. The salesman was practically begging us on his knees to reconsider as we left his office. I just looked at him and told him that if he had actually taken the time to address the person who was actually buying the car, he would have made a sale today. He followed us out to the parking lot, still trying to convince us to come back in and buy the car. But I was done, and it felt good to roll my window up in his face as he continued to beg and plead for our time and money.
Boyfriend's perspective. My boyfriend found old memorabilia of me and my late ex-boyfriend. I met my girlfriend at work a couple of years ago. We started talking about life and I found out she owns a house and she is a 4th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Dang, this girl is a badass. The only family she has left is her 81-year-old grandmother who lives with her. This spoke volumes to me. I still remember how nervous I was about asking her out and how I was jumping from joy inside when she said yes. She slowly started opening up about her past, how neglected she was as a child. Her father had schizophrenia and she told me he went to jail. Never told me what for though. Her mother and stepfather hated her. They laid hands on her on a daily basis and tormented her regularly. She has several scars and burn marks on her body to this day. She was repeatedly locked in her bedroom for days, a few times for up to a week without food, water or access to a bathroom. She ran away from home many times even at a young age and got into trouble in so many ways. She started taking the bus on her own when she was 5 to her grandparents' house. It's a 5-hour drive. One time when she was 6 a bus driver wouldn't let her on the bus without her parents' consent, so she just wandered the streets until she fell asleep in a park. They never reported her missing and no one intervened. She has always done relatively well in school. This is just because she's smart as hell, and therefore the school never worried enough about her to intervene. She lost her V card when she was 12. He was 16. That part does make me sick. I haven't gotten the whole story, but she was eventually forced to watch while her father took his life with a firearm. He died instantly. She was in a car accident a few years later that unalived her second boyfriend and almost unalived her. She had a lengthy recovery at a rehabilitation center out of town. Her mother didn't even visit her at the hospital or at the rehabilitation center. Because she was only 17, her grandfather had to take her back to her mother after. She wanted to stay with her grandparents, but her mother didn't allow it. I don't understand why. About 2 months ago I moved into her house. Last week we were doing stuff around the house, settling in, but out of nowhere I came into the living room and found her sitting on the floor crying, and I immediately saw the emotional pain she was in. I had no idea what was going on or what to do, so I just let her cry it out while I held her. Eventually I looked around and there was a small open box with a lot of pictures in it. It looked old, so I realized she was crying about old trauma. I later, with her consent, looked through the stack of pictures and for the first time I saw pictures of her at a young age. Adorable and hot. Baby and childhood pictures of her and her friend who was unalived. Puppy love pictures from her preteen years. She was just as beautiful back then as she is now. How could anyone hurt this tiny adorable baby and child? I don't get it. I was scrolling on Reddit after work and somehow stumbled upon her post. She explained the story behind the broken necklace and asked if it is disrespectful to me if she keeps the pictures and the necklace. In between the lines I can sense some hesitation because of an a-hole, an ex that I didn't know about, who berated her for keeping the necklace and broke it many years ago. I am going to look into having it fixed tomorrow, but I don't know how realistic this is as it is broken pretty badly. I am heartbroken after reading her story. I am so angry. I am so frustrated. Why did no one help her out of her misery? Why did nobody take care of such a fine little girl?
Cheat on me during your bachelor party? Good luck explaining to your family why our $50,000 wedding was canceled last minute. I've always heard stories of lying, cheating husbands, but you truly never think it could happen to you until it does. All of this insanity happened in the past week, and I still feel like I'm living a nightmare that I'm waiting to wake up from. I was with my ex-fiancé for 3 years. When I met him, it felt like a dream come true, and he really seemed like my Prince Charming. We had so many similar interests, and he seemed like such a kind, sensitive man. He was always soft-spoken and seemed so different from any man I had ever met in my life. He was always complimenting me and getting me tiny gifts, and I felt so loved by him. He proposed to me a year ago at my favorite high-end restaurant. I cried so hard since it felt like one of the happiest moments of my life, and I never thought I would have been loved like that. Looking back, I should have known the relationship was too good to be true. He had never loved me, never. For context, I come from a very poor background, while my boyfriend's situation is the opposite. His parents are very well off, and when they heard about his proposal, they were thrilled and offered to pay for the entire wedding. I'll be honest, most women would probably have been overjoyed to have their wedding fully funded, but I never saw myself having a huge, garish wedding. I honestly don't even like big weddings, and I feel like they're more about appearances and materialism than the love of the couple. I truly only ever wanted a small, intimate backyard wedding, since I don't like organizing big events or being the center of attention. My future mother-in-law and sister-in-law took me dress shopping, but they shot down all the simple dresses I liked and insisted that it was my day and I should look like a princess. I just stopped giving my opinion after they laughed at my favorite pick, and I just let them choose dresses for me. Even though I hated them all. I felt pressured since their family was paying for my wedding, so I didn't put my foot down when they picked out a big fancy wedding dress for me that was totally not my style. I remember trying not to cry while looking at myself in the mirror, and just feeling trapped. But I loved my fiancé, and I knew his family was just trying to help, so I sucked it up and just went along with whatever they said. I was already beginning to dread my wedding, but I tried to stay focused on the love I had for my fiancé. Little did I know I would be losing that soon enough. My ex-fiancé's family arranged out-of-state bachelor and bachelorette parties for my husband and me. I didn't know about the specifics of the bachelor party, but the bachelorette party was just us getting a booth at a loud club. I didn't think about having a talk with my fiancé about boundaries at these parties. As I said, he was a loving man who I trusted with all my heart. I'm not an insecure person, and I could have never guessed what my fiancé would end up doing at his bachelor party, and I just wish I hadn't found out the way I did. Update 1. I explained in my first post that my ex-fiancé's family had offered to pay for our entire wedding, and they ended up steamrolling all the plans for it and left me with very few choices about my special day. I honestly hadn't even wanted a big wedding, and the closer our wedding date got, the more nervous I felt. His family had planned bachelor and bachelorette parties for us both, and I did not have a good time at my own party. My fiancé's family had only invited one of my actual friends. The rest of the girls there were women from my fiancé's family that I didn't know well. I spent most of the night missing my fiancé and feeling anxious that I might feel the same way on the date of my actual wedding. I felt awful and isolated that night. Little did I know it was only the beginning of the pain that awaited me. When I saw my fiancé again after our parties, something seemed so off about him. At that point, we had been together for years, and I could read his mannerisms better than anyone. For the week in between our parties and the actual wedding, my fiancé seemed nervous and sort of distracted. I had never really seen him like that before, and I kept asking him what was bothering him. All he said was that he was nervous about the wedding, but I had never seen him like this, so his behavior was really making me worried. In the days before our wedding, I was a mess. I was racked with anxiety over the huge luxurious wedding that I had never wanted, and I didn't feel stable in my own relationship. I remember thinking that I should have felt happy and excited before the wedding, but I felt the complete opposite. The night before our wedding, my fiancé had been acting weird all night and sleeping a lot of time on his phone. I was up in the middle of the night, unable to sleep because of my anxiety, and something just snapped in me, and I decided to check his phone to find some clues about why he had been acting strangely. I saw that the group chat that he had with his friends, which he used almost every day, was completely deleted off his phone. It was weird since I was sure they had been using it the weekend of the bachelor party, so I thought its absence was really suspicious. That's when I decided to look into his messages with his mom, who he is really close with. My world shattered as I read their conversation. It revealed to me that he had cheated on me at his bachelor party with a stripper. He had admitted what he had done the morning after the party to his mother over text. She scolded him at first but then immediately started comforting him. Ever since then, whenever he felt guilty, he would text his mom and say he had to tell me, and she would comfort him and convince him that it would be fine and to keep it to himself. She told him it would only hurt me, and that the wedding was all arranged and everything was paid for, and this wasn't a good enough reason to let everybody down. His mom had always been nice to my face, so I was appalled to see her so complicit in his cheating and his secrecy. I felt so destroyed in that moment, but part of me felt weirdly relieved. As soon as I found out about the cheating, I knew I wouldn't be marrying this man, and that this wedding was happening over my dead effing body. I sat there in bed, next to my sleeping, cheating fiancé and tried to decide what to do next. Update 2. I had just snooped through my fiancé's phone and found out he had cheated on me with a stripper at his bachelor party the week prior. Even worse, his mom had been covering for him and telling him to hide the truth from me so I would just go through with the wedding. I remember looking at my sleeping, snoring fiancé, and wondering how dare he sleep so soundly as my heart broke beside him. After about an hour of thinking and planning, I knew exactly how I wanted to handle this. The single thing I had paid for out of the whole wedding was my fiancé and I's honeymoon trip since I had wanted to stay in a nice resort in my home country and my in-laws didn't agree with my choice of location. So that night I bought an earlier flight for my honeymoon trip, and extended my reservation for a day earlier. I packed a small bag in the middle of the night, and thanked God that my fiancé didn't wake up while I was packing. I left for the airport in the middle of the night, knowing my wedding was planned for the very next morning. None of my family was attending the wedding since they all live overseas, so I texted my one friend who was my maid of honor and explained the situation to her. She understood and said she wouldn't tell anyone how to contact me or where I was. I got on the plane all by myself, and when we took off, I started crying for the first time since I found out about my fiancé's cheating. There was just something moving and liberating about knowing I was flying away from my fiancé, away from my in-laws. I was leaving behind all the pressures of the wedding and it felt right. The planning had made me feel suffocated for months, and I felt like a baby taking its first breaths as I cried alone during takeoff. When I got to the resort, I was still very emotionally vulnerable. I ended up trauma dumping by accident on the resort receptionist and quickly apologized for oversharing, saying I was just in a bad place and it was still very fresh. She ended up feeling bad for me and upgraded my room to the best room in the resort. I was lonely in the room all by myself, but my view was stunning, and I shut off my phone as soon as I put my stuff down in my room. I took the vacation to relax and recover. I journaled and cried a lot, and I decided when I flew back home that I would move to a new area and have a completely fresh start. Everything that happened was so painful and suffocating, but at the end of the day, I chose myself instead of caring about other people's expectations of me. I resent my ex-fiancé for cheating on me, but I'm grateful he showed me who he was before I committed to him and made the worst mistake of my entire life. Disabled people, what was your biggest bruh moment with an abled person? 2 years ago I got hit by a car that caused some permanent damage. Before I start the story, here's the timeline of my healing so far. Hospital bed, wheelchair, cane, no cane for short trips. So let's get into it. The other day I was on my way to meet my friend up at a coffee shop the neighborhood over from my house, and decided to take the bus, since it's easier and less stairs than getting on the New York subways. I waited on the avenue and when the bus came, I was trying to get on but was struggling to lift myself up a little bit, so the bus driver did the whole shebang of it and offered to get the bus lower with the accessibility ramp and lowering the front door so that I could get on easier. If you don't know a thing or two about how this works, it takes about a minute or two for the ramp to be extended and lowered to the floor and then another minute to fold back up once the customer boards the bus. As I was walking up the ramp and getting ready to pay my fare with the driver, I saw an older lady sitting right in the front with a stank face looking at me while murmuring something under her breath and shaking her head. I decided to ignore this because I didn't want this small interaction to get to my head. I wanted to have a good day, but as I started moving towards a free seat in the middle of the bus, I noticed the driver was still not moving the bus because he was waiting for me to take a seat, as he probably was a decent human being and did not want me to take a tumble. I gave him a smile through the rearview mirror when this bum of an old hag that gave me the stank eye in the first place decided to speak up. She said, "Hobble faster lady, I got places to be and don't need you to hold this bus up any longer." I was too stunned to speak and was starting to choke up because that really made me feel upset. I just looked around to see if anyone else heard her, but everyone either had their AirPods in or was scrolling on their phone without making any sort of notion to imply that they heard what this lady just said to me. Once I finally sat down in an open seat a few seats behind this lady, she turned around and again mumbled under her breath, "Everyone on this bus has you to thank for being late today." I was genuinely at a loss of words. I mean, how rude can you possibly be? I spoke up at this point and told her that I was recovering from an accident, and if she is always this rude to people when she is inconvenienced, and she pretended not to hear me. I didn't want to be a Karen and cause a scene on this bus because I knew it would just make my day worse than it already was, but I couldn't help stop tears from running down my face. I was nervous about the commentary I would hear from her when it would be my time to get off the bus, but thankfully, I saw her push the stop request button for the next stop. The worst part of this is that when her stop came, she also trudged to the front of the bus super slowly and made the bus driver extend the disability ramp for her to get off. I couldn't believe it. From her complaints and rudeness to her just being a hypocrite, I realized that she must just be an older woman who absolutely hates her miserable life and everything about it, and that selfishly made me feel a little better about the whole interaction.
Divorcees, what is the final straw moment that made you realize you wanted a divorce? 1. I was 32 weeks pregnant and suffering from appendicitis. He just looked at me and said, "I'm sure you'll be fine. Gotta get to work." 2. When I realized I was angry all the time. I'd be driving home and feel myself get completely uptight. I'd open the door and brace myself. I know it sounds like it was an abusive situation, but it wasn't. It was just the drip, drip, drip of living life with someone who wasn't engaged, lazy, and unwilling to do the work to even make our home nice. Living with a void is no life. It's just breathing. 3. When he said I didn't deserve to go to a movie. For context, I'm hard of hearing and suffer from anxiety. When I go to a movie, I like to arrive 45 minutes early because it allows me to get my closed captioning device and snacks, go to the bathroom, and find my seat. He wanted to go to a movie that started in 15 minutes. I anxiously agreed, but as I was driving, I was fighting back tears because I couldn't follow my usual routine. He got so frustrated when my tears began to flow, saying I was ungrateful and didn't deserve to go to a movie. At this stage in our marriage, he wasn't allowing me to work, so going to the movies was the only time I really got out of the house at all. At that moment, I knew it was time to go. He made me turn the car around, so when I got home, I packed a bag and haven't looked back. It's been 5 years. 4. When I said I knew he didn't mean to hurt me, even though he had, he told me he meant to hurt me because he found my unlimited capacity for forgiveness too tempting not to push. 5. We were at a big event for his 9-year-old. My then husband wasn't helping with all the tasks that needed to be done, so everyone in public could see how I was trying to do everything while also trying to wrangle our 2-year-old. Everyone noticed my then husband wasn't helping me and was just sitting there. It was so embarrassing. It had been years of fighting and almost breaking up, but I was very upset that this was all public. I left a week later and didn't tell him until the day I started packing. 6. He said to me, "It's been 3 months, you should be fine." This is after I refused his pushy advances. It had been 3 months since I delivered our son, and I was finally able to sit straight. He'd been asking me for little favors for weeks before and getting frustrated each time. Never mind that I was struggling with severe postpartum anxiety and depression while also caring for a 2-year-old. He was literally there for the delivery that required stitches for a second-degree tear. I held on, thinking it would get better. It did not. I should have left then. 2 years later, he left marks on our daughter, and he was out. I feel so guilty for not knowing how to leave back then. It would have saved a lot of grief and trauma. My kids and I are so much better now. 7. I had planned a romantic date to celebrate our 8th anniversary. I bought her favorite flowers, bought a nice gift I knew she'd like, and made a reservation at her favorite restaurant. We'd had a rocky year, so I wanted to make the night special. Then, my best friend confessed to me that he and my wife had been having an affair for the past 6 months. I was devastated, but that's when I knew I wanted to separate. 8. When I found partially empty bottles of alcohol when he was supposedly almost 2 years sober. I just knew I couldn't live through the psychological warfare again. 9. When I was diagnosed with uterine cancer, I drove myself to get my hysterectomy because, that's really early in the morning to get scheduled a surgery. 10. He brought the woman he was cheating on me with to my mom's funeral. My mom passed away suddenly, and we were all devastated. My then husband brought the person he was having an affair with to the funeral and made it all about them. She even came up to me after the service with a snarky remark. That was it for me. Doctors, what's the biggest case of faking it you've ever seen? 1. Taking trauma call during surgery residency. Had a prisoner come in after a fight and claimed he couldn't move or feel his legs. All the CT scans and MRIs were normal, but we would shield his legs so he couldn't see them and poke them with needles and other sharp objects. With enough force to cause pain, he never flinched or moved his legs at all. He was diagnosed with SIWRA, spinal cord injury without radiographic abnormality. He stayed in the hospital for a week, with no improvement. Always had one guard with him. One night they were down in the lobby watching some television, but the guard needed to use the restroom. The patient said, "Where could I possibly go? I'm paralyzed." Guard left him alone for 2 minutes. The patient was last seen sprinting down the road, naked butt cheeks flapping in the breeze. Made it to a city 4 hours away by car before he was caught again. I have never seen anyone fake it so well. Truly playing the long con. 2. Dermatologist here. Patient was convinced she had a melanoma and needed a biopsy and would need to be on workers' comp. I told her it looked like ink from a marker. She demanded a biopsy. I wiped the area off with an alcohol swab and showed her the ink and that there was no spot on her skin anymore. She stormed out threatening to sue. I'm just glad I cured her melanoma. 3. Physical therapist here. A working mom comes into the clinic with her infant in a stroller. She's limping like she's got a nail in her foot, wincing in pain and tears in her eyes. She was crying during her visit with the PT. None of us think she's faking it. She limped out of the clinic. I glanced out of the window and saw this woman bounding down the sidewalk, hips swaying, full stride, going places. We were all fools. 4. My brother was an EMT for 2 years and he told me this. People will try to use the ambulance as a means of transportation from Fulton to Oswego, because the hospital is in Oswego, by faking seizures. Sometimes when the head EMT guy was feeling fun and knew that the person was faking, he'd say something like, "Man, it's weird that he's having seizures but not peeing himself." Apparently the person would kind of snap out of it for a second, weigh up the repercussions, then either pee themselves or stop faking. I thought that was hilarious. 5. Sorta along the same idea. Working at a pharmacy, we saw a guy come in to try and get a refill on some pain meds that had no refill. After pleading that his ear really hurt, we told him again we we couldn't refill it. One of the other employees saw his step into a side hallway and take a pencil and jam it forcefully into his ear repeatedly, drawing blood. He calmly left and went to the ER. He came back a few hours later with a prescription for pain meds. 6. Had a patient when I was an intern feigning blindness. She would constantly be playing on her smartphone, only furiously trying to hide it when someone from the care team came into her room. The best was when my attending one day strolled past her room and threw his hand up in a highly exaggerated hello wave. She started to throw her arm up too but caught herself halfway through, then threw her hand back into her lap and pretended to be staring off into nothing. 7. Nurse for an ophthalmologist here. Had a 21-year-old new patient claiming to be completely blind from a sudden and severe glaucoma diagnosis from a previous unknown doctor. Would feel around while walking and tried to keep their eyes rolled back into his head. The whole 9 yards. He said he is a famous YouTube rapper who is now unable to make videos or earn a living. I exclaimed that I had heard of him before and very excitedly asked him to search for his YouTube channel on my phone so that I could subscribe. He took my phone out of my hand and effortlessly found the YouTube app and typed away in the search bar. Oh. And of course his eyes were back to normal and focused. 8. Ophthalmology technician. People pretend to be blind all the time. Go to check their eye pressure with the ton open, a device you poke them directly into the eye with, and they go, "What the F is that thing?" 9. Obligatory, not a doctor. I'm a nurse. We had a guy who had to come in every 3 months to get a medical certificate to say he couldn't work at his retail job due to severe disabling back pain. He was receiving large amounts of insurance money for this condition. After the doctor had done his usual examination and questions and signed it off, the guy asked the doctor to check his shoulder, which doc did, and asked how he injured it. The guy says playing rugby for a competitive team. Really, says doc? How long have you been playing for them? The guy has been playing and training the whole time. Doc puts this info on the insurance form. Doc loses his poop in the staff room laughing. Next week the patient loses his poop in reception because his insurance has been cancelled. 10. The guy came to the ER. I was a nurse at the time. For stomachache, when asking him about his history, he randomly mentioned a fight with his girlfriend where she left in a tizzy and fell asleep on the couch. 20 minutes later when we see the CT, he has a satellite cable remote wrapped in a condom lodged in his rectum. I suppose he intended to frame her. Didn't get to hear the conversation he had with the doctor. I was curious how he was going to explain why she was nice enough to wrap it in the condom. 11. ER nurse. Bringing a patient back to a room who said he had kidney stones. I had him stop at the bathroom and get a urine sample. The dude comes out with a specimen cup that literally has a piece of concrete in it. Looked him in the eye expecting some sort of joke. He was serious. I threw it away and walked his dumbass back to the waiting room to contemplate his stupidity. 12. My cousin got glasses. Her 7-year-old little sister also wanted glasses because she thought it was so cool to wear them. So she started telling her teacher she couldn't read what was on the chalkboard, and she'd squint at home and go incredibly close to the TV to watch things because she said she couldn't see things clearly. Her parents got worried and took her to the doctor. She read everything wrong on the vision test. Everyone seemed convinced that she needed glasses, but the doctor was a little concerned because the tests indicated she needed really thick glasses, and usually that wasn't the case unless there was a family history of vision issues. Her parents both had 20/20 vision and her sister only had astigmatism. They all realized she was faking it. So the doctor told her parents in front of her that she'd need some pretty intense eye surgery so she'd be able to see without glasses. They even wheeled in a machine to make it convincing to say they could do the surgery right then and there. She freaked out, confessed to faking it all, and started to cry. She got grounded for a while. Entitled kid threw a tantrum after we gifted him a car, so I took it back. He protested, but I told him I will never spend any money on a brat. So our brother married a woman who already had kids. The only reason I'm bringing this up is because it's a major part of the incident. Our brother and his wife are not as well off as the rest of us. One of their kids will turn 16 in a few months, and as they can't afford to buy them a car, the rest of the siblings decided to pitch in and buy them a car. It's a tradition that every kid in our family gets one at 16. We also decided to roll the birthday and Christmas gift into one. They gave me the money and it was my job to buy the car. Also, we decided to get a used car and give them money to cover the insurance for a couple of years instead of getting a new car. I found a good deal on a 3-year-old car in great condition and with low miles. Christmas rolls around and what should have been a great time turned into crap. Basically, the kid threw a tantrum because they got a used car instead of a new one like the rest of the cousins. To be fair, the rest of the cousins who turned 16 got new cars, but that was because their parents could afford it and no one had to pitch it. Our brother was extremely humble and grateful, but his wife joined the kid in the tantrum, calling out the unequal treatment. They continued even after I told them the car comes with cash to pay for the first 2 years' insurance. It turned the rest of the holiday for our parents into a big fight interrupted by awkward silence. Finally, I had enough and unilaterally told them that the kid will get nothing, that I'm going to sell the car and give our siblings back their money. Even though I made the decision in anger and without discussion, all of the siblings agree with me. However, my parents, the kid, and our brother's wife vehemently disagree and say I can't take back a present. She's accusing me of treating her kid differently because they're not blood related and have been posting it on her social media. Our parents were embarrassed and said they would chip in for me to sell this car and get a new one to match the rest of the cousins. I refused and said I will never spend any money on those brats again. Entitled mom calls me greedy while she takes our wedding gifts. So for the story, we have me, my wife, father-in-law equals my wife's father, mother-in-law equals my wife's entitled mother, sister-in-law equals wife's sister. Info I know will be asked. I and my wife paid for the wedding ourselves, no one else. Mother-in-law helped with putting marzipan on the cakes as sister-in-law did the cakes, but she didn't feel so good at some point because of a medical condition. By the way, I don't blame her and she is not at fault for any of this, so I and wife had to make the decor and the fillings of the cakes. Some context: I, 24, and my now wife, 21, recently got married. Kinda small wedding with about 25 guests attending, although it was supposed to be around 35 guests, but some were unable to attend last minute, mostly close family and friends. We had help from one of the guests with buying and preparing the food and also do the cooking at the wedding, grilled. As the guest works as a head chef/kitchen manager and does catering from time to time, she offered to help us with this, and the only thing we had to do was pay for the groceries. All the time preparing, cooking and planning was her and her fiancé's wedding gift to us. Would have cost between $1,000 and $1,500 if we hired her instead. She planned the meal so there would be enough for 40 people to make sure it was enough for the initial 35, meaning a lot of leftovers now. This story begins the day before the wedding when father-in-law informs us that he doesn't want to attend. He had been weary if he wanted to attend to show support or if that was too much even. Note, we wanted to know who would attend 2 months prior. But mother-in-law and sister-in-law would attend. So they finished the last stuff for the cakes, and arrived. Sister-in-law was a bridesmaid, so she did her part during the ceremony. Mother-in-law showed minimal support throughout the whole ceremony, the only person to not shed a single tear during the entire time, although it was very emotional. Even the wedding officiant and guests cried a bit because it was very beautiful and emotional. But not mother-in-law. After dinner was finished, the cake had been eaten and mingle time was at the end for guests not sleeping there. It was time for mother-in-law and sister-in-law to leave as well. Mother-in-law asks to get some of the leftovers so that sister-in-law could have some lunch tomorrow. She said she would pack up the unopened meat, sauces and dressings and put the sauces in smaller containers so it was less for us to fix tomorrow. Wife said of course because it seemed reasonable, but I was more skeptical since this seemed very out of place for how she had acted during this whole event. I asked why they would bring them back to town. We live 2 minutes apart from them, and the wedding was 45 minutes away. Mother-in-law said that they have a cooler because they brought the cake, so if they brought the unused food it wouldn't spoil. I double-checked with her and was clear she understood that it was only transporting it, we would still be taking most of the food home. Mother-in-law said of course she understood. They left and not much more happened until the day after. My wife dropped me off at our place and we started unloading everything. While I sorted where they should go and unpacked all gifts and clothes, my wife picked up the sauce containers from their apartment that sister-in-law had prepared. Mother-in-law had gone out to their caravan again. When sister-in-law returned with just the sauce, I asked where the rest of the stuff was. She said mother-in-law must have forgotten it in the cooler and brought it to the caravan. We didn't think more about it at that point since we still had plenty of leftovers that had to be eaten first anyway. Fast forward to yesterday when all hell broke loose. My wife was supposed to drive sister-in-law somewhere the next day. We usually borrow one of their cars to do this. We pay for the gas and ask first if it is okay to borrow. We still hadn't gotten the meat from mother-in-law, so my wife texted her and the following conversation ensued. Wife, did you take the meat to the caravan? Mother-in-law, yes wife, have you eaten it? Mother-in-law, no wife, could I bring it back home tomorrow when I drive sister-in-law? Mother-in-law, why? Wife, because we want it. Mother-in-law, fine, you can leave the car and garage keys at home. You don't need to borrow the car anymore. We'll come and get sister-in-law ourselves, putting the meat in the fridge. Wife, wow. So just because we want the meat back that we paid for, I don't get to borrow the car anymore? I never said you could have the meat or that you could bring it to the caravan. You only had it because you had a cooler, so it wouldn't spoil. Mother-in-law, exactly. I think it's very greedy of you two to not gift us the meat. I thought you meant I could keep it. Think about all we have given you two during your relationship. We have a limit too, you know. Wife writes again about how it was a wedding gift and apologizes if they misunderstood each other. She mentions that my parents didn't take anything from the wedding and didn't even ask. She also said that I even double-checked so mother-in-law understood that the unopened food was not theirs to keep. Mother-in-law then calls her but I answer instead because my wife was crying at that point. Mother-in-law demands to speak to my wife but I inform her that she is not fit for a call right now but she is listening if there was anything important. Mother-in-law just says to have my wife call back when she can, then starts up the argument about the food again. Mother-in-law, we took the unopened food because we could see that you two wouldn't be able to eat all of it before it got spoiled. It was very greedy of you to not let us have it. Me, we didn't plan to keep all of it ourselves, but it is a wedding gift. We get to decide who should get what since there are a lot of other guests at the wedding who have also supported us through our relationship. It's not only about the food but also it's a matter of principle to not take others' wedding gifts without permission because it's very rude. Mother-in-law, well, ask wife to call us when she can. Bye. I calmed my wife down and walked the dog. Then I wrote a long text to mother-in-law to summarize the whole ordeal and to give her more perspective. After 14 hours, I still have not gotten an answer back, nor has my wife. Me, hi, I'll try to get wife to call you tomorrow so you can talk. Regarding the food, we wanted to keep it ourselves and then distribute it to others later. It is vacuum sealed and as long as it stays frozen, it will keep a long time. We had planned to give most of it to one of my best men who had to leave before the food was served. He is also couch surfing because he lost his job and only just started a new one, hasn't gotten paid yet. Instead of being able to gift this meat to someone in need, you have half your freezer stuffed with our meat without permission, somehow feeling more entitled to it. That's why we got mad, not because we are greedy. We seem to have a very different perception of what greed is. So if you or her dad have any problem with this ordeal then scold me, instead of wife, since I will be less bothered about it. I hope this gives a little more perspective about this. This was the end of events for now until we picked up the meat and if my wife decides to call mother-in-law.
Entitled woman demanded I do her makeup even after I told her no. She snapped at the bride so I went ahead and did her makeup anyway, making her look like the clown she was. I am a makeup artist and recently started to do weddings. At my most recent job, I was given a list for the number of people I would be taking care of, and during my service a woman came over to me and demanded I do her next. I asked for her name and after checking I saw she wasn't on the list, so I told her I was sorry but I wouldn't be able to do her makeup. She told me it was my job and if I didn't I wouldn't get paid. I told her I specifically asked the bride how many people I would be working on so I could bring an appropriate number of brushes and makeup for each girl, as I pride myself on making sure there is never any contamination. That's when the woman reached into my bag and pulled out a set of brushes in a sealed baggie, and rubbed the brushes along her face. I was stunned. Who the hell did this woman think she was? I told her what she just did was severely inappropriate, and she needed to exit my space so I could continue doing my job. The poor girl whose makeup I was doing looked so uncomfortable. She asked the woman to please calm down as she wasn't even in the wedding party. The woman got upset and told the girl to mind her business and even grabbed her arm and tried to pull her out of the chair saying, "You've had enough I think. Not enough makeup in the world could fix that face so move." At this point, the bride came over and asked what was going on. The woman complained I wasn't doing my job and she made a horrible choice hiring me. The bride informed her I was only hired to work on the wedding party, no one else. The woman snapped back that the bride was rude for not thinking of her future mother-in-law. The poor bride looked exhausted, and said that she had no idea she would even be joining them for preparations. If she had told her beforehand, then maybe she could have added her to the list. The woman said she was only here because her son had asked for space. At this point I just started finishing up the girl's makeup as we were seriously behind on time. That's when I noticed the girl had started crying, so I turned toward the woman and told her she needed to stop being so nasty to everyone as it wasn't her wedding. The woman just gaped at me and I turned around to finish the girl, reminding her she was beautiful and that the old bag was just jealous. Once I was done I called the next girl over but the woman ran over and sat in the seat instead, insisting she was next. I looked at the time, and knew I wouldn't be winning any argument with her, so I decided to give in and said fine, but she wasn't allowed to complain about the job once it was finished. She agreed and I proceeded for the first time in my life to do someone's makeup badly on purpose. I didn't care at all at that point. I was tired and would have to rush for the other girls now because of this woman's entitlement. By the end, the woman's face looked cracked, and none of the colors I chose matched her skin tone. She looked like a 6-year-old who had just discovered her mother's makeup while left unsupervised. Before she had a chance to look in the mirror she got a text that she had to head downstairs so she immediately left. I called the next girl over and the bride came up and thanked me. I told her not to, as it wasn't exactly my best work and she would probably get poop for it later. She just smiled, said I know, that's why I don't plan to have my phone on during my honeymoon, and then she walked away. I left soon after that, as I was only paid to do the initial makeup before the ceremony. The bride sent me photos later to say thank you again, and a few of them were of the woman who was definitely not looking her best. She wrote me this whole email explaining how after her mother-in-law left the room everyone around her just refused to be the one to break the news about how ridiculous she looked, so it wasn't after photos that she went to the bathroom and discovered her clown look. Apparently she came out screaming and crying, demanding to know why no one told her to check the mirror, but everyone just started laughing. The wedding continued without her and the bride thanked me as the wedding became less tense after she left, all in a day's work. Every night someone cries in my bedroom and just stares at me. When I saw her, she became my nightmare. I recently moved out of my hometown in California before I came to Minnesota to live on my own. Partly because I wanted to get away from my family's drama and mostly because I wanted to start over. I bought an apartment close to where I accepted a job offer. It was a nice 2-bedroom apartment with 1.5 bathrooms and plenty of closet space. The apartment I stayed in had a good view of the street below me, since it was in the 2nd story, and still had a great view of the neighborhood during the festive season when people had strung lights up. Overall, it was a nice apartment but I figured out why it is up for a very low price. I'd only started noticing the first signs about a month ago. It started with just faint crying from the street below, and occasionally the odd whisper of a voice I couldn't make out the words of. Nevertheless, I ignored it and chopped it down to late-night drunkards walking home. The second week after the first sign, another followed. I was sitting at the small coffee table in my living room, reading a new romance novel I'd picked off the shelf as a gift for myself. It was all fine until I heard a tap against the window. No one should be able to get up this high just to tap my window. I ignored it once again, turning another page before I heard the same soft sobbing I'd heard a week ago, with the whispering becoming more vivid. "Can't you help me? Please help me." I stood up and drew my curtains, seeing nothing but the gray-painted wall of the office building across the street from my apartment. It didn't end there. The most recent incident happened when I was walking home from work last week. I was tired and needed some tea or coffee since I'd grown tired of answering phone calls all day. I noticed a woman dressed in gray in front of me, her hands covering her face as she sat on the curb and sobbed. I decided to ignore it before she spoke, and maybe she wasn't speaking to me, but something told me she was.
ex-fiancé had a mental breakdown, got a face tattoo, and did everything she could to ruin her life. Now, she wants to pick up the pieces, but I want her to take responsibility for what she did to me. My fiancée Kim, I have just learned, is completely insane. She took some days off work this week sick and avoided seeing most people in person. She claimed she was feeling sick and just wanted to stay home alone. She has never given me any indication that she would lie about this in the 6 years we've been together. No one in her family had any worries because she was a stable individual who would never do anything crazy. She got a face tattoo. She took 3 sick days from work to recover from the fact that she got a face tattoo. She told no one of this plan beforehand. I have never in our time together been talked to about tattoos by Kim. She showed no indication that she was even interested in getting any. I was not even the first to learn. Her sister visited her because she got worried after Kim canceled meeting with her for lunch on her 3rd day sick and got the grand reveal. She didn't tell anyone beforehand because she didn't want to be talked out of it and hit the results because the swelling and redness were so bad that we would react badly and not be able to understand the artistic meaning. Kim is Asian American. She got Japanese symbols going down her forehead and under her eye. I don't know the meaning of them. I don't really know if I care to know the meaning of them. Kim's parents are Japanese immigrants. According to her sister, who was nice enough to inform me of this whole debacle, this is a big no-no in Japanese culture. Tattoos have links to crime and are looked down upon. Her parents are beside themselves, and that is a whole other set of drama I can't even begin to approach. Kim talked to me last night about it, and acted offended and started a fight because I told her it was absolutely insane of her to do this. She works a public-facing job. She talks face-to-face with clients in the financial industry. The minute her boss finds out, the career that she went to school for will be over. She actually didn't consider her job, or family, or me at all, and decided a long time ago she was going to express herself freely without any concerns. I'm worried about her right now. This is not normal. She blocked my number after our fight and is ghosting me and her sister because we're trying to help. But, dear Lord, this is far beyond me. I cannot comprehend what I'm even supposed to do right now. Kim's lost her mind. Is there any chance I will be happy married too? This, a woman who went and got a face tattoo, and hid that fact because she knew we would all talk her out of it. Greater than dear Lord, I really need to run, don't I? Update 1. The engagement is pretty much off. Kim has told me she never wants to see me again, and I woke up this morning with her ring and a box of stuff I gave her on my porch. I don't know what's going on with her. Her sister and family have been trying their best, but nothing on their end is working. I brought up to her sister the idea this is a mental breakdown and they're looking into getting her help. It's painfully slow, considering Kim is not responding to anything and is refusing to talk to anyone. I really don't know what to say here, I guess. To answer some questions, Kim is 29, and I'm 28. In the 7 years I've known her, she has never acted like this at all. She had a good relationship with her parents, and while they were a bit overbearing at times, they supported her in going to college and getting a career rather than starting a family. From what I've gathered, they probably would have been fine with any tattoo she got as long as it was not on her face, neck, or hands. Even then, this kind of behavior is as far from Kim as I could have imagined. She just lost her mind out of nowhere? It's not like I can do anything about it either. She's blocked my number and does not want to see me. I'm just at a loss for words. One day I'm engaged, and the next I'm not, and my ex has a face tattoo. Update 2. My fiancé got a face tattoo without talking to anyone. Ex-fiancé had a mental breakdown, got a face tattoo, and did everything she could to ruin her life. Now, she wants to pick up the pieces, but I want her to take responsibility for what she did to me. About 9 months ago, my ex-fiancée Kim got a face tattoo without telling anyone. This was just the start of her doing everything she could to ruin her life. She broke up with me and called off our 7-year relationship when I questioned why she did this. She worked in a client-facing job for an incredibly large financial institution and was let go within a month of showing back up for work after getting the tattoo. I kept in contact with Kim's sister hoping for some news. They tried to get her help, as they thought she was having some kind of psychotic break. However, she eventually called the police on her own family claiming they were harassing her. After that, I decided to just walk away. Kim didn't just destroy her own life. When she broke up with me, I felt numb. I knew this wasn't Kim doing this. I wanted to believe deep down that Kim was always like this. Always this impulsive crazy who would ruin her life by getting a face tattoo. I tried to convince myself that I had not lost a wonderful woman who I had spent 7 years of my life with. However, the person who made these choices was not Kim. The woman who told me over the phone she hated my guts for not supporting her. The woman who wrote she hated me and only ever stayed with me out of pity. That was not the woman I asked to marry. That was not Kim. That was someone who I came to find out was having a mental breakdown. That resulted in months of bad decisions that will affect the rest of her life. The day I walked away and told her sister I could not deal with it anymore was the worst day of my life. It hit me like a train. The numbness and denial of what I lost hit me all at once. I almost quit my own job and moved back home to my parents. I can only thank my boss for being so understanding that she let me take 4 weeks off to deal with what happened. She and the rest of my team went far beyond what should ever be expected of coworkers and management, and it made me realize how close I was to leaving a job I actually enjoy. I never moved on from Kim, but I came to accept what had happened. I thought I was okay. Until 2 weeks ago, I got a call from Kim. She had blocked my number, and done everything she could to remove me from her life. My mind just blanked when I saw it was her calling. I picked up, and it was actually her. We didn't talk. I did not know what to say to her. We decided she would come over to my place, and we talked. The tattoo is still there, but she's covering it up now with makeup. She says when she has the funds she's going to look into getting it removed if possible. She had lost a lot of weight since I last saw her. She's not been able to find a new job. She'll probably need to move to a new city for that. She wasn't the Kim I had fallen in love with. She was like a shell of her. Something just wasn't there anymore that used to be. Kim told me what had happened. The year leading up to the tattoo was awful for her. The stress of everything seemed to pile up more and more. I'll respect her, and keep much of what she told me secret. However, the important thing is that she secretly started taking methamphetamines to keep her performance up at work and to deal with everything. And one day, She just out of nowhere decided she hated everything about her life. She explained why at the time she wanted the tattoo. It doesn't really make much sense, but a lot of what she was thinking at the time didn't. And from there, she just lost control of everything. I won't talk about what happened after she disappeared, but it is not pretty. There are things she did that will follow her for the rest of her life. It explained a lot, but it did not make things any better. We talked for nearly the entire night. She didn't leave my place till almost 4 a.m. Since then, she said that she wants to try and get back together with me. She admitted she knows things cannot be the same. Yet, she wants to try. I haven't talked to anyone about what I'm about to say yet. I've held off on talking to Kim about it because it feels selfish. But, there's something about the way Kim acts about the way it affected my life that irks me. When we talked that night, she said that I was lucky she cut me off. I was lucky I didn't get put through any of this. I was lucky that my crazy ex wasn't at my door screaming or showing up to my work and causing a scene. She acts like my life wasn't affected at all. I told her what happened after she left, how much it hurt, how I almost quit my job and moves across the country. Her response was dismissive, like because I didn't go through with it I don't get to complain. She acted like because I was not the one with the tattoo on her face, I don't get to act like it had long-lasting effects on me. She didn't even apologize for the explicit and hateful note she left with my things when she returned them, or for the phone call where she called me a manipulative selfish asshole who only wanted her for her body, or even just for breaking up with me. She knows she was wrong to do it, but it's almost as if she's acting like because she had a breakdown, I can't hold her accountable for what she did to me because it wasn't long-lasting. I texted her last night, saying how hard it was for me when she left. She ignored it entirely and tried to move on. No acknowledgement at all. I don't know why, but it hurt me. It hurt me so much. I feel like I did back when all those emotions finally hit me after she left. I wish she had just never come back into my life now. I wish I didn't know what happened. I wish I hadn't picked up the call, because it hurts. But, a part of me feels like I'm being selfish or complaining too much, that I don't get to feel this way, because I'm not the one who had the mental breakdown. Update 3, I learned yesterday that my ex, Kim, died of a drug overdose Sunday. I'm still processing the news I guess. We broke up 2 years ago after Kim got a face tattoo out of nowhere. I have some other posts on this account about that if you want the full story. Kim reappeared in my life about a year ago after breaking up with me and essentially becoming a ghost. She wanted to get back together with me, and I stupidly considered it and let her get the foot in the door. She claimed she was clean but she wasn't. It was obvious she was still using meth, and my guess is she was still using fentanyl. After I finally declined to get back together with her, she slashed my tires after causing a scene at my office. Luckily she's been out of my life for 6-ish months now after some cop put the fear of God in her after she broke the restraining order. I've not heard much about Kim since then, thankfully. Last I heard she was wanted on a warrant and was hiding low across state lines. Yesterday, though, Kim's sister called me to let me know she was found dead Sunday morning. She wanted me to hear it from her instead of through the grapevine. I appreciate it. Despite everything, Kim's family have been nothing but kind to me. Kim's parents are quietly cremating her and there won't be any ceremony. Seems that stealing and abusing her family since she started doing meth has made them just as detached about her as me. Or, maybe they've already mourned the loss of their daughter long ago, and now is just the end of whatever remained. Right now, I don't know how to feel. I feel like I should be sad. I knew Kim for 7 years. I was with her for 6. I was engaged to her. I lost my virginity to her. She was the first person I truly loved. I used to sit up with her and talk about the family I wanted to have. I wanted Kim to be the mother to my kids. Sat up with me as I cried when I heard the news of my mother's death. At one point in my life, she was the most important thing in the world to me, and I don't feel anything. When Kim left me, I was devastated. When she came back into my life, she made me feel a combination of emotions I can't even describe. And now, hearing the news that she's dead, I don't feel anything. I don't feel numb. I'm not in shock. I just am lacking any emotion towards this event at all. I feel like I should feel something, right? I still miss Kim. Not the Kim that died Sunday. Not the Kim that stalked me. But the Kim I met. The Kim I fell in love with. The Kim that died when she started to do meth. I still feel sad when I think about her. But, knowing this other Kim is dead, just makes me feel nothing. Fast food workers, what menu item should everyone avoid from where you work? 1. If you go to a McDonald's that has a shake machine that is always working, don't get a shake there. If you go to one that is always broken, it's perfectly safe to get a shake there. The reason the machine is down so often is that it has a really long cleaning cycle that needs to be done frequently. 2. I worked at Chuck E. Cheese years ago, and while the pizza was good and safe, it's pretty tough to screw up pizza, but the salad bar would be a pass. Adults and kids would just toss the tongs and spoons all over the salad bar, letting the handles fall into the food, and getting all the different vegetables and dressings mixed together. All this at one of the grossest places on earth where they are putting their hands all over video games, the ball pit, pizza, and around again. At the end of the night then we would flip all of the salad bar vegetables over into fresh containers and top them off for the next day. They did get thrown out every few days. If employees ever made themselves a salad, we would make it from the ingredients in the fridge that were not yet out on the bacteria bar. 3. At Dunkin', I'd say everything is fine except frozen drinks made with the old Island Oasis machine. My store now has a Vitamix blender, but the old machine was never cleaned well enough. 4. Worked at Circle K for 3 years. Coffee was surprisingly good and the machines were well maintained, but the cappuccino/iced coffee machine was disgusting and impossible to clean despite my best efforts. Lots of tiny parts where powdered drink mix could sit and rot. My location was next to a university and we had a regular who was an engineering professor. Once he came in and watched while I was trying to clean the cappuccino machine, and said he should use it in class as an example of poor design. 5. At Little Caesars, the normal crust is made in-store. Make our own dough and everything. But if you order a thin crust, you get a pre-made crust that may have been sitting in an open cardboard box for days to weeks. 6. I used to work at a froyo shop. If you see a topping and think I've never thought of that being a topping for froyo, you probably aren't alone. Things like Fruity Pebbles were just put back out every morning, getting older and older because no one ate them. 7. The ice machine. They don't get cleaned as often as you'd hope. 8. If you have peanut allergies, don't get drinks from Sonic. They do not care about cross-contamination at all. 9. They don't have them anymore, but when I worked at Arby, the RBQ was the one thing I would never eat. That sauce would sometimes be 2 months old, I'm not kidding. Whenever I handed an order to a customer who ordered one, I would say, here you go. Not enjoy your food. 10. I worked at Jimmy John's for almost 7 years and they are obsessive about keeping things clean, to the point they go through a 8-ish page packet of cleaning lists each day, and all food items are super fresh and labeled to be used within 24 to 72 hours. The only thing I would not eat from there is the bacon because it comes cold and it's just kind of unpleasant, lol. 11. I don't work in fast food, but I have a buddy who fixes and services fountain soda machines. Never ever drink fountain soda. The hoses that the syrup runs through are never cleaned and rarely changed. He says they are stained and or have mold. My buddy says the insides of fountain soda machines are usually disgusting. 12. Any sandwich from Starbucks. No, we don't make anything in-house. It's shipped out to us frozen and we just reheat it in the oven for you. Final update. I am straight, but I am developing feelings for my male friend, and I think he loves me too. I don't know how to confront him. Plus all updates. So Wednesday, we decided to go for a late lunch/early beer at a place neither of us had been to. I dipped out of work a couple of hours early and we met up. It was super casual. I was a mix of emotions anticipating seeing him. I felt a little vulnerable after being intimate with him, which I was, for lack of a better term, clunky with, but that all washed away when I saw him standing in the restaurant seating area. I just became overjoyed with happiness and smiled like a school kid seeing their first crush. We stayed about 2 hours, both got a couple flights of beers, tried new beers that I'd never heard of, ate food I'd never order on my own. James really brings this side of me out, that life is too short not to try new things because you never know what you'll fall in love with until you give it a chance. We talked about possibly going to the shooting range either next weekend or maybe just sticking around the house for a barbecue with some friends. I told James the first wanted to start introducing him to some of my friends. Until now only one of my friends has met him and only 2 others have even heard about him, and they know very little about him. We parted ways with a hug when he pulled me in. He did kiss me on my neck. It made my hair stand up and gave me goosebumps. I drove home with a smile and we talked on the phone for about an hour before I headed off to bed. He hasn't texted me yet today, but he did open the Snapchat I sent him this morning. Update 5. The headline really sums it up. As I said in a previous update, this weekend was dedicated to helping my sister, 37, move. She recently broke up with a longtime boyfriend and is making a move 200 plus miles away to live with a longtime friend. I agreed to help her with the move. I met her at her house, helped get the U-Haul loaded up with the boxes of stuff and what little furniture she's bringing, and rode with her out to the new place. We'd stay the night in the new place and she would drive me back this morning. I just got home about an hour ago. We had a considerably long ride back, and since the entire trip to the new place and most of the night she vented hardcore about her now ex and talked about how good it felt to be rid of him. I figured I would ask her advice and possibly give her some good news on the ride back. She and I have always had a strong bond. We've both kept our dating lives mostly to ourselves other than normal day-to-day things, meaning we never divulged into the super personal relationship stuff. I basically started off our conversation by telling her I had a little dating news of my own. She responded somewhat surprised and asked where I met her. My stomach felt like it nearly caved in and I sort of perked up and said, well, I met him at, and we hit it off and have been talking almost every day and I think you'd really like him. She sort of paused and I was looking at her while I told her. She just started smiling and turned to me and I could tell she wanted to scream at me with some sort of happy emotion, and she just goes, Marcus, are you kidding me? That is wonderful. Wait, am I the first person you've told? I told her she was indeed the first person to know. She reassured me she wouldn't blab to our parents or anyone for that matter, which I trust she wouldn't. She had so many questions about how this happened. I turned her to the Reddit community, showed her the posts, we read hundreds of comments together. She was in tears over how heartfelt and how supportive a group of strangers could be and how helpful and amazing this is for me in my life. We had pulled off at a rest stop to look over the posts and talk. She was just flabbergasted over everything, in a good way. It felt so good to tell someone about him. Until now I have had you all to discuss this entire thing with, which has been a saving grace, but knowing that this is someone who is a part of my family, somebody I could go on record to say knows me just as well as I know myself. It was so elating. Such a happy range of emotions. I haven't told James that I told my sister about him. He knew I was helping her this weekend and we haven't talked much. I think I'm going to call him and see if he wants to go out for a drink tonight to celebrate. By the way, my name is actually Marcus. Update 6. A number of things have happened over the last 10 days. I called James to tell him that I had told my sister about him. He seemed enthusiastic and really happy to hear how well received it was. We talked about all of us getting together when she came back for a visit. He asked me if I'd like to meet his mom, his only local relative, for dinner at her house the following night. I was a mix of nervous and excited, but of course, I said yes. I thought about it the entire next day, played out every single way the scenario could unfold, what I would wear and say, etc. James picked me up from my house that afternoon and reassured me his mother is a sweetheart and he only told her he was bringing a dear friend to join them. To add, his father is no longer with us and his mother lives alone here in our town. James and his mom are very close. We get there and of course, she is thrilled to see him. He is so sweet and just vibrant. The way he lights up when he sees her, his voice changes a bit when he talks to her, he becomes softer, more attentive, and calm. It's so attractive to me. I swear I fall deeper and deeper in love with this man every time we see each other. Anyway, we get there and she greets us and walks us in. Her house is small, very cozy, and smells like cinnamon and apple. It just feels like a mother's home. This is the house James grew up in. There are family pictures of him playing sports, trophies, and medals all over. I try not to peer around too much, but once his mother shuffled off to the dining room from the living room to check on dinner, I told him I was going to ask his mom to see his baby pictures. Jokingly, he turned bright red and we both laughed. We joined his mom in the dining room to a plate of food. She made us shepherd's pie and insisted we eat these lemon torts she made for us when we were finished. The conversation was light and happy. She asked me how I knew James, so I told her the abridged version that we'd met through chance and became fast friends. I wasn't sure that I should say anything about us. Not 2 minutes after I told her that, James turned to her and said, "Mom, Marcus and I are seeing each other. He beat me at golf, so I don't think it's gonna last long. So enjoy his presence while it lasts," and smirked widely at me, and we all laughed out loud. My laugh consisted of 90% nervousness. To my surprise, she sort of gasped and said, "Oh my goodness, you too. That's so sweet." She treated me like a son-in-law. It was so comforting. I breathed a sigh of relief, and we finished eating. I did what I told James the first would and told his mom I wanted to get a better look at James' pictures she had placed throughout the house. She wasted no time walking me through the house showing her little boy off. James stayed behind and cleared the table and washed the dishes. What a gentleman. It was so incredibly sweet to be so well accepted, and welcomed, even, into his family's home, and that she would share stories about him growing up, photos, just everything. James has been open to his mother about his homosexuality, and she has accepted that and has been supportive in his life. After dinner, James asked if I wanted to go to his house for a nightcap, which I told him. I wanted him to come to my house for one since he'd never been there. He was of course on board, and that's what we did. We stopped off at Total Wine and got a nice bottle of wine to celebrate what we've accomplished so far, although, I think he knows I'm the one who's hit a lot of milestones in my life with myself and my sexuality. He's certainly happy to be here with me, but he knows this is also very new for me. My place, while modest, is clean, upkeep, modern, and comfortable. He flattered me and complimented all kinds of things about my home. It isn't nearly what his home is, but he was happy to see where I lived. We drank our wine and spent time on the couch watching a movie. We ended up arm in arm, and before long, hot and heavy, I slept with James. It was amazing. He's such an affectionate person. He stayed in my bed with me until almost 2:30 in the morning holding me. He finally had sobered up enough to make the short trek home. I stayed up and waited for him to tell me he'd gotten home okay, which he did. I fell asleep replaying everything from the dinner to the night at my house over and over again in my head. I'm so content with everything in my life right now, and it brings me joy to share it with you all. We have plans to hang out this Saturday. We are going to see a movie and then go swimming at his house. Update 7. I abruptly stopped posting on Reddit because I told James about the posts. I showed him the posts and he wasn't thrilled. It could have been the way I told him. The timing. Who knows if it could have been handled differently, but I showed him the account, the thousands of uplifting, positive comments, and he was blown away, not in the way I was hoping he would be. He felt like the constant updates on everything we were doing, and everything that happened were a bit too personal to be sharing with eager strangers. I defended you all, explaining that without the guidance and push from all of you, I may not have had the courage to act on my feelings. Hell, I may have just repressed them and never knew what to make of them, and we may never have gotten where we were if it hadn't been for Reddit. He insisted we keep our relationship a bit more private, and ultimately I agreed and accepted, promising I wouldn't log back into the account or talk about our relationship to anyone anymore. Weeks passed, then months, and things seemed to be going great until they weren't. I found out that he had been cheating on me with not one person, not two people, but more than 10 times with more than 5 partners. I admit that I had gotten jealous a few times and had asked him about some new friends he'd made and had been very friendly with. He always brushed it off and assured me I was the only twinkle in his eye, but something nagged at me to look at his phone. I had a chance to do it, so I did. He left it on his coffee table and fell asleep in the bedroom. I snuck out, grabbed the phone, and unlocked it. I told myself I would only check messages between him and his new friend. I scrolled through and it didn't take long to determine that my suspicions were right. Loving messages, dirty pictures. It was heart-wrenching. I started shaking and wanted to just run away. Something told me to go through the whole phone, so I looked further. Found out he had a Tinder account and another dating app full of messages from men and women. There's no way of knowing exactly how many people or how many times he cheated, but I could account for at least 10 meetups between 5 people and more than a dozen people with dirty texts and picture swapping. I collected everything that belonged to me from his house, pulled my house key from his key ring, and took off. He woke up and called me very early in the morning to ask where I was. I told him I found him out. I lashed at him for what he did to me, and he lashed back for violating his privacy by rooting through his phone. I was appalled. I violated your privacy? What about my trust? My heart? Did that mean nothing? This guy I fell so hard for was an absolute monster. When I took a hard look at our relationship, I realized he was controlling and manipulative. He'd talk his way around my better judgment, and he convinced me of anything he wanted me to believe. For now and the future, I will keep my spirits high. This whole experience has been an emotional roller coaster. It's taught me things I never knew about myself, and it's shaped me into a new man. I'm hurt, yes, but I'm optimistic and in high spirits.
Final update. My brother painted me as a wicked sister who stole everything from him, so I ruined his life by letting his wife know that he blew his inheritance away and was drowning in debt. I called over my lawyer friend Lawrence and explained that I needed more information on a few things but would need a house call because of the contractors coming and going. When he arrived and no one was there, he looked annoyed until I explained the freezer. He told me if we found a body, he would bail, but was laughing as we went down to the basement. This was all yesterday. We put on gloves and masks. He held the camera and said all this identifying stuff like date, time, address, etc. I opened it. Inside were important documents sealed in a lot of plastic. There were also old bottles of moonshine, frozen pressed flowers in a book with dates, a bit of cash, coins, specifically, and an ancient-looking porcelain doll. The documents were birth certificates and death certificates going back quite a while. It looks like I would have had another sibling if they had lived, and I would have had 3 more aunts if they had lived, and a few other even older relatives. We figure the flowers were from the funerals or services, considering the dates attached to the pages where the flowers were pressed. The bottles, jars, really, of moonshine looked old. The only reason I knew it was moonshine was thanks to Lawrence. He said alcohol doesn't usually freeze, and he opened it and told me based on the smell. The coins will be appraised very soon, as I am also still going through all the other coins I have found in the curtains and other odd places. On to Mason. His wife has filed for divorce. She is going for full custody. She has the kids with her at her mother's. She reached out to me and explained that Mason had told her the only thing left was the house and it was willed to all three of them, and that he was waiting for me to buy out his part of the house. But when I sent that message, something seemed hinky. So she started to dig. Mason has maxed out all their credit cards. The house is now on a reverse mortgage when it had been paid off, and he opened a few in her name. He didn't use that life-changing money left to him to pay off any of that. She isn't sure where the money went, but when she locked down her credit, it left him unable to use the cards he took out in her name, and it sparked a massive fight. I can't even begin to imagine where the money has gone. He doesn't have new cars, new devices, new anything. Their two kids are both old enough to understand what is going on. They won't talk to him until he tells them why they are losing their childhood home, why he hurt their mom, and where all the money is. My niece knows all the accounts are empty, including her college account, and she is furious. My nephew isn't as worried about college. Mason keeps messaging me about how it's all my fault and just overall being nasty. I would have blocked him if it wasn't for the fact we were collecting evidence. My sister admitted he is ranting to her about it all, but she doesn't want to get him upset at her because they live just a few blocks away from each other, so it's easier for him to come knocking on her door. Despite that, she will not be staying with me. My fence should be starting built any day now. I will be getting my 2 doggos tomorrow. I think I have everything I need. Update 4. I did pass along to my soon-to-be ex-sister-in-law about checking her children's credit. I checked mine as well. The kids have smaller problems with their credit now, thanks to Mason. She locked down credit and I sent Lawrence to speak with her, and he set her on a path of wrecking Mason with one of his lawyer friends who specializes in this sort of thing. My credit was not touched, but I have locked it down, and I warned my sister of the same, but I haven't heard back. To clear a few things up quickly, when my sister-in-law told me they were underwater on the house, I translated that to a reverse mortgage because there was a big celebration years ago about them finally paying it off. When sister-in-law locked down her credit, she jumped through hoops and got several cards that she did not open shut down. I won't be able to do much in terms of trust funds for my nibblings, unfortunately, but I am the trustee or overseer of the ones my mother had set up for them. Debating heavily on telling them / my sister-in-law because word might get back to Mason. I fronted 3 months worth of rent for my sister-in-law so she could get her own place so that the courts had no reason to look at her with suspicion. Mason is quickly going to lose the house and I don't want any reason to change her custody. Another reason I did that was so that she and the kids could get to somewhere he didn't know about. All contact is now through lawyers. Mason went to sister-in-law mother's house while they were all out to a school function and destroyed the place. They are still trying to figure out if anything was taken. Furniture, pictures, and decorations were smashed. Clothing, including his own kids, was shredded, and he threw mud all around the house. He popped tires on my sister-in-law's car and threatened the neighbors. The neighbors called the cops. There was a problem during the arrest, and he and one of the cops were sent to the ER for stitches. How he managed bail money, I don't know, but I suspect he bullied our sister Brittany into it. Because she has been radio silent during all of this, I think he may have taken up staying with her. The house is going to be taken any day now, and my sister-in-law is fighting to keep her car. That was what my sister-in-law told me. Mason has been non-stop messaging and calling me. He even started a smear campaign on social media, getting our extended family to ream me out for not supporting a grieving man who just lost his mother, his wife, his kids, his house, and his dignity. When I spoke with them, it quickly became apparent he circulated one hell of a bullshit story that painted me as a wicked sister who stole everything from him, and that's why I could afford to do all the work on the house. Like, I have a drug problem and dried up everything he had for drugs, rehab, and more. All bullshit. Even after talking with them, not very many believe me. My fence is being built, and work around the house is still ongoing. I added a home security system and a few hidden baseball bats because some of the DMs I got about what he could do scared me. I added extra locks around the house and am considering getting rid of the sliding glass door or getting something to lock it like a gate. Lawrence warned me putting too much going forward might harm my case of a restraining order and slander. Foolish woman snooped around my house and took a pregnancy test that turned out positive. What she doesn't know is that it's an ovulation test. My husband and I recently invited 8 friends for lunch and were asked if we could also include a new couple, Doug and Sasha. We have never met them, but everyone who was invited has, so we said sure. At one point Sasha needed to use the restroom, and I told her to use the master since the other bathroom was occupied. I was helping my husband finish with food when Sasha came out of the master bawling and holding something in her hand. At first, I thought she hurt herself, but she said something to Doug that caused him to drop to his knees, cry, and begin kissing her stomach. All of our friends began screaming, jumping, and crying. It was insane. Finally, Sasha tells my husband and I that she is pregnant. Of course, we congratulated both her and Doug and gave them a bag for the test, their request. I will admit I did find it odd that she brought a pregnancy test and took it at a complete stranger's house, but I did not say that. Once everyone sat down to eat, Sasha said, "I hope you don't mind that I used one of your pregnancy tests. I just saw them and had to." I responded, confused, that I don't have pregnancy tests. Sasha said, "Yes, in your drawer." I asked Sasha if she meant the blue box in the back of my lower left drawer that was closed. She seemed to realize I was pointing out that she basically snooped and sheepishly said the box said pregnancy for a pregnancy test. I said to Sasha, the brand is Pregnate and those are ovulation tests. I do not own pregnancy tests. Did you take an ovulation test? Doug freaked the absolute F out at me saying his wife was not an idiot and can read a box. He insisted Sasha get the test out and show me that I was wrong. Sasha refused, saying she didn't need to prove anything to a complete stranger and insisted they leave immediately. One of the couples thought Doug and Sasha acted ridiculous. The other 3 couples thought I should have pulled Sasha aside to discuss my concerns and said I was an asshole for saying something in front of everyone. Honestly, the whole situation caught me off guard and everything happened so quickly. The whole thing was bizarre and confusing. I just didn't have time to put the pieces together mentally before asking about the ovulation tests. Also, I found out later through one of our friends that Sasha did take an ovulation test, and she is not pregnant.
For people who have gone through or are going through cancer, what was the first sign that made you go to the doctor? 1. I was fooling around in a mall as a kid, so my dad grabbed me by the neck to make me behave. He felt a lump on my neck and immediately began to get nervous. We went to the doctor the next day, caught the cancer before it spread, and were able to surgically remove it about a month later. Got super lucky. 2. My sister noticed a small painful lump in her breast shortly after having her second child. Doctor diagnosed a blocked mammary gland. A couple weeks later it still wasn't gone. Again doc said blocked gland. Months later it's still not gone and she insists on getting a second opinion. Stage 3 breast cancer. Double mastectomy immediately followed by months of agonizing radiation and chemo only to find out it's now stage 4. She's been stable for a few years but now it's spreading again and we don't know how long we have with her. Trying to be as positive as possible. 3. Super heavy periods that would last for 10 or more days. Got an IUD to help control bleeding. Actually hemorrhaged so bad the IUD came out. Endometrial cancer. A huge tumor in my uterus. Ladies, it's not normal to need a tampon and pad at the same time. It's not normal to need to change them every 10 minutes or even every hour. An average period is 2 to 3 tablespoons, just for reference. 4. On Christmas Eve 2018, my dad lost the ability to talk except for the phrase "this is crazy." Called paramedics because we thought he'd had a stroke. Got him to the hospital where the imaging showed a brain tumor on the outside edge of his brain. The swelling caused him to have a seizure. He was transferred to a bigger local hospital. They did full body scans because it's pretty rare to just have brain cancer usually. It's a secondary for another cancer site. We got lucky in that it was the sole spot. Went through a craniotomy and 5 rounds of high-dose inpatient chemo, and he's 1 year in remission. 5. My 33-year-old husband was diagnosed with inoperable glioblastoma, most aggressive brain cancer, in January 2019. When he was 31, what caused him to get a check was a persistent headache that didn't go away with paracetamols and sleep. We discovered the tumors after taking an MRI. 6. My head and neck area became very swollen. At first I thought I was just getting fat, so I worked out a lot and ate better. This did not help. I also went to a local clinic and they thought it might be an allergic reaction and gave me steroids, which also didn't help. The thing that finally made me go to the emergency room and not leave until I had an answer is that I started to develop unexplained bruises on my chest. Turns out I had a huge tumor in my chest which had grown around my heart and was compressing the superior vena cava so blood couldn't flow back down from my head. Not great. The good news is that it turned out to be very treatable and I've been cancer-free for 11 years now. 7. Last year, March 2019, I, male, 35, woke up in the morning to go to the toilet. I was urinating pure, thick blood with little lumps in it. So after a severe panic attack, it began to hurt like hell. I was throwing up from the pain. After a day in the hospital and some scans and tests later, they told me to call my parents. So you know you're getting some bad news. It turns out it was kidney cancer. They removed my right kidney. Fortunately, no other treatments were needed. And I'm living the best life right now. If the tumor in my kidney hadn't started to bleed I would have found out much later. Probably too late.
Found out my husband has another family so I abandoned him in a foreign country without his passport. It doesn't matter how long you have been with someone, you can never know the entire truth about someone or what they're truly hiding. I thought my husband was the absolute perfect partner, and the 6 years that we had been together felt like pure bliss. We met at a work event since we have jobs in the same industry, we both travel a lot for our careers and we both love traveling as a hobby as well. In the first couple of years of our relationship, we traveled together to multiple countries on our shared bucket list and each trip felt like another chapter in the never-ending romance novel that was our lives. He made me feel cherished and free, we explored the world together and I never thought anything, or anyone could come between us. But like I said, you never know what's going on in someone else's head, no matter how well you think you know them. It was an average morning the day I found out about his ugly secret. We woke up together at our shared apartment, and he scrolled through his emails while I drank coffee. At one point, he got up to use the bathroom and I remembered something I needed to look up. I didn't use his laptop often but I just needed to look up one quick thing and I figured it would be okay. That's when one email in particular caught my eye. It looked like some sort of document sent by a contact with a woman's name. Something told me to just click on it. The document was some sort of children's elementary school form that my husband needed to e-sign. I was confused. Whose child was this? Why did my husband need to sign paperwork for some random kid? It just gave me a weird feeling and I decided to open his laptop back up after he left to get us breakfast that morning. I kept snooping. In the next half hour, I uncovered his entire second secret life that he had been hiding for about 4 years. It turns out that 2 years into us dating, he had cheated on me and gotten the other woman pregnant. She gave birth and since then, he had been visiting them regularly and telling me he was on a work trip every time he was flying out to see them. I felt like I was watching some sort of horror movie when I eventually found his baby mother's Facebook and found years of family photos of them all together, smiling. I looked at his poop-eating grin in the photos and it felt like he was laughing at me. I couldn't believe he had planned out this entire fake double life of his and managed to lead me on successfully for years. I wanted to strangle him the moment he walked back in the door, but a bigger part of me wanted to show him that I could plan too, I could lie too. So even though it unalived me, I acted like everything was fine that morning. I even suggested we start planning our next trip. He was more than glad to, and by the end of the day I had booked our tickets to a week's stay in Morocco, a place I had been, but he hadn't. It was so hard for me to smile in my cheating husband's face. He was nothing but a worm and a liar to me, but I needed to make sure my plan went smoothly, so I kept playing the happy wife. The very first night in Morocco, I got him super drunk and he passed out pretty early. That's when I packed up every single thing in our hotel room, including his passport, and I left him there alone, while I took a taxi to the airport. I left him there, without his wallet, passport or phone. It's been about 2 weeks now and I haven't heard from him. I wonder if his baby mama is concerned about him. Too bad. I hope he's stuck there, feeling afraid, alone, and abandoned, just like me.
Get another man's name tattooed on you? Get served with divorce papers. My ex-wife, Anne, and I are in our mid-30s. We were married 3 years, together 5 years total. After our engagement party, Anne told me she wants to get matching tattoos. I told her I have nothing against tattoos, I just don't want one. After the wedding, she again asked to get matching tattoos. I said no again. I told her she can get a tattoo if she wanted, but I'm not interested. She said it's something she wants to do as a couple and won't get one unless I get a matching one. I still refused, but she brings it up again every 6 months or so and is more insistent every time. Recently she was promoted and transferred at her job. One of her new coworkers has several tattoos and she has spoken to him about it. He suggested I wasn't a man if I was scared to get a tattoo. She asked me if I was scared to get a tattoo. I said, I'm not scared, there's just no reason to do it, then added, I understand why your friend at work would insult my manhood. He's trying to get into your pants. But why would you throw his words in my face? Her response was, if the shoe fits. Then she got up, went to the bedroom, and slammed the door. That was when I began to suspect that she was sleeping with her coworker. I mean, why else would she start acting this cruelly out of nowhere? She didn't talk to me for 2 days. A few days later she told me she was going shopping. That evening she came home and showed me her new tattoo, 2 Chinese symbols on her forearm. She said they mean strength and independence. My ex-wife is white and does not speak Chinese, by the way. When I looked closer I saw there were English letters, JW, beneath the Chinese ones. I asked her about the initials. She was silent a while, took a deep breath, and said they were her co-worker's initials. He had taken her to his tattoo artist. He had suggested those particular Chinese characters. He stayed with her and lent support while she got inked. She wanted to honor that support in their friendship, so she had his initials tattooed beneath the symbols. Controlling my anger, I told her that having another man's initials tattooed on her body was disrespectful to me and that she should have them removed. She said I was trying to control her, that I had said she could have a tattoo, and I refused to share the tattoo experience with her, so she had chosen to share that experience with a friend who wasn't scared of a little needle. I sat there at a loss wondering how could she not see that it's disrespectful? We barely spoke the next few days and when we did the tattoo was always the subject. She said I should get over it and there's nothing wrong with having JW's initials tattooed on her arm. Finally, after weeks of fighting, I straight up asked if she was sleeping with JW. She hesitated, then said yes and actually sneered at me. At least he's a real man, she said. The details of our breakup and divorce aren't important other than to say that it was not contested. The few times we spoke during the process we were civil to each other. The day the divorce was finalized I called and told her I finally had a good reason so I got a tattoo. I said my tattoo also symbolizes strength and independence. My tattoo is the date our divorce was final. She was silent for a while, and when she began to cry I hung up.
Have you ever changed an anti-vaxxer's mind? My sister-in-law, let's go ahead and call her Karen, is the most rabid anti-vaxxer I know. At first she said she was going to homeschool her daughter so that she never had to get any vaccines. She backed out of that one pretty quickly once her child was born, but she found some crunchy private school that she could send her to without vaccines. She and I have never gotten along because, well, I'm a scientist. On top of that, my husband, her brother, has an autoimmune disease and has to take medication that suppresses his immune system. So I'm a little passionate about vaccines. Karen's issue with them is that tired old claim that vaccines cause autism. Well, my husband and I have 2 kids. A baby girl and a fantastic 8-year-old boy named Danny who we adopted several years ago who is autistic. Danny is the most hilarious, sensitive kid I know. He just has some support needs. I wouldn't change anything about him for the world. Danny likes for people to know about his autism so they aren't judgmental if he doesn't act the way they're expecting, so we make a point of talking about it and showing how proud we are of him just the way he is. When the virus vaccine came out, obviously we were delighted, since my husband is high risk, and we all got vaccinated as soon as we could. Karen was horrified. She couldn't believe we'd vaccinate our little girl because what if she turns out like Danny? I told her that if she turned out to be as kind and thoughtful as Danny that I would count myself among the luckiest mothers in the world. She made a face and said if my daughter was like Danny, I would give her up for adoption. Danny was abandoned by his birth parents when he was 4 years old. Karen knows that and was basically saying that she thought they made the right choice. I left the room right away so I didn't slap her and told my brother what happened. They've never been close, because, well, she's the worst. So he fully supported me and said she was no longer welcome in our house, especially since she and her family weren't going to get vaccinated and weren't taking the virus precautions. A few years have passed, and I haven't spoken to Karen since, and my husband has had very low contact with her only when strictly necessary. I did hear that her whole family got the virus several times. Shocking. A few weeks ago I got an email from her. She told me that her daughter had been having a lot of trouble in school and the teachers were worried about her social skills. Karen had taken her to be evaluated in surprise. Her unvaccinated daughter is autistic. Now Karen is begging me for help and asking me for resources and please can her daughter come over to our house some afternoons because Karen is so overwhelmed. I have no sympathy for Karen but obviously it's not her poor daughter's fault, so I told her that her daughter is welcome at our home anytime, as soon as she's vaccinated. Karen made the appointment that day. Have you ever encountered a scam artist in real life? About a month ago I was riding the elevator down from my apartment, and this girl about my age came on who was obviously upset. Her eyes were red and she was like hugging herself. I asked her if she was okay and she told me that she had a French bulldog named Gus and he was really sick because he had been staying with her piece of poop ex-boyfriend who let him get into this huge bag of Hershey Kisses. The ex-boyfriend didn't do anything about it and she didn't know what happened until Gus came home and was obviously sick and she confronted him. Now Gus was at the animal hospital and he needed to get his stomach pumped and have all this other expensive medical treatment. She was really upset because she didn't know how she was going to afford it and she was so worried that Gus was going to die. I talked to this girl the whole elevator ride, and when we got to the lobby I even stayed with her and talked with her for like 10 more minutes, even though it made me late for work, because I felt so bad for her. She kept talking about how scared she was about money. She'd lost her job recently too because her ex-boyfriend totaled her car. That was a whole other thing. I told her I wanted to give her some money to help Gus. At first she protested but finally she gave me her Venmo, and I gave her $50 under the condition that she'd cut her ex out of her life completely. She was so grateful and hugged me, and I felt good all day that I'd been able to help her. About a week later I was looking at the flyers on the bulletin board in my lobby and I saw a notice with a picture of a dog that said that sadly Gus had passed away despite treatment. There was a QR code to her Venmo to give money to help with the cost of putting him to sleep and cremating him and stuff. I didn't give her any more money but I was sad for her and I told my boyfriend about it because I was still thinking about Gus later that day. A couple weeks after that I was at my boyfriend's building which is like a few miles away from mine. Another big apartment building. We were going down from his apartment and the same girl got on the elevator. I don't think she recognized me because I was dressed up and done up and pooped because we were going out. And when she saw me before I was just in like a bun in my work uniform. She looked super upset just like before. Before I could say anything, my boyfriend asked her if she was okay. She starts telling him the exact same story about poor sick Gus and her garbage ex and the Hershey Kisses and the treatment she couldn't afford. I was shocked. I don't know why I didn't call her out right there. I guess I was speechless, but as she keeps talking I can see on my boyfriend's face that he's like wait, this sounds familiar. And I'm sending him like looks from across the elevator and he pieces it together, which like thank God because my sweet summer child boyfriend is totally the kind to pour hundreds of dollars into this girl's Venmo to help her dog. I reported her to my boyfriend's building to make sure she couldn't put up a flyer there asking for funeral expenses for her fake-ass dog. But as far as I know she's still running this grift all over town and there's nothing I can do about it.
Having a vasectomy will not affect your sexual functioning, performance or enjoyment. A vasectomy is an operation to make a man sterile, or not able to make a woman pregnant. During the procedure, a doctor cuts or blocks the tubes, called the vas deferens, that carry sperm from the balls to the penis. This keeps sperm from reaching a woman's egg to make a baby when ejaculation occurs during intimacy. A vasectomy is a simple procedure. It can be done at your doctor's office or clinic. It takes about 30 minutes. No scalpel vasectomy is a technique that uses a small clamp with pointed ends. Instead of using a scalpel to cut the skin, the clamp is poked through the skin of the scrotum and then opened. The benefits of this procedure include less bleeding, a smaller hole in the skin, and fewer complications. It works just as well as traditional vasectomy. In the vasclip implant procedure, the vas deferens is locked closed with a device called a vasclip. The vas deferens is not cut, sutured, or cauterized. This may reduce pain and complications. Some studies show that clipping doesn't work as well as other methods of sealing off the vas deferens. A vasectomy won't change your intimacy drive or your ability to have intimacy. You will still be able to enjoy intimacy in the same way as before. You will still produce normal amounts of semen when you climax. The only difference is that the semen will not contain sperm. Vasectomy is considered a permanent method of birth control. You should only consider having one if you have completed your family or are sure that you don't want children. Surgery to reconnect the vas deferens is available. But it's hard to do. Sometimes a doctor can remove sperm from the testicle in men who have had a vasectomy or a reversal that didn't work. The sperm can then be used for in vitro fertilization. Both vasectomy reversal and sperm retrieval can be expensive. They may not be covered by insurance. And they may not always work. I am not a part of tries to take over my land and harass me, so I sent them a cease or desist and made them pay for damages. My parents owned about 30 acres of land in the middle of nowhere, Nebraska, on the outskirts of town. They built their house in the late 80s and that's where I've lived my whole life. My parents passed away and I inherited the property. A developer bought up a bunch of neighboring land and wanted to buy my land. I told him I was willing to sell 20 acres furthest from the house. He agreed and we signed the paperwork, end of story, or so I thought. By the fall of last year, he had finished the entire area and there are about 200 homes in that neighborhood. Because of the neighborhood, my 10 acres are now worth about 10-20x what it was originally worth and the HOA knows that. I've had a bunch of angry letters and citations left on my property and in my mailbox. Some of them include, having a barn larger than 7 by 7 feet, I have a 20 by 40 barn, and having abandoned vehicles on my property. It's a project car shell, that I'm working on. Then, having a non-conforming mailbox and improper roof tiles. I ignored them and told the HOA members that I'm not part of their neighborhood and therefore have no reason to follow their bullshit rules. The HOA says since my property values have gone up, I owe back dues from the date I sold my land and have to correct everything on the list. The back dues are currently $10,200 but they state that if I don't pay by December 31, 2017, I will be charged interest that has accrued. Again, no idea where they are getting the interest from, but I do believe their HOA fees are around $750 per year. It'll cost me about $15,000 to $20,000 to fix my house. I think it's absolute bullshit that they can even make me try to do so. I went through all the documents I signed and not a single document from the developer makes any mention of a HOA or my association with it. I have no idea why the HOA is coming after me. I live almost half a mile away from the nearest house that belongs to the neighborhood. The entire neighborhood has its own little custom street signs and lamps. I don't have any of that, so how can they say I'm part of the HOA? They said to either pay up or they will put a lien on my property and take it over. I had an hour-long discussion with the lawyer and he went through all the documents. He asked if I was sure that was every document and I told him it was. When I sold all the documents I put them all in the same folder along with my taxes. He says that there is no chance I'm in the HOA since I didn't sign anything. He let me know that he'd be glad to send them a cease and desist letter to the HOA. I also met with a real estate attorney who did the title search and I'm in the process of trying to find the old developer's master plans. We got in touch with the developer and he said he was no longer part of the neighborhood and in fact, the HOA is in charge of the entire area. His company just owned the lots and they sold/built on them for the families and they have zero say anymore. I asked him about the master plans and if he thought he owned my remaining 10 acres, and he said absolutely not. The entire neighborhood sits on old land plus the 20 acres that were purchased from in. So he was helpful and it was clear he had no wrongdoing. The title search and everything came up clean. It showed my parents as the previous owners and then me. So no way could they have owned my land. The records go way back, and there is a clear chain of ownership as my lawyer put it and it's incontestable. We sent an HOA a cease and desist letter as well to stop contacting me unless they have actual signed documents that show I was part of an HOA. They never got back to me. I was out of town and came back to my mailbox missing. It was cut clear off the post with a chainsaw. I told my lawyer this and he said that it was a big deal and that USPS would send the person to jail. Then I was away for the holidays and I came back to find my project car was towed out of my driveway, my pond was emptied and filled with gravel and sand, and a fenced off 2 acres of my property closest to HOA. I immediately called the police and filed a report regarding the stolen property. I had my lawyer draft up the C&D and send it to HOA. I hired a local salvage company to come tear up the fence and they are doing it free of charge since I'm letting them keep the fence to sell as scrap metal or whatever they do with it. My lawyer suggested I send up a letter demanding payment to fix my pond as it was filled in with gravel and sand. A local landscape company quoted me nearly $8,000 to get the pond back to the way it was. The HOA board got a lawyer to respond to my C&D and they requested a meeting ASAP with my lawyer present as well. At the meeting, I noticed the president and some of the higher-ups were not there. The board had no idea what the hell was happening and their lawyer was just as confused as them. After I laid out my timeline of events they thanked me for my time and accepted all the financial burden of replenishing my pond, missing car, and damages. I got checks for everything and got my pond restored. I found out a few weeks ago from the new HOA president that the old president and treasurer had been stealing money from the coffers. They wanted my land to expand and put in a pool and clubhouse just as I saw on their website. The old board fined everyone a ton of money to get all the cash together and buy my land. Instead, they spent it on themselves. They needed my land somehow so they thought they could just take over the land I wasn't using. Long story short, their entire plan fell apart after I fought back and brought to the other members of the HOA attention what they were doing. From what I've been told, they had to sell their house to pay back the HOA and have since moved away. How do I get my kids to get along during a wedding when they blame each other for the death of a dog? Alright, I don't even know where to start with this, but my family is falling apart. It all blew up when my daughter posted a picture on Facebook of her future flower girl and ring bearer picking out their outfits. Within hours, my son's wife was calling her, leaving voicemails about how she's a horrible aunt and how their kids deserve to be part of the wedding. My daughter ignored it, but then my son and his wife showed up at her house demanding answers. My daughter told them they weren't even invited to the wedding, which I didn't know until now. Great, and now they're saying she kicked them out and ruined their kids' lives. I just want everyone to get along, but no one's willing to back down. I don't care who has to give in at this point. I just need peace. My son and daughter are at each other's throats, and it's spilling over into everything. My daughter, 28, is getting married in February. She's been planning this for a while and kept the guest list small, 35 people total. She's close to her future in-laws, so she chose her fiancé's niece and nephew to be the flower girl and ring bearer. Cute, right? Except now my son, 30, and his wife are furious because their kids weren't picked. And when I say furious, I mean showing up at her house uninvited, pounding on the door kind of furious. My son's kids are 5 and 7, and I'm sure they'd love to be part of the wedding, but it's not my wedding. My daughter made her choice, and I told my wife we should stay out of it. But, of course, that didn't happen. So, of course, Everyone's calling me to fix this. My wife and I are stuck in the middle, and I don't know what to do. My daughter is digging her heels in, saying she doesn't owe anyone anything. My son and his wife are running around telling the whole family that she's punishing their kids for something that happened years ago. My kids already have a rocky relationship because a few years ago when my son's oldest was 7, he apparently did something to their dog that led to its death. I wasn't there, but my daughter says my son and his wife laughed it off and never apologized. My wife and I tried to smooth things over back then, but it's clear my daughter has never forgiven them. Now she's saying that's part of why she didn't invite them or choose their kids for the wedding. I just want my family to get along. I don't care who's the flower girl or ring bearer. I don't care about wedding guest lists or who owes who an apology. I just want everyone to stop fighting. But every time I try to talk to one of them, I get an earful about how the other one is the problem. My wife says we should let them figure it out themselves, but how am I supposed to sit back and watch my family fall apart? My daughter is already down to 25 guests because half the family has sided with my son and his wife. And my son's kids are upset because they're too young to understand why they're not part of the wedding. They just see their cousins getting to wear fancy outfits and walk down the aisle while they're left out. I tried to talk to my son about letting it go, but he says it's about respect. He thinks my daughter is punishing him through his kids, and maybe he's right. I tried to talk to my daughter, too, but she says it's her wedding and her choice. She's not wrong. But couldn't she just let the kids be in the wedding? Wouldn't that be easier than all this drama? At this point, I don't care whose feelings get hurt as long as this stops. My daughter can't even turn on her phone without getting harassed by my son's wife and her friends. My son is telling everyone I'm taking my daughter's side because I haven't forced her to include his kids. I've got other relatives calling me saying I need to stand up for my son and his family. And I just want to yell, stand up for what? It's a freaking wedding, not a Supreme Court case. I'm exhausted. I'm too old for this. I just want my family to spend one holiday together without fighting. How do I get my son and daughter to see reason? Should I force my daughter to include my son's kids? Should I tell my son to suck it up and let his kids be disappointed for once? Should I just give up and move to a cabin in the woods until this wedding is over?
How do people know if they're in love or just deeply infatuated? Sometimes it can be hard to tell. The emotional roller coaster of starting a new romance can leave you feeling confused and uncertain. Hormones and chemicals in the body are sending mixed signals, and it can leave you uncertain of your real feelings. I can offer a few tips that might help you sort out some of the feelings and be more aware of what makes up a love relationship versus just that infatuation that isn't strong enough to become more. There is nothing wrong with things heating up quickly, but you do need to make sure the relationship is well balanced. You should not have intimacy on every date. You should make sure that some of the time you are spending with the other person is about bonding on an emotional and mental level as well as a physical level. If you don't have that connection in all areas, then the relationship won't be a good fit overall. It is easy to go to a movie and then go home for some intimacy and end the date. It is harder to truly talk to each other and have meaningful conversations about yourselves and learn about each other. As for the emotions in a relationship, it is actually normal for feelings to change. When you first start dating, everything is new and exciting, and there is a fire to the feelings that you are having for the other person. Your hormones are racing and you are getting extra dopamine from the new relationship. You want to be with them. This is completely normal, but it doesn't last. The longer any couple is together, the more you learn about them. That new and exciting starts to change. It is because the hormones and dopamine are changing back to normal levels. It doesn't always mean you don't have love. It doesn't always mean that you are falling out of love or were never in love. What it does mean is that your relationship is evolving into the next stage, and this is when those emotional and mental connections help you decide if you want to be with this person. This is when it is time to do a reality check and make sure this other person is making you happy. You need to have a full connection on all levels of physical, emotional, and mental to develop a long-lasting relationship. When that fire of new and exciting starts to die down, you can make choices with your mind instead of your hormones. If you expect love to always include that fire, then you are always going to be jumping from one relationship to another looking for that high that you are getting from the hormones and dopamine of being in a new relationship. I have been married for 36 years. We are still very much in love on every level. We can spend hours together and never get tired of each other. If we are apart, we miss the other one. We still say I love you every morning and every night before bed, and sometimes several times per day. We can talk for hours about anything and everything or nothing at all. We connect on every level and always have. It doesn't matter what we are doing or where we are at, we want to be together. But it isn't that fire of a new relationship. It is the comfort of being with someone you know and trust because you built that relationship on all levels. When you find someone that you just want to be in the same room with, no matter what you are doing, and you can talk for hours, that is the kind of connection that makes a lasting relationship.
I took one for the team and dated a fat girl. Said girl is now my wife, and she just found out why I agreed to go out with her. 2 years ago I was at a party with a friend of mine named Joshua. Josh suddenly spotted 2 girls. The one he was interested in was this pretty blonde while the other was her beluga friend. Josh turned to me and urged me to be his wingman by taking one for the team and distracting her friend while he chatted with the blonde. After a little back and forth, I decided to just do it to be a good friend. So we made our way over and made our move, where I would go in first and start chatting with the friend while Josh began flirting with the girl he was interested in. Again, this friend I was talking to was by no means unattractive in the face, just a beluga. I thought she was very sweet, even though I was just talking to her out of obligation. It didn't really matter anyway, cause ultimately the girl Josh was into already had a boyfriend apparently and had seemingly brushed him off, with him eventually patting me and on the back to signify I didn't have to chat with her friend anymore. So I decided to politely end the conversation, however, not before she asked for my Instagram, which I decided to give her. I didn't really think much of it at the time, and I was certain I would never see her again. However, a couple days later I ran into the same girl in my school's campus store. I didn't really recognize her at first, but she seemed to know me immediately. We decided to chat for a bit, and I was reminded of her name, Megan. Anyway, it was really just small talk until Megan suddenly seemed a little awkward. I asked her if everything was alright and she replied that nothing was wrong, but she wanted to know if I wanted to go out with her sometime. This actually came as a shock to me, as it was the first time a girl had ever made the first move and asked me out. So, even though she wasn't really my type at all at the time, I said yes. And that was probably the best decision of my life. Me and Megan really hit it off, and before long we were in a serious relationship. Any qualms I had about her weight were gone immediately after the first time we had intimacy, as I actually found her body to be really soft and comforting. More to play with, as I've always said. I had never felt so relaxed cuddling with someone before I met her. And there was a lot to cuddle. We've been dating for 2 years now and I absolutely love her. She's my everything, and I have even been thinking of proposing as soon as we are both done with school. Everything was perfect, until last month. Last month, we hosted a small get-together just for a few friends who are also in relationships, like a couple's game night sort of thing. It was here where Josh, who has been my good friend for years now, was pretty intoxicated, and made a joke about how if he had never forced me to take one for the team back then I would have never found the love of my life. The joke didn't really register to me as anything negative, and I was also out of it, so I just laughed it off. Megan was cuddled up next to me on the couch though, and asked what Josh meant by that. I told her nothing, but Josh, being the intoxicated idiot that he was, elaborated and told her the story about how we met through my perspective at the time. Megan just said oh. And didn't really react, so I figured she just brushed it off. However, the rest of the night she seemed kind of distant and even a little sad. Finally, once everyone had left, she let it all out and started crying. She was essentially in shock because this whole time she thought I approached her because I was interested in her, and learning it was because I was forced to seem to bring back old insecurity within her. It doesn't help that she's actually gained weight since back then, and now is truly big, even though I don't really have any problem with that and I've told her that multiple times. More to cuddle and more to love. I immediately gave her the full story about how I fell for her right after that, and I have loved and adored her ever since. She seemed reassured and we even cuddled the whole night after that. Since that night though, she's been acting differently. It's like she's lost her confidence around me. She only wears large, baggy clothing even though she used to never before. She refuses to change with me in the room and hardly eats in front of me. Before, I used to playfully tickle her stomach sometimes and she'd always smile and play along. Now she seems insecure when I so much as accidentally graze it. She also refuses to have intimacy without a shirt on. I miss seeing them rolls jiggling sometimes. So far I sat her down multiple times and explained that her body is incredibly attractive to me and there's no one more beautiful in my eyes than her. But it's like she doesn't believe me. Lately I've been thinking about offering her to come to the gym with me, but I'm scared she may be more insecure at that suggestion. I abandoned my family because they deserved it. I abandoned my wife and my 13-year-old daughter a week after I discovered my wife's affair. It's now almost 6 months since that day. Our marriage had plenty of intimacy and was in good shape. I came home late from work, and there was a safety training seminar I had to attend. My wife Eve was sleeping on the sofa and a message with some emojis popped up on her phone. Emojis like I would use when I message her. I snooped and I found out what had been going on for at least 5 months. I knew the affair partner, Adam. He was a work colleague of hers. He was married and had 3 children. While reading the messages, something just snapped in my head. Over the course of reading their messages, I went from loving Eve more than anything, to hating her, to just going blank. Not just about her, but everything. Totally numb, I took pictures of the messages and went to bed. Eve was mad the next day that I went to bed without waking her up. She complained about neck pain from sleeping on the couch all night. During breakfast I didn't say a single word. My wife and daughter chatted away. They didn't seem to notice anything different about me. Or even acknowledge me. But I definitely didn't feel like myself. I went through all the daily motions, I went to work, did all the normal stuff. The only difference is I sort of stopped talking. Sadly I realized that nobody seemed to even notice. It's like I wasn't even there. I started to understand that Eve and my daughter didn't really love me. I was in the house with them, but unless they wanted something from me they didn't really interact. I would get these pangs of pain, they would come and go. Sometimes they would overwhelm me completely. I walked around like this for 5 days before Eve asked me if something was wrong during dinner. I had maybe uttered 3 words in total to her and my daughter in that period. I didn't even answer her question, I just made a confused face, then continued eating. She seemed okay with that. The next day I didn't go to work. I didn't really have a plan. I put it in my car and walked around the neighborhood for a while. I ended up at the kitchen table waiting for the wife to come home. She came home with a few bags of groceries. She immediately started talking about her day while unpacking. I just sat at the kitchen table in pain. She didn't even look at me apart from one glance as she entered the kitchen. Daughter popped in and did the same. Their backs were turned to me and they talked about some trivial crap on sale. I have never felt so rejected, unappreciated, so alone. I was thinking back on our lives and all I could see was that they didn't care about me at all. They probably never did, I was an accessory to their life. I was hit with a wave of pain, I cried, still they didn't notice, so I got angry, very angry. I had a glass of water in front of me, I stood up and threw it hard at the tiles over the sink. It just exploded, glass shards rained over everything. They froze, unsure what to do when they saw my contorted tear-soaked face. It was uncomfortably quiet for a long while before I spoke. Eve, I know all about your cheating with Adam. My daughter looked at Eve. What? Is that true, Mom? Eve started to try to explain. She briefly glanced at me and said, sorry, I can explain. Then she turned back to our daughter and they started arguing. Again, it was like I was invisible or something. After a few minutes watching their increasingly heated argument, I just walked out and got in my car. I looked at them again through the window, still arguing in the kitchen. They didn't even notice I had left. I sat there for a few more minutes before I gave up and just drove off. It took maybe 15 minutes before Eve tried to call me, then call after call after call, then a flood of texts from both of them. I just ignored it and eventually turned the phone off. The next day I took half of our money out and called my boss. I told him I didn't know when I would be back. He told me if I didn't show up I was fired. I just told him okay and hung up. I just didn't care. I went to Adam's house, his wife opened. I gave her a copy of the messages and told her what Adam and my wife had been up to. I left her crying on the stairs. At the end of the day I ended up in a cheap hotel at the edge of town. The next few days were kind of a blur. Eve's older brother is a cop named Bob. Bob showed up on the 4th day. I don't know how he found me. He tried to interrogate me, but I didn't say anything. When I didn't engage, he told me I was under arrest and put me in cuffs. However, he didn't take me to the station like I expected. He took me home instead. Bob dragged me into the living room where my wife and daughter immediately started berating me. Still I said nothing. I just listened in amazement while they told me how terrible this was for them. What a terrible a-hole I was for making them worry. It went on for a while. In the end Eve screamed at me, say something. I stared at her for a while before calmly saying, I have nothing to say to you, Beach. Bob freaked out, and slammed me against the wall, screaming at me to not talk to his sister that way. I got a lot of satisfaction out of Bob's violent reaction. I don't know why, it made me so happy I was laughing. Bob's wife left him 4 months earlier. I smiled at Bob. You're pathetic, Bob. Did you hurt your wife, Bob? Is that why she left you? Bob hurt me hard. I went down. Wife and daughter started screaming their heads off. As I started to get up I just laughed even harder. I just couldn't help myself. I am still in handcuffs, laughing. I said, F you, Bob. He knocked me out cold this time. I woke up in the hospital. I puked all over the floor the second I opened my eyes, so I knew I had a concussion. Eve, Bob and my daughter were there. They were talking to me. I was too confused to make it out. A nurse appeared and asked them to leave. She got me a pan to puke in and called someone to clean. While she was taking my pulse, I told her that my family put me here and that they were not to come anywhere near me. If they came back into the room I would leave. I would just run away. She argued kind of sternly that running or even getting up was a really bad idea for me. But she would talk to security. I didn't see them again in the hospital. It was bliss. I decided to disappear, to turn into a ghost. I wanted nothing to do with these people ever again. I made a letter to each of them. I warned Bob that if he ever bothered me again I would report him. I told my daughter that Eve had betrayed me and that she would be without a father from now on. To Eve I made a longer letter. I tried to be as practical as possible. I told her to sell the house, that I won't be paying the mortgage or utilities anymore. I told her reconciliation, or even contact was impossible, especially after she had sent her brother to drag me back and hurt me senseless in front of them. I explained that I won't do anything for her ever again, so if she wants a divorce she will have to arrange it. I told her I will disappear and I don't want to be found. I ended it with, if she interferes with my life again I will simply end myself. I really regret giving her that last sentence. It's like I let her steal a little bit more of me, like I let her give me a little more pain. In the hospital I made a plan on how I could disappear. Eve gave the hospital some fresh clothes that they forwarded to me. Then one evening I just went out the rear fire escape. I triggered some kind of alarm. I was panicking a bit, but thankfully no one stopped me. I got back to the hotel to pick up my car. I traded it with a small RV and set off. I got a new phone. The only person I called was my father. I told him everything and told him if he gave my new number to anyone I would become totally unreachable, forever. He could call me if he needed to reach me if I needed to sign something. Other than that I wanted to be left alone. For the first few months I grieved the loss of my old life, but I came to realize that I grieved the loss of a fantasy. A memory that only existed in my head. The loving wife and daughter, the family, friends. It was all just an illusion in my head. These people never really cared for me. Over time I started to rebuild. Only this time I was a total ghost. I rent a safety deposit box to keep valuables and cash. I do odd jobs for money. I hunt and fish and scavenge. My money consumption is insignificant, so my cash reserves are actually growing. I don't pay taxes, I don't have a bank account. When people ask my name I answer, people call me Fred. I go out of my way to not contribute to society or anything else for that matter. All in all my life is getting better. At least now no one is using me for nothing but their own benefit while pretending they care about me. I don't know what happened to my wife and daughter, my old friends or the rest of the family. I don't know if I am divorced now or if I owe child support. I don't know what happened to the house. I don't really care. My father has tried to give me information a few times but I shut that down hard. He is the only one I speak to occasionally from my old life.
I accidentally gave my brother a wizarding false memory of meeting Harry Potter and I unconsciously revealed that it was fake. Now his childhood is ruined. When my younger brother, 20 now, was 6, he went through a huge Harry Potter phase. He loved the wizarding world and believed he might meet Harry Potter, Daniel Radcliffe, or the other characters on a family trip to Scotland since Hogwarts was there. No one promised him this, but he convinced himself it could happen. Sadly, the trip was cancelled after our grandpa passed away, and my brother was devastated for both reasons. To cheer him up, I decided to craft a souvenir. I was 16 and had just discovered Photoshop. so I edited a picture of my brother with Daniel Radcliffe to make it look like they'd met. I printed it, framed it, and gave it to him without telling him it was fake. He loved it and fully believed he'd met Daniel. Soon, he had an entire story about the meeting, what they talked about, how Daniel hugged him, etc. It was so sweet, and none of us, my family and I, could tell him the truth. Fast forward 14 years, and my brother still didn't know that the old, low-quality picture of him meeting Daniel Radcliffe is fake. I never told him because his memory of the fake meeting felt so real to him that it became one of his proudest stories. Over time the memory became less important and the framed picture had been packed away in some box, and my brother has long outgrown his Harry Potter obsession. Yesterday, however, we were at our parents' home, and we were bringing up old memories. You know how it goes. The story of meeting Daniel Radcliffe came up, and thinking it was harmless, I told him the truth. I thought he'd laugh, but instead, he got visibly upset. He didn't want to believe me at first, thinking I was messing with him. I told him the real story of how and why I did it. He told me that it feels like I robbed him of a real childhood memory that he really cherished, and he feels embarrassed thinking about all the times he's told people about meeting Daniel Radcliffe in person, even recently. We ended our conversation on a semi-good note, though. I apologized for not telling him sooner because I do feel bad that it meant so much to him even now, but I don't regret it. Back then, it made him so happy during a rough time, and I don't regret giving him that joy. I just didn't realize how much it still meant to him. So I'm just wondering, or was, I the a-hole? Update. I figured my brother might appreciate a bit of humor over me spiraling into some overly elaborate apology plan. We hadn't seen each other since my post, but we finally met up Saturday, and I brought him a new photoshopped picture of 20-year-old him with Daniel Radcliffe, captioned "Reunited at Last." I just made it on my phone, and thankfully, he loved it, and doesn't think it's real this time. Seriously though, we had another conversation about the whole situation. My brother said it was still crappy to find out like this and so late, but that he appreciates me telling the truth. I asked him about the memory and how it felt so real to him since a lot of comments were wondering about that too. He said that looking back, it's possible he knew it wasn't real at first but started telling a story about it to impress his friends, and somewhere along the way, he started believing his own hype.
I accidentally taught Seabat to my roommate's parrot. My roommate doesn't know yet. I am so dead. My roommate is out of town camping until the end of the weekend and he's going to attack me when he finds out. Okay, so we all know the story with Seabat, no need to go into that. My roommate is out of town for a week, and I have the whole apartment to myself. 4 days ago, I, 29, asked my girlfriend, 29, if she would like to enjoy some delicious fun time while blasting Seabat. She and I are both super weird and are open to doing this kind of dumb stuff. To no surprise, she laughed and said yes. I just thought it would be fun to experience. To my surprise, it really wasn't as weird as I thought it would be. It might be that the love I have for her is so powerful, that it left only about 5% of my brain power focusing on the dolphin sounds in the background. The next day we decided to go at it again, only this time Seabat was a surprise for her. After a few minutes of kissing, I turned on the music and we both started laughing hysterically before getting it on. I even lasted longer than the day before, which I now regret. Here's the problem which I stupidly did not even take a second to consider. While my roommate is out of town, I'm taking care of his parrot who dwells in our living room, which shares a very thin door with my bedroom. This is no ordinary parrot. This is a chattering lory, the same bird as that red one on YouTube who goes woo-ah-oo. This bird does not shut up. He makes so much noise that I've naturally learned to ignore him after a year of living with it. Anyway, somehow it never even crossed my mind that these parrots learn words and sounds and mimic them surprisingly accurately. Before leaving for work yesterday morning, I made some coffee and sat down in the living room for a bit just relaxing and closing my eyes. All of a sudden, I hear the first few notes of Seabat in perfect pitch and rhythm. I open my eyes and this little dude was staring me dead in the face. 5 to 10 seconds pass, and I hear it again. I just grabbed my things and left for work immediately. I had to escape, figuring I'd just find a way to fix this or explain this later. But the more I think about it, the more I realize that I'm just dead. My roommate isn't weird like me, and he hates when I say silly things to the bird. When he comes back this weekend, I'm worried he's gonna give a notice and leave. I messed up again. So for those who don't know, I accidentally taught my roommate's parrot to sing Seabat while trying to experience intimacy to the song while my roommate was out of town. Well, my roommate got back into town on Sunday evening, and later that night, I confessed my treason. I told him that I blasted Seabat in bed twice and that his parrot learned the tune, and I told him how sorry I was and that it was completely unintentional. After all, it's his little birdie, I would never purposely try and corrupt it. His response, "What the hell is Seabat?" At this moment, I realized that had I only kept my mouth shut, I could have gotten away with it. To someone who doesn't know what Seabat is, that melody just sounds like a normal pattern of chirps that birds tend to pick up. But no, I just had to ruin it. So now that I've opened Pandora's box, I had to show him the Seabat story and play him the song. He thought it was the stupidest thing he's ever heard. Then we sat and waited till the bird sang it, and it did. I can confidently say that he was mildly annoyed that his bird is now more annoying than it was before. Now he is getting back at me by constantly teasing me around our friends for having had intimacy to Seabat. Twice. And they've started joining in. We were having a game night on Monday playing Among Us with some mutual friends, and he kept calling meetings just to say stuff like Orange is an imposter. While the lights were off, I saw him effing to Seabat and Alec. Then some of our friends started doing similar crap. Weird. So now a bunch of my friends know that I had intimacy to Seabat, which is pretty embarrassing honestly. But then again, at least it's a relief to know that he found some way to help even the score. Although a bird singing intimacy song for a lifetime. I hope he doesn't tease me forever. I accused my boss of stealing my identity and opening credit cards, but he denied it and wrote me up. He was livid when I disputed everything and put his company on hold for fraud. I work for a relatively small business. There are only about 50 of us, and I've been working here for about 3 years. The owner of the business I know has been stressed out over the financials for the last 6 months. We've gone from fairly profitable to slightly unprofitable since December. Since I've worked here, I can think of 1-2 month span of time that the business hasn't been profitable, but even then, we were only down a couple $1,000s total on that second month. In January, we had our worst month since I've worked here, and it only improved slightly in February. The credit cards on my credit report were opened in February and looked to have been maxed out by March. Fast forward to last week, and my boss, the company owner, is out of the office for a day, and a coworker grabbed the mail. It had a Discover bill with my name on it. She gave it to me, and I was extremely confused. It was my name but the company's address with a suite designated solely for the boss. Open it up, and I found out I owed more than $10,000 and my payment was 2 months late. I called Discover, and they emailed me a description of the charges. About a dozen of them all have the heading of my company. It was clear someone ordered a card in my name and literally paid my company about $10,000 from it back in early March. Of course, I was livid and immediately disputed all of the charges. I checked my credit report, and another card seemed to have been opened about the same time with more than a $5,000 balance. I called that bank, and they sent me the transaction list, which was the same thing. At this point, I was pretty sure it was my boss as I knew he had access to my social security number from my hiring paperwork, and the address on both cards was his suite in the building. As I'm talking with my work group about it, someone else said their identity was stolen in January, but they got it taken care of through TransUnion. They said the charges went to a supplier of ours. Turns out, a third employee in our work group of 5 had their credit stolen at the start of the year when they checked their credit after hearing us talk about it. They are having that credit card company send them a statement as they couldn't email them the information. Last Wednesday, I confronted my boss about the credit cards, and he denied everything. He said whoever it was probably just used the work address because they may have found it through my LinkedIn. He also said to wait 120 days before disputing anything, which I found extremely weird, but the credit card companies would take care of everything. I decided not to take his advice and disputed everything on the credit websites that day. Monday came along, and he called me to ask if there was anything new on my credit since the other 2 also talked to him about their issues. I told him I disputed everything, and he got pretty pissed. He was enraged that I disputed it so soon and said something that caught my attention. So it was you who caused the holds. I later discovered the company's credit card merchant account is now on hold for fraud. This morning, I got called in again and was given a written reprimand for unsatisfactory performance due to my lower sales numbers for last month. I've never gotten a written reprimand ever at this job, and a separate one for unsatisfactory performance for a recurring customer canceling their subscription because they went out of business. Update: 4 other employees also had their identity stolen similarly. We've all gone to the police, and last Monday, a detective showed up at the office. He only ended up staying about 10 minutes. On Tuesday, someone else, who we think was an attorney, spent the entire day in the boss's suite. On Friday, I was terminated, and at least a dozen other people were laid off, including the others I know had their identity stolen. It will take about a month to just chill before trying to find something else. I feel I owe it to myself after the last 6 weeks at work. One of the accounts is now off my credit, and I expect the other one to come off any day. It sounds like they started coming off my coworkers' accounts as well. I'm unsure what will happen from here, but I hope my old boss understands what's coming to him. I'll start working on my resume next week and file for unemployment, even though I know he will fight it. I'll keep checking out my credit daily as well to know for sure the other card is going to fall off.
I adopted my fiancé's son, but they tossed me aside when his ex came back because I am not his real mom. Now they are both crying a river so I would come back home. I met my fiancé Kevin 6 years ago when Joe was 2. I wasn't planning on dating a single parent as I felt I was too young to be a parent in any capacity, but I fell in love with Kevin, and when I eventually got to meet Joe, I fell in love with him too. Joe's bio mom was not in the picture at the time. She wanted absolutely nothing to do with Joe. When I met them, she hadn't seen Joe for a year and a half. For the past 6 years, she hasn't been in touch with Joe or Kevin at all. I've helped raise Joe all these years. I see him as my own. I love him as my own. He calls me mom. In every way except biologically, he's my son, and I'm his mom. In February this year we even made it legally official with adoption. It was honestly the best moment of my life. At the beginning of summer Joe's bio mom contacted Kevin and asked if she could see Joe. We discussed it and decided that we would give her a chance. Maybe she had needed some time to grow up. Kevin and Joe met her, and it was fine. All was good at first. I even met her, and she was perfectly nice and lovely. But in the last few weeks, something has changed. Joe and Kevin have spent more and more time with her at Kevin's insistence. I have not been there. Joe had started acting out more than he ever has before and I've been suspecting it's because of bio mom's influence. I feel like this was confirmed on Tuesday when Joe said he didn't have to listen to me because I'm not his real mom. It hurt a lot, but he's a child so I can't be too angry with him. I talked to my fiancé about it later, and I felt like maybe they should cut down a little on the time spent with bio mom and have me be there in the future. We got into an argument and when I repeated what Joe had said he responded with, well, technically you aren't his real mom. It felt like a punch. I couldn't believe it and still can't believe he said that. I was so hurt that I just left to stay at my parents' place and have been here ever since. I've tried talking to Kevin, and he's apologized over and over again, but I just can't get over that he sees me like that. I have talked to Joe and said that I just need some time away but that I love him very much. He's so sad. and there's nothing I want more than to hold him, but every time I think about going home and seeing Kevin, knowing what he said, it makes me sob. Am I awful for needing some space? I feel like a terrible mother, but I don't know what to do. Update: the night I made the post, I went back home to see Kevin and Joe. It was emotional, but I needed to do it. Joe was already asleep, but Kevin was awake. He was so apologetic and cried a lot. I told him we needed to talk, but not that night because we were exhausted. We were gonna have a few normal days for Joe's sake and then send him on a sleepover at his grandparents so we could talk. I also told him I needed a motherson date with Joe. The next day and Joe went to the zoo together and spent the day having a blast. I did explain to him that his comment had hurt me a lot. He was very sorry and confirmed what I thought, which was that his bio mom had made comments like that. We talked for a long time, and I asked him if he wanted to keep seeing his bio mom. He gave a shrug and said she had been fun at first, but he didn't like it when she told him off or yelled. I didn't love that she was doing that. I won't try to explain the whole conversation here, but I think it was a good one. He's such a sweet, sensitive little guy, and nothing makes me prouder than being his mom. Me and I did have a long, emotional conversation the night Joe went to my parents. Joe's bio mom was very manipulative. He was not sleeping with her as many of you thought. Kevin and her relationship was not good. Abusive, I want to say, and the way it ended, with her giving up all custody/parental rights of Joe, was difficult for Kevin, and he struggled a lot as a single father. He admitted he never quite healed properly from her but didn't notice it until she came back. She manipulated him again, and it all brought back so much baggage he thought he left behind him. He said he knew there was no excuse for what he said, and he wishes he never said it, but everything was too much and confusing. I said I wasn't ready to forgive him, but I wanted to work with him. I cannot give up on this man who has been so wonderful for years over this. I felt like we deserved a chance to fight through this together. The next day Kevin contacted Joe's bio mom and said we needed some boundaries with her. He said he felt she had manipulated him and his emotions, and he couldn't allow her in Joe's life with the way she was acting. We decided that going non-contact with her for the time being was best for Joe and us. We talked to Joe about this first. The thing is, she disappeared without an answer to this. Literally, nothing. Changed her number and everything. I'm not sure what happened, but we do have a plan if she ever decides to come back again. We're a team through and through. We contacted a couples counselor/family therapist, and working with her has been great. We have done it just for me and Kevin as well as with Joe. Kevin has apologized profusely more times than I can count. Kevin has also been to individual therapy, which he says has been good for him. It's been a pretty intense couple of months with a lot of personal growth from both of us, but I believe we're on the other side now. I have forgiven Kevin, and we are moving on, together and better. Also, I just found out I'm pregnant. I literally have told no one because I want to tell Kevin and Joe first in a cute way, but haven't figured it out yet. I'll think of something, but life is pretty damn good right now, so I hope you all have a wonderful day. I almost caused a crash, and the other driver reacted in a horrifying way. Now my parents are suing him. One of my first times on the road after getting my license, I made the mistake of pulling out into the road without looking to my left, and a truck almost hit me. Thankfully it was right at a red light, so he was already going pretty slow. He pulled up next to me at the light, and I rolled my window down to start apologizing. That's when this large hulk of a man hops out of his truck with a bat, and starts screaming at me. I yelled out I was so sorry and I would absolutely be more careful from now on, but he just cursed me out and walked over to my driver's side. He took his bat and broke my mirror off, then slammed the bat against my car door. He screamed that I obviously didn't need my mirror, since I wasn't using it anyway. I rolled my windows up and locked my doors, because at this point I was terrified. The light turned green, and when I went to try and leave, he walked in front of my car and started hitting the hood. He said he wasn't going to allow me to leave until I learned my lesson, as someone like me shouldn't be out driving on the actual road. At this point I was crying hysterically. I had no clue what was going on or what I should do. He slammed the bat down onto the hood of my car again, and it startled me so badly I released the brake and hit the gas for a second. I ended up hitting the guy and he fell backwards. At this point I started to worry I had somehow killed the guy, until I saw him stand up. I don't think I ever switched from relief to panic in such a quick time as I did that day, because he marched over to the driver's side, and smashed his bat down onto my windshield, shattering it. He just kept hitting and hitting, until finally I heard police sirens. He tossed his bat into his truck bed, and casually leaned against his truck as they approached. I didn't hear their conversation over my sobs and tears still escaping. When a police officer came over, they asked if I had caused an accident, as that was what the guy was claiming had happened. I sort of mumbled out my side of the story of what actually happened, and gave them my dashcam to review the footage. They took it back to their car, and like 2 minutes later they were arresting the guy for assault. Another officer asked if I was okay and that I would need to pull over out of the road and call a tow truck, because of the horrible state my windshield was in. It would be too dangerous to drive. I asked him to drive my car into the parking lot for me, because at this point I never wanted to touch the wheel of a car ever again. My parents eventually got involved, and are now suing the guy for assault with a deadly weapon, and destruction of property. I've been too terrified to drive since, and I'm not sure how I will ever feel comfortable doing so again. If I even see a truck driving down the road I flinch now. I just hate that I started this whole thing, and don't know how to get past it. Any advice on how to get back on the road again would be appreciated. I always beg my husband to have intimacy with me, but the only thing that excites him is his PlayStation, so I am putting him in a challenge: lock down his game room or lose his family. I have been with my husband for 15 years and married for 11 years of those years. We have a 7-year-old daughter. We have intimacy maybe once a year since our daughter was born. I'm always the one that has to initiate any type of intimacy. When we do, it's hard to get him to stay up and it's a lot of work on my end. He's seen a doctor and there are no issues with labs. He won't take the little blue pill because he says he doesn't need it and doesn't have an issue. My husband has always blamed our lack of intimacy on our daughter since she slept in the bed with us. I'll try to get him to go in a different room and there's always some excuse like he's too tired, but then he will go up to our game room and play his video games. Our daughter has slept in her own room for over 6 months now and nothing has changed. His excuse is still, well, our daughter has slept in the bed with us all this time. My husband is a good person and a good dad. He works hard for his family. He works 60 hours a week, but besides paying the bills, that's the extent of it. He says he's tired and tells me I don't understand the stress of having to take care of the family financially. I work 40 hours a week, have a small business, make all of our appointments, do anything related to our daughter. I'm classroom mom, on PTO, and do all household chores. I do all laundry, cleaning, make meals, grocery shopping, take vehicles for oil changes, yard work, and take trash cans out. I do pay some of our bills and I pay for all of our daughter's extracurricular activities, which definitely adds up. He just thinks my load of work and contributions does not amount to what he does. This past week I got on his phone because he saves reels on FB for me, normally funny stuff and recipes he wants me to try. I saw in his search history all of these SCer girls and groups he's been looking at, which really pushed me over the edge. I wouldn't be mad if he came to me to have intimacy and I denied him intimacy. I confronted him about it. And he says he doesn't look that stuff up and I told him I'm not naive and it's clear as day. Then the next day he says yay, he clicks on those girls' profiles and groups because he's a man and likes to look. He's been locking his game room recently while in there, and when he says he's sleeping I know he's playing his PS, and I guess now he also looks at these different profiles. I've seen lotion up there a long time ago while cleaning and had asked him about it and he swears he's not jerking off, but I'm not stupid and naive. I really just hate being lied to. He says I'm a hypocrite because I watch porn, but I wouldn't watch porn and take care of my needs if he would be intimate with me. I admit I am a hypocrite and guess I'm just hurt because it just seems it's me. To me it feels he's not attracted to me or just doesn't seem to want me. He says he doesn't really have a drive and that's what I had thought, but after seeing what he likes to click on I feel he just doesn't have a drive towards me. Looks-wise people tell him he definitely leveled up. Overall I take care of myself and put effort into my looks. I'm definitely not the hottest or most beautiful, but I'm not bad looking. He's overweight, short, and balding. Why do I feel like now I don't look good enough for him or excite him enough to be with? I told him I want him to get rid of all of the gaming stuff and not be locked upstairs and to spend more time with me and our family, or it's time for us to divorce. He said he's not giving up his gaming stuff and doesn't see how that's the problem. He told me that I'm going to ruin our family, because all I want is intimacy. I'm just tired of begging. I feel I shouldn't be begging for intimacy, affection, and him to be present with his family. I do so much for everyone and tired of not getting anything in return. I'm tired of putting my wants and needs last. I'm tired of begging him to hang out with us and do family stuff. The only thing that excites him is to go upstairs in the game room and play his video games, and I guess now I know he likes to do other stuff as well. We've done the counseling stuff here and there and it gets better for a bit but then goes back to our normal. Update 1. Yesterday I messaged my husband the following: why should we stay together? Just for our daughter? What do you love about me besides being a good mother and wife? What do you like about me? What are things you want from our relationship that you're not getting besides financial? What do you think I contribute to our relationship? Do you really not want intimacy or a physical relationship? Do you think that's not an issue? I need a physical and intimate relationship. That's something that's important to me. It's more than just intimacy. Am I not attractive to you? Do you not desire me? Please be honest. Why can't you see why I'm upset and that my feelings are valid? You think I'm upset over nothing. I feel you take my words as if they are water being poured into a colander. You hold no value to what I say. Why can't you see my pain? You think this is easy on me? Have I thrown too many empty threats to you that you don't take this and what I say seriously? Where can we go from here? Can we work it out? Sometimes my issue is that you can't be honest with me that there's an issue. I hate when you don't take accountability and place blame elsewhere. We're adults, we make mistakes and we should take accountability for what we say and do. I know I'm not who I was and I don't love who I am right now. I don't like nagging, yelling, and begging. Begging you for help, attention, and affection. I'll go back, get a better paying job and help more with finances if we decide to move forward. In return you'll have to help more with our family. Help worry about finding a sitter for our daughter, who's picking her up from school. You'll need to help and call out when she's sick, take off for field trips, help make her lunches, take her to extracurriculars, and help more with daily tasks. He never responded. Instead I saw where he played over 3 hours on his PlayStation. To me that speaks volumes. This was his response a day later: if I don't make you happy then I don't want to force something that's not gonna make you happy. I'm fine with what you want to do. I do love you and I shouldn't have to prove that after being together for 14 years. We can go our ways. I will financially support you and Landry to the best of my ability. Only have a few requests. That wherever you decide to move, please stay within 30 miles of each other so I can see Landry and I can help better. I can pay your mortgage on a $250K house if you put $100K down and will of course pay for whatever Landry needs. When we sell the house I want $100K and you can have everything else. I need you to pay the Tesla off. I owe $33K. We need to at least get $600K for our home if not more. I hate that it's come down to this but will help you achieve happiness as long as we can agree on some terms with our child and finances. Update 2. 7 months later, I have found some thyroid nodules and thankfully they are non-cancerous, but I will still need to have a procedure to have them shrunk. My husband found out about them and was upset I did not tell him what I was going through medically. After that we spoke again about if he asked if we could reconcile and we did our best to address our concerns and we have been trying to work on things. He no longer plays his PlayStation, watches corn, or stays upstairs in our game room. I started working more and contributing more financially especially with all of the extra medical costs from all of the labs, testing, and needing to save for the cost of the procedure. Since I work more he has been helping out with household duties and being a present parent. We are working on things, actually having intimacy, working on our health, and communicating more. After my possible cancer scare I realized life is just too short to not enjoy it. I told him I am no longer giving energy to argue, be angry, and be around people that are more negative than positive in my life. He knows if we aren't going on the same path then I'm not going to stay in our marriage. Like many said it's not healthy for our daughter to be with parents who stay together just for the sake of our child. He's finally listened to me and has started going to the doctor. He's on a CPAP for sleep apnea, lost 60 ibs, and taking cholesterol medication. He now overall seems to be in a better mood. He told me he really didn't realize how long he would stay up watching the PlayStation and how that affected his sleep as well and has apologized for being so blind. I can tell he's trying and is making efforts to be more involved and present as a husband and father. He is also taking lots more initiative in our relationship. He initiates intimacy and actually is back to foreplay and I feel like we have true intimacy again. I really think with the amount of masturbating he had death grip syndrome and that's why he had a hard time keeping an erection which was what ultimately led to the dead bedroom. The bedroom is fun again and I feel like we are how we were before having a kid. We've started doing lots of little things together like watching our weekly shows, having date nights, and we even took a week-long trip with just the two of us and we had a great time. I'm not saying everything is perfect, because we have our days, but we are on a very good path. I don't believe in throwing away something broken until I've given my all to repair it. It's so easy to throw something away and start over with something new. Marriage is teamwork and both partners have to be willing to put in equal parts of effort to make it last. I hate it took the big wake-up calls to get here, but I'm glad where we are at in life.
I am getting married in 2 weeks and I found out that my fiancée has been hiding her sister's affair, so I ended our engagement and exposed both of them. My fiancée Sarah and I have known each other for about 6 years, engaged for 1. Our wedding is scheduled to take place in just 2 weeks and I just witnessed something that is making me feel like I'm making the biggest mistake in my life. Tonight Sarah and I were taking a rare opportunity to relax at home. Sarah was in the kitchen making dinner while I was out back working on one of my projects. We live on acreage and I am building a pagoda/fire pit in the backyard that we were planning on using this fall. Anyway, as you do when you're doing heavy labor, I get thirsty and come back to the house to get a drink where I see Sarah at the counter preparing dinner and talking on speakerphone. I recognize the voice instantly as my brother-in-law Marty. Now, this is where my brain gets totally twisted. Marty asks Sarah where her sister Evelyn is as he's been trying to get in contact with her and she's not answering texts and I hear Sarah say to him, "She just left here. She should be home in a half hour or so." It should be noted that Evelyn is Marty's wife of 5 years. I have to admit that I didn't immediately register what she had just said because I went into the kitchen and grabbed a glass and asked Sarah what was that all about, and she responded with Marty was looking for Evie. I see her texting and I ask her what are you doing, and she says I'm texting Evie that Marty was looking for her. Anyway, I pour myself a drink, sit down, have a sip, and then finally my brain starts to work. First off, I heard Sarah tell Marty that Evelyn was here. Evelyn was not here and the last time we saw her was yesterday when she came over to work on some last-minute wedding decoration stuff with Sarah. Secondly, why is she texting Evelyn and expecting a response when I distinctly heard Marty that Evelyn wasn't answering her texts? Lastly, why the hell would she tell Marty that Evelyn should be back in 30 minutes unless she either knows where she is, then why did she lie? Or, she is, right now in front of me, texting her to tell her to get her butt home quickly. The only conclusion that I came up with is that Sarah is lying to Marty about the whereabouts of her sister, Marty's wife, and is probably warning Evie that Marty will expect her home in half an hour. I then spent probably the next 5 hours concocting various explanations for this behavior, some decent, some downright horrible, and playing them back in my head. I wanted, really badly to ask Sarah about this, but at the same time if what I think is going on, then I doubted I'd get a straight answer. Which brings me to about an hour ago. I woke up around 1 a.m. to use the toilet and I couldn't resist the urge to check Sarah's phone. We both know each other's pins so this wasn't a difficult thing to do. Anyway, I grabbed the phone, retreated to the bathroom, unlocked it, and yup, it was exactly what I was afraid of and probably what most of you were expecting. Sarah's sister Evelyn has been having an affair for about 6 months with a coworker and Sarah has been helping Evelyn cover it up for almost that entire time. There are literally hundreds of texts between them discussing it, discussing the coworker, discussing intimacy stuff, really embarrassing things about my brother-in-law, and probably uncharitable. Just stuff that makes my stomach churn. And here is my soon-to-be wife going along with all of it without batting an eye. I took some screenshots of the entire thread, put the phone back where I found it and then retreated to my home office to find myself here typing it all out simply so I can avoid the primal scream that wants to come out of my mouth right now. I am totally 100% screwed. I cannot marry Sarah. I just cannot do it. I can't think of any reasonable excuse she could offer me about assisting her sister in this affair and victimizing not only Marty but their 2-year-old daughter as well. On the other hand, myself, my family, Sarah and her family, have all sunk an enormous amount of money into a wedding that is supposed to happen in around 2 weeks. There is no way we are getting any of that money back. On top of that, I feel like an absolute fool. Like, how did I not know this woman was like this? And what the hell am I going to do? I can't marry her. I absolutely cannot. However, I still want to. She's beautiful and fun and kind and I thought we had a bright future ahead of us. She's never done anything wrong to me, but I just can't see her the same now. It's like a big black stain on an otherwise beautiful picture. I just don't know how the F I got this so wrong and I'm absolutely dreading doing what I know I need to do. I feel like I want to vomit or break something. Update: got to Marty's house a little after 10 a.m. He had just put his daughter down for a nap and we had a long, frankly brutal talk in the kitchen. Basically, he suspected this for a couple of months now, but Evelyn has been very good at covering her tracks, obviously with the assistance of Sarah and a couple of their mutual friends. I unfortunately do not have all 6 months of text messages, just a couple of dozen screenshots I sent to myself from Sarah's phone, but I gave him what I have and offered to help him however I could. I am a field analyst in the SIU department of a mid-sized insurer specializing in workers' compensation fraud, so I know a few things and a few people. Anyway, I am now working from my laptop in my almost brother-in-law's kitchen trying to salvage whatever I can. I'm going to have to talk to Sarah this evening and get the word out as fast as I can to my friends and family now that I know I won't screw Marty over. I'm holding off on canceling the venues until after I talk to Sarah because I don't want to tip anyone off until Marty gets his chance to confront Evelyn, but I will absolutely be letting my family and friends know this afternoon sometime and beg them to keep it close. I'm basically in a frenzy right now canceling stuff I can cancel and I'm heading down to the bank in a few to open a new account and getting my bills/pay sorted out.
I am giving my friend a free wedding cake, but she told me that it doesn't count as a wedding gift. Now she's panicking because I am charging her with everything. I have a friend, who I'll call Mary, who is getting married in 2 weeks. She and I have been friends for several years, and I was excited when she asked me if I could make her cake. I don't normally do cakes anymore for people outside of family and friends as I'm currently pregnant, have a 1-year-old, and am currently pursuing another master's degree in education administration. At the time when she asked, I was also teaching full-time and finishing up a different master's program. Anyway, I agreed to make this cake over a year ago. I told Mary when she offered to pay that I would do it for free as my wedding gift to her. I distinctly said wedding gift. She accepted, and we started planning the design. Mary wanted a 4-tier cake with each tier a different flavor: white, chocolate, yellow, lemon, and several sugar flowers and fondant decorations, as well as 3 different flavored buttercreams. It was a lot, but since she is having an August wedding, I had time because the school would be out for the summer, and I am actually taking a year off since finding out I was pregnant a few months ago. Saturday, I went to Mary's bachelorette party. The party itself was fine. Nothing remarkable happened. I couldn't drink, but everyone had fun. One of Mary's bridesmaids asked what we all were getting her for her wedding. I said I was making the cake for free. The bridesmaid and other girls there said that was a good gift because the cake was expensive, and they wished they had gotten one for free. That's it, and I heard nothing else about it until today. Mary texted me and asked why I wasn't getting her a wedding gift. I told her I was, and that it was the cake, and reminded her that the cake was free. She said that wasn't a gift and that it was a favor. I told her it was a gift and that she couldn't tell me what I could give her. I then asked why she was mentioning it, and she said the bridesmaid I spoke to on Saturday told her that she was so lucky to get a free cake. She agreed but then was upset when the bridesmaid said that's a good gift. I asked her if her own bridesmaid thought it was a good gift. What's the problem? And she said it's not up to the bridesmaid to tell her what her gifts are. I told her this was her gift. She said that a gift needs to be something she can use in her marriage, not just the cake at the wedding. I told her that going to school and not working right now is a major expense that I'm taking on by doing it for free, and she said that wasn't her problem and that a real friend would do both. I responded with fine, I'll get back to you, and she thanked me for understanding. About 30 minutes later, I sent her a bill for her cake. The bill was for $700 with a deposit of $350 due by this Friday and the rest 24 hours before the event start time. She asked me what that was for, and I told her since it's not a gift, she needs to pay for it. She said she couldn't afford it, and I told her I didn't care and this is what business looks like. I did promise to get her a gift off of her registry, though. She told me no cake is worth $700, but in the bill breakdown, I pointed out where it was going from ingredients to transportation. Her venue is 45 minutes away, additional labor. My husband helps me deliver cakes, so he's getting paid, too. Last minute booking, time, and the size of the cake on top of the intricate decoration she wants. She said she shouldn't be charged for anything since I promised to do it for free, and it was too late to find another baker. I said, that sounds an awful lot like not my problem, because it isn't. She then asked if I could just do the cake for free and forget the gift, but I said no, this is the new deal, and I have not responded to her text since. She and her fiancé were venting in a group message with the wedding party that I'm not in. One of the bridesmaids, who is a mutual friend, asked me what happened after telling me what was being said in the group text, and I sent her the messages of our exchange, and now apparently, the The bridal party is now divided. Some are saying I should go back and do the cake for free like I originally promised, while others are telling Mary she was wrong, and apparently it's become a huge ordeal. Her fiancé is now mad at both of us for being petty and ridiculous. My husband is team Mary can suck an egg and doesn't think I should do the cake or get the gift. But he told me to remember this could cost me a friendship, but he'd support me either way. But he thinks I should stand my ground in this, and not let Mary push me around. Update. Long story short, the villain in this situation isn't Mary. It's Frank. And no, they did not get married. Anyway, I mentioned before that Mary was, and still is, a frugal person. That's why we all thought the gift and cake thing was weird, as well as her spending a bunch of money for the wedding. It turns out that Mary has actually been trying to save money despite doubling their budget. Apparently, Frank's family always throws extravagant celebrations and parties. That includes birthdays, holidays, graduations, and weddings. So Frank has been emphasizing to Mary that this wedding is supposed to be huge because that's just how his family is. I'm guessing it's a way to flaunt success, but that's just a guess. I don't actually know the real reason. But Frank has been hands off the entire time. I'm not surprised. My own husband only cared about the food, cake flavor, and that the colors weren't pink. But Frank has been telling Mary to save money since that's what she's good at, and that he didn't want to spend a bunch of money on one day. So Mary picked out things that were cheaper but were not good enough for Frank. Like that mansion/large house where everyone would be staying? Yeah, Frank's idea. Mary apparently wanted to do a hotel that hosted weddings because her family could stay there for less money, and the hotel was just cheaper to host a wedding versus a literal mansion with horses. He would do this with everything and veto things like her choices of decorations and vendors because they weren't big enough, or I'm guessing extravagant. He even told her how big her bouquet had to be and that her dress needed to have lots of bling. So basically, Mary has been trying to stick to the budget, but what was in the budget didn't match Frank's taste or expectations. So when I said she had to pay for the cake, Frank accused Mary of not saving them money despite her being so money conscious. And Mary wasn't the one who had the problem with the cake. It was Frank. I guess they both knew the cake was free, but Frank didn't know I was making it as a gift. Mary explained that I was, and he said that didn't count and to ask me about it. He said it didn't count because friends doing favors for an event like a wedding isn't a gift. On some level she must have agreed because she didn't mention Frank being the one with the problem at all in the messages, but whatever. Anyway, the cake was what Mary was really looking forward to because it was the only thing she felt she had 100% say in regarding the wedding. And when I charged her for it, Frank was upset that Mary was not saving them money like he was expecting. This resulted in a fight where they ended up not on speaking terms. When Frank was complaining to Pam's, our other friend, husband, and the rest of the groomsmen, it was in text and, according to Pam, Mary found them and left Frank for making her seem like a greedy bitch to everyone when she was only getting things Frank wanted without Frank's help. And that if it were up to her, they wouldn't have most of the expensive things she bought for the wedding. The only contact I've had from Mary was an apology text message. When I told her it was okay and we were still friends, she didn't answer. In fact, she hasn't answered anyone other than to tell the wedding party that the wedding was off, apologize for the inconvenience, and since then, she's been quiet. She did post on her social media a long apology for canceling. She said postponed, but I noticed her relationship status is gone. But the location/check-in is in the hometown where her parents live, not where we live, so I think she returned to her parents' house after calling the wedding off. But that's all I know, and I heard it secondhand from Pam. But according to Pam, Frank is upset Mary left because all his money is tied up in vendors that he can't get back, and he has been trying to plead his case with the groomsmen, but only his brother is on his side. Pam's husband and the other groomsmen have stopped talking to him.
I am in love with two girls at one time. I think I might be with both women. No, I am not Drake. Let's be honest, these women are not 10s, and I don't have a whopper or a snake in my pants. This rating is completely based on looks. My philosophy is that looks attract and the personality keeps you there. When you want to be with someone for the rest of your life, you want to be attracted to them and also laugh with them. I've known one of these girls for 6 years, Grace, and I met the other girl a few months ago, Emily. With the one chick I've known for a while, we have just entered the talking stage. Like no frisky business, just spending more time with each other, flirtatious texting, etc. However, this other chick I just met is a baddie and she is in love with me right off the bat, which is making me a little confused because it seems she's giving it up a little easier. Emily is from Florida but has a New York City crib. We met when I was on a business trip, but I am not trying to pull a gold digger move because I do well on my own. I have attained financial freedom at 18 years old and I have the ability to go wherever I want when I want. Emily wants to get married. At least that's what she is texting me. When someone shows me affection, I overflow myself in it, drown myself in it, then get tired of it. I am scared of this happening to me again. I play along with Emily but she ramps it up and says she wants to have my babies. That's a little spooky to me. I am 18 and definitely not ready to have someone call me daddy. Maybe Emily could, but that's different. So, Emily is putting on the heat but Grace is playing it cool. We both live in Colorado in the same city so we go out for coffee every now and then. So, Grace has a wonderful personality. She could be the mother of my kids and I love talking with her. Our friendship over the years has strengthened and we know each other very well. But, Emily also has a great personality and I want to get to know her better. I do want Emily to take it down a notch while not trying to pull me down, if you know what I'm saying. Emily has graduated college, so she's like 21 or 22. Grace is 16 and a half, so a year and a half difference between us. So, I think I'm leaning towards being with both because they are in different states. Like I said, I can travel whenever I want, so I can see either girl whenever I want and have the best of both worlds. Thoughts and or advice?
I am leaving my husband after he neglected me for years, let his mother mistreat me, and made me fear for our future daughter's safety. I am finally telling him in a way he will never expect. I have been married to my husband for 5 years, and we've been together for nearly 10. On paper, everything seemed fine, but in reality, our marriage has been anything but. I've reached my breaking point, and I need to know if I'm the one in the wrong here. From the beginning, my mother-in-law has been a nightmare. She made everything about her from day one. At our wedding, she wore white, claiming it was a family tradition. It wasn't. She constantly criticizes me, from my cooking to my appearance. I'll never forget the time she called me fat at a family gathering right in front of everyone. And what did my husband do? Nothing. Not a single word to defend me. It didn't stop there. She has accidentally destroyed my belongings, including my grandmother's necklace, which she threw out because it looked like cheap costume jewelry. She's gone out of her way to make me feel small and unwelcome in my own home. But every time I tried to talk to my husband about it, he'd brush it off, saying I was overreacting or being too emotional. And then there's my husband. He's always on Reddit, constantly giving strangers relationship advice, which is laughable considering how he treats me. He spends more time rating women's honker on Reddit than talking to me. Literally. And just so you know, the last pair he rated wasn't a 4 out of 10, they were a 10 out of 10. Yeah, he's got plenty of time to do that but can't be bothered to remember anything about my life. He'll forget my birthday, our anniversary, even simple things like what I'm working on or what's important to me, but he has a perfect memory for his work schedule and things that matter to him. When we fight, he becomes incredibly hostile and always throws in a sarcastic buddy at the end of his sentences, like I'm some acquaintance he can barely tolerate. And he never cleans the house, the dishes, laundry, you name it, it's all on me. It's like he thinks being an adult is optional, as long as he's got his job and his Reddit account. The final straw came a few weeks ago. I'm 5 months pregnant with our first child, a daughter. My mother-in-law started making comments about how she'll have to whip the girl into shape and how she'll raise her to be tough because I'm too soft. When I told my husband that I didn't want his mother to influence our daughter too much, especially with how she treats me, he just laughed it off, saying his mother means well and that I was overthinking it. But the moment that truly broke me was when we talked about future childcare, and my husband suggested that his mother watch our daughter while we work. I told him I wasn't comfortable with that, especially considering how his mother treats me, and he snapped. He called me paranoid and said I should get over it because his mother was going to be a big part of our daughter's life whether I liked it or not. This is the same woman who believes corporal punishment is okay. I've seen her hit my husband's nephew for the smallest things, and no one does anything about it. It's like they're all living in some kind of cult, and I'm finally waking up to the reality of what's going on. How could I expect him to stand up for our child if he wouldn't stand up for me? I started to fear for what kind of environment our daughter would grow up in, a place where she might be belittled or bullied by her own grandmother, with a father who wouldn't do anything to stop it. Oh. And did I mention that he missed our first ultrasound? His mother needed him to help her with something urgent. It turned out to be fixing her Wi-Fi. He chose that over seeing our daughter for the first time. That told me everything I needed to know about where I stand in his life. So, I packed up and left. I'm done living like this. So Stefan, maybe you will finally listen. And if you're wondering if you can just speed home and stop me from doing this and leaving, it's too late. I'm sending you this after I've already loaded everything in the car and left. Don't worry. I spoke with our landlords and took my name off the lease. I've set up a direct deposit for the next month's rent. After that, you're on your own, buddy. Oh, and in case you're wondering, I've already contacted a lawyer. You can't scare me into complying anymore because I have all those texts. You know exactly which ones I'm talking about. So, Stefan, I wish you all the best in your future marriage, with your mother and the women of Reddit whose honker you don't even deserve. Am I the asshole for leaving my husband after he neglected me for years, let his mother mistreat me, and made me fear for our future daughter's safety? Tiny update. Stefan has seen this post. He is mad that apparently one of you found him based on the rate my honker thing. He has deleted his account. For any purposes, I want to clarify that I left out any actual incriminating information that could lead to doxing him.
I am straight but I am developing feelings for my male friend, and I think he loves me too. I don't know how to confront him. I, 41, have always considered myself comfortable with who I have grown to be. I have worked hard in life, have a 4-year degree, a great career, financial stability, loving friends, wonderful family. In many ways I have done well for myself. However, in terms of love, I am missing my mark. I have been single for about 7 years. Prior to that I dated my fair share, and never been engaged or married, but I've had long-term relationships, weekend flings, and everything in between. Following my last relationship I decided to take a break from the dating scene and work on my career goals. So far, it's paid off, jumping 2 promotions in 7 years. I have felt unfulfilled in that department, but I was surprised how easily I could go 7 years without missing dating or companionship. I just simply don't miss it much. A friend invited me out for beers and darts a few weeks ago. We usually go to the same little pub, where we know most of the normal faces. It's not uncommon for us to mix with the people playing at the board next to us. This night was no different. 2 guys set up on the board next to ours, and we made small talk with them here and there. One of the men said his goodbyes and left, and the other guy stayed behind and shot darts by himself. We offered him, James, a place on our board and shot some games of Cutthroat. Things got fun. We drank quite a bit and we were having a lot of fun. My friend said he was ready to take off, but James and I were having a good time, so we decided to stay a bit longer. My friend took off. James and I had a couple more rounds. We had quite a bit in common and it felt like I was hanging out with an old friend. He told me he had a rec room with a pool table and dartboards at his house with a built-in bar. He showed me a few pictures of the room and I was thoroughly impressed. He suggested we go hang out there and I was on board. Since neither of us drove to the bar, we caught an Uber to his house, which was only a few minutes away. We shot a few games of pool and chatted about more personal stuff, our past relationships, careers, college, upbringing, etc. James is a lot like me, never married and a career-minded guy. Things sort of took a turn in conversation when James asked me about my sexuality. He asked if I ever had a phase or experimented. I sort of laughed a bit and said no, that wasn't something I'd ever done. He made one or two small remarks about it in jest and that was it. About another hour passed and I told him I was taking off. We exchanged numbers and agreed to hang out again the following weekend, foregoing the bar and hanging out at his place to cook out on the grill. I get home, off to bed. I get a text from him asking if I made it home safe. I didn't think too much into it, but I did tell him I got home safe. The next day, Sunday, I got up and did my normal Sunday shuffle off the Saturday night booze of going on a jog, hitting my favorite lunch spot and recovering the rest of the day on the couch. About 3 p.m. I get a text from James asking if I was interested in coming over around 6 p.m. He was going to grill some fish up and have a couple friends over. I thought that would be fun, so I went. We had another good time. This time I only stayed a couple hours and when I got there he told me his 2 friends canceled so it would just be us. It wasn't a huge deal. He was good company. I took off around 9 p.m. He sent me a text about 10 minutes after leaving saying he had fun and is looking forward to the weekend plans we made. I texted him back that I was looking forward to it as well. The following day James sent me a text telling me about something funny that happened to him at work that morning. I don't keep my phone on me during work so I didn't see it until lunchtime. I feel like it's important to note, I don't text people throughout the day. I guess I'm sort of old school, but I don't chit-chat with people via text often. So to me, James is reaching out more than I'm used to friends doing. But I didn't mind. I looked forward to talking to him. After work I went to the gym per usual and home. I saw someone who kinda looked like him. It made me think of him. On one of the TVs in front of the treadmills they were showing a TV show we talked about. It made me think of him. At the grocery store picking up dinner stuff, I walked past the seafood section and it made me think of him. We texted throughout the week. I even started keeping my phone at my desk so I could text him. This isn't like me at all. Finally Saturday comes around and plans go off like normal. I actually got to his place a couple hours early. He suggested I invite my friend I was with when we met, Mark. I did and Mark came along with me. We all had a terrific time. James cooked for us. We had plenty to eat and drink, spent time in the pool, shot darts. It was a blast. The end of the night comes around. Mark said he wanted to take off and again, I felt the urge to stay and hang out longer, which is exactly what I did. This time we sat on his pool deck until 2 a.m. talking about everything you could imagine. I realized the time and had to take off. He understood and instead of shaking hands he hugged me. This is not usual for me whatsoever, but it felt so naturally acceptable, like I wanted him to do it. I left and this time I texted him from my Uber telling him that I'll let him know when I arrive safely. That was a week ago. We didn't hang out this past weekend but we've texted daily and made plans to go hiking this coming Saturday. I thought about the way I feel about him and I've concluded it's the same way you feel when you meet someone who you fall in love with. Coupling that with his questioning me if I've ever fooled around with guys or had an experimental phase kind of makes me think he feels the way I do and he may be gay or at least bi-intimate. I'm torn as far as what to do, because I love this feeling and I think I'm falling in love with this guy. It feels so strange to type that out but I think it's true. He is definitely flirting with me and I have decided I am definitely flirting back with him. Should I have a talk with him directly about this? Update 1. The trip went well. We spent the entire day out hiking. I was very observant in our interactions. However, I didn't want to be so observant that I overthought anything or misinterpreted anything. So I went with the flow and the vibes were great. We hiked a trail for the better part of the day before stopping to rest before making the trek back down. When I had the opportunity in conversation I mentioned that I had thought about his question about me ever having a male-male experiment and I told him that although I hadn't ever really had one or considered it until that point, it stuck with me and I thought I might be curious to try it. I delivered this passively, just so not to put him on the spot. To my comfort, he received it well. He had some genuine sentiments about how short life is and how things are not always so black and white in terms of how things should be. It felt like the time to make a move but I just didn't do it. We were sitting less than 2 feet apart, looking at each other during this conversation and I just didn't do it. It was a matter of nerves getting the best of me. Plus, what if things went south? That'd be a long, awkward walk back to our car, followed by a long ride back to town. Fast forward to the following week. During the week we texted as much as normal. This time I've loosened things up using more emojis, being generally a bit flirty and a bit risque but in a masculine, teasing way, using fitness and physique to goof with him. We got together last night for some drinks at the pub we met at. Following that we went back to his house to play the new NBA 2K20 demo on PS4. I'll admit I'm not very good at video games and needless to say he beat me pretty bad, but I kept the competitive spirit alive and we had a blast. At the end of the night, around 11 p.m. I went to leave. I had been working myself up to kiss him all night, figuring it would be easier with some drinks and me. I went in for our hug. When I pulled back I kept my arms around his back, let him pull back until he was spaced back. He looked me right in the face and sort of smirked and I laid it on him. I went right in and kissed him. It was short, I didn't use much tongue, but I pulled back and said I guess I can say I've experimented now, right? And he sort of chuckled and said yeah, I guess you can. Man, he had a sort of confused smile on his face. I had one on mine and it was fireworks in my stomach. I played it cool. I left and texted him when I got home that I was home safe and I thanked him again for a good time. He replied with a similar sentiment and to my surprise didn't ask me about the kiss. He asked if I wanted to come over Monday night for the Notre Dame game and a cookout. I told him I'd love to and I'll bring some ribs to cook. We have texted as normal today and I can't tell you how excited I am for Monday and to see what happens next. Update 2. Leading up to Monday, We texted like normal. He convinced me to download Snapchat, which I had heard about but sort of wrote off as an app where teens and 20-somethings exchange dirty pictures or where cheating spouses go to because the chats don't stick around. I bid and we had been snapping goofy pictures using the filters, things we bumped into throughout the day. This guy is seriously hilarious. He has this goofball sense of humor and knows how to bring light to any little interaction he comes across. Anyway, so Monday rolls around. I'm excited to hang out and nervous all at the same time. I knew he'd have other friends there, all of which I'd never met before and that wasn't helping the nerves. I get over there around 2. He has one friend already there and is expecting more. They trickle in and I'm doing my best to mingle with all the new faces. Everyone is super friendly and made me feel like one of the boys. I was going to try to hang out until everyone cleared out so I could talk to him about the kiss, which is exactly what I did. I did my best to not elongate conversation so as to give off the night's winding down vibe. After some time everyone left with the exception of one friend who was sleeping off the booze on his couch. I asked James if we could talk outside. We walk outside and the conversation went something like this. I know I kissed you the other day, and I don't know if that was something I should have done. It just sort of felt like the right thing to do in the moment. I've just been thinking about our friendship a lot and I think I may be confused about what we are or where we're heading. I was absolutely out there now. No turning back. I basically just told him I had developed feelings for him and wanted to know where he stood with me. He didn't even hesitate to respond that he'd been wondering the same thing. Why I haven't brought it up before now. Obviously I told him I had never been bisexual or gay before, but the texting all the time, the flirting, the kiss. He reassured me our friendship had a no walls, open door, open communication thing. I could come to him with whatever was on my mind and I just teared up. It wasn't crying, just tearing up, but it was so many emotions all at once. I gave him a hug and told him I appreciated that. We sat down and I explained to him how confused I've been these last couple weeks, how this is all new to me. He is such a good listener. I sort of just rattled off everything that's been on my mind regarding us, my confusion in sexuality, my fears. He is an active listener so he had a sentiment or an answer for most of the things I said. They were all comforting. He told me he has feelings for me, that he wasn't sure if he came on too strong. He is not openly gay. He has been bisexual since his teen years and he explained it that as he's gotten older he's hiding it less and cares less of what people think. Not all of his friends know, and the ones that do know don't care. A few of the guys from the party knew he was bi. I don't know what I would call the gut feeling I had, but explaining everything, talking about it, airing it out with him was like when you're reading a good book late at night in bed. The story's been confusing. You need answers which you think are coming any minute but flipping the page and a new chapter starting. Do you keep reading now or do you save it for tomorrow? I felt like we had gotten enough out in the air that we are on the same page. I have feelings for him, he has feelings for me, this is new for me, this is nothing new for him. He explained that nothing has to change in our friendship. If we wanted to get physical we could but I shouldn't be pressured. I wanted to kiss him, not like the first one where it was just a slight slip of my tongue and a lip press. I turned to him and put my hand on his knee and leaned in. He gently grabbed the back of my head, we kissed. Full on made out for what seemed like ever. It was the most satisfying kiss I've ever had. This where the physical stuff ends for me. I'm not ready for anything further than kissing at the moment. By this time it was nearly 3 in the morning and I had to go. He walked me to my car and we made out a second time before I got in. He told me to get home safe and I did. I texted him to let him know I got home safe and hopped in the shower. I was so emotionally charged that I couldn't get to sleep until around 5 a.m. I ended up calling out of work Tuesday. James and I have plans to hang out again this weekend. He wants to go out for food in a place called Topgolf with me and some of his friends from the party. I've never golfed before so this should be interesting. Lol. I'm really looking forward to it and I'm just taking things day to day at this point. I know where we stand and I'm happy. Despite my best efforts to loosen up, I woke up Sunday more sore than any workout has given me. Golfing really did take its toll on my body. For those who warned me of this, you can now say I told you so. Saturday was terrific. I met with James and 2 of his friends at his house around lunchtime. We went out for a bite to eat and hit the road on an almost 2-hour trip out to Topgolf. James drove us. He and his friends are all big sports guys, more than just keeping up with scores and highlights. They all love going into rosters, predictions. They play fantasy leagues for most every sport and it's a bit hard to keep up with them I must admit. I found myself secretly googling some things they were talking about along the ride. Nevertheless, he has a fun group of friends. During the trip up they found out I've never owned a gun and have only shot one when I was a kid. They convinced me we need to change that and go hit a shooting range sometime real soon. So we get to Topgolf, got a bay and let me tell you, this place is awesome. A bit pricey but I guess it's all in the experience. We had a good time hanging out and they had a hell of a surprise when I was shooting better than one of the guys who'd been golfing since he was a kid. One of his friends got pretty drunk and sat out the last hour or so, Justin, in the truck. His friend who stuck around, Chris, left to take a phone call. James had been flirty most of the night, but not so outwardly that his friends could pick up on it. I tried to follow suit, but I was not as confident as he is, admittedly. When we had a few minutes to ourselves he asked me if I wanted to stick around when we got back to the house, go for a swim or just watch a movie. I told him I would love that. We didn't stay too late. We took off pretty quickly after Chris got back. On the ride home, it was pretty quiet. Justin was passed out and Chris was buried in his phone. We dropped Justin and Chris off at their houses on the way back and went back to James' house. He made us a couple drinks and we sat on his patio talking about how fun the day's been and just cutting up about the golf and his friend getting plastered. I hadn't brought a swimsuit along so James lent me one. He was pretty reserved and seemed a little shy once we got to his house and for the first time I felt like I had the lead in the way things went. I think he was being a little reserved so as not to come on too strong. When we were swimming around, I approached him and just went for it. I put my arms around him and kissed him. It got a little heavy and he went for a reach. I sort of stopped him and by moving my hips back and he got the idea. We just kissed and floated in the pool for at least half an hour. He suggested we go watch a movie and lay on the couch. That sounded so nice, I can't even tell you. We toweled off, changed clothes and that's exactly what we did. We put on a movie and just laid on the couch. I was so comfortable laying on him that I fell asleep not even halfway through the movie. He let me sleep through it and woke me up when it was over. He told me I could stay the night if I wanted to. I did. He closed up the house and shut everything down, led me to his room and we jumped into bed. I don't want to make this too NSFW, but we did end up fooling around and it was honestly better than I played it out in my mind. Like a lot better. I was really nervous, but I don't know why I was so nervous. We fell asleep and I woke up to him up and already showered and changed. He told me he got a text that he needed to be somewhere ASAP. I didn't delay. I got up and dressed. He joked that he wanted to make me breakfast and that he owed me a homemade breakfast next time. That made me smile so big. He walked me to the door and kissed me before I opened it. I left and he sent me a text about an hour later saying he had a really good night and wanted to do it again this coming up weekend. I told him I'm supposed to take this weekend to help a family member with a move, but maybe we could get together one day after work. He said that was a good idea. We texted all day yesterday off and on and I couldn't stop replaying every single second of our interaction. From before Topgolf, to back at his house, to the bedroom stuff. It all keeps replaying like I'm editing a movie. I just keep analyzing everything I can remember and I think if I keep doing that it's going to drive me crazy. But it's like I'm trying to relive parts of it to feel the same feelings I felt in the moments. I think we're going for food this Wednesday. I am supposed to have money and trust from both of my parents, but my stepmom says this is not true because it was used to take care of the family and pay for my stepsiblings' tuition. I am supposed to have money put aside for me for university from both of my deceased parents. My stepmom says there is no money left, and what was left by my dad was used to send my step-siblings to university and pay for the family's expenses. I am a minor and about to start my last year of high school. I am currently living in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. My mom passed away when I was 2, and we lived in Vancouver at the time. My dad remarried when I was 8, and I became the youngest kid in the family. My stepmom has always been mentally unstable and hates me in general. My dad passed away 6 years ago from cancer. Before my dad passed away, he told me that there was a trust set up for me with a fair amount of money to pay for my university from his first wife. He also told me that his will was set up to ensure that I wouldn't need to worry about anything for university or need to worry about money. He told me repeatedly that I would be cared for no matter what. Earlier this month, my stepmom commented vaguely, asking how I expected to pay for college university on minimum wage. I told her what my dad told me. She said that everything my dad had left was spent to take care of the family and to send my older step-siblings to university. She said it was first come, first serve. She also has refused to help me in any way as it is a waste of her time. I have ripped apart the house and am trying to find any paperwork from my mom/dad's estate, but I cannot find anything. I have tried to talk to 2 lawyers specializing in estates and wills. The first one told me he could not consult with a minor unless my guardian was present. The other one wanted a lot of money, even to do anything I didn't have. I have also tried to reach out to the estranged part of my mom's family. Her sister was able to dig up something with the name of the company that took care of her estate, but that company no longer seems to exist. My dad, on the other hand, was an only child, and as long as I remember, I don't know anyone else from his family, nor can I find anything. I don't know where to look or what to do at this point anymore. I am terrified that my stepmother used this money to pay for all the frivolous bullshit she has wasted money on and pay for my step-siblings' tuition. I am also terrified that if there is no money, then I'm going to get screwed hard. I need to get away from my stepmother no matter what. Update, I got in touch with an awesome lawyer specializing in wills and trusts, who, after explaining my whole situation to him, was willing to do the discovery for free. He found that I have only 1 trust but 2 trusts for me. One of the trusts was set up a long time ago, most likely by my mother, and is still intact and safe, which was more than enough for me. Unfortunately, the second trust was most likely improperly set up or handled, as it seems to have been emptied about 2 years ago. He gave me a bunch more useful advice and detailed instructions on how to use the trust properly, along with a bunch of recommendations to ensure the money is not touched by my stepmother or siblings. I also managed to talk to my step-siblings and learned that they both consider themselves estranged from my stepmother. My older stepbrother pays for her rent, but that is it. They aren't on speaking terms in any way and recommended that I get out right away. My stepsister also was supposed to have a bunch of money for her education only for it to mysteriously just dry up after her first year of university. Her mom told her she spent all her 4 years of tuition in 1 year, so now she is paying her way. Anyway, I have decided to basically keep my head down for the last year of high school, get out as soon as university starts, and never look back. I am the product of my mom's infidelity and my dad just informed me of all this. Now he doesn't want to pay for my college, but I learned that my grandfather left a large inheritance for me. I have no idea how to process all this, and I am completely unprepared for what lies ahead. Both my older brother and sister went to the same college. My brother graduated 2 years ago. My sister is set to graduate in 2 years. Both had their college paid by our dad. Dad paid all their college expenses, including rent, food, their cars, pocket money, you name it. My brother has a job now, his own place, lives together with his fiancée, and has his life together. My sister already has a good paying job, and my dad still pays for almost everything for her. I got accepted to the same college, which was always the plan, and was looking forward to talk with my parents about the next steps, and ask them to help me the same they did for my siblings. I always assumed they had money put aside for my college like for my siblings. Instead, I was met with a story about my mom's cheating, how I am the result of her cheating, and how my dad is not willing to support me anymore moving forward. Dad told me that mom had 18 years to let me know and prepare me for the future, but obviously she never did. He said it was never his place to say anything since I am not his son, and didn't want to interfere with mom's parenting. Apparently my grandparents know I am not dad's biological son, but they haven't bothered to tell me anything either. My siblings had no idea, and they are as surprised as I am because there was never a hint of anything being off. I might be naive, but I always thought I had a great relationship with my dad. We go to see sports together, we go fishing together, he tutored me when I had difficulties with math. Dad is an engineer, he taught me to drive. I never got a hint that he stored resentment towards me. I mean, he gave me my name, explained what it means, and was very proud of it. It's a story he tells from time to time. He likes to talk about stuff like that about me. My mom has never said a word about anything, and apparently, she was supposed to have the talk with me, but she never did. I feel abandoned and unprepared for what lies ahead. I am not even sure I can go to college anymore. I always assumed my parents would pay for it. I never had a job, and I am not sure what job I can get to support me through college. I have no idea how to apply for loans. All my mom has done is cry and apologize, but nothing of substance. She has no idea how to help me. I don't even know if I'm welcomed home anymore. It's all up in the air. I feel shame leaving my room, and if I am asked to move out I don't know where to go. I don't have any savings, maybe $400 put together. I am angry at my mom. I am confused about where I stand with my dad. There's a man out there who is my father who never wanted to have anything to do with me. I feel rejected, and I have no idea what to do to fix this situation. Does anyone have any idea what to do here? Update. Things are more or less back to a normal state if you consider other events. Unfortunately, my grandpa died at the beginning of this week, and I am still processing it. I did manage to talk with both my mom and dad, and I know where I now stand in relation with them, as well as my siblings. I think it is safe to say both my parents love me, and what happened 2 weeks ago was an overreaction to a fight between my parents. The conclusion is that I am going to college. It will be the college I have always wanted to go to, and I will have the same experience as my siblings. The money to pay for all this already exists. My family is not going bankrupt as suggested. My dad just had a mental breakup with all the issues around my grandpa and his fight with my mom. Even if my dad had gone through with his decision, my grandma let me know my grandpa left me and my siblings a sum we would have to split between the three of us, but enough to put me through college. What started the entire scandal was poor timing on my part. My parents just had a fight, and then I showed up. Hey, pay for my college. My parents were talking about us and their children, and mom said something along the lines of to think you wanted to split up when I came back pregnant, or something like that. I was not there. This is what she told me. I guess dad was talking about how proud he was of his children, and mom wanted to express her gratitude for dad raising me as his own, and dad took it as the affair was the best decision I ever made or something like that. Their fight escalated from there, and mom told dad something like, what makes you think any of them are yours? Yeah, it went downhill from there fast. Shortly after that, my dumb face appeared, and here I am. Dad and mom have since made up. Mom is still a mess, and dad is not handling my grandpa's passing away too well either. I did talk with my siblings, and my sister raised a storm and wrote it here while blasting my parents on the phone. Ha! My brother was calmer, but he made his feelings known in no uncertain terms once he returned home. Dad is very sorry, and apologetic about his reaction and behavior. I understand his reaction, but I still feel hurt by it. I understand he was not in the best place of mind, but I can't control my feelings either. We will be alright, and this hasn't irreparably damaged our relationship. Mom hasn't handled everything that well, but she is coming around, and she answered some more questions for me. When mom had an affair years ago, and got pregnant with me, my parents started divorce. Mom moved in with the man she had the affair with, but after a few months that guy decided he wants nothing to do with it. He kicked mom out, and she had nowhere to go. So my grandparents took her in, because she was still the mother of their grandkids. Mom and dad got back together. After a lot of work, dad took me as his own, and that's my life since then. The man who is my natural father is not in the picture anymore. Dad didn't really know who he is, and mom hasn't heard or seen him ever since. He was fully aware mom was pregnant with his child. I guess he had more important things to do, but it doesn't sound like he was about to cure world hunger. She met him in a bar, not at a fundraiser, and I don't feel a need to know any more about who he is. I thought about the matter the last 2 weeks, since I've been aware of everything, and haven't really felt a desire to know who he is, where he is, if he is still alive, if I have other siblings out there. I was suggested to go and buy a DNA kit from 23andMe. Maybe I can find him that way, but I think I will avoid doing this specifically so I don't find him or he finds me. As far as I care, I have a mom and dad and a brother and a sister, and that's my family. Moving forward I do plan of getting a job, and becoming more independent, but not in an attempt to distance myself from my family, but to feel like I would not be lost in the world if my family suddenly disappears. My mom admits I've been babied way more than my siblings, and that they should have prepared me more for what's coming next. I did learn where I stand with my family, and it's safe to say that I am loved, and I have options. I thought I was isolated, but my world is wider than I thought. Grandparents, siblings, my aunt, my cousins, all have my back. I think my parents are human, and they make mistakes, and even though this was not their greatest moment, I think I will look at everything as nothing more than a weak moment in an otherwise wonderful relationship. Thank you. I arrested my mother-in-law and she asked my captain the craziest question ever. Now she's screwed because no one wants to bail her. Yesterday I came in for my shift in the morning, without thinking about mother-in-law at all. I got changed, had a cup of coffee, looked at who I was going to be paired with, and when my partner and I walked out of the police station to go to the patrol car, I saw mother-in-law. She did kind of come up to me, not close enough for a conversation but close enough so that I could hear her. She started to say something about my boyfriend and the money she needs. I saw her but I totally ignored her. I just walked past her without saying a word and went straight to the patrol car to start my shift. And the fact that I ignored her annoyed her pretty badly, I guess. She stepped back a bit, waited until we got into the car, and just before we turned on the engine and started to drive, grabbed a rock from a nearby flower bed and threw it to the windshield of our car. Fortunately, the windows of our patrol cars are quite durable. The window cracked but didn't shatter, and I didn't end up with a face full of glass. I wasn't driving, my partner was, and it was obvious that she aimed her throw right at the passenger seat where I was. Then she probably realized that doing that to a police car in front of 2 police officers in front of a police station wasn't the smartest thing to do, and she turned around and took off running. I got out and ran after her. This pursuit wasn't very long. She only made it to the park that's not far from the police station when I caught her, and that's when she started to make the biggest scene I had ever seen. Mother-in-law had no intention of calmly letting me put handcuffs on her. Instead, she dropped to the ground and started to yell for help. Mind you, It was an early morning, but there were already quite a lot of people in the park. Some were walking their dogs, some were jogging, some were just walking through to get wherever they needed. She was yelling at the top of her lungs, "People, good people, help me, I'm being abused. Call the police, this one is not a real police officer. He's trying to kidnap me," and things like this. She was yelling for help so loudly that everyone in that park stopped whatever they were doing and looked at us. Everyone, men, women, children, dogs, and cats. There was not a single person that wasn't looking at us. You might think that I'm a man and she's a woman, so I should be able to hold her down, but really it's not that simple. She was hitting and scratching and biting. She was spitting at me. Also, during the struggle, she kicked me several times, quite hard and painful. Honestly, at this point, I had all the rights to tase her. I didn't. My partner came with a car. He helped me and together we managed to handcuff her. The next problem was getting her into the patrol car. Our patrol cars are like vans. The back door opens and there's like a cage with a bench where you can put the person in. And mother-in-law wasn't going to get in there without a fight. Even with her hands cuffed, she was kicking the door, spreading her legs very wide so that we couldn't get her in, and when we got her in, she was putting her feet in the doorway so we couldn't close the door. While she was doing all this, she never stopped to yell that we're breaking her bones, that we have no rights to treat her like this, that this is against the law, and still asking the people to call the real police. During my whole career as a cop, I had never had an arrest like this. I have arrested many drunk people, many aggressive people, many weird people, but this right here was the stupidest thing ever. We took her to the police station, and if we had troubles getting her in the car, now she didn't want to get out. She held onto the bars and we literally had to grab and pull her out. Once inside, mother-in-law immediately demanded to see the captain. She wasn't listening when we tried to explain that the captain isn't going to do anything for her and shouldn't be bothered with this. She insisted that she has the right to see someone superior, and technically she's right. So we went to get a captain for her who recognized her from the last time and wasn't too happy to see her. Mother-in-law said that she wants to complain about this officer while pointing at me. She said that I abused my power, used way too much strength on her, and didn't even care that she's a fragile woman, that I twisted her hands and brutally pushed her into the car. The captain asked to see my body camera. This is one of the reasons why we use body cameras all the time. If the suspect says one thing and the officer says something different, then you can watch the recording and see what actually happened. So, the captain played the recording for all of the present to see, and he asked mother-in-law, "What's this, ma'am?" as she was clearly ignoring my orders on camera. Mother-in-law was like, "This is me fighting for my life. It's a survival instinct. I thought he would take the gun and shoot me right in the head." The captain was like, "No, ma'am, this is you resisting arrest. If an officer is giving you a lawful order, you're supposed to listen, and if you don't listen, the officer has the right to use a certain amount of force to detain you." Mother-in-law said, "I take no orders from fags," while glaring at me. She was charged with vandalism, fleeing from the police, resisting arrest, and assaulting an officer. And just as she was going to be taken to jail, mother-in-law suddenly started to complain that she's not feeling well. She said her heart hurts and she's dizzy and her blood pressure is too high and she wanted an ambulance. Everyone realized that she's faking, but just to be sure that we're not mistaken and she didn't die when arriving at the jail, we called an ambulance. The medics came and examined her. Just like we thought, she was fine. Her heart rate was normal. Her blood pressure was normal. She had no need to be hospitalized. I was just thinking, what do you think would have happened, mother-in-law? The charges don't disappear just because the person is taken to hospital. She probably didn't know that even if she was hospitalized, an officer would have gone there with her and stayed with her all the time. And as soon as she was okay again, she would be transported to jail anyway. She wouldn't sneak away if that's what she was thinking of doing. The ambulance left, and even though our captain is a very calm and composed man, at this point he seemed very irritated. He was like, "Ma'am, is the circus over or are you going to give us more nonsense?" Mother-in-law then asked him if he was going to punish me, and he answered that no, he's not going to punish an officer simply because I was doing my job. And then mother-in-law looked straight at him and, "When are you gay too?" I froze. I couldn't believe that she really just asked that to a captain. I know he's not gay, but this was probably the most inappropriate thing she could have done. He knows I'm gay because I was forced to come out to him when mother-in-law tried to cause troubles for me the first time. He ordered her to be taken to jail immediately, and even then she still had the audacity to speak. She insisted on having a phone call so that she could call her son and he could pay her bail. I'm not sure why she thinks my boyfriend is going to bail her out this time when he didn't do it last time. I called him first and I told him that his mother was arrested, and he seemed quite delighted as he's so tired of her. The captain offered my boyfriend to come to the station and see the recording if he wants, but we really don't want to show ourselves as a gay couple more than absolutely necessary. Mother-in-law did call my boyfriend and he refused to bail her out, so she'll have to stay in the cell till her trial. Since she already has a record, I'll be surprised if she's not given jail time this time.
I asked a woman to stop singing along in the movie theater, and when she refused to stop, others in the audience told her to shut up. Believing it was me who said it, she dumped soda onto my head and got kicked out. I 23F have watched the Broadway musical Wicked for years, and have seen it in person multiple times, so I was very excited to watch the movie when it came out. I had heard on Instagram that apparently people were singing during the movies, but thought it was just an exaggeration, where someone was quietly singing and it just annoyed everyone near them. Nope, turns out it was even worse than presented on the internet, which I didn't think was possible. I promise, no spoilers for the movie in this post. Literally as soon as the first song came on, the woman behind me started belting out singing alongside the actors. I legit couldn't even hear the damn film, she was so loud. I shushed her and she stopped for a while, but only because the song had finished right after. The movie went on, and it was really good. Then of course the next song came on, and this woman started singing again. I stood up to look at the woman straight in the face and asked her to please stop singing, as I was trying to enjoy the movie. She glared at me and told me to mind my own business. I said, "I'd love to, but seeing how you think you're a better singer than the professionals, and ruining the movie I paid to see, it is my business now. A girl beside her apologized and said it wouldn't happen again, then turned to the woman and started whispering with her. It was quiet for another 20 or so minutes, until one of the most classic songs that everyone pretty much knows came on, and I guess she couldn't help herself. Honestly, even I hummed quietly along as well, but then this woman started screeching out the words. It sounded like she was trying to be as loud as possible and hit the same notes as the actors, but she failed spectacularly. That's when someone below me yelled out, "Shut the F up, lady," and a few more people yelled out at her as well. I was grateful I didn't have to say anything that time, but my anxiety only went down for a minute before I felt ice-cold soda hit the top of my head and splash down the rest of my body. I shot out of my seat and turned around to see the woman grinning at me, holding an empty soda cup. That bitch had poured her soda all over me. I asked why the hell she did that, and she told me no one had the right to tell her to shut up, and she could do anything she wanted to do. I swear I thought she turned into a child for a moment, but nope, still a 50-something-year-old woman, that thought she was the main character. I just stood there frozen for a minute, as I couldn't compute that I was soaked, and wasn't even sure what to do. My friend who was next to me started yelling and cursing the woman out, and pretty soon everyone in the theater was watching us. A theater worker rushed inside and asked what the problem was. That's when the woman tried to play innocent and said that I had been harassing her, and she accidentally dropped her soda onto me, and now I was threatening her. I shut that down real quick and said, "Literally everyone else in the theater will tell you that isn't true. She has been disruptive and singing along, and after getting shushed by literally everyone, she poured soda onto my head. She is even still holding the empty cup." The worker looked at the woman's hand and saw the cup, so he pointed at her to come with him. She said she would do no such thing as she had done nothing wrong. He had to call in backup, where it took 4 workers to come in and get this lady to leave. At that point the movie had still been playing, but no one was watching it anymore. My friend took me to the bathroom and helped me clean up. Thankfully she had a spare hoodie, so I just put that on. My friend tried to lighten things up by telling me that at least it wasn't an ice, as that would have been much colder. Then she asked if I wanted to finish watching the movie, and I said I didn't want to continue after missing so much, and that we should just come back later, or wait until it comes out on Peacock. As we were leaving, the same worker from before came over to us and gave us each a voucher, saying they apologized for what happened to me and hoped I was okay. They told us to come back anytime, and if someone else pulls a similar stunt, to please let them know. He told me they legit banned singing from all theaters, just for this movie because it's been such a problem. I went home and showered straight away, and I still haven't come up with a reason as to why the woman thought her actions were justified.
I asked my dad when for some new clothes and he cried. I guess I will begin this post. I'm a 16-year-old boy. My dad is 37. My dad never graduated high school. He lived in a bad neighborhood and got in with a bad crowd. He would then spend a few years in prison. At 21, my dad had me with my mom. My dad told me my mom abandoned me, and when I tried reaching out to her, he advised me not to. She blocked me on Facebook. At 21, my dad had inherited his parents' trailer and a bit of their land, so we had a place to stay. Our trailer isn't a lot, but it's our home. My dad, due to his criminal record, has to work for a construction company. He's tried to climb up the ladder in the past years, but his criminal record and lack of education stopped him from doing so. I begged him to allow me to get a job, but he got angry at me saying he wasn't going to have his own child providing for him. My dad regrets his past, but he's always told me he can't change it. He's been the best dad in the world, and I appreciate him so much. He never got into another relationship to take care of me. A part of me feels guilty because he stopped his entire life for me. My dad doesn't make much money, we have a lot of bills and he has some debts, so we don't have much wiggle room. The last time I got brand new clothes was on my 15th birthday. My dad took me shopping at Walmart with his stimulus check. I got a bunch of clothes. However, I guess you could call me a late bloomer and I outgrew most of them. Mainly the shirts because my shoulders broadened out and it began hurting and stretching my clothes. I tried stealing some from the lost and found but none fit me. When my dad got home, he made dinner and while we were eating and watching TV I asked him if we could buy a new sweatshirt or two. He gets this really saddened look on his face. To sum up the conversation, he explained that we really didn't have the money and that we needed food, and he'd start putting aside some for a few months from now. I got glum and disappointed and went to my room. I don't blame my father for any of our troubles. He's a great dad. I'm just frustrated at the situation. That's when I peeked my head out of my headroom. My father was crying. I wanted to approach him and give him a hug, but I've never been good with emotions that much. I've barely seen my father cry. I just went back to sleep. My father had been hell-bent on me staying in high school, and I'm a good student. I get mainly A's, and I intend to go to college. Tomorrow I'm gonna write my dad a note and leave it to him before I go to school. I'm still deciding what I'm gonna say cause I'm still crying a little, but here's the gist. Hey Dad, I just want to thank you for everything you've done for me and all the sacrifices you made. I promise when I'm making a lot of money after college, we'll get out of this trailer and move into a big house. You can have all the Xbox games you want and finally have the childhood that was taken from you. I understand that everything you've done was to give me the things you never had and I'm eternally grateful. Thank you for everything. I love you Dad. I asked my Georgia's wife for an open marriage and she has so many men and dates she doesn't know what to do with all of them. Now, I'm miserable and regretting. I feel like a complete idiot. My wife and I have been married for 19 years and we have one child. Our daughter moved out this summer after she enlisted in the armed forces. I love my wife but I felt like the spark was gone from our lives. We rarely have intimacy and I don't think that she looked the same when I married her. But I still love her and I love how she takes care of me. She has always been the perfect wife and a lot of my friends are saying that I am very blessed to have her as my partner in life. I was an idiot for not seeing that. I felt bored in our relationship and I also felt attracted to other women. I didn't want to divorce her so I proposed an open marriage. She was upset initially but eventually, she agreed. Like I said, I made a mistake. I have learned that just because I wasn't as attracted to my wife as I was when we got married, it doesn't mean other men would feel the same. My wife has so many men and dates she doesn't know what to do with all of them. Meanwhile, it's the opposite for me. After my wife agreed to an open marriage, I asked a woman who was a colleague of mine out on a date. I was a manager at my job but I wasn't her manager. We worked in completely different divisions and our work had nothing to do with each other's jobs. But even though I wasn't her manager and I was in an open marriage, she complained to her manager and showed HR my messages. Instantly, I lost my job. While my wife is always out to party and date with other guys, I was left at home to wait until she returned. I realized what a moron I am, so I told my wife I want to close our marriage again. I was an idiot for suggesting it in the first place. She stared at me and she said no. She said that she's happy with how things are. It's killing me when I know she is with other men. Because I am feeling miserable, I told my brother what happened and he called me a moron. He said expecting my wife to look like she did when we got married made me a dunce. He even went so far as to say she takes good care of herself and is in great shape for 44, she just doesn't look 20. He had the nerve to say my wife looks better than me and I could stand to lose some weight. I love my wife and I never wanted a divorce, which is why I proposed this in the first place. But she doesn't want to close the marriage. I'm just glad my daughter enlisted in the RCAF and isn't here to see our marriage falling apart.
I asked my husband for divorce after I read the text he received and I found out that it was just a prank. Now, he wants to leave me because I did not have a proper reaction to his infidelity. About a month ago while having Sunday breakfast, my husband left his iPad on the counter when I was doing the dishes and went to the gym. Now I think about it, he went out of his way to draw my attention to the iPad the whole morning, placing it on display and leaving it wherever I was. Now I know why. While I was loading the dishwasher he got a text and a picture of a naked female torso. And you missed this? The number belonged to Eve. I froze in my tracks. We've been married for 2 years and we have 2 children together, M5 and F3. Against my better judgment, I started looking and there was this full conversation for over a week. He was cheating on me with this Eve. I can't describe the amount of pain I felt and I ran to the bathroom vomiting and crying. Anyway, when he got back from the gym and asked me what was wrong, I just handed him the iPad and told him that he had gotten a text from Eve and that I needed to go out for a walk if he could stay with the children. He said okay. I went for a 3-hour walk. He texted me multiple times if I was okay and I said that I was fine, just needed the walk. I don't remember crying this much in my entire life. When I got home I told him that I knew about his affair and asked him how we were going to do this. Do what? I told him that we obviously couldn't stay married but that I needed to know how we were going to do this with the least damage possible to the children. I told him that since he has his parents living near he could move out and let me stay with the children for now until we separated. Is that really all your reaction? Are you effing serious right now? I just looked at him all puzzled. What did he mean by this? I told him that I couldn't discuss this now because I was exhausted. He started yelling that I was so careless and cold. My reaction to his infidelity wasn't the proper reaction, or at least not the one he expected. He then shoved the iPad in my hands and asked me to call Eve. I refused and ran to our room because I couldn't believe how cruel he was being, wanting me to call his mistress. Effing call the number. I did. The number belonged to his friend and he was laughing on the other line saying it was all a prank. It took me a few moments to get it but then I started crying. My husband was livid at the way I handled the prank. He was disappointed that I didn't care enough. I don't know what he wanted me to do. He couldn't explain how he expected me to act. He just yelled that he didn't expect this. Now a month later he's still so cold and distant with me. I tried to apologize and explain that I was hurt but shocked because that wasn't him. I tried to explain that I just didn't want to hurt our children. I told him that I loved him so much and that if that was something true it would have broken me. It did for the few hours I believed the prank. He thinks I'm too cold and apathetic and my reaction was abnormal, so now he's cold and apathetic towards me. And I think this whole situation is abnormal. Update 1. This morning, before my husband dropped off the children at daycare and the dogs at the dog center, I asked him to talk to me. I told him that his treatment of me for the last month wasn't sustainable and that I had given him space long enough. But now he has to do something, talk to me, try to find a solution or set me free. He asked me to meet up with him for lunch because we were both running late for work. At lunch, he apologized for the prank and he said he couldn't believe that he went with it, and how stupid it was of him to think that it was harmless and playful. He said that he had been feeling miserable about it, and so guilty, but that he had never felt so worthless in his entire life. I showed him how disposable he was to me, and how easily I could believe something this horrible about him, accept it, and make plans to move on within hours. Even if I have cheated on you, you showed no sign that you loved me enough to at least ask me why. If the roles were reversed, he would have been angry, he would have confronted me, he would have asked me why, who the other man was, what it was that he, the other man, had that he didn't, and so on. I told him I was thinking all of these things, but I had other priorities, like the stability of my children's family life, and the hurt it would cause them to have divorced parents, because he knew me well enough to understand that I would never forgive a cheater. I pushed away my anger and feelings of disappointment because all I was thinking of was how we could provide our children the best life with 2 homes. I was eventually going to process the anger and hurt. I knew I had all the time later for grief and rage, so he told me that he wanted to move out to his parents, but that he wasn't sure how to manage without seeing the children every day. So I suggested that he could pick them up from daycare every day since I work later than him. I could pick them up from my in-laws after work. I also suggested that we could split the weekend. He was silent while I was planning. He then said I love you and kissed me and hugged me for a long while, for the first time in weeks. When I got home after picking up the children and the dogs, he was already gone with his clothes. He texted me around 11 p.m. saying that he couldn't believe that I was doing it again and that he was done. I called him and he told me I was, again, a matter of fact and unemotional. I seemed unfazed, like him moving out wasn't a big deal. He felt redundant again and disposable and unnecessary in my life. I told him this was so unfair, because I'd missed him, and I have missed him all these weeks when he was ignoring me. I was just trying to give him space and respect his wishes because I still wanted us to work things out. He didn't want to listen anymore, so we hung up. At 2 a.m., he texted that this wasn't working for him and he wanted a divorce. I texted back, okay. Update 2. My husband found my posts and he said he was so ashamed of himself and the way he handled our problem, especially after reading all the comments calling him out. Now we have a lot of work to do if we're going to make it. I'm still not 100% sure why he acted the way he did because I've always been clear about my feelings and how much I love him. I never felt that life and the children came in the way. It just made my love for him even stronger, but I'm not gonna dismiss his feelings if he really felt neglected and disposable. He hasn't moved home yet. We have been on dates and we have been spending quality time together. Before all of this happened, we were talking about having another baby and maybe moving into a bigger house. We are waiting for this. I wasn't sure how I would tell him that I wanted to wait without it sounding like I was cold and had given up on our future, so I tried to show more emotions this time and make it clear that I just wanted to wait until we're back on track and not cancel the plans altogether, but he was actually understanding and kind of relived. We'll see how this goes. I love and miss him so much and the children miss their daddy at home. Thank you again.
I asked my wife to not wear deodorant and my mother-in-law is accusing me of treating her like an animal, but I found out that she is just a big bee and my wife stood up for me. I had the most bizarre moment of my life yesterday. One time in early 2024, my wife Tina and I were at home in the middle of the day. She realized she forgot to put on deodorant in the morning and she was apologetic to me. I told her I liked the smell and I asked her if she could sometimes skip to deodorant when she was at home. She smiled and agreed. I work and Tina stays home. Last Sunday, Tina and I were at home and her mother Victoria came over for a planned visit. Tina didn't realize that she wasn't wearing deodorant until she was hugging her mom. Victoria asked Tina why she was so stinky and to my embarrassment, Tina told her the truth. Tina and Victoria have the type of relationship where they talk openly about intimacy stuff. Tina immediately said, "Oops, she shouldn't have said that," after telling her mom. Her mom didn't seem fazed by it, so I thought it was just a passing embarrassing moment. Yesterday, Victoria made an unannounced visit to my work during my lunch break. We talked in my office. Victoria said she was so disappointed in me and that I was not the man she thought I was. She said I degraded and objectified her daughter. She said I treated my wife like an animal. She said that I was definitely sexist and possibly racist. I just stood there and took it. I was so surprised I couldn't speak. I was just dazed for the rest of the day. Victoria and I always had a good relationship and I was just floored that she could think that of me. But is Victoria right? Was I degrading my wife? Was I objectifying my wife? If I was, I would apologize and become a better man. Am I the a-hole? Update. Turns out, I didn't have to do anything. Victoria had talked to Tina and Tina's father Warren about Victoria's concerns at Victoria's and Warren's home. Tina stood up for herself. Obviously, since I wasn't there with the three of them, there's going to be a lot of second-hand information from Tina. Victoria had told Tina and Warren all about what she told me. Tina had allowed Victoria to monologue everything she wanted to say. Tina told Victoria that she wanted to not wear deodorant at home for her own pleasure too. She had asked how could I have possibly been racist. I'm Chinese American. Tina, Victoria, and Warren are African American. Victoria had struggled to answer. Tina said I'm not sexist and she wasn't being degraded. Warren was annoyed with his wife for meddling in Tina's marriage. Warren was also annoyed that he had to hear about his only child's intimacy life. Victoria stormed out. Tina had apologized to me for telling her mom about that no deodorant thing. I apologized to Tina for not telling her what her mom said to me. Tina said she thought her mom had changed from how she used to be before, which is why she had been open with her about our intimacy life, to an extent. Tina said growing up, she was and still is a very sweaty person with a high body odor. Apparently Victoria is a germaphobe and a neat freak who is obsessed with hygiene and femininity. Tina said she used to feel disgusting about her body because of all the pressure her mom had put on her. Tina said she liked that she didn't have to be something she's not with me. Tina said she doesn't know whether or not her mom is racist for the comment she made. Tina said that if anyone in this situation is a degrader, it's her mom. Tina said her mom is obsessed with a certain beauty standard. Tina reassured me that she doesn't feel degraded or objectified. She said our relationship is perfect and that she's happy. She said she loved me and I told her that I loved her.
I begged my dorm mate to get a litter box after her cat started using clothes as a bathroom, so she threw out my insulin pumps. At the start of the fall semester, I moved into my dorm room, which is shared between me and this girl named Martha, who is the grossest pig of a human I've ever met. For starters, we have been living in this shared room since late August and I have not seen her do laundry once. Her whole half of the room smells like the most intense body odor because, in addition to her refusing to do laundry, she also has a condition that causes her to sweat excessively and I see her shower only once or twice a week. She takes up so much space with all her junk because she is a hoarder and keeps nearly everything. There are soda cans stacked alongside her wall and the sink is constantly filled with her dishes. I tried to talk to the RA about this situation, but every time, they stood heavy on the point that re-rooming was not permitted until the following semester, so I just have to suffer for now. The other day, I woke up and saw a roach crawling across the wall behind her bed as she was sleeping, so I threw my slipper at it in an effort to kill it and she had the nerve to yell at me for waking her up by causing a scene. I was enraged. I'm not an overly clean person to the point of being OCD about everything, but Martha always blames my sensitivity to her mess on me being OCD and it drives me insane. To make matters worse, earlier this month, Martha adopted a cat and snuck it into our dorm room and has been forcing me to keep it a secret because she does not want to get kicked out of the school. When she brought the cat in, She never got it a litter box, so it had been using her clothing piles as its bathroom. It's absolutely revolting. I would snitch on Martha to the school for bringing a cat into the dorm in an effort to get her in trouble, but I also like the poor thing and don't want it to get kicked back out onto the street or put back into the foster shelter. I ended up buying the cat a litter box with my own money so that the cat could stop doing business all over the room, and Martha got mad at me for that and tried to claim that I was stealing her cat from her. Needless to say, this girl is crazy. Now for some context on what I'm about to tell you. I am a type 1 diabetic and have been my whole life, so I know how to go about things and take care of myself. I keep my insulin in the fridge because that is the way I've been storing it my whole life, and Martha has been made aware of this. Since the start of the semester, she's complained about my insulin taking up too much space in the fridge and freaking her out. She literally said, "I hate feeling like I'm in a hospital room every time I open the fridge." Like, girl. I wanted to tell her how much I hate feeling like I'm at a trap house every time I open the door to our dorm, but held back because there was no point in arguing with her. Earlier today, when I came home, I checked the fridge because I needed to replace my insulin pump and my shelf on the fridge was empty. I immediately felt lightheaded and sick to my stomach because I need insulin to live, and this stressed me out to my core. I was shaking and calling Martha to ask her if she knew where my insulin was, and she straight up said she threw it out because she felt like it was making the fridge and her food smell like antiseptic. I was at a loss for words. I yelled at her and asked her how on earth she had the nerve to throw my lifeline in the trash when her whole side of the room constantly smells like cat piss and body odor, and she acted like she had no idea what I was talking about. I ran to the garbage and checked to see if I could grab the insulin out of the bin and still use it, but she completely shattered it to the point where it was leaking out onto the floor. This was my last straw with this girl. I couldn't even wait one more month until next semester to change roommates, so as soon as I called CVS and got my pumps replaced after explaining the situation to them, I called the head of the school and Animal Services as well to get matters settled. Animal Services said they would come for an inspection tomorrow, and I'm currently waiting for the residence director to come and see the squalor I've been forced to pay the school to live in. I broke up with my boyfriend on Christmas Day because he gave me the worst gift. I F28 broke up with my boyfriend M38 on Christmas Day after we exchanged gifts. I have a lot going on. I'm moving houses and I'm dealing with a new job position that has me feeling that I have a lot to catch up to from the past director. I set my alarm very early in the morning last week and took the time to buy him and his daughter presents that they could enjoy. To be fair, there's an income gap between us, but even a pair of affordable earrings could have made me feel happy. Because the house is a mess, I even closed off the living room with curtains so that the stack of boxes and things wouldn't make the Christmas decorations look ugly. I made sure the tree looked nice, I bought the food that he liked, and I made myself pretty for him. He arrived and the first thing he did was to make fun of my makeup. He also made fun of my Santa hat. He laughed like I was some ridiculous cartoon. We ate and talked, and I gave him my present, AirPods, which he loved the point of posting on IG. His daughter got her present, Hot Topic stuff, and I was very glad that she loved it. He took her back to her mom's house and didn't get back in an hour like he said. That's their Christmas arrangement. We were supposed to spend time together, but he came back about 3 hours later because his mother had visitors and he wanted to catch up. He sat watching TV and gave me zero affection. He gave me his present, which TBH, I would have preferred not to get anything. I'm not a drinker. He got me a small wine bottle that I've seen marked at $3.5 at the 7-Eleven. I know I wasn't at my best because he said my face changed. He has a job. He could have gotten something actually thinking of me. I felt horrible when he said he would give me an IOU and that the rest of my present was in his pants. I ignorantly thought it was some game. Maybe he hid a small gift inside his pants? Nope. I was supposed to take his boy parts as a gift. I was furious. It was cheap, and while I'm very sexual, it wasn't sexy. It felt vulgar. I asked him to leave and thanked him for giving me the worst Christmas and took back my present. I cried after he left, and when he texted me if I was okay, I broke up with him and blocked him. His siblings have been trying to reach me. I've blocked them all. One of them accused me of being materialistic and shallow. And also said that not everyone has a fancy job and that I'm unfair for expecting a certain level of gifting. I came across my friend's bachelorette photos and I found out that she did not invite me even though I am her bridesmaid. Now I want to drop out of her wedding and our friendship. I am currently 13 weeks pregnant and my friends around me have all been very happy and excited for me. However, my childhood friend Lisa stonewalled me since I announced at 8 weeks. I had assumed it was wedding stress, but now I'm second guessing this. In the weekend I was scrolling through Instagram and I came across a post where she had thanked everyone for coming to her bachelorette, photos of the girls and her smiling in the middle, and I sorta sat there shocked. At first I tried to be mature and just let it go, but this was a girl I grew up with. She was a bridesmaid in my wedding party and I'm an honorary bridesmaid for hers. She's not having a wedding party. In the end I guess hormones took over and I ended up reaching out to her. At first I went, "Oh, looks like fun," and she replied that it was, and after a tub of ice cream and a good sob I reached out and went, "Hey, sorry to be this person, but why wasn't I invited?" She immediately messaged me back with the response, "TBH, the whole day was centered around drinking, wineries and heading to town after, and I'm not sure you would have enjoyed being around all of us drunk AF, especially because you're pregnant right now. I get that an invite would have been nice regardless, but in all honesty I just wanted to keep it very small. I'm really sorry you feel that way. but I don't want to make this a big thing. BC, I've already had a poop week. I tried to respond with hey thanks for getting back to me, but I'm still upset cause the day is about you and I wanted to be there to celebrate you, and then she rung me and just asked me to not make this a big thing once again, and she sounded incredibly annoyed and like the doormat I dropped it. After thinking this over for the past few days, I'm feeling very hurt and heartbroken. This was a girl I grew up with and loved and supported through a lot of poop. I've helped her plan and prepare a lot of her wedding, so to suddenly get iced out like this, I'm feeling a certain way. Update 1 day later, so I haven't heard from Lisa, that I expected. What I didn't expect is a friend of Lisa to get in touch with me. Let's call her Sarah. I knew of Sarah and spoke to her a few times at events we attended together, and she was one of the girls with myself went wedding dress shopping for Lisa. She was also a friend I noticed wasn't at the bachelorette, which was a surprise anyway, and at first she was doing a hey how are you and we did polite small talk blah blah until she finally went so are you, was pissed off and mad as I met Lisa up. Immediately I was slightly shocked as the few times I had met Sarah she was very demure. That opened the floodgates of information and she told me everything she knows. So what I didn't put in the post is I actually waited 2 days before messaging Lisa about the lack of invite. Turns out 3 of Lisa's friends who also weren't invited hit her up immediately after she posted on Instagram asking why they weren't invited. Turns out these girls absolutely chewed Lisa alive, and my confrontational was soft, and finally it was revealed what actually happened, and now I'm even more confused. So Lisa admitted to Sarah that her sister-in-law planned the bachelorette and just decided she was only going to invite the friends she knew. So Lisa's usual group of 8-10 friends including me got narrowed down into 4, and Lisa decided not to correct her sister-in-law and just went with it, not realizing how many people she would be upsetting with not inviting people. Apparently once people started attacking her, Lisa buried her head in sand and started making up lies to everyone on why they weren't invited, and using the same excuse of don't make this a big deal until everyone realized the reasons were bullshit and called her out for it, and the real truth came out. Sarah has informed me the girls who weren't invited have all pulled out of the wedding, their partners included, because they got the same annoyed response from Lisa before she told the truth, and they all thought they didn't deserve that. Then she finally asked me what Lisa told me, and I went deathly quiet on the phone before finally admitting she used my pregnancy as an excuse, which then started poor Sarah on another rant of anger on how Lisa could say that to me when I'm pregnant. Anyway, we ended the call and she hoped we could get coffee sometime, so I think I've made a friend. Update 2. I finally shared what had happened with my mom, and first mom was so upset for me but also gave me an I told you so op, you are too much of a doormat, thanks mom. But she then said I have a big heart and sometimes people tend to use and abuse it. Once again thanks mom. Anyway, mom then gave more tea, more gossip. So apparently while Lisa has been telling people that she's paying for her wedding out of her own pocket, turns out a big fat lie. Lisa's mother had been sending her money, and from what my mother told me it was a decent chunk of change. How do we know this? Well, Lisa's mom went to my mom upset because one thing I forgot to notice is Lisa's mom wasn't invited to the bachelorette party. So Lisa's mother was distraught because she had been sending Lisa a decent amount of cash, had been told she wasn't allowed to give her opinion about anything to do with the wedding, and then wasn't invited to her bachelorette. And Lisa's mother is honestly a nice lady, so to hear that it kinda broke my heart, and if I had known Lisa's mother was sending money I would have told Lisa to pull her head in. My mom then had to break the news about why I wasn't invited to the bachelorette, and Lisa's poor mother was mortified. Final update. I attended the wedding. I know you can all boo me in the comments, but I was leaning towards not going until I spoke to my mom, who ultimately told me this would be a nice way of closing our chapter of friendship. I could walk away with my head held high. Later she told me that. Also Lisa's mom begged my mom to convince me attend. I attended with my husband, and I immediately noticed the vibe and aura was completely off. People of Reddit who are married who will understand me. Weddings feel like love. This didn't. This was technically a Instagram picture perfect wedding, but it could have been anyone's wedding. It didn't feel personal. My friend barely smiled unless it was photos. Her vows were robotic, and the mo was useless. That was my biggest pet peeve. It is not that hard to see the bride's dress needs fluffing or she needs a drink, and even I'll admit I felt no joy watching speeches and how everyone spoke about the groom and threw something in for the bride at the last second. The bride acted like we were good, like there was no beef, like the bachelorette thing never happened. I felt strange. I didn't like it because I know her and she isn't able to hide her emotions, and she wears her emotions on her sleeve, so I think she genuinely thinks nothing is wrong between us. She pulled me aside and said how she loved and appreciated me and how she was excited to be an honorary auntie, and kept touching my belly and blowing kisses at it. I left the wedding feel a lot of emotions. I know I'm hormonal right now and I feel everything, but I don't know, but I can sit here and admit the friendship is done. I don't think I can look at her the same after everything I learned talking to my mother and with how I was treated. The chapter is closed, and other than the bridesmaids thing I can look back somewhat fondly on our childhood and time together, planning our marriages out with our Bratz dolls. I've never been good with friendship breakups, but this time I think I am. I think I'll be okay. I can see a girl named Pam in my bedroom, then I saw her mom hanging by a cord in my bathroom. The house I grew up in was about 100 years old by the time my parents bought it. I lived there until I was 16. For as long as I can remember, I saw what I described as a girl that was pink and see-through. I always called her Pam. It's been 10 years since I lived in that house and I still remember her vividly. My dad got a bit weirded out when I would talk about Pam, and finally, when I was 13, my mom put me in therapy because Pam was still something I brought up regularly. To stop my parents from thinking I was crazy, I just stopped talking about Pam completely and went on with life. That was until my parents decided to put the house up for sale when I was 16. Just 2 weeks before moving into our new house, I was sleeping but was woken up by Pam standing in my doorway and pointing into the bathroom that was directly across the hall. All Pam said was, "Look, my mom." And when I looked to see who she was pointing at, I saw a woman hanging by a cord from the light fixture in the bathroom. I remember the woman looked as though she had been hanging there for a while when all of a sudden the woman's boot fell off and I abruptly woke up. I ran into my parents' room to tell them what happened, and my mom looked at me disappointed because I was talking about Pam again after having kept quiet about her for years. I concluded that it was just a bad dream and went back to bed with no other incidents. Until a few days later. I was once again asleep, and dreaming that I was woken up by crying coming from the bathroom across the hall. I got out of bed and walked over to see what was going on. At that point, I saw the same woman who was hanging from the bathroom light fixture, sobbing and holding a very real little girl under the water in the bathtub. It was then that I realized that the little girl was the little pink see-through girl I had seen my entire life. It was Pam. And she was not moving. I immediately woke up and I was crying uncontrollably. I was 16 years old, and I ran into my parents' room like a 5-year-old, and jumped into bed with my mom. I told my mom what had happened and my mom I canceled my brother's wedding over a joke his fiancée made. My brother met his now fiancée Ella at a party 3 years ago. Honestly, we never got along, but I always tried to put up a peaceful front because my brother seemed blissfully happy with her. Ella was mean to me constantly. She would make comments about my weight, make fun of my scars on my arms, my makeup, and especially my dog. She hated animals and hated that I would bring my Labrador to my parents' or my brother's house. It always just felt like something aimed to hurt me. When the two got engaged, she asked me to be her maid of honor since she has no sisters or many girlfriends, and since my brother seemed thrilled, I obliged. What I failed to realize when I accepted the role was that to her maid of honor meant planning the entire wedding. Like I was booking venues, florists, jazz bands, doing everything. Even worse, she expected me to put my credit card down for all of it. Every time I asked Ella about it, she would say that it would all be paid back by her parents before the wedding. Well, flash forward to last week, about 3 weeks before the wedding, and she's unbearable to be around. She can't last more than a few sentences before snapping at anyone. So when I of course brought up the money, it hit the fan. I asked if she had received the updated receipt of everything owed when she exploded. She called me a whole line of terrible names, but the one that stuck out was her saying, "What do you need the money for anyway? Your sick dog is dead now." My beautiful dog named Toasty died about a month before this after he fought the bravest battle with cancer. He was my sole dog and I was devastated. I blinked at her and simply left the room, having no energy to even respond to something so cruel. I went back to my car, and after the 20-silent-minute drive home, I parked the car and immediately called the vendors and canceled any deposit under my card. Every single one. After almost 20 calls, all that was left of her wedding was the dress and the flower arch. I texted my brother a short explanation. I told him that every vendor would be contacting him if they wished to keep their services and they were now responsible for covering everything. And that I would no longer be attending. It was a matter of minutes before my phone started to explode and I just turned it off. It's been a few days and I haven't talked to anyone but my mom, who thankfully understands where I was coming from. My brother has tried to call, but I just feel terrible. Both about what I did and about what she said.
I caught a criminal by being Jewish. I'm a modern Orthodox Jew. Since the word Orthodox gets people thinking about like bonnets and vows of silence and poop like that a lot of the time, let me clarify real quick. My life is pretty normal. I work, I date, I drink, I'm very left-wing, I support gay rights, I support women's rights and women's wrongs, etc. I just do it all while wearing a yarmulke. The big difference between me and your average person is that I observe Shabbat, Sabbath, from sundown on Fridays until sundown on Saturdays. That means that during that time, I don't drive, use my phone/computer, or operate anything electrical. It's not that I think God is gonna smite me or something if I don't follow those rules. It's just what I grew up doing, and honestly I like the feeling of disconnecting for a bit, and I like that it ties me to thousands of years of my ancestors doing the same thing. So it's pretty important to me. Usually I'll read a few books and just enjoy not doom scrolling for a bit. Since you can't even operate light switches during Shabbat, one of the key things is remembering to switch on any lights you'll want before Shabbat starts sundown on Friday. Otherwise you're going to be hanging out in darkness the whole time. feeling like an idiot. Well, a few months ago I came home late from work on Friday and completely forgot to set up for Shabbat until it was too late. I will admit it was not the first time I'd been in that situation, so I just sighed and thought oh well and got ready to lie in the dark and disassociate as soon as there wasn't enough light to read until the blessed release of sleep overtook my slender Jewish body. So that was the plan, and I followed it accordingly. Boring but fine. The next morning was really overcast, so it was still a bit dark in my house to read, so I was basically counting down the hours at that point and making bargains with the clouds to get the F out of my way. All of a sudden I heard glass break by my front door. At first I thought it was my cat doing his usual circus routines, but when I went out I saw a gloved hand reach through my broken window and unlock my front door. When I tell you I almost pooped myself, I grabbed the closest thing to me, a lamp, to use as a makeshift weapon, but as soon as the guy opened the door and saw me standing there, he looked just about as shocked as I was. He bolted, but because the Sims lied to me and he was not dressed all in black with a mask over his face, I got a good look at the guy. I called the police and long story short I was able to give a good enough description that they knew it was this guy they brought in a few weeks ago on a drug charge and they went and picked him up. The cops said he probably picked my house because he'd been scoping the place out and thought no one was home because the lights hadn't come on that morning or the night before. So if I had not been Jewish, or been a better prepared Jew, let's be real, that guy might be busting through your window as we speak. Let me know if you have any questions and I will answer them, as long as it's not after sundown on Friday. If you know you know.
I caught my BF rizzing an underage girl on Roblox. I'm 19, and my boyfriend is 21. We've been together for 3 years now. He and I originally met through Roblox, and we got really close to each other because we have the same interests and political ideologies, which are both super important requirements for me. We live about 2 hours away from each other, so we typically only see each other on weekends. So during the weekday after classes, we play Roblox together. A lot of people say it's only for little kids, but honestly, it has a lot of different types of servers and worlds that are interesting and cute. I also really love the character customization and how the community is usually super helpful to each other. My boyfriend and I actually met through one game in Roblox called Pet Simulator. We spent time just helping each other collect the limited edition pets, and eventually we moved to texting outside of the game. After a few years of playing, he became a moderator for one game in particular, which I won't mention since the community there is awesome and I don't want them to be seen in a bad light or anything. So anyway, as a moderator, my boyfriend spends a lot of time communicating with old and new players to make them feel welcomed or answer any questions they have in the game. He also has a few server powers that make helping people a lot easier. While I was away, one of our friends saw him chatting and playing with one of the newer girls in the game. At first he just seemed friendly to her, but based on the screenshots of the chats, my boyfriend was kind of extra friendly with her. He would compliment her a lot and ask questions to really try to get to know her, like her real name and age. He would constantly call her cute for the clumsy way she played, like she wasn't very good at hobbies, which are obstacle courses or parkour, for the older generations. I logged on one time when they were playing and noticed that they switched from party text to going completely silent, meaning that they were probably privately messaging while the three of us played. Now I'm not one to usually overthink, but this definitely felt super sus for me. Later that night, I confronted him asking why he called the girl cute, and he said that he thinks a lot of things are cute, and I have nothing to worry about. He also called me cute for being jealous, but I'm actually not feeling jealous. It's more like I'm feeling sad that he's giving the same type of attention to another girl in the game. It's how we ended up dating in the first place. It also didn't feel good since they had been talking more and more each day, and a few people in the community had also noticed and asked me about it. Some people have also expressed their concerns because the girl is only 15, so she shouldn't even really be messaging a man that's turning 22 this year. I also noticed that he started following her on Instagram, and I feel like things are moving fast for them. I don't know what he says to her or anything because we don't live together, and I don't feel comfy asking him to show me all of his messages or anything. I've asked my friends for advice, and they told me to break up with him, but I still have feelings for him. I also don't know if I should maybe talk to the girl about the situation or something. What's the appropriate thing to do here?
I caught my husband texting a minor. I am on an 8-hour road trip with him and don't know what to do. I am absolutely shaking right now. My husband and I have known each other for 3 years and got married 6 months ago. He is perfect in everything I could have asked for. These past years I thought I had been living the dream, but now everything has fallen apart. 2 hours into our road trip, my husband decided to take a stop at a gas station and get us some snacks. I stayed inside the car and was waiting for him until I noticed he got a notification from Instagram. This surprised me because he was always adamant about never wanting to get Instagram. I opened up his phone and decided to check what it was. Upon opening it, I found messages with a teenage girl. I only saw a couple of them, but they consisted of, "I love you, I can't wait to see you again," and him sliding on her story saying she looks beautiful. I clicked on her profile, and it was obvious she was a teenager, somewhere around 14 to 16. The fact he was keeping a secret from me didn't even register in my brain, and it was more so the fact that he was texting these things to someone underage. I did not have the chance to look further because he came back within 10 minutes. I don't know what to do. I am terrified, betrayed, and disgusted. I am stuck with him for 6 more hours, and he is noticing I am acting weird. I don't want to confront him on the road, and I feel like these hours are driving me crazy. I need to vent and need some support or something. I just fell asleep during the car ride and told him I felt sick. We were heading to my parents' house, and I really wanted to be with them. However, within 45 minutes, my husband woke me up and told me he found a nearby hotel for us to stay in. He said he was worried about me and wanted me to rest in a real bed. He also bought medicine for me. At this point, I was freaking out because I was in an unfamiliar area, and he was being extra clingy. Once we got into the room and we laid down, he kept cuddling me and giving me kisses. It made me feel sick, so I left to go to the bathroom. I stayed in the bathroom for about an hour. I scrolled through everyone's comments and kept pacing myself about what to do. I knew my husband was growing concerned because he kept checking on me. After I left the bathroom, he looked so worried, and I just needed to let everything out. I know the number one advice given was not to confront him, and I know it probably was a horrible move, but I couldn't take it. I told him I found his messages on Instagram. He immediately started apologizing and saying he wanted to tell me sooner but couldn't find the time. He was apologizing, but not as intensely as what he could have done. So I confronted him about that and said, "What a lousy apology coming from a child lover." He immediately went silent. It was probably silent for about 6 minutes when he broke it and asked what I was referring to. I told him, and he looked so hurt. He took a deep breath and explained everything. He said the person I looked through his messages with was his 15-year-old daughter, Sarah. He explained that she reached out to him a year ago on Facebook, and ever since then, he was trying to connect with her. He said within 6 months, he confirmed he was the father, met up with her a bunch of times, and truly formed a strong connection with her. However, 6 months ago, we got married, and he didn't want to stress me out with that news, as well as his daughter not being ready to face others. He also explained that when he was 18, he had an on and off relationship with Sarah's mom when one day she just up and ghosted him forever. According to Sarah, her mom is also strict, which is why the message on Instagram to avoid her mom finding out right now. My mind was spiraling, and I knew he knew that. He then placed his phone into my hand and let me scroll farther. Upon scrolling, I found her referring to him as dad, and she sent him a happy Father's Day a while back as well. He even said he would do another DNA test to prove it to me. I immediately felt guilty. I feel guilty that my mind immediately took innocent texts and turned them inappropriate, and I felt guilty that I saw my husband in that way. I kept apologizing to him about the accusation. However, my husband just apologized and said he understood my point of view and told me it wasn't my fault. I kept trying to tell him I was sorry, and he kept saying it was okay. I can see the look in his eyes, though, and I can see how hurt he really is. He said we should both just get some sleep and talk more later. To be honest, I can't fall asleep as I feel just disgusted with myself. About his whole secret daughter, it doesn't bother me so much, maybe because it's miles better than the alternative. But I understand the situation and am happy for my husband because he wants kids desperately, but we have decided to wait 2 years to grow our marriage. I feel as if right now, I flushed everything down the drain and have no clue how to make things better. I caught my neighbor rubbing lotion all over my wife's pregnant belly. Now she's wailing because I'm asking for paternity. This literally happened this morning. I'm posting it here and hoping to vent and maybe get some perspective because I've been extremely upset all day and can't process this productively. My wife is 8 months pregnant with our child. We live next to another married couple who are in their late 30s. I don't like the guy. I found him to be invasive and the weird type of friendly that almost seems to be prying and clingy. I'm not sure if that's clouding my judgment here or if this validated my beliefs about him. I left for work, decided on the way there I just wasn't feeling it, and called off. I stopped for breakfast before heading home to surprise my wife. 40 minutes tops. I get home, enter from the back door, and here's my wife and my neighbor sitting in our living room on the couch. She's turned toward him, fully clothed but with her shirt pulled up over her very pregnant stomach while he, facing her, is rubbing lotion on her stomach with both hands. They both froze before my wife asked how come I was back and then said Randy stopped by to borrow the toolbox while I was moisturizing, and wanted to know if he could feel the baby, so I said okay. I told him to get out before I put him out, and he left immediately. I tried to stay calm and talk to her and get the whole story. The neighbor's wife is apparently infertile. First I heard of it, which is amazing considering the guy never shuts up about his personal woes, and he wanted to feel the baby. That's her story and she's sticking to it. That's not good enough for me. My thought process is there's a big effing difference between feeling a baby for 10 seconds and coming into our home and rubbing lotion on my wife's stomach. If it was some close friend of ours I might understand, but I dislike the guy and my wife has never expressed any sort of closeness to him aside from passing pleasantries, and she's not the type to let anyone she isn't close to put their hands on her. So in the span on a day the guy goes from being a distant acquaintance of hers at best to her deciding to invite him in and let him rub her. I also find it convenient that he showed up that early, right after I went to work, very shortly after his own wife also left for work, and he's never coming over asking to borrow anything of mine before, yet 9:30ish in the morning and he urgently needs a toolbox? I don't believe my wife. This is the first time my trust in her hasn't been strong enough. I don't believe her story because it makes no sense. When I told her I'd be mentioning this to his wife, she was adamant I don't, as not to make more of it than it is. If it was innocent, what more is there to make? And even if nothing more is going on, I'm not okay with what I've seen. I'm not okay with him rubbing my unborn child in my home without me there. I know it's her body and her choice, but I'm not okay with this. It'd be one thing to feel the baby kick, but he was sitting reclined, comfortably on our sofa, rubbing lotion on her with both leaning into their private conversation. I'm trying really hard to figure out how to express the fact I don't believe her story without causing stress that it'd be dangerous for her or our baby. I don't want to pick a fight with her at this stage of her pregnancy, but at the same time my mind is spinning and I'm not cool with what happened. First update, I spoke to friends, and stewed for a day. My wife stuck to her story, apologized for making me uncomfortable and assured me it wouldn't happen again. Randy decided to leave a handwritten note in the mailbox specifically apologizing as well. I still didn't feel better, and the consensus was that I should speak to my neighbor's wife, who were going to call Sally, so that's what I did. Watched my neighbor leave for work, then called my mother-in-law to come take my wife for lunch and a girls' date so she could get out of the house. I left as usual for work, called off again, and went to stay with a friend. Got a text from my wife around noon telling me she was with mother-in-law and would be back by dinner. Went home and knocked on Sally's door. Randy decided to tell Sally I kicked him out and caused a scene about not wanting either of them speaking to us anymore because I was pissed about him helping my wife. Come to find out, both Sally and Randy have been going over to my house while I was away busy for the past few weeks, as my wife had approached her and asked if they would be willing to lend a hand with chores she could no longer do alone. Sometimes Sally went over and did small tasks or just hung out. Sometimes both, sometimes just Randy. My wife told her I knew and was fine with it, and that's why she was confused when her husband told her his bullshit about me being mad. She showed me where she texted my wife, has her number, not mine, to clarify and ask if she was welcome over, and my wife hasn't replied. And since I don't often see Sally or socialize with them, she just assumed her husband was telling the truth. She also admitted that she noticed Randy and my wife becoming fast friends and figured it was due to the pregnancy, but thought it was his way of dealing with their own inability to have kids, so she wrote it off. I told her what I walked in on. I told her about the tools, which ended up being bullshit too. Came to the same conclusions. Both cried. Both hugged for the first time. Both took turns denying and accepting and talking each other down. Took a walk around the block together and conspired. She planned to call Randy at work and say that my wife messaged her confessing to the two of them having an affair, and seeing what happened. Went back to my friends. Started having major panic attacks thinking I effed up. I was about to ruin my marriage, worrying I might be wrong. Bit later and I get a call from my wife screaming at me to find a way to leave work and come home. So I go home. Randy called her telling her what Sally told him. She told me I was crazy, I was a piece of poop, that she was considering leaving me, everything. Having a panic attack thinking I just ruined my entire life over nothing, while also trying to calm her down for the baby's sake. Impulsively told her that if she was leaving, I'd still be requesting a DNA test. And that's when it all came down. Entire tone changed. Pleading, begging, apologizing, hyperventilating, holding me, asking me how I found out while denying anything happened. I told her it'd be okay and asked if she'd talk to me if we went for a drive. She agreed. Took us to a parking lot and we talked. Told her if there was any chance of anything happening she needed to tell me what was happening because I already knew a lot. She'd effed Randy a handful of times before she was pregnant. Our baby might not be ours. Randy had been coming by and doing daddy duties once in a blue moon in case it's his. They haven't slept together in months. She said we could move away, that it's ours no matter what, that he had manipulated her. Admittedly, she lied to Sally to justify Randy going over for daddy duties. I asked her if she'd stay with mother-in-law for a few days while I calmed down. She agreed, took her home, packed up some stuff, and dropped her off. I've cleaned out my essentials and I'm in a friend's basement. A friend called her on my behalf and told her that if the baby is mine I'll be dealing with it. If it isn't, it's on her, but either way I'll be filing for divorce. My friends took my phone from me and deleted my social media. She's been calling my friends. Friends told her to F off. I spoke to my boss and he's been very understanding. Last I heard from Sally, Randy hadn't been home and stopped responding to her calls and texts. I have nothing left. In less than a week my life has fallen apart. The only thing keeping me here is the small chance that baby is mine. I have nothing else. I woke up today disappointed I woke up at all. I've never felt this alone, and I haven't accepted any of it yet. I'm praying for the first time in my life that I can stop feeling this way and find strength. Final update. A week after my last update, my soon-to-be ex-wife had our child, which I was at the hospital for. I'm the father. The first few weeks after my last update were extremely difficult, with family/friends on both sides adding to the drama. Thankfully, I've had an overwhelming amount of support from not only from the vast majority of people I know in my personal life but from all of you as well. My wife and I agreed to sit down and discuss things after she was discharged, in my friend's basement with my friend upstairs in case I needed the support. She came over, and we basically said everything we needed to say. I exploded and said a lot of mean poop, most of which I regret, some I don't. She spent the whole time apologizing and begging me to take her back and give our family a chance to survive everything that happened. Went on for about an hour like this until I accepted that there was nothing left to say and I have zero romantic love for her anymore, and she accepted that we need to focus on our daughter above all else. We're agreeing to figure out a custody split amicably, and to eventually co-parent more actively together when wounds heal. But our marriage is over. She has the potential to be a wonderful mother, but she failed me as a wife, and my sole focus right now is how to get myself mentally to where I need to be the best father possible. We plan to eventually sell the home, but right now I'm staying in an apartment. Sally is leaving Randy. He's apparently staying with his mother, and still refused to speak to Sally directly. According to her, the last thing that was passed along to her is that he understands what he did. He's sorry he hurt her. He loves her and won't contest a divorce. She's struggling to handle everything and lacks a support system. So we're developing a friendship, mostly two wounded people leaning on each other, and I'm doing my best. She plans to start therapy too. And no, I don't plan to be anything more than platonic friends with Sally. Lovely woman, but no, I still haven't fully processed my new role as a parent. I think mentally I already convinced myself my child wouldn't be mine in case it ended up that way. I plan to take classes and spend more time with my daughter doing early bonding. I'm terrified but very happy. I know there's a lot left to do, and a lot of hurting left to go through, but I'm stable, and a dad. That's what matters most.
I cheated on my husband, but I don't think he should leave me because I'm a great wife. My husband is a real estate agent who works multiple hours and spends much of his time out. During October 2020, a guy named Jay messaged me on Instagram. We chatted in a decent way. Turns out he's the younger brother of a classmate with whom I attended high school. We chatted for 7 months and we met for the first time. Soon after, we began to have an emotional affair which later turned physical. Despite knowing I had a family, I convinced myself that I was right. That it isn't serious and should be okay. Needless to say, I was denying my husband any cuddling or romances. We were more like roommates at this point. We just basically slept on the same bed, we didn't talk much. He was struggling at his job. I still thought it was all okay, and my husband would be happy that I found someone to satisfy me while he was working, and it wasn't an issue. I used to taunt my husband, argue with him over small reasons. I used to absolutely despise him, as Jay was much more fit and handsome than him. Jay began to think I settled for less even after I had a family and a good marriage. A few months later, my husband's mother passed away and he broke down in a bad way. He began to argue with me more, blaming me for his mom's death, that I was what kept him from meeting his mom and I must be happy now that she's gone. Me and his mom never got along in fairness. While he was going through his mother's passing, I didn't support him emotionally. I shouted at him. I didn't realize the impact it had on our daughter. I told him in August I wanted a divorce. That further broke him down. I rented out a small apartment and moved out, taking my daughter with me. I told her I didn't want her near her father as he was having a mental breakdown and becoming emotionally abusive. Jay sometimes used to visit us. I introduced her to my daughter. They became friends due to similar gaming mentality. Things took the worst. Turn possible a month later. Jay tried to make a move on my daughter and turned out to be a child lover. She barely got out and called her father. I was working in the office then. She tried to reach out but couldn't due to my phone being on silent mode. When I saw her calls, I rushed to my home to find it filled with police and people. Jay was rushed to the hospital with a broken arm, broken jaw and swollen eyes. My daughter told everything to the police. Her eyes were red and she had been crying. I tried to console her but she pushed me away. As my daughter was the victim and my husband had friends in the department, no charges were pressed against him. After everything calmed down for a bit that evening, my husband reached out to me with my daughter asking for the truth. I gave him the truth then. I apologized, begged, cried for him, told him this was the worst mistake and I never thought for things to turn out this way. What hurt more is my daughter telling me I was a homewrecker. Husband said he's going to take our daughter with him and we will be getting divorced. He's pushing for full custody and filing a fresh paperwork for divorce on grounds of infidelity. I told him I want to work on our marriage. Beg him. I want a chance. He isn't listening to me. I cut off all contact with Jay October 2nd. Jay's girlfriend contacts me and types out all the worst names you can imagine on earth. After that day, I started to work on my marriage. I tried reaching out to my husband, he blocked me on everything, even has a new phone number. I began individual counseling, reading books and trying to come clean about everything. I had a chat with my daughter. She doesn't want to call. I told her everything. Told her I was sorry and all I want now is just a happy family and I'd gladly give up everything to make it work. She tells me I'm selfish and that I would have kept her father in the dark only to get back with Jay and thanked me for breaking up the happy family and home she has. No. I congratulated my ex-husband on our divorce for losing the last woman who would love him truly. His smile faltered and he cried. Now, his affair partner blames me that he won't marry her anymore. My ex-husband and I, both late 40s, were a love story for 17 years. He was my world, and I loved everything about him. I thought he loved me too, but about 2 years ago, for about 2 months, he changed. The change was so palpable that I knew in my heart that it was another woman. He stopped kissing me good morning or good night. They stopped asking me on dates and always declined when I did. He didn't doze off with his head in my lap to a movie every evening, always missing the end. Now, he even sat on the other couch. He stopped saying he loved me, and he stopped texting me during the day. I didn't know what to do other than wait and see, and sure enough, after 2 months, he told me he was in love and wanted a divorce. I was heartbroken, but I couldn't do anything about it. I would never beg someone to love me, no matter how much I loved them. He moved out and started the divorce. His new girlfriend moved in with him not long after. My ex-husband is very successful, and our divorce was finalized 2 weeks ago. I haven't seen my ex-husband much since he moved out. I don't know what got into me. I have kept civil and prideful during the separation. I was surprised he was with his lawyer because he just signed and didn't need to be there. I signed, and then I looked at him for the first time in 2 years, and just without giving myself the time to stop and keep my dignity, I smiled and said that he had now lost the last woman who he would know for sure ever loved and saw him for him and not for his money or assets. He was too smiling at first, probably relieved that I was finally fine enough to look at him again. He complained to our son that I never looked at him anymore. His smile faltered and turned into a shock, and then he started crying. I was terrified of what I had done and left almost running. I got a text from his girlfriend this morning with many insults about me, my character, my looks, and my age, because he was supposed to have proposed on Christmas, with all the family present but he didn't. He now refuses to talk about it with her or any of her family, and she means it was my fault. I ruined their relationship. I blocked her, but I can't help but wonder if I did ruin their relationship. I even wonder if I care. All I know is that he looked so old and pathetic. I wonder if I ever really knew him or loved him.
I crashed my car because of my girlfriend and it nearly unalived us both. Now she's crying and begging when I told her to look for a new partner. My girlfriend and I have been together for a little over 10 months now. We haven't had any heated arguments or fights, except that she keeps tickling me randomly even though I've repeatedly told her never to do it again because I can act strangely to it. Now to get to the current situation. This week, I've had my car returned from a paint job and some major look changes, and I was satisfied with the results, so I took a day off from work and took my girlfriend on a short trip outside the city. We drove to a lake, ate food, and relaxed for a few hours until it got pretty dark. We decided to head back home to get some sleep as I had to go to work the next day, and she had an exam. On the way home, I started talking about how happy I felt with the paint job, and she started tickling me out of nowhere. I pushed her hand away and told her to stop. Then she reached for my ribs with both hands and got me swerving off the road. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, although my car got some deep scratches, but that doesn't matter anymore, as I had already slowed down after her first attempt to tickle me. I'll admit that I told her, "What the F is wrong with you?" as soon as we stepped out of the car, and she started crying, but I couldn't care less as I felt as if my veins were about to pop. When we got home, I told her to pack her things and go to her best friend, but she threw a tantrum and begged me to forgive her for a little mistake. I didn't say a word. I stared in disgust and pointed to her luggage. After her friend picked her up, I tried to go to sleep, but my mind was racing, so I barely got any rest. This happened on Tuesday, and she's been blowing up my phone ever since, but I haven't answered any calls or texts and just blocked her. This led to her friend coming to my house and telling me to at least hear my girlfriend out, but I told her to F off and leave me alone, which made her tell me that I was more in love with a car than with my girlfriend. So, Aita, in this situation, update, I sent my ex a message telling her we should meet face to face. Some people suggested that I should file for a lawsuit, but my ex is still in uni, and her parents can barely afford to help her. She has done an insanely dumb stunt, but I don't want to punish her parents. The car is getting fixed, and I can afford it without major financial issues. Still, I took screenshots of her messages for proof if the situation escalated. So, we met earlier at a coffee shop. She looked like she'd been crying for a long time, but it didn't change my mind. What shocked me was that she leaned in for a kiss when she saw me, as if nothing happened. I stopped and told her we needed to have a serious conversation. I explained that what happened wasn't because of the car itself but because of her disrespecting my boundaries and not thinking about what might happen if she did that thing. Besides that, I also felt disrespected by the fact that her best friend came knocking at my door to demand things, despite not having any right to do so, which led me to ask my ex if she told her best friend the truth or lied about the situation. She said that she only told her friend that we had a small car crash, and I was pissed at her. Hearing that disappointed me, but I did my best to remain calm. I told her to tell the real story to her friends and family, and she raised her voice and told me that I was accusing her of being a liar, something that led to a 15-minute discussion about how the crash was solely her fault and how she put our lives at risk. I asked her if everything was clear about our situation, and her response was, "Yep, 100%. Can we go home now?" That honestly shocked me. I told her there was no way we could be back together and suggested she be more careful and considerate with her future partner. Her reaction was all tears, shaking, begging me to reconsider my decision, but I just can't look at her the same. I explained again that for me, it wasn't a small mistake she made. It was a full-on stupid decision that an adult shouldn't do, as it could have resulted in something deadly. She just thinks I'm exaggerating, and this back-and-forth argument led to her asking if there's someone else in my life and if I'm just using the accident as an excuse. I denied it and told her that she was too selfish even to realize that she broke my trust and disrespected me by saying this crap. I left the coffee shop feeling like I'd been talking to a wall, but at least I can't say I didn't try to converse. Her mom texted me an hour ago asking what happened, and I told her everything. I said I didn't want any money from them but only asked my ex to keep her distance from me. She apologized for what her daughter did and wished me all the best. As for her friend, from my understanding, she just came to my house without talking with my ex about whether she should do it or not, so I guess she just tried to be the main character in this whole story. Right now, I'm preparing for work, but my chest isn't heavy anymore. I crashed my homewrecker sister's wedding with my ex. I, 24, was with my ex-fiancé N, 27, since I was 13 and he was 15. He was my first love, my first everything. We got engaged when I was 20 and about 6 months after we found out we were expecting. Unfortunately, I miscarried a couple days later. That was the worst moment of our lives. We always dreamed about starting a family early, so this was a major blow to us individually and to our relationship. I fell into deep depression and I admit I was wrong for only caring for the lost I felt and not my partner's. We argued a lot. He partially blamed me and I accused him of not knowing how it felt to lose a life you were growing inside you. We were hurting each other and decided to separate for a while, that while turned into a year. We still kept in contact. I went to therapy and worked on healing myself. He even came to a few sessions with me. We decided to get back together shortly after my 23rd birthday. However, the relationship wasn't the same. He was somewhat withdrawn from me and I thought it was because he still blamed me. I was sick overthinking and worrying. It got to the point where I was going backwards in my process, so I decided to snoop through his phone. I found out during the year we separated he had been confiding in my sister, 27, and it turned to something intimate. He cut it off when we got back together, but the damage was done. She was pregnant. Turns out my parents knew about this and some of our friends. I kicked him out and cut off everybody who knew. Well, a couple weeks ago I got an invite to the wedding. Something snapped inside of me. I got drunk and I took a cab to my parents' house where they were throwing a party for them. Most of my family was there. I basically showed up and gave a whole F you speech to everybody. My sister ran upstairs in tears and my parents called me in a hole for ruining the prospect of their wedding. I said good because nobody apologized to me, everybody just kept saying we were separated. Things happen, people fall in love. I should be happy for them. The heart wants what I wants. The worst part is my sister told me maybe my baby died for a reason so she could get her happy ending. I cried when my awful wife forgot my birthday. She got angry at me and said that I am making her feel bad for something unimportant. When I was a kid, my parents never celebrated my birthday. I grew up in not a very healthy environment, and the only reason I even knew what day my birthday was because of other family members wishing me happy birthday. I try hard to make everyone I'm close to have a really good birthday celebration, and I guess my logic is so they feel wanted and appreciated and not how I felt as a kid. Back to the main issue, it was my birthday yesterday and my wife didn't mention it at all. She didn't say happy birthday to me or anything. I don't care too much about presents or doing anything special. It just would have been nice for her to at least acknowledge that it was my birthday. I did wait until midnight in case she was doing the thing that they do in movies where the person pretends they have forgotten someone's birthday when they haven't. I know that's stupid, but still. After it turned 12, it's embarrassing, but I just kinda broke down crying. I know it's stupidly crying over something that isn't a big deal, but it just made me feel how I felt as a kid, and it just brought back a lot of feelings and memories from my childhood. My wife walked in on me crying. She asked me what was wrong, and once I told her, she got really angry and accused me of trying to make her feel bad for something that's not important. She was shouting at me a lot and she was quite loud, which woke my daughter up, so I left the room to put her back to sleep. Am I the a-hole for crying when my wife forgot my birthday?
I crushed my boyfriend's balls in my sleep. My boyfriend and I were in bed on a nice relaxing Sunday morning. Neither of us had work or tasks that needed to be done. So we were taking it easy, having a little bit of a sleep in. My boyfriend always wakes up earlier than me, and usually spends that time cuddling me, while scratching my head and browsing Reddit on his phone. I was half asleep and thought this would be the perfect time to massage his balls and have some lazy Sunday morning intimacy together. But I didn't realize how tired I still was, and I fell asleep while cradling his balls. So there I am, asleep, and suddenly for the first time in my life I get jolted awake from feeling like I'm falling. I've never had this feeling before, so it was quite frightening. I was panicking. At the same time, my boyfriend was making panicking noises, not the type of noises you would expect from someone comforting you. It turns out that when I woke up thinking I was falling, I proceeded to use all my strength that I didn't even know I had and squeezed his balls. I grabbed onto his balls because I thought I was falling and grabbing something to stop the falling. Unfortunately, this was his balls. We were both screaming and the cat screamed for once. I began comforting him and he told me what happened from his perspective. I'd started massaging his balls, fell asleep, and I was asleep for a good 20 minutes. I was snoring, not heavily but little cute snores. Then all of a sudden I'm making groaning noises, groaning and moaning like I'm scared of something. I'm doing this for about 5 minutes before I start panicking and squeeze his balls with the strength of 10,000 people. You're probably thinking to yourself, why didn't my boyfriend move my hands off his balls when I was asleep? Because this had never happened before and he thought he was safe from a death grip. I proceeded to spend the rest of the morning comforting him. I deleted my stubborn boyfriend's game and he got upset. He wouldn't go back to our house until I apologized. My boyfriend and I have started to discuss getting engaged and how we'd handle our finances. When we were listing out our monthly expenses, he noted money to be put aside for a game that he plays with his brother and sister. The amount is $90 per month. Now, I can understand him putting some money in their accounts since they're both still in school. But I feel $30 a month for him is a bit excessive. It is a game that he's frankly too old to play and he only ever plays when they do. I just found out that for Christmas, they both asked for $80 worth of credits for their game and he gave it to them. To me, that's starting to get into alarming spending habits on something intangible and not holding any value. I tried to talk to him about it, about how I don't want him to spend any more money on that game, so his brother and sister will have to earn money themselves. My boyfriend refused and thought I was overreacting over a holiday gift since he doesn't go wild with it any other time. He also said that he pays for it out of money he sets aside for his fun and hobbies. He needs to understand how irresponsible this is. This could easily get out of control and that kind of money adds up over time. He could be putting it towards our savings. When he left for work, I deleted the game from his PC. I know he can just download it again, but I want him to hear me about this. If we're going to be engaged, that means we should be smarter about our money, and if one of us has an issue with how the other is spending, it should be respected and listened to. He came home from work, ate, and went to his computer. I guess to check the progress of the game. After a while, he seemed to be confused while checking his computer and that turned into panic. I asked what was wrong and he said that he couldn't find the game they were playing. I confided that I had deleted the game so he would hear me out. His eyes widened and he was visibly upset. Instead of talking to me, he left the apartment without talking. I texted him and asked where he was going. He replied that he went to his parents' house. He thinks I'm making an issue out of nothing, and by doing that, I'm indirectly controlling his brother and sister. It had been a week and he said that he wouldn't go back to our house until I apologize and drop it.
I destroyed the entirety of my family for only $99 and I discovered that I was made by my mom and uncle. Now, it all comes crashing down. We've all been seeing the recent craze of DNA testing and whatnot, So my dad and I decided to jump in the bandwagon and we bought 2 from 23andMe. We got our results back a few days ago and I went into the DNA relatives section to check out my matches. At the top it listed my dad as only sharing 29.2% DNA with me and being predicted to be a half-brother, which is impossible. This didn't make sense to me since we also shared a paternal haplogroup and we just look so alike, so he was definitely my father. My cousin also had taken the test a while back and she shared 24.6% with me, also predicted to be my half-sibling. We're supposed to share around 12%, being first cousins. I couldn't think of a genetic relationship that would explain what I was seeing and I had doubts in the accuracy of the percentages, so I made this post on r/23andMe, asking for help. Basically, the shared percentages are extremely accurate and highly unlikely to be false. The only realistic explanation for what I was seeing was that my uncle, my cousin's father and my dad's brother, is my father. Reality hit me in the face like a flying bag of bricks. All the dots lined up and I felt a sense of loss. I sat in my room for an hour just in shock and then I had a feeling of anger come over me. I needed some effing answers. Without even thinking, I rushed out of my room and confronted my mother downstairs. My mom is a businesswoman and is often away on business trips. She had no idea my dad and I had done one of these tests since she was away on a trip and just got back. My mother and I never had a traditional relationship. She was always focused on her work and my dad ended up mostly raising me. My irrational self didn't even sugarcoat it. I asked her if she cheated on dad with Uncle David. Name changed for obvious reasons. I have never seen the color drain from someone's face so quickly. She looked dumbfounded and then mumbled, "What kind of question is this?" Of course not. I told her everything. The test, percentages, DNA matches, all of it. Poop hit the fan. My mom fell to the ground crying, begging me not to tell dad. I left her there and went back into my room. I called my cousin, now half-sibling, and told her everything. She ended the call screaming, "Dad, now uncle," then came home and stumbled into my room asking what's wrong with mom. I told him everything too. He didn't say anything after calming down. He left the room and I locked the door. For the next few hours, I heard my entire family fall apart outside my door. My parents got into a heated argument and my grandparents rushed over to see what was going on. My aunt-in-law and David showed up shortly later and I'm pretty sure I heard my dad and David get into some physical fight. Utter chaos. I feel like a finding poop. It's not my fault, but I can't help feeling that this is all because of me. If I had spent my effing birthday money on something else, none of this would have happened. But another part of me is glad to know the truth. I'm too scared to go outside. I don't even know what the outcome was. The only noise I hear in the house now is the occasional sobbing coming from my mother. And I'm sure my dad is out of the house. Update, I eventually left my room, called my dad and he was actually at the hospital with my grandmother. She couldn't handle the situation and had a heart attack right when she went home. I knew my mother was still in the house, but I left her there, again, without saying a word and went to the hospital. I got to the hospital, saw my grandmother, she's in stable condition, and then sat down with my dad to talk. First thing we told each other was that this situation didn't change our relationship. He was still my father and I was still his son. I got the confirmation of my dad and David getting into some altercation. Dad told me he effed him up really hard. My mother had told my dad that she was drunk and David roped her. The only reason she had not told anyone was out of fear of destroying my father's family. Dad then suggested going to the police. She refused and then started to slightly change her story, making my dad doubt her claim. That's when David and everyone else came over. David claimed my mother was lying to save her own butt, and that they had consensual intimacy. As of now, my dad and I have no idea who to believe. He says his relationships with my mother and David had always been good. He's not sure what to do. David's wife is filing for divorce since this occurred after they were married. My cousin is holding up all right, although she's still pretty shaken up. My dad and I have been staying with my grandparents for the past week until we figure out what to do. I discovered a secret surrounding my conception. Now the government is after me. I'm posting here on the off chance anyone has been through something similar and has any advice because I genuinely fear for my life at this point and I can't say anything to anyone who knows me for fear of being targeted. I live in a small European country where I grew up the only child of a single mother. My mother treated me very well and for most of my life I only idly wondered about who my father might be. My mother never mentioned him, but I could tell from her demeanor when the subject came up that it was a subject of some shame for her, and I never wanted her to feel embarrassed of her past, and she provided for me so well that I never felt lacking in anything. My childhood was rather idyllic. Through a lot of testing in school it was discovered that I had a very high IQ, and I participated in several rounds of advanced academic testing throughout my youth that I didn't think much of at the time. After I got older and finished university and began my career, I started to wonder more about my father. Every time I saw a man who was the proper age I wondered if it might be him. I was also, though I didn't find it too noteworthy at the time, starting to notice strange things happening around me. I would realize as I walked home from work that strangers had been following me for several blocks, and I'd periodically notice the same cars parked outside my house at odd hours. Perhaps the sense of foreboding was what gave me the courage to finally ask my mother about my father, or maybe I was just reaching an age where I was starting to think about settling down and starting my own family and I wanted some answers about where I came from. I admit I was a bit surprised to find out that my mother not only knew the man's name, but the city where he lived an hour or so from our hometown by train and his profession. With that information, he was very easy to find. I was concerned that I might scare him away if I tried to contact him ahead of time, so I made the audacious decision to surprise him at his home. The man was very friendly to me until I revealed I was his son, at which point he immediately became suspicious and cagey. It almost seemed to me that he was concerned for my safety. Immediately I was concerned, and I pressed him for more information. Finally he told me the truth. He himself has an extremely high IQ, and he was contacted by the government in his mid-20s for a secret mission to, for lack of a better term, spread his seed as far as he could to create an experimental cohort of intelligent children who the government would then track and evaluate. Initially, they asked him to donate sperm to as many commercial sperm banks as possible, but because he had a family history of schizophrenia, he wasn't permitted to donate sperm indirectly and had to instead bed women such as my mother to create as many children as possible. He wasn't aware of how many total women he'd eventually impregnated, but he warned me that at any point he expected both he and any of his children to be gathered and brought in for testing and possibly assigned to covert government operations. He stressed to me that I was not supposed to know about the circumstances of my conception and the government program, and that if they discovered that I knew and could possibly spread the word and compromise the experiment, they might choose to neutralize me before I could cause them any harm. Ever since I spoke to him, the number of people following me and the suspicious cars by my house have increased tenfold. I've also started to notice that planes duck in the sky to fly lower when they come towards me, as if each one is tracking me. I've had odd interactions with my boss in which he comments on my behavior out of work, and I believe that he may be a plant from the government assigned to my case. I've also woken up several times in the middle of the night to voices in my apartment, though I'm never able to find anyone when I rise from my bed. I always knew I was intelligent, but I never expected that it would endanger my life. I don't trust anyone around me with this information, including my mother, and I don't know where to turn. Everyone in my life could be a government operative. I am trying to act as if everything is normal so that the government does not decide to end my life, but it's become more and more difficult to pretend I don't know what's going on. I discovered that 4 out of my 5 children aren't mine, and when I confronted my wife she committed suicide. I met my wife when we were in high school and we married in college. We have 5 beautiful children together and I consider them a total blessing regardless of what I'm about to bring up. Until a couple of weeks ago, I thought that we had the perfect marriage. We always go out together and we never fight. I felt like I'd done everything a loving husband should do, and I am saying this not to make myself out as the perfect husband. My work has always meant I work long hours and maybe haven't always been there when she needed me, but I want to stress that I've never felt our marriage was in any trouble. Never in a million years would I ever have suspected my wife of being disloyal because she'd always done everything she could to support me and take care of our children. But something happened that made our marriage collapse. My eldest daughter recently had an ancestry test done for a school-related activity, and the results of the ancestry test strongly suggested that I was not her father. She confided this to me privately and showed me the results. I could tell she was visibly upset by this. Of course, the first thing I did was reassure her that no matter what, she's my daughter and I'll always love her unconditionally. But I thought that it was just an error, although unlikely. The two of us decided to get an official paternity test since the ancestry tests are not completely reliable. It comes back, and to my greatest shock, I am indeed not her biological father. This news really broke me. I'm ashamed to say I broke down in tears in front of my daughter. The combination of finding out about my wife's infidelity and how upset I was making my daughter by how I was reacting. I really wish I had kept it in for her sake, but I didn't. Following this, I asked my other children, except my youngest, to come and see me. I wanted to know the extent of my wife's infidelity. If it was a one-off, I could maybe work past it, especially given how long ago it would be. However, I didn't want to tell my youngest as she is still in school and a teenager. I really didn't think it was appropriate to tell her yet. We told the other 3 what had happened. God, I can't begin to explain how touching their reaction was. They didn't care that I wasn't their biological father, they were just upset at how heartbroken I was. I feel like the only thing that has kept me going these last couple of weeks is their unwavering support. I reassured them that I love them unconditionally and that I'll always be their dad, but that I need to know how long this has been going on. So we have paternity tests for each of the 3 done. It is our greatest surprise that not only are none of them my biological children, but together 4 of my children have 3 different fathers. Which somehow made it worse. It's like, she wasn't just having an ongoing affair, she was having multiple? As one should expect, I confronted my wife with this, expecting her to confess and beg for forgiveness. She did not confess and doesn't even take it seriously. She says the tests must be flawed. But all 4? How the hell am I supposed to take that seriously? I keep bringing it up and she keeps brushing it off, getting progressively more annoyed at me. When I bring it up she will try and guilt trip me saying, "We've been together since high school, do you seriously not trust me?" But how am I supposed to trust her in the face of such overwhelming evidence? I've been with my wife my entire life. It's almost impossible to see a life without her. I know that the answer should be a clear-cut leave her, but we have 5 kids together. If there's anything that can be done to save our marriage, I want to consider it seriously. So, my kids and I confronted their mother again. It really didn't go well. I think the prospect that no one believed her finally hit home because she completely broke down and apologized profusely, but refused to explain herself or anything that would give myself peace of mind. For the next few weeks we barely said a word to each other. I was hoping she was thinking it over, and I expected her to eventually sit me down and explain herself. I figured she was so far deep in a lie that got out of control, she needed time to think things over. Nope. I came home one evening to find she had committed suicide by overdosing. So I lost the love of my life, and I'll never know what mistakes she had made.
I discovered the group chat where my family hides my fiancé's affair with my best friend, so I one-upped them by hiding my big revenge. So, a week ago Alex was taking a shower and had left his phone on our bed. I was packing my suitcase for a family trip that is happening after my rehearsal dinner tomorrow. I heard his phone keep going off. He yelled from our shower if I could mute his phone. I went to get his phone and saw that it was Peach calling him. I was curious at first, but seeing as she's part of my bridal party, I didn't find it too suspicious. I muted the phone and soon messaged Peach from my own phone. Here is the paraphrase of our conversation. Me: "Hey Peach, my fiancé is in the shower RN, what did you need?" Peach: "Oh nothing, lol, Just wanted to confirm with him the flowers for your bouquet in aisle. Me, that's weird. I didn't change my mind on any flowers or anything. The florist was contacted last month and everything was paid for already by my father. Peach, are you sure? I remember him telling me you changed your mind. After that it was the usual wedding talk after that point. In hindsight, I should have found it very weird that she would call him about 6 times to confirm a flower choice when she simply could have either texted me or Alex. When Alex got out the shower, I told him Peach tried calling him about my flower choices. I asked him what made him think I changed my mind on the flowers for the wedding. He paused for a bit. I now know he was basically stalling and doing the "oh I'm thinking" face when I had asked. He then said that he thought I had mentioned it in passing during a dinner. I told him that I didn't recall that. He then just shrugged and grabbed his phone and went back in the bathroom. I hate to be one of those people, but for once, my gut actually sunk. I got this really paranoid feeling and I couldn't shake it. I tried to convince myself that it was just my old cheating trauma trying to creep back. Yet, I just couldn't let this go. Me and Alex had dinner and I pushed through all the way until it was time to go to bed. I pretended to fall asleep first. Me and Alex usually cuddled to fall asleep. When I knew he was in a deep enough sleep, I went to check his phone again. I checked his Instagram, Snapchat and messages and I couldn't find anything. I then went to his Facebook Messenger. He has Messenger to communicate with his family overseas. I only saw his main family and most of the messages were about getting plane tickets to come to the wedding. We were supposed to get married in December with a Winter Wonderland themed wedding. However, with my previous relationships, I checked his archives on Messenger. That's when the horrific truth came to light. There was a group chat with Peach, Alex, Richard my brother, Mom and Maria my sister. The group chat was established a year ago where basically Alex and Peach confessed to having an affair to my family. My mom did shame them at first. Yet, she later asked Alex did he truly loved Peach. Because you can't help who you love, he said he was absolutely sure and that he also loved me too. Then Maria and Richard offered that he, being Alex, bring up to me an open relationship. They both are in open relationships and married and apparently it's working for them in whatever la la land they live in. At this point, me and him were already engaged. Alex mentioned to them that it seemed too far deep to try to bring it up. My mom said that they would cover for Alex and Peach until he felt strong enough to bring up an open relationship to me. As I was reading, all I could think was how in the actual F could my family betray me like that? I honestly wanted to vomit. However, I was just taking screenshot after screenshot. The more I read down, I found out that Peach took my spot on our previous family trip. I got a really bad stomach bug a while ago that caused me not to go. I can't even begin to imagine what they did on the trip. And the fact my mother was okay with all of this, I think is what hurts the most. The fact she's known for a whole year that my fiancé was cheating on me. That's taking the longest to sit in, I feel. There is more in the group chat, but these were the major points. I've known for a whole week. It's been eating at me inside and I want to explode and cuss them all out. I want to ruin their lives the way they ruined me. It all hurts so effing much and I just really want advice on how to confront them. How do I even begin? What do I even say? The anger I feel is so intense that I feel like if I just let it all out, I would just look insane. I'm planning on confronting them tomorrow at our rehearsal dinner. Update: I sent the screenshots to Alex's parents and explained the whole deal to them. I was honestly expecting them to ignore it or not believe me. However, they called rather quickly. They asked for more screenshots and I just basically sent them a good chunk of the screenshots. His mother made me feel so awful for sending them. She was sobbing and apologizing for her son. She soon became inconsolable. His father took the phone and asked was it anything his son could do to make it up to me. I told him that unless his son could shrivel up and disappear then there wasn't anything really he could say. His father said that he understood. I asked him if they could keep this to themselves until I brought it up to Alex. They said they could and we ended the call. For a while, I thought vomiting from stress was a rare, but it finally happened. Alex heard me, I guess because he woke up and tried to rub my back. I held my hand up and cleaned myself up. This is around 7 a.m. in the morning. Alex had concern in his voice and was asking if I was okay. For once, I actually saw nothing but red. Yet, I kept the composure. I have no idea why, but I guess that will be my superpower Lil hold on to. I ignored him and just went back sleep. I woke back up at 8 a.m. to start getting ready for the rehearsal dinner. Alex told me he had to get some things done before heading to the restaurant. I told him that was fine and that I'd see him later. Before he left he said he loved me and this was one of the days he was excited for. I said me too, trying not to have much rage behind it. Once he left, I gathered all the screenshots. For some people that don't know, you can schedule text messages to be sent out at a certain time. I decided to do this to send it to everyone. Peach's family, our friend groups, his family as well as mine. I sent it to go out at 1:25 p.m. This would be the halfway point of the dinner and people would be dropping off gifts early for us and etc. I gathered the black hole of stress forming in me and headed to the restaurant when it was time. My mother and her husband were already there. My mother hugged me and all I could do was stand there. To feel her hands on me almost felt like she was personally violating my spirit. I did a quick tap hug so she wouldn't get suspicious and we headed inside. Guests started flowing in and everyone was surprisingly on time. Once everyone was gathered, Alex went on this whole spiel of how he was happy everyone could come and that he was excited for his family for the next dinner. He mentioned how I was the love of his life and how he was so happy our families would mingle and we could be one. I wanted to ask him how dare he say that poop. but nothing but fake smiles and nods from me. Peach was basically looking like a clueless dog and smiling right along and clapping for us. To see this happen in real life is truly mind-boggling. The lengths people will go to have their cake and eat it too. I could barely eat as the stress was getting to me so badly. At the time I set for the messages, people's phones started buzzing and Alex's and Peach's phone were blowing up. I would like to admit that for once a genuine smile crept on my face. It was like watching an entire kingdom crumble and fall. The horrified faces of Peach and Alex when they looked at me was golden. It's the one highlight I will hold on to from this emotional day. My aunt went ballistic. She started calling my mom a cruel, heartless B-word over and over. My mother hurriedly checked her phone and saw I sent near the screenshots. She started screaming and becoming irate, saying I was really trying to ruin her life again. My grandparents' reaction hurt the most because they started screaming at my mother. My grandmother was trying, with a few of our other guests, to hold my aunt back as she started screaming every explicative she could. My grandfather was screaming at my mother that he didn't raise a word. At this point everyone is in screaming and crying hysterics. My other bridesmaids were cussing Peach out and calling her a SLT. I hate to admit again, Eel took joy in that. My grandfather went on to screaming at Alex with some things I can't say here because he was very explicit. I just started laughing and sobbing. I had so much emotions that I genuinely think my body didn't know what to do, so it did everything. The tears just kept coming. My cousin escorted me outside as fast as she could with Alex chasing us down. He kept screaming my name and begging to talk. I ignored him and my cousin was pushing him away from her car so she could get in and drive off. She took me to my aunt's house and told me to stay there and not answer the door for anyone. I kind of felt like a kid being left at home alone. I didn't and just sat on the floor. That's when I just started bawling. All the emotions I've kept pent up for a whole week just finally came up. After about another hour, my aunt and cousin came back home. They hugged me for like a good 5 minutes. When we finally broke off, I noticed my aunt had a few scratches on her. I'm assuming they couldn't hold my aunt back from my mom for much longer. My aunt caught me up on everything. Apparently after my cousin drove off with me, Alex came back in and started screaming at Peach for ruining everything. They got into a screaming match and some of our friends were trying to split them apart. My grandparents, aunt, and Tony, my mom's husband, were drilling into my mother for answers. Tony was the most livid. Apparently, during the family trip I couldn't go to, my mom told Tony that I had offered my ticket to Peach so she could enjoy a nice break for herself. Tony at this point is screaming and reading some of her messages out loud. She was begging him to stop and that she could explain. My aunt started adding on that she better start explaining because all she sees is a worthless mother and vile person. Apparently this set my mother off and she started screaming about how she hated me, about how I ruined her life and made it difficult, how she felt like she could never be happy because I was always a constant reminder of her biggest mistake ever and she regretted not aborting me when she had the chance. That set my aunt off and she basically pounced on her.
DNA tested my son behind my wife's back and it came out negative. I confronted her and she told me that it was an accident. Now she's crying and begging for forgiveness. I've been married to my wife for 3 years and together for 5. Our son just turned 2 in early June and to put it bluntly he looks biracial. His skin is darker than I thought it would have been, he has curly hair when we most certainly don't and his features just don't look like the standard white people which we are. He's a beautiful boy, he just doesn't look 100% white. I asked my wife a few days after his birthday if she thought our son looked white. She said yes and asked if I'm accusing her of something. I said no because I genuinely wasn't. I was just wondering. I know genetics can be weird sometimes. We fought and I apologized but I wasn't able to shake the feeling so I did the crappy thing and got a test done behind my wife's back. The results came in a few days ago and I'm not my son's dad. I feel conflicted about my son. I love him, but knowing that he isn't mine is leaving a sour taste in my mouth. Our son definitely prefers me and he's my world, but he's just not biologically mine. I don't know what to make of my feelings. I'm experiencing a mix of emotions about my wife. I don't know how to talk to her. I'm angry, confused, and feeling very, very betrayed. I'm heartbroken, too. I still love her. She's working at the moment, and I don't want to disturb her at her office, but I feel like I'm going to explode. This is all very difficult for me to process, and I can't think of when my wife cheated. We always had each other's locations for safety purposes, and I can't think of any suspicious friends she had. We go on regular dates, and our bedroom isn't dead. We were also trying for a baby around that time so I don't know when she cheated on me or why. Ever since we married, she's been over the moon, constantly showing off her ring and talking about me. She's like a teenager in love. How do I tell her that I know, or get that ball rolling? I don't know what I want to do yet, as stupid as that sounds. I've been stewing on it for a few days but I still love her so much. Update. My wife and I had talked about our son a few days after my post and my wife cracked under the pressure. She admitted to cheating on me without me even mentioning the test I had gotten done. All I asked was if she really thought our son looked white. I mean it when I say that if his skin never got darker, I wouldn't have known. She cried a lot and begged for forgiveness and told me that we could all still be a happy family, but my image of her shattered right then and there. I'm going through heartbreak, so forgive any mistakes. I'm currently living with my parents. I asked her when she even found the time to cheat on me, and she told me that she would leave her phone in a location and use another. She told me that cheating was a mistake and an accident, but how was it a mistake if you had it so planned out? We were trying for a baby around then, and she told me that she couldn't handle the pressure of it all and just wanted to escape. She didn't escape very well if she still got pregnant and acted like we were perfect. Thank you again to everyone. My wife will now be known as my ex-wife.
I dumped my boyfriend for leaving my closet door open. My ex posted on Am I the a-hole with the Am I the a-hole for not wanting to close my girlfriend's closet, and I just wanted a place to respond. My now ex-boyfriend, who's 23, and I, who's 24F, were together for 2 years, which would have been 3 years next month. We meet through a mutual friend because of our similar interests. For context, I've lived in my apartment for about 4 years. The mutual friend stayed in the beginning, but they moved out 3 years ago, so since then I've been living on my own. I was originally going to have my boyfriend move in with me once my lease ended, but of course, change of plans. So my ex posted on Am I the a-hole for leaving my closet door open, yet he missed very important details. One question that kept appearing was why didn't I close the door even though I never leave it open. Ever since I was little, I've trained my brain to always make sure the closet door was closed. When I was 6, I was sharing a room with my older sister, and one night she went over to her friend's house for a sleepover. My parents and I got home a bit late. I remember it being hot since we had the air conditioner on. I went to bed but was tossing and turning because it's really hot. I kept hearing a noise from somewhere but wasn't sure from where and just assumed it was the air conditioner. I laid on my back just staring at the roof and heard my closet door being open. My bed was facing towards the closet, so when I moved my head down, I could see this old man coming out of it. I screamed and my parents came running in. My dad grabbed me and I saw my mom hitting that man with one of her favorite pans. We called the police and later found out that the man was homeless, must have snuck in while we were away and hid in my closet when he heard my parents' car come in. Since then I've suffered from PTSD and fear of someone coming in my closet again. I slept with my parents for a few years after that. We moved to another state once I hit high school. My parents got me a therapist when the incident occurred, and to this day, I'm still going to therapy. I felt like it wasn't working though, because it was just like I was venting and the therapist would go, "Aha, and how does that make you feel?" instead of suggesting something to help me. That was until my current therapist. She suggested that I could use something like a nightlight and place it by the closet. Then I asked if I could use something else, like something that could stick onto the walls. It was first these big glow-in-the-dark Dino stickers. I felt kinda silly about it first when I did put it up, but when I had my sleep paralysis, I was still scared but was now able to tell what was sleep and what wasn't, and gave me a sense of comfort. I changed the themes occasionally to dinos, planets, and now stars. For the past 7 years, it's worked for me. I moved out of my parents' home at 20 to live in an apartment with my friend who I met in college. I explained to her about my situation because we shared a room and there's only one closet. She understood me completely. She only ever left it open once when she came home from a night shift. She was remorseful and never did it again when she saw how bad I suffered from it. Now to my ex, we pretty much clicked when we met. Had similar hobbies, liked exploring new foods, it was fun. I also told him about my trauma. I asked that I didn't mind it being open during the day, but at night, it needs to be closed no matter what. He could still put or take something out of it, but to close it back up. He complied throughout the entirety of our relationship. It wasn't until a few months ago where he started to act very controlling. He would say small comments about certain foods I would eat, like how it's affecting my liver or something, and recommended other things. I brushed it off thinking he's just looking out for my health. It started getting to a point where he suggested I quit my job at one point when he finished college and moved in, but I told him that it'd be beneficial for both of us to be working. He never asked again. However, he did start asking things like if I could cook for him, even though I said I was tired from work. Would I stop working if he made enough money for the both of us, if I still wanted kids? I think he wanted to ask me to become a stay-at-home wife or mother, but I could be overanalyzing. On the night before we broke up, when he decided to test me, I had the worst hallucinations since I was a teenager. I wake up, see the door open, and start to imagine the man I saw all those years ago. When I woke the next day, it was around 4 a.m., I was able to move and started to cry immediately, to a point where I couldn't shed any more tears, and apart from the migraine from crying too hard, I felt a numbness. So when he woke up a few hours late, I waited for him in the kitchen, just honestly feeling tired. I didn't yell, just spoke in a monotone voice. I told him how I had one rule, and that was to close the door. He got defensive, saying he felt like I was lying about my trauma just to see if he would care for me. I told him to leave while I thought things over. I never ignored him and he never texted me the whole week. But now I know for sure that there's no saving this relationship. And you can get your stuff from your brother. I already told him what you did. So good luck. I'll be moving in with my sister out of town. I'm not renewing my lease. I just want to be with people who actually support me. I exposed my best friend's boyfriend for the worst nightmare he gave to me when we were teens. Now, their engagement is ruined because I outed his secret. Growing up, I had a childhood friend, Angie, who was as close as a real sister. We spent entire weekends at each other's place, celebrated family events, etc. from 6 years old to 18 years old. Elle even lived at her place in 2nd grade while my parents went to a nasty divorce. Needless to say, her older brother and little sister were like a family to me. During our teenage years, she had her 2 male best friends, one whom she started dating, and another one, Nico, who was Russian as well, whom I started dating at 17. Growing up, I had issues with a heart condition. I won't bore you with the details, but I had to take a lot of meds, but got healthier starting from 16. All my friends knew this, Nico included, and that I would black out if my meds got taken with alcohol. I didn't smoke much or drink much growing up as a result, since I was worried about my health and only drank at home or in a safe setting. I had my first time with Nico at 17, and when my parents stayed at a retreat 2 weeks later, he came over to have a date night. I did drink 1 glass of wine, but starting having health issues later, resulting in me taking my meds and being unconscious. I was a bit sore the next morning but didn't think much about it. 2 weeks later I informed Nico that Elle was late on my period and he started to panic, confessing he had intimacy with me while I was unconscious. We had it before, so he didn't think much about it. Apparently, he didn't have a rubber but since I was on the pill he figured it was alright, and he also didn't come in me, but in a tissue. I felt violated and disgusted by myself. I didn't know how to describe this and only told Angie about it. I was an utter mess for a few years and wasn't able to have intimacy again until 2 years later. I didn't remember any of it, but was too ashamed to go to my mom or anybody else. I didn't think of it as rope back then. I was too young to really understand what and how I was violated, and Angie told me it was alright. I should break up if I feel bad about it, but we were in a relationship and did have intimacy before. I broke up with him the following day, and apparently he cried about his broken heart to her. As Nico and Angie were close and hanging out together a lot, they started dating a few months afterward and I had to see him whenever I visited her. I told her I'm not able to see him, but she didn't understand where I'm coming from. The contact stopped and we haven't texted or seen each other in years. I still followed her and her family and saw that her brother was expecting his first child. As I was extremely close with her family, I just commented on the Instagram post expressing my gratitude when he reached out to me. I missed his wedding, but he wanted to ask if I would be interested in joining the baby shower as it's been years and we've been extremely close before. He told me I was like a third little sister. I just asked if Nico will be attending as well, as Angie and he have been dating for 9 years now, and he said yes. I didn't elaborate much but just expressed that I'll send a small present if he can give me his current address but won't be attending. He kept on pestering me what exactly happened all those years ago and why I'm not in their lives anymore. Angie told her family I'm not able to see her with an ex of mine, but her brother thought there's more behind it. This is when I think I could be the asshole. I told him the truth about what happened back then, and while I didn't know it at 17, I know now that this was rope and I named it as such. I didn't receive any message back from him, but a few days later Angie reached out to me, furious. Nico had planned to propose during the baby shower, but Angie's brother is against it now, having learned why I stopped the contact. She loves Nico and will stay with him, but by doing so, her brother said she is no longer a part of his life, as he doesn't want his little baby girl in the same family as a rapist. Since then, I've been getting messages from old high school acquaintances, telling me I should have ignored it, and not told anybody. Since I didn't speak up back then, I lost the right to do so now, and am a horrible person for ruining somebody's life over some stuff he did 10 years ago when he himself was a child as well. Am I truly the a-hole for speaking up? Update: all of you are right. If Nico had changed, he would have apologized, reached out, or tried to make amends in some way, either when word got to him from his brother-in-law or at some earlier point in his life. My former best friend Angie should have been able to feel some sort of compassion if she had any respect for me as a human being or the time we spent together. Her reactions showed that I shouldn't hesitate in my actions. I went to therapy from 21 onwards and thought I moved on from the rope as best as I could, but I realized how ashamed I still am almost 10 years later about an incident that wasn't my fault at all. I was ashamed to speak up back then and afraid that people around me would look differently at me, and somehow I still felt bad about speaking up today. So I trying to own what happened to me now and not apologize for other people's behaviors, especially as they don't even show me respect. What happened since then? I archived every nasty message I got on WhatsApp so I wouldn't have to read them, but would have the proof if needed at a later point. Angie's mom called me the following day of the incident, crying. I shouldn't have answered the phone, but during the 10 years of friendship, I saw her as an aunt, almost a second mom. She always joked that while her children would run around the house doing whatever, I would always take the time to drink tea and talk with her, showing her more love and time than her actual children. While she said she was sorry for what has been and for what I went through as a child, she couldn't believe that I would ruin Angie's happiness over something like that. With Angie's brother refusing to have Nico as part of the family and Angie standing by Nico's side, it's divided their family and she is heartbroken. She has grown to love Nico like family as well and has known him for nothing more than a considerate young man who she knows will make her daughter happy. It wasn't nasty names or angry talk, just a heartbroken mother who faked to acknowledge my pain and saw the fault in me. Angie's mom tried to get me to apologize or to take it back, but I refused as I didn't see the fault in me. With everything that has happened, I believe that Nico hasn't changed and is just hiding it better somehow. He can see how people are standing by him and supporting his behavior, so he won't have to change. And that is something I didn't want to indulge. Angie's mom not even one used the word rope, and I tried to correct her every time she talked about it, trying to name it for her to understand better, but she would just start sobbing more and it didn't make sense for us to continue to talk. Angie's mom used to be in contact with mine for some time, and she reached out to her after our talk. I was afraid that my mom would find out since she's from a more conservative background. We had a long talk and I didn't get to see her, physically, yet, but she apologized for not being there for me or not making me feel like I could talk to her. I tried to calm her as best as I could, but when she asked me if my current partner knew I was used like that, I got angry. She was scared my partner would leave me if he found out, implying it was something that made me less precious or appealing. When she asked me to keep it a secret from our family abroad and in our country, I hung up. She was acting exactly the way I was afraid she would, as if it was something shameful. It was especially hard as I am trying my best to move away from the feeling of shame. She has since apologized, but it's clear that her view of me has changed. I don't yet know how to deal with it, but that's something to worry about in the next few weeks. I wrote Angie's brother, Sven, again and apologized for the mess, but am glad that it is out in the open and how proud I am that he's defending his family. I asked if his old email is still working as I would just send a gift card. He didn't respond, but I got a message from his wife 2 days ago. She thanked me for speaking up and informing them about Nico. There were apparently a few moments that made her uncomfortable, some jokes Nico made, and in retrospect she can see why. Sven apparently informed her the moment he got my initial text, and both of them have since seen Angie but not Nico. She refuses to be in the same room or house as him, and the same goes for their unborn daughter. Angie's mom has been at their place multiple times to beg to forgive Nico, and Sven caved a little. Angie and Nico will get married. Sven will attend but his wife will not. He is allowed in the family but not in contact with either Sven's wife or daughter. Those restrictions are not for Angie. Sven was suffering trying to ease his mother's worries and is not able to take a stand and cut them out completely. This is a compromise they made without his wife's approval, and she told me she's trying her best to cut them out of their life indefinitely. She wanted to move back, closer to her family as well, and thinks this is a perfect opportunity but isn't sure if she can follow through. His wife told me she's terribly sorry for all the issues that came my way and it has been a lot trying to handle the situation on their side. Sven knows it's not my fault but he doesn't want contact. It's hard for him to talk or see my name because even though he knows I'm not the guilty party, in some way I was the bearer or bad news and he sees me as the start of all this drama. She told me a few times that neither believe I'm the bad guy, they just are tired of everything and it's just been extremely hard on them. That's all that has happened so far. I am frustrated about how everything came to be. It feels like Nico will just continue with his life without having to be remorseful. I didn't want him to suffer, but I think some part of me wanted to at least receive some kind of apology for all the suffering I went through afterward. I'm having to deal with my mother and her changed, shameful view of me, and even though I'm happy it's all out, it's extremely hard to stand by my choices. My partner and my best friends both have been my shoulder to cry on during this ordeal. Especially my best friend was enraged with me, and I am extremely grateful to have both by my side. Right now I'm just emotionally drained, but I'm sure it will be better once a few weeks pass. I fell in love with my married neighbor and I babysat his kids and I found out that they were a nightmare. Now, I want to ask him to drop his wife and run away with me. I know you all are gonna judge me but at least try to understand my side. Thanks. So I'm a 34-year-old woman, and 7 months ago I had a messy breakup with my long-term boyfriend, so I moved in with my best friend and her husband in a house we are all renting together. It was then that I met my neighbor, who I will call Kay. He helped us move our stuff into the house and I was instantly smitten. We live in the suburbs of a major city, so we both ended up taking the train to work at the same time each day. I knew Kay had a wife and kids very early on. He talked about them often and pictures of them on his lock screen, social media, etc. However, initially, it started out as a very innocent, silly crush. He is handsome and funny and sweet. The first time we rode the train, he asked me about my job and seemed genuinely interested in what I was saying, which is something my ex never did and is something we fought over a lot. He is always doing things for his kids, like bringing home treats and stuff for them and staying on the phone with his older daughter the entire ride to work because she needed a pep talk before a school presentation. It was just so easy to imagine how lovely and attentive Kay would be with me because he is like that with everyone else. Kay has never said or done anything to imply that he has feelings for me yet, but we are genuinely friends by now because we talk on the train, which is about a 20-minute ride, almost every weekday. I have never had trouble getting the attention of men, and with this basis we have already. I know that we could easily become something more. I also learned shortly after I developed feelings for him that his wife is someone I went to school with, and I was surprised because they are polar opposites. He is funny, she is dry, he is exciting, she is cautious, he is a little dumb, and she is very smart intellectually. Looks-wise, this feels mean but yikes. I just don't think that their personalities fit very well together at all, and I can easily see Kay getting stuck in a relationship because he's just so nice. The issue is that yesterday evening Kay knocked on my door and asked if I could watch his kids for a bit. This was of course no trouble, and I said yes right away. He told me that his wife had gotten into a car accident while away on a business trip, and because she is pregnant he was super worried and had booked the next flight out to go see her. They don't have any family in the state currently, so he asked me to keep an eye on them for a few hours while a family friend drove several hours to watch them at night. Now is there the issue came in. These kids were an absolute nightmare. There were 3 girls, and the oldest was your typical bratty preteen X1000. She was rude and didn't respect my authority at all, arguing with me about everything from dinner to who had to clean up to what movie she was allowed to watch. I even heard her call me a beach under her breath a couple of times. The middle was rowdy and constantly wanted to play loud, messy games even when I told her no. The youngest was mostly sweet and quiet on her own, but she joined in with whatever drama the middle wanted to create. It culminated in me agreeing to play hide and seek with the younger 2 and ending up getting locked out of the house. When I went back and tried to convince the oldest to let me in through the back screen door, she pretended she couldn't hear me and put her headphones in. Thankfully, the family friend arrived a few minutes later and let me in and then I went home. This makes me sad because before now I would often dream about being a stepmom to Kay's kids one day because of how highly he would talk about them. Now I want nothing to do with them, but at the same time, this is further proof that Kay and his wife are not happy because children from a happy home do not behave like this. I just want to have a relationship with Kay but I do not know if it is possible because his kids and I would not get along, and this is even before a potential divorce where their mother could easily get them to hate me. I really love Kay and I know that we could have a beautiful relationship if I pursued this, but this has really shaken me. I just wish I had someone to talk to about this but everyone in my life would judge me. Update. He texted me asking if the girls were okay, then he thanked me. I said, of course, anytime let me know if there's anything else I can do. He replied with a thumbs up emoji, then he sent me a link to my original post, asking is this you? Because if it is, we need to talk. I promise you that I have absolutely no interest in leaving my family for you. I'm sorry if I ever gave you the wrong idea, but I don't see you as anything more than a neighbor. I don't think we should be friends anymore. I asked if I could call him, but he did not reply anymore. I felt like dying when I learned that my husband has extra activities, so I returned the favor when I left him without giving any reason and made him die of guilt. I found out that my husband was having an affair while I was postpartum. I thought that I would die because I love him, and it felt like my heart was broken into a million pieces. I knew it was over, but my curiosity got the best of me. I wanted to know why. What was it she had that I didn't? Did he love her? I started reading his texts, and everything was there. He felt like he was alive again. He was happy and excited. She's single and childless, so she had all the time in the world to prioritize him. He felt seen and desired by her. I was confused because even with life coming between us, he was always my love, and I made sure he knew that every day. Still, it wasn't enough. I read thousands upon thousands of messages between them, and I started being everything he had fantasized about. Initially, it felt weird, and he was confused, but I continued. Every time he made plans with her, I found a way to make him stay, and I ensured that I sent him exhausted to her. The messages became less and less frequent, and the passion and excitement subsided. Soon, answering her became more of a chore. The complaining started, and he pulled away. He was happier at home and couldn't wait to come home. He started texting me again during the day, the sweetest texts of how he missed me. He was his old self back. One day, what I had hoped and waited patiently for happened. He ended things with her. He told her he loved me and that everything was great again. Her services weren't needed. In other words, I felt relief, and finally, I could move on. I secured an apartment for my baby, put everything in order, and prepared for custody, shared or otherwise. I have divided the money and transferred my share to a third account, and it will stay there until the divorce proceedings and the assets are divided. Now, I am preparing for my divorce. He will get the papers the day I leave for my new life in my new apartment. I know I will get a lot of hate for this because I have neglected my husband and pushed him to seek solace in another woman's arms when I apparently could have given him what he sought all along, and believe me, I will bear the guilt for the rest of my life. In my defense, I didn't do it intentionally. Our lives had just been altered drastically, and I was trying to navigate this new and exciting existence. I was immersed in this new kind of happiness that I thought I was sharing with him, and I was trying to get to know my new body that I couldn't recognize anymore. It's a really scary feeling, but he could have come to me with his hurt. He could have talked to me about his suffering. He could have tried to make me understand, but he chose not to. He decided to deceive me, deceive us. He ruined our love, our future, and even our history. Update. I did exactly as I planned. I moved out after I left my husband's divorce papers. I told him I wasn't in love with him anymore and thought we were better off as co-parents than as a couple. I have found a new place, and he could buy me out of our current home or sell the property once the divorce is finalized. He was in total shock, but probably not the same shock I was in when I found out that he was cheating on me. He asked if I hit my head and even told people that he was worried that I had a brain tumor. He was very angry in the beginning and wanted answers. No answer was good enough. Is there someone else? No, dear husband. There isn't someone else, but there isn't you either. The audacity of that man. I reminded him that we still had our son and to think about him before acting vindictive. Sure enough, he kept it civil around our son. He kept asking why and how long ago I stopped loving him. He didn't get any answers from me. Other than that, everything has been fine with me. I am adjusting well. I still miss him, but at the same time, I feel like I can finally breathe. I feel like I have been living on shallow breathing for the past months, and now I can take full breaths. Our families are very sad and mostly shocked but have been very understanding. There's no bad reason for divorce. Wanting a divorce is a good enough reason for them to want to separate, not to want to be with your partner. My ex-in-laws are still very active in my son's life and have been very cordial, if yet a bit cold towards me. That represented itself when, about 2 weeks ago, my mother-in-law, in a bit of a passive-aggressive tone, told me that my husband had started seeing someone. She apologized immediately and said that she just wanted me to know and be prepared that he had someone new, and yet I couldn't help but hear some vindication in her voice. I just answered, "Oh, do you mean Karen?" She looked shocked and asked me if I knew. "Did he talk to you about it?" I said, "Oh no, but she isn't new." I told her that he had been sleeping with her since I had just given birth, maybe even before that. I kept my voice quiet and monotone like we discussed the weather. I was already regretting my slip, but the news that he started seeing Karen again, while very much anticipated, still hurt my heart. My mother and father-in-law just looked at each other. I don't know if they believed me, but how would I have known about Karen when I refused to see him after our breakup? So now everyone knows anyway, and I have learned that you can't keep these things to yourself indefinitely. Since he found out, he has been called and apologizing every day. "Why didn't you tell me? How much did I hurt you?" He said that he loved me and never stopped loving me. He said he was sorry and would do anything to have me back as his wife. My mother-in-law apologized, too, even though she had no control over what her grown-up son did or did. It's not her fault. He writes that he loves me every night before bed. I hope this doesn't mean that he would make the divorce drag out because then I have failed my plan, but he seems to be less forgiving of the divorce when he knew that he was the reason for it than when he thought it was mine.
I finally convinced my flat earther cousin that the world is round. I have a bunch of family members who are flat earther, but this cousin of mine has always been the one to argue the most. His biggest argument has always been how he's been in planes and even from that high up it still looks flat. He said that something that's a sphere could never look that flat no matter how big it is. I usually ignore him, but I came up with an idea to show him how the world is actually a sphere. He came over about a month ago and I threw him into Elite in VR. He was hesitant but agreed nonetheless. I flew him around for a bit and I then took him to a planet that was much smaller than Earth. As we were descending, I told him to watch the horizon flatten out as we got closer to the surface. He was skeptical at first because he could see that it was obviously a sphere, but he was pretty shocked when the horizon did actually flatten out. He left that day still insisting the Earth was flat and that it was just an illusion from the game, but I could tell he was confused and trying to think of an explanation for what he had just seen. Apparently, over the past month, he's been doing his own research and actually listening to real scientists and watching videos from people like Simon Dan. We did not talk much since then, but one day, he told me he's finally changed his mind on the topic and has been beating himself up that he ever believed that the Earth was flat. While I don't want to give Ed all the credit for it, I can't help but think that experience in VR helped him start his journey to realizing the truth.
I financially support my husband while he only sleeps and plays video games, but he divorced me because I don't do enough, so I destroyed his life. My ex-husband was a problem. I didn't mind the myriad of health conditions he had, but the fact that he refused to take care of himself was the real issue, especially when his problems caused me to lose the very little sleep I was going to get. I worked for a terrible corporate security firm that doesn't care about its employees. I was the single field supervisor in my region, and on top of my regular 40-hour work week, I was also called on emergency to fill open positions. The money was incredible, but I was miserably exhausted. At the time, my husband worked part-time, received SSI, and spent all his income on himself, video games and fast food, against his doctor's orders, while I paid both of our shares of the bills, car payment, insurance, phones, etc. This went on for about 3 years, progressively worsening as time passed. Despite the money I covered for him, I still managed to bump my credit by paying off my car and saving enough to buy a house. While moving, I was still working 80+ hours and couldn't spare time to help much, but I paid for the moving truck and dinner for anyone willing to help us pack up and move. I asked my then husband to make sure everything was packed. He packed all of his belongings, then the household furniture, ignored whatever didn't fit, was late returning the moving truck, and I had to call about the fee. The result was that most of my stuff, my roommates, and my brother's stuff didn't fit in the moving truck. My brother made trips every day after work to pick up a carload and bring it home. I asked my ex-husband to please do the same, and he agreed. 3 weeks later, I finally got a day off. I worked a 12-hour shift and planned to pack up a few boxes and take them home while I was out. I walked into the house and saw that my ex had done nothing. He said he had been moving our stuff for 3 weeks and hadn't touched anything. I had a meltdown. My legs gave out from shock, and I sobbed on the stairs. My best friend also came in right after me and found me on the stairs. He held me while I cried and assured me he would take a few days off to get everything packed up and moved. He told me to go home and sleep, but I told him I was already here, so I might as well take a few boxes since my worthless husband lied to me about doing so. He helped me pack up some things, and I drove home. I didn't even bother to unload it. I went inside, collapsed on my bed, and cried. Hours and hours later, I finally woke up, a groggy mess, and made my way out to my car to start unloading. Best friend was there unloading his car with a tired smile. He had been going all day, and the sun was setting. Meanwhile, my husband was slacking off in the basement doing who knows what, breaking his promise. We managed to move everything, but I had to extend the lease by 1 week and pay a prorated rental cost due to my husband's neglect. I was quickly racking up anger at him, and finally, when we were moved, I sat him down and told him how angry I was about the lies, his laziness, and what he caused. He started accusing me of all kinds of things in return, like how I wouldn't passionately hug him because of his medical issues. I lost it. I screamed at him that I don't passionately hug anyone. I don't even passionately hug myself because I'm working the equivalent of 2 jobs with overtime to support his lazy butt and pay for his lifestyle because he wastes all of his money on fast food that he shouldn't even be eating and video games, and because he doesn't lift a single finger to do anything around the house like unpacking, cooking, cleaning, nothing to make my life easier. He is actively making my life harder. I'm still cleaning up after him when he leaves dishes everywhere and stains on my carpet. So no, I don't want to passionately hug him if he won't do anything to earn it. He went radio silent on me for 2 weeks. It got progressively worse. He wouldn't text me or speak to me, wouldn't answer my calls, and, eventually wouldn't even look at me. Meanwhile, he's still living off my money. So, finally, one day, I messaged him to ask why he was treating me this way, and he ignored me. I asked several other questions, but nothing. Finally, I told him that if he hated me so much, he should just divorce me. He tells me the next day he wants a divorce. I ask him why. You're not going to believe his answer. You don't do enough for me. Oh boy, did he mess up. This ding-dong is the most obtuse, smooth-brained, intellectually deficient, situationally unaware, half-witted, opossum-brained clod, to say that. I unleashed it. I told him that I do everything for him. I pay for everything so he can live a relaxing life. I give him a roof over his head, food in his belly, and money in his bank account. and taking days off specifically to spend time with him, that I was doing absolutely everything for him, and this is the repayment I get. I got extremely quiet and bucked into his chest, pointing my finger at his face, and told him that since he wanted the divorce, he had to file, and if he even suggested forcing me to sell the house that I paid for, I would destroy him. I would hire an expensive lawyer, push him into the longest court battle of his life, and take him for every single penny he would ever earn for the rest of his life, along with court costs. Then I kicked him out. He moved out. He told me he was moving in with his family a few cities over and asked me to file. I filed in my county because it was closest. He raged at me when he found out. He wanted me to file online and pay an extra $270 out of my pocket, since he expected me to pay for the entire thing, and I told him no. A few days later, I got a strange text that didn't sound like him. I argued with him. Then a confession was made. It was his girlfriend. He had lied to me again and moved to New York from Georgia. She went psycho on me and screamed at me via text about how abusive I was. Long story short, we argued, and I told her I wouldn't be speaking to her again. I am filing in my county because I already started the process, and I'm not changing my mind because he lied. I might have been willing to file online if he hadn't lied, but I'm not now. Months go by, and finally, the date comes. She drove him to Georgia, and they were 15 minutes late. I knew this because I was 15 minutes early, and the clerk asked if I could contact him, so I went outside. I saw her roll up. I told him she was not allowed inside due to restrictions, but honestly, I wouldn't have let her inside because I hate her. He nodded, and up we went. We spoke to the clerk and started our paperwork. I have some legal knowledge, so I knew which questions to ask. I know how lazy this brat of a human is. He hates doing anything he doesn't have to do, so I reminded him before the clerk that he still had property at my home, and I wanted it out of my house. The clerk told him that anything he left on my property after a certain date would legally belong to me, and there would be no way of getting it back without my express consent. He asked if he could work something out with me, and I told him no. You'll have to adhere to these legal guidelines, and anything left afterward will be forfeited. Now, while we were together, his blessed mother passed. I loved that woman. She was a saint, and I wanted something of hers to remember her. He had inherited her dining rug. While not monetarily worth much, it is still a lovely black and red antique, and I knew he couldn't afford to ship it, nor could he afford to rent a moving truck, nor could he fit it in his girlfriend's tiny crap car. So, while he was crying and loading up his mother's belongings, all of which he had left behind when he left initially, I told him I was keeping the rug. I said this flatly and without feeling. He tried to argue, so I pointed out the obvious, and he conceded. He knew I was right. Update: I married my best friend, and we've been together for nearly 4 blissful years. On our 5th anniversary, he agreed to a ceremony since we were married in a simple ceremony with only 2 witnesses. For more petty revenge, I still have my ex's childhood art binder, which he cherishes, and I will continue to hold it until he pays me back the $400 he owes me for the brand new tires I put on his car, a mere few weeks before he decided he wanted the divorce. It's been over 4 years, man, I'm never giving it back at this rate, and I do send him annual reminders.
I found a private message between my wife and her mother saying that she will divorce me if she returns to a dirty house, so I am printing out divorce papers tonight to make it amicable. My wife and I have been happily, or so I thought, married for 9 years. Our anniversary is next week. She just left for a 4-day girls' trip in the city, and I am staying home to care for our 3-year-old son. I wasn't thrilled about it since it's an expensive trip and money is really tight right now, but whatever. She doesn't get to see these friends very often since they live far away. I suggested that maybe we could all go together and I could spend all day hanging out with our son while she spends time with her friends. We could get a cheaper hotel than the fancy one her friends picked, and then she wouldn't have to share a room with them at night. She snores and is self-conscious about it. She did not like this idea, so we agreed I would stay home and she would go by herself instead. Our car recently broke down and we can't afford to take it to a mechanic, so I decided to work on it over the weekend. I can't leave my kid alone, so I took him with me and plopped him in the car seat with the family tablet to watch some kid shows while I work. When I turned on the tablet, a bunch of notifications popped up from a conversation between my wife and her mother, and I could clearly see that my wife said she was going to divorce me if she came home and the house was dirty. It did not sound like she was joking. It sounded like a foregone conclusion, like she's discussing if she should stay in the state or move away after the divorce. Her mother also seemed to be taking it seriously. Now, I am not the most tidy person, but our house looks like you'd expect any house with a 3-year-old to look, cluttered but not completely disgusting. We don't really have enough storage in our kitchen, so our countertops tend to collect things that we use frequently. She says she wants our kitchen to look like the ones on TikTok, but we're always making PBJs etc., so jars and commonly used utensils tend to live on the counter. We both tidy up when we have time. I do all the grocery shopping, all the cooking, and we split the rest of the housework evenly. Her only real solo chores are bath time with our son, and putting the dishes into the dishwasher. She lets them pile up and does them about once per week, and complains about how much work it is. I have asked her if she wants to switch chores and she always gets angry and says no because she is a bad cook. Fair enough. Here's where it gets weird, though. She just recently had a talk with me about how I don't respond quickly enough to her texts while I'm at work, and that it gives her massive anxiety because she starts to think that I secretly hate her and want to leave her. I assured her that's not the case, and that it's because I'm busy working. I have a job where lots of people are talking to me about time-sensitive tasks. She seemed a little relieved by my response, and now I find out that she's thinking about leaving me anyway, which makes no sense if she's scared I'm going to leave her. I thought maybe this was some kind of defense mechanism, but the conversation with her mother happened after I told her that I still love her and that I'm happy being with her. Some added context: while she was packing for her trip, she told me about a TikTok video she saw where a woman left her husband with their child for 11 days and when she came home the house was a disaster. I have not seen this video so I can't really comment on it, but 11 days with no support from your spouse seems like a pretty long time to me. She was disgusted with how this guy didn't clean up enough before his wife came home, and said that he must have done it to punish her. I can't help but notice that she saw this video right before the conversation with her mother. Also, a few weeks ago she also accused me of malicious incompetence. She couldn't explain what it was, but she saw a TikTok video where somebody was talking about their maliciously incompetent husband and I guess she felt like it applied to me too. I was pretty offended by this, as I bust my ass to keep our home afloat. I asked her for an example, and she could not give me one. A few days later when I came home from shopping with our son, she told me that I was being maliciously incompetent for not buying oranges at the store. Oranges were not on the family shopping list we keep on the fridge. When I was at the store I asked my son, the primary fruit eater in the house, what fruit he wanted and he said bananas, so that is what I bought. But she insisted that if I were not maliciously incompetent I would have gotten oranges, too. I can't help but wonder if these are truly her feelings or is she just venting or trying to feel solidarity with these my husband sucks TikTok videos. I want to talk to her about it right now, but I feel like I should wait until she gets back since I don't want to ruin her trip with an argument. How do I approach this conversation with her when she gets back? She's made jokes in the past, at least I thought they were jokes, about leaving me for a sugar daddy and having one foot out the door, but these were said in a joking manner and we both laughed at it. Again, this recent conversation with her mom did not sound like a joke to me. This has shattered my world and I'm not thinking clearly anymore. I'm not sure how I can go back to the way things were. I don't know if this relationship even salvageable. I can't tell if she's gone crazy, or if I am actually as useless as these TikTok husbands I keep hearing about and just don't know it. Nothing makes sense anymore. Update: I'm going to clean the house as well as I can tonight, and print out divorce papers. I don't know if I'll do anything with them, but if she's really determined to leave me then there's not much I can do about it anyway, so I might as well try to make it amicable, if that's what it comes down to.
I found a thong in my husband's bedroom, and it turned out to belong to our son's girlfriend. Now he's extremely nervous because I plan to be ruthless. I, 41, am a stay-at-home mom. My husband, 48, whom we'll call Paul, works in finance. We have been married for nearly 20 years. We have 2 kids, whom we'll call Eric, our 18-year-old son, currently a senior in high school, and Mary, our 15-year-old daughter. They are both the lights of my life. My marriage with my husband has grown somewhat stale over the years for a myriad of reasons, such as his work schedule and how I've aged poorly since we first met. Our son Eric has a girlfriend, 18, whom he's been dating since they were freshmen in high school. We'll call her Amy. Eric absolutely adores Amy. She's his first love, and she's someone I've always considered as family. This makes the whole situation emotionally excruciating for me. Last week I inadvertently saw my husband's phone screen and got a glimpse of a text thread between my husband and Amy, our son's girlfriend, and I read what looked like a message from her telling him that she misses socking his cock. I froze in place, in complete disbelief. I spent most of the day convincing myself that I must have misread what I saw. However, I didn't misread it because, over the last several days, I discovered a file on his computer filled with tons of BDSM porn. He clearly has a porn addiction. He also has saved photos of Amy from her Instagram on his computer, although they weren't inappropriate. She was fully clothed. It was still the proof I needed to confirm that I wasn't going crazy. I also looked at his phone during opportune moments and saw more of their interactions. I wish I had never looked. They were filled with mean, horrible things said at my expense, with him constantly comparing me to her. He would call me fat and old, among other things, with Amy LOL-ing. I've always had hunches or paranoid feelings that Paul has been cheating on me, but never in a million years could I have fathomed something like this. Last month, I found a thong in our bedroom that I knew wasn't mine. I turned a blind eye to it, being naive and acting like it was maybe our daughter's, even though that made zero sense. Not only is he cheating on me, but he's betraying our son. I'm completely devastated. I don't even think words can adequately describe the dread, anger, and shock I feel right now. I'm totally overwhelmed on how to handle this because obviously action needs to be taken, but I'm terrified of what kind of psychic blow this will be for my son. I have no idea how to even broach this completely fucked up topic with him. I wouldn't wish this predicament on my worst enemy. I can't even believe I married this scumbag in the first place. And then my mind started to race, realizing that I started noticing specifically unusual behavior from him around the same time Amy turned 18. Was he waiting for her to turn 18 before pursuing this affair? There are so many layers to all of this and I'm completely paralyzed with fear and dread about it all. None of it makes any fucking sense. How did this happen? Am I that much of a stupid idiot that I let all of this happen under my watch? Eric adores Amy, and the thought of revealing the sickening truths to him terrifies me. The impact on his young heart and mind could be devastating. My heart aches for Eric and Mary, who are completely innocent bystanders. I haven't confronted my husband about this because I'm frankly scared of the domino effect. I don't know who to turn to first about this. I share my story not for sympathy, but in search of understanding and perhaps advice from those who might have had to grapple with deep betrayal. I'm currently playing dumb and collecting as much evidence as I can so I can be prepared for anything and everything. I'm going to protect myself and I'm going to make sure I don't put myself in any potential harm's way. Update: my brother connected me to a very tough junkyard dog type lawyer. I saved screenshots of all his conversations with Amy. I was only able to get the last 3 months from iCloud. The conversations were mostly flirty and dirty talk. It was hard to stomach, and completely sleazy, and I saw several negative things said about me. His call history showed he talks with her for hours pretty consistently. He uses dating apps. I took screenshots of his profiles and all of the active chats he has with his matches. It's very clear he uses a filter to seek out girls who are 18 to 22 or so. I copied all of his files from the computer. He goes on intimacy chatrooms and forums, and he spends a ton of money on OnlyFans. I rummaged through every possible hiding spot I could think of in the house. He had various toys, blindfolds, cuffs, lubricants, etc. He also had different outfits which looked kind of like a girl's Catholic school uniform and a French-maid type outfit too. I picked up Eric and Mary from school, and we all drove to my brother's. They were able to sense something was awry when I picked them up. I delicately told them the entire situation, and I broke down crying. Mary had the most anger, even more than Eric. I met with Amy's mother and told her everything. She confiscated Amy's phone and gave me the entire chat log. It only dated back 3 months ago, like on my husband's cloud, almost as if they both deleted the messages at the same time. She told me Amy sobbed when confronted. Amy basically told her mother that she will never understand and that she and him are in love. I don't want to get into too many details with what else she was saying, but suffice to say, it's very easy to assume that my husband slowly and methodically became a sage-like figure in her life, making her feel she could rely on him, and he took advantage of the fact that she came from a broken home. Amy is also non-stop insistent that their friendship only became romantic/physical recently, and before that, she said he was more of a friend and mentor. I confronted Paul over Zoom. The look on his face was scary. He became red and looked so sweaty. He had anger and panic in his eyes. His tone of voice was very defensive and frightening. He kept yelling the word context over and over again, and that none of that happened. He was unable to speak without constant stutters and intensity. Nothing really made any sense to me. I refused to tell him where I was, and he said I had no right to take his kids away from him, and then he abruptly left the Zoom. My lawyer is filing for temporary sole custody of Mary and a restraining order. Mary is still the most angry. She's totally furious with her dad and Amy. Justifiably so, of course. Mary is recollecting moments and times she watched her dad interact with her friends, and she's in knots about it. Eric is very clearly hurting, but he's so strong and very level-headed. He wants to see a therapist. The maturity my kids are showing makes me proud. They don't deserve this at all. We made the authorities aware of everything. I plan on being completely unforgiving and ruthless in this divorce. I'm reflecting on how I've been treated, how it's made me a shell of myself, and how I've had a very negative opinion of myself because of him over the last 20 years. I don't want to let this scumbag get away with it. I want to reinvent myself and move on stronger than ever. Update 2. We're all safe and still at my brother's house. We're very careful, and his house is secured. Paul has tried to call my cell phone several times a day. I am refusing to interact with him, and I will have my lawyer handle all correspondence. He scares me, frankly. My brother has a very secure house with an alarm system and deadbolt locks. We feel safe with him. Both my son and I got checked out and tested. It appears so far that we're both clean based on the immediate rapid tests, but in the coming days, we'll know for certain when the lab results come in. I'm not overly concerned. Eric is scheduled to see a therapist early next week, which is very good and needed. He's not himself right now. He seems a bit shell-shocked, and I am concerned. He internalizes a lot, and it's hard to get a read on what's going on in his head. That being said, he's thoughtful and has been talking with me, asking me how I'm doing and everything. He's not interested in corresponding with his dad at all. He calls only my cell phone, and he hasn't tried to reach out to either Eric or Mary. I get the sense that Paul is extremely nervous. He's scared, and I think he deep down knows that if investigated thoroughly, he would be in big trouble. That's what my gut is telling me. I still think about the Zoom call with him, and the more I think about it, the more it looks like he is a man whose entire world is crashing down on him. The panic in his face was very apparent. I offered Mary for me to make an appointment with a therapist as well, but she doesn't want to see one yet. She said she's open to it eventually but wants time to herself. She's been asking her friends about her dad and if they experienced any creepiness from him. Her friends were open and honest with her, and apparently, they felt like he stared a lot and sensed his hovering presence whenever they were over. One of Mary's friends went so far as to say that she felt like he was checking her out a lot, like looking at her rear and complimenting the color of her yoga pants. At the time, no issue was brought up about it, but in light of everything that has been happening, it seems strange now. He would sit in different areas or vantage points to get a good view of her, she claimed. He also asked questions about what kind of friend group or which clique they were in at school. He kept asking if they were popular girls. I'm completely embarrassed that they had this experience at our house. As for updates on Amy, which is the main reason why I wanted to write this update, I completely agree that she is also a victim. A lot of people have been emphasizing that, and I agree. I've done everything I could in my own power to indirectly get her opportunities to get help. Like I said, I told her mother, and she's been updating me on everything. Amy, unfortunately, is still living in her deluded reality, and I can only pray that she'll eventually come to her senses. She doesn't want to see any doctors or therapists at all and has been constantly trying to reach Paul because, again, she believes that they are in love. From what I've been told, she hasn't been able to get hold of him, and he's been avoiding communication with her completely. Amy blames me for that, believes I took away his devices and am very controlling. Any truth that her mother tries to convey to her is met with conspiracy theories and hostility. Amy looks at me as a villain and still sees Paul through rose-colored glasses. Her mother showed her screenshots of his dating app profiles and matches, and she refuses to believe it, saying I photoshopped it. According to her mom, Amy keeps saying things like everyone is just mad because she found herself a real man and that I'm jealous because she takes better care of him than I do. It's in line with some of the conversations I screenshot, where a lot of what Paul says is him complaining about things I don't do for him intimately. Right now, she's insistent that she and Paul will be together in the long run. He's honestly a slimeball. I can only hope that Amy comes to her senses, but me directly intervening doesn't feel like it would be productive at the moment. Maybe eventually though.
I found emails of my girlfriend and her boss calling me a kid, and her boss told her that I am not a husband material. Now I don't know what to do because of her response. I am a PhD student who has been dating an executive assistant for 5 months. It's going well. We have a lot of fun. We're both crazy busy, so frequently our dates are Chinese food and Redbox movies, but it's all good. She goes to a lot of events with her boss, business dinners and charities, and basically anything where he's too lazy to bring a notepad and makes her give up her finite free time to accompany him. I get invited to some, partially due to my desire to actually see my girlfriend and, due to school and work, went to the first last weekend, dinner at his house, a casual business mixer type deal. I was underdressed. My definition of business casual was navy slacks and a button-up. By the time I showed up, a little late, admittedly, it was too late to stop by my place and fix this. Oh well, I'm confident, I don't care, but she seems to and is slightly irritated. We get there and I meet her boss, who's kind of smug and a bit of an ass but seems nice enough. Right away, she asks Rob, do you mind if Cohen borrows a tie and jacket? I didn't relay the dress code. He says that's unlike you. But sure, the jacket will be too big in the shoulders. But go ahead. She leads me up to the guy's bedroom, goes right into his closet and grabs some stuff. That night everyone basically ignored me. She didn't seem to notice. She was too busy backing up everything this guy said and mingling with coworkers. She apologized later and said she can get a bit obsessive about work. I understand. Vowed to never go back. And that was that. Last night I was over and using her computer for some assignments. Mine is down. I go to send myself an email of my work, hers is up, and I figure whatever will work just as good. Until I notice the subject of one is your boyfriend. I open it. It's from the boss. Boss, your boyfriend has my favorite tie. Procure it promptly. You would choose that one out of the 100 other ones. Wench, girlfriend, it is already back in your closet. I can't help it. He looks nice and red tongue. What did you think of him anyway? Approve? Boss, he looked like a little kid playing dress up in my clothes. But in all seriousness, he is a little kid. He's still in school and in an immature place. He's not husband material. You want kids and a house in a couple of years. Date someone who can give you that. Date a man. Girlfriend, thanks for being honest. I value your opinion. Husbands aren't exactly growing on trees though. That was the last. I left soon after and haven't talked to her about it. I feel completely disrespected. At the same time, I read her email, which is a no-no. How should I approach this? Update 1. I told her how I stumbled across it and all that jazz. She was upset I read her work emails, but understood why I wasn't happy with what I saw. She explained that her boss is more than a boss. He's also a friend and collectively they've been through a lot together. In the 3 years they've worked together they've each lost a parent. Her father was estranged from her family and none of her siblings would go with her to the funeral, but he volunteered and helped her handle it, and have climbed the corporate ladder together. She explained that it was private, the same as me asking my friend on FB what they thought of her and her reading it. So, I'm a little uncomfortable with it and their closeness in general. I also told her it irritated me that she didn't specify what business casual meant in her world. She said that a button-up would have been fine, but I wore a plaid one, a nice plaid button-up, not lumberjack, and that was too casual. She also told me she was mad at me for being late, that it's important to Rob that when he hosts she is early, and on time is late, and late is very late. We didn't deal with the big issues, babies and marriage, because it's just too damn soon, and went on our way being happy this week. Until last night, around 2 a.m., the boss called and said he was sick, she needed to check up on him. Blah, blah. She is about to leave. I express my discomfort and she reluctantly invites me, tells me to keep clear of him and just wait. It shouldn't be long, and she'll use my presence to avoid staying long. We get there and he's in the front room. Can't avoid him seeing me. He's in his underwear and is obviously fairly sick and furious about being sick. Girlfriend is ridiculously tender with him, rubbing his hair and telling him how they can readjust most of his meetings, except for one, and they'll make it a phone meeting. They'll work from home tomorrow. She'll go get everything in the morning and just bring it to his place. Blah, blah. He makes eye contact. I'm hovering as close to the door as I can, feeling for all the effing world like I'm the interloper, and almost looks smug at me. I swear to God he did. Then he asks if they can have wonton soup for lunch and fortune cookies like usual. She says of course, and then brings him to his room and effing tucks him in, I assume, after giving him some medicine. We leave and get into it. That's just too close for me. She needs to draw lines if she wants to keep dating me. She accuses me of just being jealous and uncomfortable. Says Rob has never made a pass at her and never will. The fight gets a little ugly and insults fly. I say she all but gets paid to suck his dick. She says the only difference between me and a college freshman is I can buy beer. And it's over. This all occurs in his driveway. She gets out and says she'll just stay here. If he wasn't too sick to get it up, I imagine they probably had intimacy. Update 2. Well, I've been drowning my sorrows in Newcastle and biographies when I got a text from my ex-girlfriend. I obviously hoped she was begging for forgiveness and pleading with me to come back to her. Both because I missed her and I wanted to turn her down. I'm a complicated fool of a man. She was not. I wanted to let you know I'm sorry for what I said. Once you compared my entire career to that of a prostitute, I lost my temper and said a lot of things I regret. I hate to end on a bad note because we were both hurt and lashed out. I also wanted to let you know you were right about Rob. Just because I would want to know if I were you, and you deserve to know you weren't crazy. I didn't think he felt the same way and I resigned myself to trying to love someone else. I didn't do a good job. How could I when he was constantly there? But then it turns out he's felt the same way all along. He just didn't think he could cross the line. It had to be me because Rob felt as my superior there was no appropriate way to confess his love. 2 years of us being stupid and stubborn, but we are finally together. We are hashing through it with HR now and they're not giving us any problems. Sorry, we put you in the middle of our personal games. I wish you all the best. So F. She is going to live happily ever after, never loved me, and I wasted 5 months. Gonna become a monk now Reddit. G2G find God.
I found evidence of my husband committing an unforgivable crime. Please help. I have been destroyed since I found this evidence and I feel like my entire life has been turned upside down in 24 hours. I love my husband with all my heart, and we have had the perfect marriage up until now, but I now know the truth, he's a complete monster. My husband and I met in our early 20s, we both attended the same community college and were both alternative. As we got to know each other, we both shared our difficult high school experiences, and we learned that we both had trouble with school and authority. We had both been arrested previously. I had been taken in for shoplifting, but my husband never really went into the details of why he had been arrested in his youth. Anyway, we became close and supported and encouraged each other to graduate college with high grades. We fell deeply in love, and after we graduated, he proposed to me, and we moved into a new city together. It felt like a dream. I had stability for the very first time in my life, and it felt like nothing could ever touch the perfect life we had worked so hard for. My husband was a great partner, he was very loving and kind, and even after we had been living together for a while the spark in our relationship never left. I can't stop crying as I type this. It's so painful to remember all the happy memories I have with my husband. They're all tainted now after discovering his dark secret. It's very fresh, it all happened only 48 hours ago when I was cleaning out the attic. It was a spot we had just used for storage when we first moved in. My husband and I both had a bunch of random things, and when I was home alone one day I decided to organize it. I was sorting all the electronics when I found an old tape recorder from the 90s. I hadn't seen one in forever, and I wasn't sure if it was mine or my husband's since I knew I had one as well. I sat down in the attic and started watching the footage on the tape with a big goofy smile on my face, thinking I was about to uncover some old happy memories from my husband or I's teenage dirtbag days. What I ended up seeing has fully traumatized me, and every time I close my eyes, I see the horrors on the tape. I realized pretty early into the tape that it had been taken at Woodstock 99, a rock festival that had taken place in New York. That's when I knew it was my husband's recorder, since I knew he had attended the festival. For context, the festival was a total disaster. It was very chaotic and overcrowded, and things got violent and dangerous as each day went on. My husband had mentioned he attended the festival, but he never really went into detail about his experience. I always thought it was because he had been scarred somehow by the mayhem. I was dead wrong. The footage was pretty normal for the most part, but as it continued, you could tell the mood of the festival was becoming unhinged. My husband and his friends were acting like barbarians on the tape. At one point, my husband was in the pit during a performance, and I saw a young topless woman with a scared look on her face standing near him. It didn't take long for her to get the attention of the crazed men around her, and the next thing I knew, I was watching this poor woman get her skirt ripped off by one of the other concertgoers. She was screaming as more men pounced on her. At this point, I was shaking and crying, but I just kept watching. My blood ran cold as I watched the woman be roped right there on the ground in the middle of the audience. It was atrocious. Men were circling her and laughing and shouting for their turn. She was surrounded by people, and no one stopped the madness to help her. I thought it couldn't get any worse until I heard my own husband behind the camera, cackling like some sort of demon. That's when he asked another guy to film while he had a go. My husband entered the frame and gave the camera a thumbs up before sexually assaulting the girl himself. I couldn't hold it, and as soon as I saw that, I puked into a nearby box and started having the worst panic attack of my life. Disturbed wasn't the word. I realized in that moment that my entire life was a lie, and the man I loved was a rapist and a complete stranger. The night I found the tape, I hid it in my closet and went to sleep early after texting my husband that I wasn't feeling well. I wanted to run away as soon as I saw the tape, but I had nowhere to go, and I still didn't know what I should do next. I slept when we got home and slept in the next morning. I just couldn't bring myself to interact with him or even look at him. Just sleeping next to him in bed, knowing the truth about how evil he was terrifying. Anyway, it's been 2 days, and my husband doesn't know anything is wrong. He just thinks I'm feeling sick. I know we need to divorce, but I don't know if I'm ready. I know I should probably bring the tape to the police, but despite everything, I still love my husband, and I don't know if I could be the one to put him in jail.
I found mugwort from my girlfriend's things and I discovered that she terminated her pregnancy so she could feel important to her family, but it became her downfall. I have been dating my girlfriend for 4 years. She has told me she always wanted children. We just didn't actively try for one, though. I never pressured her into having a baby, it was more of her idea. I make enough, and we own a home, so having a baby is something we can do. So, to clarify, I'm not mad at her for this. I'm extremely concerned, and I feel like everything she has said about her wanting a baby was a lie. Termination is also legal for up to 21 weeks of pregnancy in our state. So she told me she was pregnant, she was having symptoms, and she took a test. She was happy about it and excited. I was happy as well and offered to make an appointment for her. We both went together, and she was 6 weeks pregnant. We had been planning, and she even told her friends and family about it. She ended up having a miscarriage at around 9 weeks. It was sudden, and she was upset, so I comforted her. It seemed very tough for her, so I did my best to make her feel better. I had to retrieve something from a drawer in our bedroom and found some herbs under a bag. It was pennyroyal and mugwort. I was confused because I had heard of pennyroyal being used to cause self-terminations. I asked her about it, and she immediately became defensive. She told me she didn't know where it came from. I kept trying to ask her about it, and she ended up telling me she used it to have a miscarriage. She was crying, and I was just in shock. I asked her why. I told her she didn't have to lie to me about it, and I was confused because she was the one who really wanted a baby. She didn't give me an answer about it. I told her that we needed to go to the hospital to make sure she wasn't hurt since pennyroyal is toxic, but she kept declining. It's been a few days, and she seems fine. I've been trying to ask her about this, but she just says she doesn't want to discuss it. She was telling her friends and family she had a miscarriage and has been accepting condolences. She's avoiding this, but I no longer want to push it on her. I'm not too sure what to do about this because I'm worried she might be having some type of mental breakdown or something. I eventually told her that she should not tell me about having a baby again, and I can't trust her about it anymore. She was upset hearing that, but what else could I say about something like this? This might make me a huge asshole, but in the back of my mind, has been thinking she might have done this for attention from her friends and family. I don't know what to do, and I feel horrible for even thinking this stuff. Update. Firstly, for some context, we have Planned Parenthood, which specializes in terminations, about 5 minutes away. I understand people thinking she didn't want to get in termination because of protesters. I completely understand. I drive by that specific place every single day for work. I have seen no protesters. It's usually empty, besides a few cars on the side of the road. But I still understand why she wouldn't want a medical termination from reading the comments. I asked her why and what her goal was here. She was trying really hard to avoid the conversation and left the room. I apologize if this makes me an asshole, but I told her if we can't have a conversation about this, I have to end the relationship. She came back in and said the reason why she did this was because she never felt like her family gave her enough attention in life, and didn't feel supported by them. So she wanted to tell them she had a miscarriage so they could feel bad for her. I was confused because she could have just gotten a medical termination and lied about it instead of just harming her body with a toxic herb. I asked her about that, and she told me she wanted to have the experience of having an actual miscarriage. I was so confused and in shock, so I didn't say much else because all of this just sounded crazy to me. She told me she didn't want me mad at her, and she didn't want to break up. She was begging me not to break up with her. I asked her if there was any chance the baby wouldn't have been mine. She said no. I told her she needed to get therapy ASAP. I thankfully made enough to afford therapy, and I told her I would pay for her if she just please go to therapy. She agreed. I also told her she needed to go to the hospital, and I was telling her all of your comments about the septic that can happen in liver and kidney damage, and that kinda scared her into going to the hospital to get checked out. We went to the hospital last night, and thankfully, she is okay. She drank around 1 cup of it a day for a few days. I found out she was also taking some other things, high vitamin C, turmeric, parsley. That's pretty much it for now, but I'm unsure where to go from here. I love her and I do want to be with her, but all of this is so out of the blue. Thanks for all of the comments on the last post. If anything else happens I'll make another update. Update 3, in my last post, I told her she needed to go to therapy ASAP, and told her I would pay and everything. I just hoped for the love of fucking God to just for her to please go to therapy. That was the only thing I wanted. I haven't set up anything yet because she told me she doesn't want to go to therapy now. She told me she would never do what she did again and doesn't believe she needs therapy. I was going back and forth with her on this, but she was very insistent on not wanting any therapy. I told her I couldn't move on in this relationship if she didn't do therapy. She was arguing with me about it and told me if I loved her, I would stay in this relationship regardless, and it wasn't even that big of a deal. I was pretty pissed hearing that because not only did she purposely scary the baby we planned for, she harmed herself for no reason. In her words, to experience an actual miscarriage, and I can't even trust her anymore. I was thinking about telling her parents at this point, and I accidentally brought it up out of worry about her mental health / me being pissed off, and she begged me, got on the ground, begged me not to tell her parents. I took her word because I didn't want her to lose her mind even more over this. I told her I had to leave this relationship. I told her it isn't my responsibility anymore because this has made me lose my mind, too. I was holding it back, but I can't take it anymore. Also, yesterday, before this fight, she publicly stated on Facebook that she had a miscarriage and was torn up about it, accepting condolences again in the comments. I brought that up to her, and she told me the same thing in my last post. She just wanted to feel important to friends / family. She was so nonchalant about it and honestly seemed like she thought I'd think I wouldn't care. I told her to stop posting about it and telling people about it. Back when we were fighting, I told her seriously I couldn't be with her anymore. I will allow you to stay here or return to your parents. She was lying on the ground, crying at this point. I had my phone ready because my gut told me she might do something to herself. She would come out of the room she was packing in, come close to me, and hug me out of nowhere. She said that if I was breaking up with her, she wanted a final hug. The wildest thing is she came out of the room with one of my shirts on, a shirt she was not wearing before, took it off right in front of me, and told me here's your shirt back. I don't know what she was trying to do. She finally ended up leaving and went to her parents. Right before she left, she was crying, and I think it started to hit her that I was being serious. She was messaging me and calling me constantly, ranging from her just fixing this together, saying she wants therapy now, and saying she will never do what she did again. I've been ignoring all of it. I realize this is not my responsibility now, and her parents can handle it. Like what my worry has been, she did try to harm herself. Her mom messaged me about it. She said that her daughter is at the hospital and, I'm assuming, is now on hold because she tried to kill herself. She is physically fine. Final update, I ended up telling her parents. I had messages relating to this between me and her, took photos of the herbs she used, and told them everything. Thankfully, they didn't accuse me or do anything drastic and thanked me for telling them. They said they would tell the hospital what I told them. Not too sure what's going on at the moment or what will happen after since she is being held right now. I will update this if anything else happens. I found my cousin and girlfriend having intimacy on my bed. 3 years later, they got married and I gave them a gift that they will never forget. I once looked up to my cousin. I thought he was a great guy, and we were close like brothers. I was also dating a girl. I was deeply in love with her and planned to marry her someday, so I thought my life was perfect. One day, I came home early because a colleague offered to cover my shift. I was pretty tired, so I accepted and went home. Arriving home, I found them in my bed, having intimacy. Both of them were shocked to say the least. I told them I wanted them to be gone by the time I got back and left the house. They were gone by the time I did get back, but she left me a note telling me she was sorry and to call her when I'd calmed down. I didn't call her. I texted her saying that I'd gather her things and drop them off at cousin's in a few days and that she's staying with him now, not me. I followed through with that. It took about a week to transfer everything. Both of them tried to apologize, but I didn't have anything nice to say to them, so I said nothing. I just knocked on the door and handed the bags to whoever answered before leaving. My cousin called me multiple times to try to apologize, but I refused to accept it. 3 years have passed since then. I had no contact with them. I didn't bring it up to the rest of my family or any of their friends. I'm not sure why. I just didn't. Then last month, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize, so I answered. It was my cousin. He sounded really happy and was acting like he hadn't destroyed my life. He explained he and my ex were getting married and that he wanted me to be his best man. I was so angry that he had the utter gall to act like nothing was wrong and lost my temper. I yelled at him and called him names before hanging up. He sent me a text telling me the offer still stood and if I didn't want to be his best man then he just simply wouldn't have one. A few days passed by. And I had an idea. I texted him back and apologized. I sent a paragraph of bullshit saying I was still angry but this could be an opportunity for the three of us to heal and move past it. He was overjoyed and said he'd pay for everything and he'd help me pick out a suit if I wanted, which I accepted because I sure as poop wasn't going to spend any money on his wedding if I could help it. The wedding day came. I had spent the week prior writing a speech, putting all the negative feelings that had bottled up over the years into words on paper. The wedding was pretty good. I'm sure one of them has some nice well-paying job or something because they must have spent a decent bit of money on this wedding from how nice it was. Our entire family was there, as was a decent chunk of my ex's family. Eventually, the time for my speech came. I just remember feeling really nervous as it built up to it and my voice kept faltering when I was reading it out, but I didn't and still don't care. I sounded like I was going to cry and tripped over my words, but I managed to read it all out. I said, "Hello everyone. I'm not very good at public speaking, so apologies in advance. It's an honor to be at this wedding, and an even greater honor to be the best man." I was shocked that I was even invited at all since the last time I'd spoken to the bride and groom was when I'd found them effing in my own bed. She was my partner at the time, you see, but I don't think she got the memo that when you're dating someone you don't F their cousin in your partner's own bed. And it wasn't like he didn't know we were dating either. Who knows how long this slimy a-hole was effing her behind my back? Weeks? Months? For those unaware, she and I had been dating for 2 years. I loved her with all my heart and was actually saving up to get a proposal ring. Maybe if she wasn't such a WHRE, he would be giving this speech instead and I wouldn't have been struggling with mental health for 3 years. Anyway, I've heard 50% of marriages end in divorce. I hope yours is a messy one. From the bottom of my heart, F you both. You ruined my life, and I will never forgive either of you. Then I left. I was expecting some kind of dramatic moment from all the guests, gasps of shock and all that, but there was none of that. Everyone was silent. On my way home, I got a call from my mother angrily telling me that I'd ruined the wedding and both of them were so upset and she asked me why I'd do this. I told her that they deserved it for what they'd done to me and everything I'd said in the speech was true. She kept defending them, so I swore at her and hung up. Since then I've gotten several calls and angry texts from others in my and my ex's family that I ruined the wedding. I've also received a few texts from people who were there being supportive and telling me they were there if I needed to talk. I'm not sure if I feel better having done this, but it did bring me great catharsis when people were telling me the wedding was ruined. At least now they've felt at least a fraction of what they've made me feel. I found my fiancée making out with her ex-boyfriend at our engagement party. Now she just expects me to forgive her like she's in some twisted TV show. So, I've been dating this girl, let's call her Jenna, for about 3 years. Things were going great, or at least I thought they were. We've had issues like any couple, but I was head over heels for this girl. I decided to take the plunge and propose a couple of weeks ago. I went all out, fancy dinner, roses, 9 yards. She said yes, and I was on cloud 9. Now, here's where things start going off the rails. We planned an engagement party to celebrate with our friends and family. We rented this nice little venue, invited everyone we knew, and got ready to party. The night starts off great, with good food, and drinks flowing, and everyone's having a blast. I'm mingling and talking to friends I haven't seen in a while when I notice Jenna's been missing for a little too long. At first, I'm like, whatever, she's probably chatting with someone, but then I get this weird feeling in my gut. So, I start looking around for her. I check the bathroom, the bar, and the dance floor, but nothing. I'm getting a little worried now, so I decided to step outside to see if she's out there. As soon as I walk out the door, I hear these muffled voices coming from behind one of the bushes by the side of the building. I quietly sneak over, and as I get closer, I hear Jenna's voice, followed by a guy's. My heart's racing at this point. I peek around the bush, and there she is, Jenna, making out with some dude I don't recognize. I'm frozen in place, trying to process what is happening. Then I hear her say, "I've missed you so much. I can't believe we're doing this at my engagement party." I kid you not, my brain short circuits. Engagement party? Who the hell is this guy? I stand there, just watching in shock as they start getting even more affectionate. Here's where it gets even crazier. I step out from behind the bush, and I'm like, what the actual F, Jenna? She jumps a mile and spins around, looking like she's seen a ghost. And then, the guy turns around, and it's her ex-boyfriend, the same ex she told me she hadn't spoken to in years. She said the same ex was totally out of her life. I'm standing there, watching my fiancée make out with her ex-boyfriend at our own engagement party. I feel like I'm in a bad soap opera. The dude has the audacity to look at me and go, "Bro, I'm sorry, man. This wasn't supposed to happen." Wasn't supposed to happen? Jenna starts crying and trying to apologize, saying it was just a moment of weakness and that it didn't mean anything. Meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out if this is real life or some kind of messed up dream. I just turned around and walked back inside, leaving them standing there. I grabbed a drink and tried to act normal, but inside I was losing it. I didn't want to cause a scene at the party, so I didn't say anything to anyone, but I was dying just to scream. The rest of the night was a blur. I kept replaying the whole thing in my head, trying to make sense of it. The next morning, she came home, all apologetic, begging me to forgive her. She tried to convince me that she was just overwhelmed by the engagement and that seeing her ex brought back old feelings. I couldn't even look at her. So yeah, that's my life right now. I haven't made any decisions yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going through with this wedding. I still can't wrap my head around how this even happened. How do you cheat on someone at your own engagement party? I feel like I'm living in a twisted reality TV show. I found out I was betrayed by my girlfriend, as she set me up with a fake therapist to manipulate me. I have been seeing this therapist for the last 2 months. From day one, something felt off, and I didn't think he was a good fit for me. But my girlfriend of 3 years told me I just needed time to adjust. I had never had a therapist before, so I trusted that she was right. As time went on, I only got more uncomfortable. My therapist would ask me a lot of questions about my girlfriend, about our intimacy and what I really thought about her. He asked if I ever lied to her, or thought any of her friends were attractive. He told me it was important that he learn about all my deepest feelings, even if they only slightly existed. It wasn't until much later that I realized I should have known something was going on. After my therapist asked me if I was attracted to a friend of my girlfriend, named Kayla, I was confused, as I didn't recall ever mentioning her, but he assured me I had. I told him I didn't think of her in any way, and we moved on. I had been seeing this guy once a week for about 2 months, when I got a lengthy text one day from a number I didn't recognize. The text told me about how my therapist was actually an old high school friend of my girlfriend, that he wasn't even an actual therapist, and my girlfriend had set everything up so he could report back to her everything I told him, that she had him try and manipulate me into becoming someone else, and be the perfect boyfriend. The message even included a specific example of how in one session, my therapist told me to get rid of all my previous clothes, and buy an entirely new wardrobe to release all my old negativity. After that session, my girlfriend just happened to mention she was going to the mall and wanted me to come along. I ended up buying a lot of new clothes, all of which she picked out for me. After the text, a photo was sent of a high school yearbook page, and on the page was a picture of my therapist kissing my girlfriend on the cheek. I was beyond angry. All I could do was think of the many things I had told this guy about me, my deepest fears and feelings, memories that I hadn't shared with anyone else. I felt stripped bare. After about an hour of contemplating everything, I went over to my girlfriend's apartment to confront her. Once I got there, I just outright asked her, "Did you set me up? Is my therapist a friend of yours and you two have been manipulating me this entire time?" She denied it, and called me crazy. I reminded her that she was the one who found my therapist, and sent me a link to schedule an appointment because she knew I was thinking of getting one, that she took advantage of me, and I had proof. I showed her the picture of the yearbook, and she turned bright red. She asked who sent that to me, and grabbed my phone. She whispered under her breath, something like that, "Beach Kayla." I asked if she knew how hurtful she was, and how she had not only lost my trust in her, but for anyone. She tried to plead with me, and convince me it was her friend's idea. When I called bull, she told me it was for my own good, and that I needed fixing. That at the end of the day, I was a better man now than before. I asked what they did with the money I had been paying him. She got real quiet, and said her friend kept most of it, and gave her 10%. It just kept getting worse. I told her we were done, and consider the money a payoff to stay away from me forever, and that if I ever saw her or her friend the therapist again, I would call the cops and get a restraining order. I found out I've been dating my father for 4 months. Please help. I've never met my dad. He ran off when my mom found out she was pregnant with me. My brother was only 8 months old at the time, so he also has no memory of him. There are no pictures of him anywhere and my mom hates talking about him. All I know is that he was emotionally abusive to her and a real a-hole. Maybe not having a father figure made me M25 to have a thing for older men. Call it daddy issues or a fetish or whatever you want, but I pretty much only date or sleep with men 40 and up. My family doesn't know this or that I'm gay for that matter. It wouldn't be an issue, they just never ask. We don't share personal things like that. About 6 months ago I met David at a club. We hit it off great. He's in great shape for his age, supposedly 43, although that's a lie. He's actually 47 as I've found out, really attractive, and charming. He left for a 2-week work trip a few days after we met, but we kept messaging each other and I liked him, which is rare for me. We went on a date after he came back and have pretty much been dating ever since. He has a lot of money and I'm kind of his sugar baby, but that's not the reason I was attracted to him. Definitely A+ though. I didn't tell anyone we were dating except for 2 of my best friends. He also never met any of my friends or family and I never met his. This changed last night. We were at a restaurant when out of the corner of my eye I spotted my mom. I don't live at home and we only usually text if we need something, so I didn't know she'd be there, and to be honest I still don't know why she was. She hates going out and thinks it's a waste of money. She had not seen us yet, but David noticed me looking at her. I'll forever remember the way his face changed when he saw her. His expression went from the casual, charming smile he always had to this blank, panicked look. I obviously noticed and got a really bad feeling, so I asked him what was wrong. And he just got up then excused himself. I kept asking him where he was going and grabbed him so he couldn't just leave. At this point, I was baffled and suspicious, but I would have never guessed what would happen next. I don't think anything could ever prepare me for it. At some point, while he was getting up, my mother must have spotted us, because the next thing I knew, she was next to our table, asking me what was going on. I couldn't pinpoint her facial expression because it looked like she was horrified. David is visibly uncomfortable and looks like he wants to die. He is literally sweating. I assumed this was because he didn't want my mother to know I was dating someone of his age. I was about to try to explain what was going on to my mom when she said, "Why would you go behind my back like this?" To me, however, it seemed like she was acting crazy for no reason. I kind of took it personally and thought she was trying to tell me who to date and what to do, so I casually told her that I was just on a date with my boyfriend. I tried to grab David's hand, but he just jumped up and ran away. He literally bolted like a effing Olympic runner. I cannot get the effing image out of my head of him jumping between waiters to get away. Everyone was staring at us by this point. It was so embarrassing and I was mortified. My mom looked like she was frozen in place. I was more confused than ever. I had no idea what was happening. I had assumed she had asked me that because she didn't want me to be gay, which made no sense. She is very open and liberal, or date older men, which made a bit more sense but was still none of her business. But her expression just made my skin crawl. It's like I could feel the horror she must have been experiencing. She just told me to get up and come with her. I was still confused, but something in her body language told me to just do as I was told. I quickly paid for our drinks and appetizers. My mom excused herself to her friends, and once we were in her car outside, we just sat there in silence for what felt like at least 10 minutes. I didn't dare to say anything. I was still processing that my boyfriend just ran away from me and my mother. I had also tried to text him, but he wasn't responding. When my mom spoke, it sounded like she had been shot. She sounded so wounded, I think it might haunt me forever. She asked me who that man was. I went on about how much I loved him because, again, I was still thinking of David as my boyfriend and assumed my mom's reaction was because of his age or gender. I cannot believe that I went on about how much I romantically loved my dad right to my mother's face. It makes me want to puke. Long story short, she told me he was my father and that she instantly recognized him. That talk was the most traumatic experience of my life. We both started crying at some point and just wept for a while in the car. I was howling. It was effing primal. I'm not usually emotional, so it was really shocking to me just how much pain a person can feel. We drove home and I slept in my old bedroom. How do I ever tell anyone about this? The worst part is I think despite all of this I still love David. Just writing that makes me want to throw up.
I found out my boyfriend was going to propose but changed his mind at the very last minute because it didn't feel right. Now I don't know what to do. I've been with my boyfriend John for 5 years. We have a pretty awesome relationship, great communication, fun, easygoing, with good chemistry. We've always talked about getting married, and I have had no doubts that we would be getting engaged very soon. Recently, John, myself, John's closest friend, and his girlfriend went on a trip to Vegas for several days. We had a great time, all four of us, and on our last night there, John told us he wanted to go to the Bellagio fountains to see them before we had to leave. Everyone was up for it. We went for a nice dinner beforehand, and then began watching the fountains and the music came on. It was really romantic, and I was really enjoying myself, and that's when John grabbed my wrist. He turned me toward him and I saw that he was sweating profusely. His face was bright red, and he looked like he was about to pass out from trembling so hard. The whole time it looked like he was about to say something, but he never did. He just informed all of us that he wasn't feeling well and wanted to go back to the hotel. Our friends looked really puzzled and were whispering into each other's ears all the way back to the hotel. I kept asking John if he was okay, and he just said he probably had too much to drink. We've been back for a couple of weeks, and he's been acting really distant and cold. I honestly knew something weird was up that night in Vegas, so I called up John's friend's girlfriend, who I'm fairly close to, and asked her if she knew what was going on with John since he had been at their place a lot this past week instead of coming home. Eventually, she spilled the beans and told me he had plans of proposing to me that night at the fountains, but then didn't. That's why the two of them had been acting so confused. I kept grilling her and she also told me that John had told his friend that it didn't feel right. She made me promise not to tell John that I knew because she didn't want anyone to be upset with her. I'm feeling sick to my stomach. We live together and he has been spending all of his time at his friend's house or at his parents' place since we got back. He barely calls me or responds to my texts anymore. I don't know what happened that night, but I feel like he's about to end things. I want to talk to him, but I don't know how to approach the issue. Do I just say, "Hey, I heard you were gonna pop the question the other night, but changed your mind. What gives?" Was he really nervous? I'm freaking out. Update. So John came home last night around 11:30 as I was watching TV in our bedroom. He came in and looked like absolute poop. His eyes looked tired and baggy and he smelled like beer. He apologized to me for the way he had been acting recently, and told me he knew that I knew about the almost proposal as he had talked to his friend Mike, and he told John that his girlfriend Tara had told me everything. He basically said to me that he had the whole thing planned out. He was going to propose and Tara and Mike would take pictures, then we would go back to a romantic, more expensive room in our hotel, which Mike and Tara had to end up staying in that night so as to make sure I wasn't aware of the fact that John was supposed to propose. They switched key cards while I was walking back. He then told me what I was afraid of. It just didn't feel right. I was looking at you, and it just wasn't what I wanted. Ouch. He told me that he had been nervous ever since he bought the ring, but that he thought it would go away once he actually proposed. In the moment, he said he knew that it was not what he wanted, and thought it would be better to not ask me to marry him because he knew it wasn't what he'd want in the long run. So at this point, I'm in hysterics, as I pretty much know that this is the end of the relationship. I try to be calm and rational about it, but there was one point where I was crying so hard that I literally got down on my knees, put my head in his lap while he sat on the couch, and just kept incoherently saying please in between sobs. Not my proudest moment, but, at that moment, this man was my best friend, the future father of my children. I just never, ever in a million years, pictured our relationship coming to this point. He ended it with me last night because it didn't feel right, and that's all he could say to me. Over and over, it just doesn't feel right anymore. I can't see myself with you. At that point, I could barely breathe. Feels like I'm having a panic attack, so I call my mom and she comes to pick me up from our place. My poor mom just looked so helpless while I sat there in the car crying so hard I eventually got a nosebleed. So, I wish I could say this is the end of the story, but more has happened since last night. This morning, I'm on Facebook, looking through a bunch of old pictures of John and me, sobbing uncontrollably and sending him text after text with reasons why we should be together, and I eventually stumble onto Mike's page through a tagged photo. He updated his status from a few hours ago to something along the lines of California was amazing. Wish work would send me for more than 5 days. My stomach started doing flips, because John kept telling me he was spending the days he was practically ignoring me with Mike. But Mike was in California for several days, and we're in Canada, so not very close. I freaked. I called Mike from my house phone and when he answered, I said hey, it's acetylsalic acid, and all he could say after a few seconds of silence was F. Basically, Mike's been covering for John's ass while John is spending time with the girl he's been apparently effing for the past 6 months. I know this girl. John works with her and she's always been really sweet to me whenever I've seen her at John's work-related events. Mike told me that John had told him he was falling in love with her. He said this after the incident in Vegas. He's been spending almost all of the past 2 weeks with her. Mike then told me he had promised not to say a word to anyone, not even Tara, but he felt guilty and was glad I called him. He apologized and said if I had to tell John that he told me, I could. That's all I know for now. I haven't bothered contacting John yet, and I don't know if Mike told him that I know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I've been throwing up all day. I took one of my mom's Ativans and am feeling a bit calmer right now, but whenever I think about it, which is practically all that consumes my thoughts, I feel disgusted, humiliated, and devastated. It actually feels like my heart is breaking in two and I have no control. I need to get my stuff from our place. I need to find a new place. It all feels so surreal. Update 2. John called me a bunch of times while I was in an RX-induced/depression coma. I woke up as he was calling me again and kind of just answered the phone without thinking about it. He was crying and apologizing. I guess Mike told him that I knew, and saying he was confused. He asked me where I was and I lied and said I was with my sister an hour away from here at her place. I asked him if he was with her, and he said yes, but that he'd be home tomorrow, so could I please meet him to talk about things at our house? I said sure. I asked my mom to drive me to our place a little while ago and I kidnapped my dog, brought her back and I'm feeling much better. I'm also not meeting with him tomorrow. I found out my husband is a secret millionaire and still charges me $500 rent every month. He agreed to a compromise so I won't leave him. I met my now husband 4 years ago online. He was a student at university and I was working full-time as a medical tech. He was a very hardworking, ambitious, goal-oriented person, and these are some of the qualities that were attractive to me. He's an immigrant and I knew his family's financial struggles. I was impressed by how far he's come. I would support him in his goals. Soon after, we started dating and 2 years ago we got married. He graduated from college and found a job at a tech company. He would work from home while I'd work 12-hour days on site. I'd ask about his salary and he would tell me it's $60,000. I didn't think of it much and continued with life. I only made $20 per hour and I have lots of loans that I usually pay. Fast forward 1 year, he moved to a new city, and while I was struggling to find a job I stayed back for 3 months. After 3 months, he surprised me with a house that was in his name only. He would never talk to me about his finances. He got a loan for a $400K house on a $60K salary. I still didn't pay attention, and since our marriage, he's been the one taking care of finances and taxes. But this is where it all went downhill. I wanted to purchase a house for my mother and sister. I found the perfect house and my bank requested my tax returns for the last 3 years. I requested my husband to send it to me, but he would insist that he'd like to talk to the bank or he would handle the situation. He would try to convince me that his bank was better than mine, but I had already locked down on this deal and I wasn't going to budge. So finally, after a lot of argument, he sent me the tax returns. And the tax return income for last year was a whopping $1.8 million and my contribution was only $38,000. All this time, he would fight with me for small and little expenses. He bought a 2007 beater Toyota with my money and he still charges me $500 every month. Yes, I bought him his first and only car 3 years ago and he hasn't returned any money yet. I don't understand how he got so much money and why he tried to hide it from me. When I found out, he told me his bank was empty, he spent it all and sent it back home to his parents. Since then we had some discussions, and we've come to an alignment. As I mentioned earlier, we both love and care for each other. So, I'd have a hard time leaving him. I know people ask to get a divorce and lawyer up, but I didn't want to make it messy. He was very vague about the source of the money but pointed out that he owned an LLC that was acquired or merged. Anyway, the important thing here is he agreed to fund 50% of the house that I was planning to buy for my mother and promised me a new G-Wagon. I feel like I am worth way more than $900K. I provided him with the right energy and homely atmosphere, hence he was able to do what he does.
I found out my wife had been hiding hotel receipts and secretive texts. She admitted not seriously meeting a guy, so I told her family and I am thinking of seriously leaving her. I have been married to my wife, let's call her Jess, for 3 years. Everything was pretty normal until recently when I caught her in a lie that's made me question everything. Jess has been super secretive with her phone lately, always taking it to the bathroom, sleeping with it under her pillow, you know the drill. I confronted her, and she said it was just work stuff, but her tone was off. I found a hotel receipt in her purse. When I asked, she said it was for a work retreat. But then, I saw a text from a guy on her phone saying something like can't wait for next time. When I asked about it, she got defensive, saying it was just a friend and nothing happened. She admitted to meeting up with this guy but said it was not serious. Like, she actually used those words. She claimed they just talked, but come on, who books a hotel room just to chat? I lost it. I called her out for being so dumb to think I believe that. I mean, not serious? Really? I'm questioning if I even know this woman. Now, here's where I might be the I yelled at her. Like, really yelled. Said some stuff I probably shouldn't have, like calling her a liar and saying I was stupid for marrying someone so naive or deceitful. I told her family. In the heat of the moment, I called her sister and spilled everything. Jess was mortified, and now her family's involved. I'm thinking about divorce. I love her, but this whole not serious excuse has me doubting everything. Jess says I'm the asshole and overreacting. She insists it was just a conversation, nothing more, and that I'm blowing this out of proportion. Update, that phrase, not serious, kept replaying in my head. She seems so casual about it, like it was no big deal. But to me, it was everything. My wife meeting another guy in secret wasn't something I could brush off. I felt like my entire world was flipped upside down. When we had that first confrontation, I lost control. I yelled, I said things I regret. I was hurt, and I lashed out. But worse than that, in a moment of anger, I called her sister and told her everything. It wasn't planned, I just couldn't handle the weight of it all. Jess was furious, understandably so, but at the time, I thought she deserved the shame, to be held accountable by someone other than me. Since that night, things have been tense, to say the least. Jess hasn't denied meeting the guy but insists it was nothing beyond an emotional connection. And she keeps saying that I'm blowing this out of proportion. But how am I supposed to feel when the person I trusted most in the world is having secret meetups? Whether or not it got physical doesn't change the fact that she betrayed me. The worst part is that we're barely communicating. I want to scream every time I think about that hotel receipt, but at the same time, I feel completely numb. Jess says it wasn't a big deal and that I'm overreacting. But how can I not react when it feels like the life I thought we were building is suddenly filled with lies? Since telling her family, things have gotten messier. Her sister called me, trying to mediate, but I couldn't even put my feelings into words. I wasn't looking for mediation, I was looking for understanding, for someone to tell me I wasn't crazy for feeling this devastated. Now her entire family knows, and while some are trying to stay neutral, there's this tension hanging over everything. Jess is furious I aired our dirty laundry, and in hindsight, I realize that maybe I shouldn't have. I regret pulling others into this mess, but I also don't know how to undo the damage that's been done. Jess has been keeping her distance, emotionally and physically. She still swears nothing happened, and maybe, just maybe, that's true. But the fact that she hid it, that she met this guy and lied to my face, that's what I can't shake. Trust is a fragile thing, and right now, ours is shattered. I've been staying with a friend for the last few days to get some space and figure out what I'm feeling. I thought that would help clear my head, but if anything, I just feel more confused. Part of me loves Jess deeply, and the thought of walking away from our marriage hurts more than I can explain. But another part of me wonders if I'll ever be able to trust her again. Every time I look at her now, all I see is that hotel receipt and those texts. It's hard not to feel stupid for not seeing the signs earlier. The secrecy, the defensiveness, it was all right there in front of me, and I ignored it because I wanted to believe we were solid. Now, I'm questioning if I ever really knew her at all. I don't know what's next. Divorce feels like a massive decision, but so does staying in a marriage where trust has been broken. I'm talking to a therapist now, trying to figure out my emotions before making any life-changing moves. I still love Jess, and I never thought I'd be in this situation. But love isn't enough to fix something that's broken. But I can't pretend like everything's okay when it's not. I'm just taking it day by day, trying to figure out what's best for me and for my future, whether that's with Jess or without her.
I found out that I have a deadly disease and my parents kept it a secret because they are just trying to protect me. Now I am blowing my family apart by exposing them. I recently found out I have a serious hereditary illness that's going to screw up my life, and I am so mad I can barely type this out. It's a degenerative illness, with no cure, nothing. My body's just gonna slowly get worse. And the kicker? My parents have known this could happen my whole life and never said a damn word. This illness runs in my family. My dad's mom had it. His sister, my aunt, died from it a few years ago. I was living overseas when she passed, and my parents told me it was cancer. Cancer. They lied right to my face. It wasn't until I got diagnosed that they finally came clean and admitted she had the same illness I do. When I confronted them, my dad wouldn't even give me a straight answer. I asked if he had it too, and he dodged every single question, acting like I was overreacting. My mom, on the other hand, tried to justify it by saying they didn't want me living in fear. Are you kidding me? I could have been prepared. Instead, they chose to let me walk into this blind. And here's where it gets worse. I have a 2-year-old son. My child might have this, and they never told me I was at risk. I could have had him tested, made informed decisions, anything. But no, they took that from me, and now I live in constant fear for him too. Then my mom had the nerve to ask me if I would rather not be born than deal with this. Can you believe that? She turned it around on me, like I'm the monster for even thinking it. And you know what? Yes, I said it. Yes, I would rather not have been born than deal with this disease. They made a selfish choice, and now I'm paying for it. They knew the risks and did it anyway, for themselves. They wanted kids, and now I'm stuck with this. I called them selfish, and I meant every word. Now, they're begging me not to tell my younger siblings. They don't know about this yet, haven't been tested, and my parents want to keep it that way. They're hoping they'll get lucky, but I'm not going to lie to them. I refuse to let them be blindsided like I was. They deserve to know the truth. I've gone low contact with my parents. I can't stand to even think about them right now. My mom keeps trying to guilt trip me, saying they were just trying to protect me. Protect me from what? The truth? No, they weren't protecting me. They were protecting themselves, from the guilt of knowing they passed this on, and now they want me to protect them too. But I won't. I love my son and my siblings too much to lie to them. Update. I ended up telling my siblings. We met at my sister's house, and I just came out with it. I have Huntington's. It's hereditary. You should both get checked. My brother started panicking. He and his fiancée just started trying to get pregnant, and now he's terrified. He's furious with our parents and fully on my side. He confronted them right after, and now we're both going low contact. My sister was more shocked and distant, but she said she'd get tested. My parents are pissed that I told them without waiting for the right time, but I don't regret it. My siblings deserve the truth, and I wasn't going to let them live in ignorance like I did. Update 2. I told my siblings. We met at my sister's house, and I just came out with it. I told them what I had and said that it was hereditary. My sister thanked me for telling her, told me she would get tested but seemed distant. I get it, it is very heavy, so I have been giving her space but made it clear that I am there for her. My brother looked horrified. He and his fiancée had just started trying for a baby, and the fear in his eyes was immediate. His fiancée, who works as a senior nurse in palliative care, didn't take it lightly either. She deals with degenerative diseases every day and had a family member die from one, so this news hit her hard. She immediately took control of the situation. She has a lot of connections in the medical field because of her work, and she's been pulling strings to get my brother's test done as fast as possible. She's also been making sure I get the care I need, reaching out to specialists she knows personally. She's actually moving things around and calling in favors to ensure I'm seen quickly. On top of that, she's been adamant that I need to see a counselor, pushing me to get emotional support. Given her experience, she knows how hard this is going to be, and I'm grateful she's making it happen because I wouldn't know where to begin. My husband and I have also been having difficult conversations about the future. We've decided to make my will, and I've been clear with him about when I won't want to continue living if things get too bad. I've also started recording videos for my son. I watched P.S. I Love You years ago, and the idea of leaving something behind for my husband and son feels like a way to hold on to a part of me. We're planning to speak to a child psychologist soon to figure out the best way to prepare our son for what's coming, though we haven't started yet, and also to weigh our options about him and the possibility of him getting this illness from me. We are not going to make an uninformed decision. On Saturday, our parents invited all of us over to their house, saying they wanted to talk. My sister came too, but she didn't stay long. As soon as my parents started explaining how they kept the illness hidden to protect us, she couldn't take it. She stood up, said she couldn't handle it and left. She's been distant since, and it feels like I've lost her a little. I know she's terrified, but it still hurts to see her pulling away. After my sister left, everything exploded. My parents turned on me, blaming me for ruining the family and accusing me of causing all this chaos by telling the truth. They kept saying they did it to protect us, but I just couldn't respond anymore. That's when my brother's fiancée stepped in. She completely laid into them, telling them that they had no right to keep something this serious from us. She told them they hadn't protected us, they had betrayed us, and I was so relieved she stepped in because I didn't have the energy to argue anymore. Then my dad snapped. He started shouting at her, telling her to stay out of it, and he shoved me. I couldn't even react. I was so shocked. My husband immediately stepped between us, grabbed my dad's arm, and told him he'd better never touch me again. My dad just kept shouting, saying I was the one who was tearing the family apart and blowing everything out of proportion. That was it. We left. My brother and his fiancée walked out with us, and since then, none of us have spoken to my parents. They've been calling, but I don't want to hear their excuses. They're still insisting they did everything to protect us, but it feels like they were just protecting themselves from guilt. I don't have the energy for their manipulations anymore. Right now, my brother and I are focused on getting tested. His fiancée is doing everything she can to keep things moving forward. She's been an incredible support, and we're relying on her to help us navigate what's next. I'm focusing on my son, my husband, and preparing for the future. There's too much at stake to keep fighting about a secret that never should have been kept in the first place. I found out that my colleague goes to my office and dances there in his birth suit to punish me for being a prude, but his party quickly turned into a disco inferno. I am a Moroccan living and working in the US. I work for a big corporation with worldwide locations. When I started working, there was a colleague of mine who always made jokes about being in love with me, etc. I knew these weren't just jokes but his way of telling me he was interested. I don't poop where I eat, so I just ignored it. He then started calling me his almond eye. I always corrected him and told him to call me by my name. I told him if he wouldn't stop I would call him banana nose. Listen, I don't know why I said that because his nose is normal, it's just something that came to my mind. He laughed it off but never called me that again. Since 2 months we have a new colleague, M36. I was working from home the first 2 days he started. When I met him he was very distant, acted as if he doesn't like me. Don't get me wrong, I'm a very nice person, so for me this was weird, but I respected him and his space, so I didn't make an effort to see what was going on. Last week I discovered he made a huge mistake. I can't go into details about what because you would guess the corporation, but it was a big one. Even though he acted like a jerk to me, I didn't want him to get into trouble, so I stayed in the office with him until midnight to solve the issue. And I never reported it. But then, when I got up to leave, he asked me to wait because he wanted to talk to me. He asked me why I hated him so much. My flabber was gasted. I asked him what he meant because in my opinion he was the ass. He started telling me that the first day he got here he was mentored by Banana Nose. And Banana Nose told him, watch out for her because she is Muslim and has told everyone over and over again that gay people should be banned. First, sir, I came from Morocco to work here. Who the hell am I to want to ban someone? Secondly, my religion teaches me to accept and respect everyone. New guy went on to say that he had doubts after tonight because I could have fed him to the wolves but instead helped him out. But then came the worst part. New guy told me that Banana Nose goes into my office when I work from home and get this, sits naked on my chair to punish me for being a prude. I asked New guy to not tell anyone what he told me, and now I want to get a hidden camera and install it in my office. I want to first ask HR if it's not against office policy, but yeah, I definitely want to catch his ass, literally. Would I be the asshole if I did that? Update, I had a talk to HR. I requested an urgent meeting. I didn't tell them everything because I know what they would do. They would investigate and then come back with, it's just a rumor. Banana Nose is very loved and I don't want to put New guy in a bad place. So I told them I'm afraid someone might be sneaking in my office because all my stuff gets misplaced. Since I have a higher position at this company, they took it real serious real fast. So my dear comfies, camera is in its place, and I will be working from home the next couple of days. Update 2. Today was my first day working from home since the cameras were placed. After working for a few hours I got a call from HR to come to work. My heart was beating so fast and I literally can't remember how I got there. The nerves were eating at me. I got to the HR department, which is 1 floor above us, and I noticed everyone staring at me. The head of the department was sitting in a room with a couple of other people. They started talking. I couldn't listen. Things like, we as a company blah blah blah. I stopped them and said I couldn't bear listening to a TED talk and I wanted to know what was going on last night when I already went home and the camera was installed for maybe an hour. Banana Nose entered my office. HR asked me if I wanted to see the video or if I just want them to explain what happened, as if it's a nature documentary. I told them I definitely wanted to see the video. I will first start by saying what I saw objectively. Banana Nose entered my office and the door behind him was still open. He looked over his shoulder and it looked like he was talking to someone while taking his pants off. Then, it happened. He sat on my chair butt-ass naked. He took some candy from my desk and started dancing on my chair, rubbing his butt in my chair's DNA. I got sick to my stomach. He then took my pens one by one and licked them. It looked like he was still talking. There was no sound, so I wasn't sure. Then the worst thing happened. 2 years ago I lost my 7-year-old niece to cancer. On my desk is a picture of her and I the last time we got to hug. So you can clearly see it's not only a child but a sick one. This evil man rubbed his penis all over my picture frame and laughed so hard. He took out his phone, made a call and then left. I started crying like a baby. I feel violated. I feel used. I feel unsafe. HR guy was talking but I didn't hear anything. I saw myself in the reflection of the window and I stopped, wiped away my tears and asked what the next steps are. HR said Banana Nose was asked to come in later and they would fire him on the spot. It seemed to me like they thought that was enough for me. I told them firing him is step 1. I wanted to know who he was talking to and demanded to see the security tapes for the hallway. You can't see into my office on these tapes, but I know for a fact you can see who is standing in the hall. HR accepted my request and asked security for the tapes. It takes some time but they expect to get it sometime tomorrow. For now I feel unsafe everywhere I go. When I got in my car all I could think about was, maybe he was in my car. Maybe he was in my home. I know that sounds crazy but, I feel crazy. Update 3. I have viewed the tapes, and what I saw was, I don't know. It was clear he was talking to someone. I, too, thought it could be the new guy, but it wasn't. A new guy was seen on tape at the beginning of the hall, turning his back and leaving. Banana Nose was giving a show in my office for 4 of my coworkers, 1 male 2 female. 2 of them I trained. All 3 of them I helped when they made many mistakes. They stood by the door while he danced and filmed him. One of the females started to fist pump. It was disgusting. Before going to HR to view the tape, I did my research. I read in my contract that when there is a conflict of a serious nature that can't be solved, it needs to be taken to the board for review and judgment. I knew that if I asked for them all to be fired it wouldn't be a problem, because like I said, many mistakes. So I came up with a different idea. I asked for compensation from the firm and all parties involved of $1 million per person. I know, ridiculous. Ridiculous enough to get me in front of the board, to get them in front of the board. And I can't wait to show these tapes in front of 11 rich old men and one female who all have a lot of influence in our field of business. But most of all, I can't wait to look them in the eye and ask them why. I know their answer will not change anything, but it will give away who they truly are. Banana Nose hasn't been fired yet. When I got home after our meeting, the HR guy told me they wanted to wait until they had the full story, so nothing was unanswered. After today, I asked them not to fire him because the board meeting would be useless, and if he quits, he will lose all his benefits. So this way, he has little choice but to show up to the meeting, where I will do my dance. I don't know if I'll stay at this company even though I love to work here, because I can't believe that there is any way where it would be possible for new guy to know this info and all my other colleagues not. The finale. An hour ago I got the news that everyone involved quit their job. They got their notice that they had to appear in front of the board and they didn't want that. By everyone involved I also mean one other person that was not on the tape, but knew of it and was involved on different occasions. This was something that happened frequently. When they first had to come to HR and watch the tapes, they said it was just a joke that got out of hand. One of them even tried to say that I knew of it. They wanted to first keep their job and ask for a group session to work things out. But when HR said there would be a board meeting, they resigned the next day. As for me, I handed in my notice but this wasn't accepted. The company offered me a better paying job in a different location. They will help me with relocation and everything. I'm glad that I got this chance. Since I have a more senior position I need a well-rounded, trustworthy assistant. I asked for a new guy. They agreed with it and the new guy was very excited. Our relocation is closer at his boyfriend's house and I'm glad that I don't have to leave him behind at a toxic environment. I guess this is my finale update. I decided not to sue. I don't ever want to think about what he did ever again, and I don't want to put my energy towards this kind of toxicity. And I know one thing for certain. You get what you give. I found out that my coworker does something disgusting inside my office to punish me for being prude and all my coworkers know it, so I got them all fired. I am a Moroccan living and working in the US. I work for a big corporation with worldwide locations. When I started working there was a colleague of mine, who always made jokes about being in love with me etc. I knew these weren't just jokes but his way of telling me he was interested. I don't poop where I eat so I just ignored it. He then started calling me his almond eye. I always corrected him and told him to call me by my name. I told him if he wouldn't stop I would call him Banana Nose. Listen, I don't know why I said that because his nose is normal, it's just something that came to my mind. He laughed it off but never called me that again. For 2 months we have had a new colleague, M36. I was working from home the first 2 days he started. When I met him he was very distant, acted as if he didn't like me. Don't get me wrong, I'm a very nice person, so for me this was weird but I respected him and his space so I didn't make an effort to see what was going on. Last week I discovered he made a huge mistake. I can't go into details about what because you would guess the corporation, but it was a big one. Even though he acted like a jerk to me I didn't want him to get into trouble so I stayed in the office with him until midnight to solve the issue. And I never reported it. But then, when I got up to leave he asked me to wait because he wanted to talk to me. He asked me why I hated him so much. My flabber was gasted. I asked him what he meant because in my opinion, he was the ass. He started telling me that the first day he got here he was mentored by Banana Nose. And Banana Nose told him, watch out for her because she is Muslim and has told everyone over and over again that gay people should be banned. First, sir, I came from Morocco to work here. Who the hell am I to want to ban someone? Secondly, my religion teaches me to accept and respect everyone. The new guy went on to say that he had doubts after tonight because I could have fed him to the wolves but instead helped him out. But then came the worst part. The new guy told me that Banana Nose goes into my office when I work from home and this, sits naked on my chair to punish me for being a prude. I asked the new guy to not tell anyone what he told me, and now I want to get a hidden camera and install it in my office. I want to first ask HR if it's not against office policy but yeah, I want to catch his ass, literally. Would I be the asshole if I did that? Update, I had a talk with HR. I requested an urgent meeting. I didn't tell them everything because I knew what they would do. They would investigate and then come back with, it's just a rumor. Banana Nose is very loved and I don't want to put the new guy in a bad place. So I told them I was afraid someone might be sneaking into my office because all my stuff gets misplaced. Since I have a higher position at this company they took it really seriously real fast. So my dear comfies, camera is in its place, and I will be working from home for the next couple of days. Update 2. Today was my first day working from home since the cameras were placed. After working for a few hours I got a call from HR to come to work. My heart was beating so fast and I literally can't remember how I got there. The nerves were eating at me. I got to the HR department which is one floor above us and I noticed everyone staring at me. The head of the department was sitting in a room with a couple of other people. They started talking. I couldn't listen. Things like, we as a company blah blah blah. I stopped them and said I couldn't bear listening to a TED talk and I wanted to know what was going on. Last night when I already went home and the camera was installed for maybe an hour, Banana Nose entered my office. HR asked me if I wanted to see the video or if I just wanted them to explain what happened, as if it's a nature documentary. I told them I definitely wanted to see the video. I will first start by saying what I saw. Objectively, Banana Nose entered my office and the door behind him was still open. He looked over his shoulder and it looked like he was talking to someone while taking his pants off. Then, it happened, he sat on my chair butt-ass naked. He took some candy from my desk and started dancing on my chair, rubbing his butt in my chair's DNA. I got sick to my stomach. He then took my pens one by one and licked them. It looked like he was still talking. There was no sound, so I wasn't sure. Then the worst thing happened. 2 years ago I lost my 7-year-old niece to cancer. On my desk is a picture of her and me the last time we got to hug, so you can clearly see it's not only a child but a sick one. This evil man rubbed his pee all over my picture frame and laughed so hard. He took out his phone, made a call and then left. I started crying like a baby. I feel violated. I feel used. I feel unsafe. HR guy was talking but I didn't hear anything. I saw myself in the reflection of the window and I stopped, wiped away my tears and asked what the next steps were. HR said Banana Nose was asked to come in later and they would fire him on the spot. It seemed to me like they thought that was enough for me. I told them firing him is step 1. I wanted to know who he was talking to and demanded to see the security tapes for the hallway. You can't see into my office on these tapes but I know for a fact you can see who is standing in the hall. HR accepted my request and asked security for the tapes. It takes some time but they expect to get it sometime tomorrow. For now, I feel unsafe everywhere I go. When I got in my car all I could think about was, maybe he was in my car, maybe he was in my home. I know that sounds crazy but, I feel crazy. Update 3. I have viewed the tapes, and what I saw was, I don't know. It was clear he was talking to someone. I, too, thought it could be the new guy, but it wasn't. A new guy was seen on tape at the beginning of the hall, turning his back and leaving. Banana Nose was giving a show in my office for 4 of my coworkers, 1 male 2 female. 2 of them I trained. All 3 of them I helped when they made many mistakes. They stood by the door while he danced and filmed him. One of the females started to fist pump. It was disgusting. Before going to HR to view the tape, I did my research. I read in my contract that when there is a conflict of a serious nature that can't be solved it needs to be taken to the board for review and judgment. I knew that if I asked for them all to be fired it wouldn't be a problem, because like I said, many mistakes. So I came up with a different idea. I asked for compensation from the firm and all parties involved of $1 million per person. I know, ridiculous. Ridiculous enough to get me in front of the board, to get them in front of the board, and I can't wait to show these tapes in front of 11 rich old men and 1 female who all have a lot of influence in our field of business. But most of all, I can't wait to look them in the eye and ask them why. I know their answer will not change anything, but it will give away who they truly are. Banana Nose hasn't been fired yet. When I got home after our meeting, the HR guy told me they wanted to wait until they had the full story, so nothing was unanswered. After today, I asked them not to fire him because the board meeting would be useless, and if he quits, he will lose all his benefits. So this way, he has little choice but to show up to the meeting, where I will do my dance. I don't know if I'll stay at this company even though I love to work here, because I can't believe that there is any way where it would be possible for a new guy to know this info and all my other colleagues not. The finale. An hour ago I got the news that everyone involved quit their job. They got their notice that they had to appear in front of the board and they didn't want that. By everyone involved I also mean one other person that was not on the tape but knew of it and was involved on different occasions. This was something that happened frequently. When they first had to come to HR and watch the tapes, they said it was just a joke that got out of hand. One of them even tried to say that I knew of it. They wanted to first keep their job and ask for a group session to work things out. But when HR said there would be a board meeting, they resigned the next day. As for me, I handed in my notice but this wasn't accepted. The company offered me a better paying job in a different location. They will help me with relocation and everything. I'm glad that I got this chance. Since I have a more senior position I need a well-rounded, trustworthy assistant. I asked for a new guy. They agreed with it and the new guy was very excited. Our relocation is closer to his boyfriend's house and I'm glad that I don't have to leave him behind in a toxic environment. I guess this is my final update. I decided not to sue. I don't ever want to think about what he did ever again, and I don't want to put my energy towards this kind of toxicity. And I know one thing for certain, you get what you give.
I found out that my dad's been harassing my mom because he wanted to add his affair child as a beneficiary to our college fund, so we are taking him to court. My father dropped a big bomb on our family last year when he revealed that he had a secret son from his affair years ago. After my mom found out and gave him the ultimatum, he cut things off with the mistress and she moved away until last year when she introduced him to their son Hank. I really don't give a damn about his latent father instinct since he didn't give his other family any consideration when he broke the news. Thank God my mom divorced him and now neither my brother Connor, sister Sophia, nor I want anything to do with him anymore. Here's the thing though. We have a shared college fund that my mom's parents set up for us when we were little. My parents contribute almost half of the money and my maternal grandparents contribute the other half. The account remains under my mom after the divorce. As far as I know, he stopped contributing to that account after the divorce. Last month, I found out that my dad's been harassing my mom because he wanted to add Hank as a beneficiary to the college fund for my siblings. He's saying that Hank is his son and therefore entitled to the college fund that he set up for me, Connor, and Sophia. My mom told him off and now he has been going around harassing her online and to their mutual acquaintances and friends, claiming that she is heartless and cruel for taking her anger out on an innocent child. And then, he also had the genius idea to reach out to me to put pressure on my mom. He said I should consider opening up my heart to Hank, who grew up without a father and wasn't set up in life like my siblings and me. I left him on read since honestly, the things I wanted to say to that callous evil monster may be too much. Yesterday he changed tactics and now said he wanted to withdraw all his part of the money from the account, divided them to make sure Hank has his share, and deposited the rest back into the account, with the caveat that since Connor and I didn't need to use the college fund for tuition since we both had full-ride scholarships, the money would be divided into 2 parts for Hank and Sophia, instead of into 4 parts for his 4 children. And now he, some of my dad's side of the family, and even the mistress are pressuring my mom to agree to that, and I'm praying that she won't. It physically makes me angry that we're being asked to split our money with my dad's affair child. Even if yes, I don't need to use the money to pay for school, I will need it in the future. Same with Connor, and I know for a fact he would never use the same reasoning to exclude Connor and I from the fund just to have the money solely for Sophia in the same situation. It's all for Hank. I understand that Hank is innocent and not responsible for his parents' actions, but I don't think of him as my brother. Hell, I don't even think of my father as my father anymore, to be honest. As far as I'm concerned, my family consists of me, my siblings, and my mom. That's it. Update: I talked to my mom this morning about getting the lawyer involved and also about a potential restraining order. She has been talking to the lawyer about Dad's demands and it looks like he really doesn't have any rights to it. I think some of you are correct that he is doing all this because he knows he won't win in court. As for a restraining order, Mom is hesitant to do it right now since Dad has visitation rights with Sophia and she doesn't want to make it too complicated for my sister. But she promised me that if things get worse she will get one. My brother Connor and I also talked and we will be taking turns coming home for the weekend so Mom and Sophia won't be alone just in case anything happens. Some clarifications: we haven't involved Mom's parents since their health isn't the best right now. Grandpa was really shocked when he heard about the cheating plus secret son of Dad that he had a heart attack. Thank God he mostly recovers now. However, none of us want to put stress on him. According to Dad, he never knew about Hank's existence until last year when his mistress came back. Nobody in our family knew really until Dad brought Hank to a family event to break the news to us. He blindsided and humiliated my mom and it was the final straw for her. They divorced after that. I honestly don't hate Hank. It's just that right now I can't imagine spending time with him. He's a minor still, so everything will have to involve either our father or his mother. And that is a no for me right now. Perhaps in the future, things will be different. Who knows? I found out that my ex-girlfriend is engaged after our nightmare relationship, so I exposed her to her fiancé and now everyone is enraged with me. I dated my ex-girlfriend in high school when we were both 16. I had a crush on her since 2nd grade, so when she finally agreed to go out with me in high school, I was over the moon. Unfortunately, our relationship was a nightmare. I quickly realized she had low self-esteem, constantly asked for reassurance from me about her looks and weight, and if I didn't tell her what she wanted to hear, she would gaslight and manipulate me to make me feel guilty. For example, our first time together, I initially didn't want to do it, but she asked me if it was because she was overweight that I did not want to do it and got upset and cried. After all, I rejected her. Then, I felt pressured to do it with her. Or there was another time when she came to meet my parents. She was a vegetarian, and my parents were not fond of vegetarians, so she ate a soup they made and then found out there was chicken in it. She yelled at me and my parents and left the house. It was very extreme emotions. Another time when we were playing a video game together, and she couldn't get past a level, and when I called her stupid in a joking way she got upset and threw my controller on the sofa and left. I didn't realize it at the time, but after reading stuff online and listening to some podcasts, I realized her behavior was emotionally abusive. We dated for around 1 year, and she ended up breaking up with me citing her mental health, etc. I never saw her after high school because we moved to different cities and also her social media accounts were set to private. Recently, there was a high school reunion. I found out she would be there, so I decided to go. She hadn't changed much. She was still overweight. She said hi to me as if nothing had happened and made small talk with me. It really bothered me that she was pretending nothing happened between us, so I asked if we could talk privately. I told her about how I felt about the way she treated me and was abusive towards me when we were dating. She said something like she was going through a tough time with her self-confidence and apologized for taking it out on me, etc. She said ever since she met her current partner, she had been feeling more confident about herself. She then told me they were engaged, which also came as a shock to me. I asked her if she had told him about us and how she treated me when we were dating. She said she mentioned her past relationships to him but didn't share all the details. I told her she needed to tell him about how she was abusive to me so that he knew who he was marrying. At this point, she made up some excuse and ran away from the conversation. I felt that the new partner should know what he's getting into. She is still overweight and has not made any effort to change or improve herself and probably has the same insecurities, and I imagine how this man would have a terrible marriage. So after the party, I used a friend's account to find her fiancé, and I sent him a message detailing the things she did when we were dating in high school. He responded by asking me to stop bothering them. It's been about a week since I did this and now I'm getting bombarded with messages from high school friends calling me a creep and an a-hole. I don't understand how people can side with her when she is the one being abusive, and it is her responsibility to let her fiancé know about this. I was doing what I felt was the right thing. Maybe they were reacting this way because they didn't have the full story and the background of our relationship. Update: I just got done speaking to her. I got her info from a friend and messaged her. She agreed to talk to me. I apologized for having contacted her fiancé, and she said she accepted my apology. She said she was sorry about the things that happened in our relationship. She said she had therapy, and now she has more confidence. She told me that she has been honest with her fiancé about her life and past, and he supports her. Overall, she sounded in a better place, and it sounds like I don't have a chance with her now. We ended the conversation pretty amicably. I feel okay with where things are now. I found out that my ex-girlfriend opened up 2 credit cards in my name after we broke up to fund her shopping addiction, so I filed charges and got her arrested. My ex and I broke up a little more than a year ago. We lived together for a couple of years and I know she would have had access to my financial information. When we broke up, I moved out of the house we were renting and I thought I had everything of mine. Back in February when I was doing my taxes, I realized I could not find my folder with my previous year's tax returns anywhere. I assumed it got lost in the move and didn't think anything else of it. Last Friday, I got served with a lawsuit to the tune of over $5,000 for a defaulted credit card. When I went and actually pulled my credit, I saw that the card had been defaulted since May and there was another one that had been closed since June for about $2,500. Seeing as I had no knowledge about this, I immediately disputed both of the accounts on all three bureaus' websites. I was able to talk with someone for one of the cards and they said it was opened in January, well after I had moved out of my old house, and the cards were sent there. I received the statements from the one card and it was probably 80% Nordstrom/Macy, two of the stores my ex loved shopping at. Pretty sure she was the one who opened the accounts, probably used my social security number from the old tax returns. I called my ex about it and she denied everything, even when I told her that eventually if she had anything shipped to the house using a stolen credit card, she was going to get found out. She flipped and started screaming at me saying I can't seriously accuse her of anything and to never talk to her again. About 20 minutes later I got a call from a blocked number. It was her boyfriend threatening to make my life a living hell unless I stopped harassing her by claiming she stole my identity. He hung up but I was shaken up about it. I can see he's got some serious felonies just by looking at the public records on the county website. I'm kind of stuck here. I'm opening myself up to retaliation if I go forward with anything from someone who has charges of aggravated arson and aggravated discharge of a firearm, in addition to a few battery charges. I can't just do anything though. Update: 1 month later, I went to the police. Quick and painless process. I was in and out in maybe 30 minutes with a report number. I never received another call from my ex or her boyfriend. I gave the report number to the credit card companies and the credit bureaus. I was told I didn't have to do anything else at that point but to show up to the court date for the lawsuit. I learned through a mutual friend today that my ex was arrested this morning. Apparently the county put out a warrant for her last week, pulled her over on the way to work. It looks like she was charged and released pretty quickly. Also, I learned my ex and the boyfriend who threatened me are no longer together. I don't think I have to worry about him anymore. The court date for the lawsuit is later this month but everything has already fallen off my report. My score has gone up probably 200 points. I'm still going to the court date just to make sure everything is good but it's looking like all good news from here on out.
I found out that my fiancé bought my engagement ring for $38 from Temu, and now I am considering canceling everything. My fiancé proposed to me a few weeks ago. It caught me completely by surprise, but we've been together for 3 years and things have been going great. So I was really excited and said yes. I really liked the ring when I first saw it and my friends and family all think it is stunning. It's an oval cut with diamonds across the band. I asked where he got it and he wouldn't tell me where, but that he got a great deal on it. I didn't think anything of it until yesterday when we were in bed and I asked him if it was diamond or moissanite mainly out of curiosity. I don't have a preference by the way. He said he didn't know and would have to look it up. When I glanced over at his phone, he was in the Temu app. I asked him if he got it from there and he didn't respond. So I asked again and he responded with something like does it matter? And left the room and ended up sleeping on the couch. I spent all night so confused. Today decided to download the app and look up my ring and I found one that looks identical. I found the exact ring and it was listed at $38. I am mad. He makes good money, $200K/year, and I feel like he could have shelled out some money for a ring better than the one on Temu. Let me provide some more context. Really he's never been overly frugal. I'm probably more frugal than he is. Neither of us are huge spenders but we each make enough to not have to strictly budget or anything. We have our own accounts and split rent equally. I know he has at least $100K across his savings/investment accounts. We go out for drinks a few times a week and we'll go to concerts together and whatnot frequently. We travel a few times a year and stay in basic accommodations. Like our DoorDash the other night was $40. My ring costs less than DoorDashing dinner. I'm not mad that the diamonds are not real, but I worry about the quality of the ring because I imagine my engagement ring to at least be sturdy. It's fine for now, but I have a hard time believing it'll last longer than a year. If it's $38 on Temu. Update: he came home while I was FaceTiming a friend about this. I hung up with her and then talked to him for an hour or so. He apologized for sleeping on the couch and that he needed time to think. He doesn't see eye to eye with me on my concerns about the ring and says he did research and that it was highly rated. He says if the ring breaks he will replace it, but didn't say it'd be higher quality. I have people messaging me that the ring could be harmful to my health and that Temu has horrible standards for their jewelry and labor issues, so now I really don't want to wear it. He left and went to his brother's house. Usually, I'd go with him but things are just tense. When I met him, I was making just over $100K and he was working part-time and doing an internship bringing in significantly less than me. He totaled his car early on in our relationship and I happily drove him to his work every morning on the way to my work when he didn't have a car. When his mom got sick and went to hospice, I immediately canceled all of my travel plans and holiday plans with my family and sat with him visiting her every day for months. I helped with funeral arrangements. I helped plan his brother's wedding. I even loaned him money for a new car once he started his new job. He did pay me back by the way. He moved in with me recently and most everything in the home is mine that I paid for prior to the relationship, furniture, etc. I have paid for so many plane tickets for our travels, concert tickets, etc. that I've never asked him to pay back and never will. That's what a relationship is. I genuinely care for him. He has done similar gestures for me and is more than willing to spend money on dates. Believe it or not, I'm not this greedy woman sitting here excited to get his money. I have my own. Update 2. He texted to let me know he plans to stay at his brother's for the weekend and is taking Friday off. It's not crazy abnormal since he's been watching football over there, but I feel like he's avoiding me now. I'm trying not to be pushy about the situation and I'll give him some space, but Now I'm just in my head about all of it and regretting my initial reaction. It's just a dumb ring and maybe I've read into it too much. The only other time we've had an argument like this it was resolved within a couple of hours, so I'm not used to this behavior from him. Update 3. He came home this morning while I was in a WFH meeting. These comments made my head spin all night. I got like 3 hours of sleep, so I admit I may be in the wrong for bringing up his finances, but I did. I asked him what was going on, if there was anything he needed to tell me, if he was testing me by doing this. Well, that really set him off. What kind of person do you think I am? Do you think I'm a cheapskate? A liar? You obviously think really poorly of me, but still he never gave me a reason. So I asked why he was deflecting every question to victimize himself and to avoid my questions. He tried to leave again, so I tried de-escalating and told him I see where he's coming from, but I need to know if he still loves me. He was immediately apologetic and still wanted to get married. He said I can just pick my ring out and buy it with my own money. He said he's sick of talking about this and it's water under the bridge now. He's acting like his normal self again since this convo. I hear him out there skipping around and humming to himself all happily, and it's actually pissing me off. Maybe I'm being dramatic, but I don't think I can handle a marriage with someone like this. I found out that my fiancé stripped and assaulted his best friend at his bachelor's party, and now he's distraught because there will be no wedding. My fiancé Alex has a BFF, Danny, since they were 4. She's a lovely sweet person who has never crossed boundaries with Alex or their 2 other friends Marcus and Daniel. The 4 are very close. Danny is gay and always was. She is very much a woman but likes to dress in jeans and t-shirts and not in any feminine clothing. She is lean, tall, has short hair, and is just one of the boys in a lot of ways. This weekend was Alex's bachelor party. All 4 plus 2 other of Alex's friends went along. It was to a coastal town that's well known for hosting bachelor and bachelorette parties, but there's no club or anything. They stayed in a B&B and have scuba diving and kayaking planned. The first night went okay: dinner, restaurant and nightclub and home. Last night was the issue. They did the nightclub and headed back to the house. Marcus and Daniel, who are both single, brought back 2 girls from the nightclub and got busy in their bedrooms. The rest were drinking in the living room, but things got a bit loud and the 2 friends started complaining that they didn't get to go to a club and never got to see TTS and As. They were blaming their wives and calling them names. Danny told them to shush as it was ruining the mood, and they both thought it would be funny if they saw Danny's body naked to make up for it. The thing is, Alex joined in and they stripped her. She was screaming loudly and Marcus and Daniel came running and rescued Danny and put her in the bedroom with the girls and had a fight with the 3 men. Daniel doesn't drink due to a chronic medical condition and the medication he is on, so they packed up and took Danny and the 2 girls and left the other 3. Danny was hysterical and Marcus wanted her to go to the police, but she wouldn't. She was afraid to go home, so they ended up dropping the girls off and taking Danny to her parents, which was an hour away. Marcus was at my door at 7 a.m. this morning and he told me what happened, that if he ever sees Alex again he's afraid of how things could go. He told me that if he can convince Danny to press charges he will. Then he left. Alex returned about 3 this afternoon. He was a teen normally until I told him Marcus has visited. He was very nervous and tried to play down what happened as a joke that got out of hand. I'm devastated. I heard him out, but he knew I wasn't accepting what he was saying. I told him Danny may be going to the police and he got very panicked and pale. He said she had him blocked and he wanted to go talk to her. I told him she wasn't at her place as she was too afraid he or his buddies would turn up there. I asked him to leave and he didn't want to go, but I insisted. He was crying, saying it was a prank that got out of hand. I heard him out only as a courtesy to our 2-year relationship, but I'm done. I don't know this man. I don't know if I should reach out to Danny or just do nothing. Marcus and I have been in constant contact and he agrees that I have no option but to end things. I don't know where to start with canceling everything as the wedding was in 5 weeks, but it seems trivial compared to what Danny is going through right now. Marcus is convinced that Danny is going to the police after talking to her parents, so I think Alex is in trouble. I can't support him on this. Maybe I'm wrong, as he was drunk and probably had taken other things, but this was his friend from age 4 and he did this to her. I've not blocked Alex, but I've not replied or picked up any of his calls. Update: it's been a terrible day. I can't reach out to my friends yet as I'm ashamed. I did tell my parents and my brother and they have been wonderful. My brother brought his friend with him when he came to stay, and today both of them packed up every bit of my ex's stuff and took it to his parents' house. Ex was there and just asked if that meant I was finished with him, and my brother said yes. Did he really expect any other reaction? His father intervened and told Ex not to say anything more. He told my brother to tell me to contact him on canceling the wedding. I'm not contacting his father ever. My parents are handling canceling the wedding, and my father got into my cousin who is a lawyer and he is going to help and advise me as needed. I have to disentangle myself from X on Lisa's bank account savings and such, although my brother made me transfer all of my money from joint account savings and daily accounts to my own account. It's a mess. I tried to ring Danny, but she wasn't up for speaking to anyone, so I just texted her that I was there for her and that I had broken up with Alex. She hasn't replied and I don't expect she will. She's in a bad way apparently. Daniel spent 3 hours with me today. There's a lot going on, but I'm afraid to say too much for fear of damaging any court case. Just to say there are 2 videos of the incident. One by Jeb, one of the 2 friends. A lot of it is chaotic, but the last part is clear and telling apparently. The owners of the rental house apparently have gotten involved and have footage, but I can't say more. When Marcus left me, he went to both those guys' wives and told them what happened. Jeb's wife has been very helpful apparently, and she has split from him. The other guy's wife too has left him. Things are going how most of you want them to go, that's all I will say. Well, I will add it was worse than what Marcus shared. Daniel told me that before Danny found her style she had long hair, dressed feminine and was stunningly beautiful, and all three of them were in love with her as teens. Alex took her rejection very personally apparently, and Daniel says he was angry and bitter for a couple of years but hid it from her. He thought he had gotten over it, but Daniel feels this smacks of revenge against her. Scary if this is true. I haven't continued to receive hundreds of texts from Alex. He told me his father told him to stop texting me but he can't. I haven't replied or blocked based on advice. This is very hard and I don't know what way all this is going to end up. Update 2. I got a call from Danny. Daniel has been ever present and I'm guessing it was because he knew she was going to call. There's a lot more to the story. The first night was normal as I said, but in Saturday Alex, Jeb and their friend decided not to go scuba diving with Danny, Daniel and Marcus. Danny was feeling very hungover and gave up after an hour and went back to the Airbnb. She walked into the living room to find all three guys engaging in intimate acts with two women. Jeb shouted at her to get out as this was costing them a fortune. The women were escorts. She left and went back to the boat and only told Marcus what she saw. When they all went back later, Alex told her to not tell me as it was just his last bit of freedom. She told him she was disgusted with him and that he wasn't free. She told him she would have to think about what to do. Marcus convinced her to stay another night as he and Daniel had met the two girls the night before and were seeing them again that night, and if Danny wanted to leave then Daniel would have to take her as he was her ride and there wasn't public transport in the tiny town. So Alex cheated as did the other two. Marcus told their wives that morning but not me. He was going to do it in stages as he knew I was in shock. The actual assault went further than Marcus told me also, and while Alex hadn't actually done anything beyond pulling off her clothes, unlike the other two, he stood by and watched and did nothing to help her. She said she thought he had taken shrooms earlier but couldn't be sure. Marcus and Daniel did rescue her but things had already escalated. She went to the police immediately she got to her parents. The Airbnb owners had also gone independently when they saw the footage. All three men are facing the consequences of their actions. Danny told me she was sorry she didn't leave tell me immediately like she wanted to do. She is very distraught still. I didn't want to make things worse for her. I don't think I am needed for any legal proceedings, so I finally blocked Alex and his parents. The wedding is cancelled, and I'm just starting to disentangle myself from Alex on bank accounts and such. Here's my issue. I'm feeling very angry towards Marcus. It feels like he didn't really care about me. He stopped Danny from telling me so he could continue to shack up with the girl he met. He apparently feels guilty because if they had left, Danny would not have been attacked. He didn't do me the courtesy of telling me that Alex cheated that morning like he did with the other two wives. It's not like he was sparing my feelings because my ex assaulting another woman was a pretty damn bad thing to hear. He didn't tell me the full extent of the attack. Danny is still unsure if Alex wasn't just waiting his turn or all he was going to do is watch. I should have been told that ASAP, and not from Danny because the conversation was incredibly difficult for her. Daniel didn't know about the escorts at all and didn't know Marcus hasn't shared the full story of what they saw when they burst in. Daniel has been my rock. I need some perspective here. Is it okay to be angry at Marcus? Is it misplaced anger? I'm pretty angry at Alex though, and that's all I feel towards him. Can anyone give me a different perspective I'm missing? Marcus and I had been in constant contact. He's already back at work, so it was messages/texts and occasional calls. He actually visited last night but I didn't open the door to him. Daniel is saying whatever I feel right now is okay, but I think he's just placating me. I don't know who to trust anymore. I don't have to have any more contact with Alex and think the case will move along without me. I'm thinking of telling Daniel that I need a break from him and Marcus and that group of friends. Danny and I have said we will stay in touch, but I can't see us being very close. My best friend who I finally confided in thinks I should just step away from them all now for good and try to move forward. My parents agree and think it's necessary for healing. My brother thinks Daniel has been nothing but great and I shouldn't cut him off. But they all seem to be a package deal, but without Alex now obviously. So I think it's probably all or nothing. What should I do? I don't want to be ungrateful, but a clean break feels right. Update 3. First of all, Danny and I have bonded. She and I talk every day and message constantly. I didn't expect that, but it's truly wonderful. She says she needs a good straight friend right now, JK, and honestly, she is a great person and has been a huge support to me despite what she has been going through. She is thinking of waiving her right to anonymity when the trial comes, as she wants everyone to know she was raped and by who. Danny has quit her job, moved to her parents full time and is in therapy. She's just about okay, surviving still rather than living, but she is so strong and amazing. Justice moves slowly here, so there isn't too much of an update on the legal process. Marcus was told, however, he would not face charges of assault for attacking the two actively attacking Danny. I went back to work and it was awful. I work for a tiny startup. Oscar, who works there, is friendly with Marcus and my brother. We are all into martial arts and attend the same dojo, so I'm getting a lot of pity. I'd have been okay with sympathy or empathy, but being pitied sucks. Still, it's better than being home all day doing nothing. Daniel gave me space as I asked, and he is truly a good guy. There is nothing romantic there at all though. I'm not in a fit state for anything like that and won't be for a very, very long time, and he is just a good guy. No ulterior motives. We text a bit and he is in a lot of contact with Danny. I got a letter in the mail from Alex. Said he held out hope while I hadn't blocked him, but once I did he was distraught. He told me he doesn't want to freak me out by turning up in person, and I know that wouldn't look good for him anyway, but he just wanted to tell his side of the story. He said he was pressured into doing stuff with the escorts and he only got a BJ. The other two were really pressuring him to do more, but he didn't and says he regrets even doing that. He admits he was angry at Danny because she told him he either told me about the cheating or she would, but he knew he was totally in the wrong. He knew I would dump him for cheating, so he took everything he could get his hands on. He's not even sure what he took, and while he remembers pulling off Danny's shoes, he doesn't remember anything else. So he was just peer pressured and drunk and drugged up, and he did nothing wrong at all basically. I was just disgusted to read this. His total lack of accountability is just sickening. I'm not responding to him ever. Any future mail goes unopened into the trash. I'm in therapy, but it's early days and I'm not seeing progress yet. That leaves me with Marcus. He knows I've been angry with him and he is desperate to talk it out. I probably feel too much anger towards him but find it hard not to. He is still feeling very guilty over making Danny stay. I don't understand why I feel so angry towards him. It's not on the level of anger I feel towards Alex by any means, but I'm still hesitant to talk to him. I think he made mistakes, but in my heart I know he was dealing with a lot that morning, but I just wouldn't have been there when Alex got home if I had known the truth. I feel Marcus should have told me everything, as I was the one who had to face Alex alone. I know I should hear him out, but I'm finding it very hard. How can I get past this? I want to clear the air with him even if we are never friends, and me cutting him out is really having a terrible effect on him. I know he rescued Danny and has been constantly checking up on her. I know he can be a good guy, but part of me feels he wasn't all good that weekend. I don't know. I haven't touched this in therapy as we are just starting and are talking about Alex. Updates 4. I gave my wedding dress and shoes to my own best friend Millie to sell or donate or just get rid of. She has lots of seller accounts on different platforms as she buys and resells collectibles a lot. She put my wedding dress, veil, shoes and other accessories up for sale with a view to me getting some money back. Canceling the wedding meant me losing a lot of money. Anyway, it all sold immediately at a really great price, and when Millie looked at the buyer's info, it's my ex's father's business account. We are assuming it's Alex, my ex, who bought them and not his father. Millie wanted to know what I wanted her to do. Does she pack up the stuff and send it to him, or do I want to confront him? I asked Millie if she could cancel the purchase, and she is checking that out, but even if that is possible, I wouldn't want it to damage her seller's rating online. I am unsure why he would do this. I know he still wants us to get back together, but that is never happening. Should I just let the sale go through and ignore it? It feels weird and upsetting. I feel like he is still torturing me, and this is just a way of getting my attention, and I have had zero interaction with him. Final update. I wish this was a better update, but it's as close to closure as I can get, I think, or I hope. Danny has just crashed. All her bravado and fight is gone, and she is seriously struggling. She is with family and getting treatment but has cut everyone off, including me. And I get it. I'll respect whatever she wants. My therapist says it's probably for the best, as our journeys are not the same, and healing separately right now anyway is not a bad thing. I hope we reconnect in the future. I will miss her a lot. I decided to speak to Marcus. It was emotional for both of us, but I got answers. That morning after he told me and went on to the other two wives, he fully intended to come back to me again after. Two things happened. Jeb's wife was logging into their cloud to see if could she get pics or evidence in case Jeb tried deleting, and Marcus was helping her. They called the police and they were there, and Marcus was caught up. He left to go home to shower quickly and then intended to come to mine. At his place, the police were waiting to question him for the assault on Jeb and the other guy. They immediately made statements to the police but omitted their assault on a Danny. So he gave a statement and was questioned further, and he knew Alex was back by the time he left the police station. He admits he didn't think really of the emotional impact so much at that stage, but he was dealing with a lot, and he really was. He didn't tell me any of this when we were texting in the early days and was genuinely trying to be there for me. I forgave him for that morning, as I was wrong. I didn't know, but I do now. He also told me he is dealing with a lot of guilt over Danny and convincing her to stay, and some guilt towards me too, because if Danny and Daniel left, he didn't intend to go with them as he was really into the girl he met the night before. He knows now that would have basically been condoning Alex's behavior if he had stayed and they left. He said he didn't, but that he really liked the girl. The girl really didn't want any further contact with him after what happened, so I guess he got some kind of karma there. He did have a bit of a bombshell for me. He says there are rumors Alex is looking to get a deal where he would plead guilty to lesser charges and get probation. And it seems like he may get that. It's early days though, so it will probably be several months before that's confirmed if it's true. He also says that there are lots of snippets of info about Alex floating around, and he thinks Daniel has never cut contact with him. He's pretty sure, in fact. He says there's no way some of this stuff could be known unless it came from Alex, and it's Daniel dropping these snippets of info apparently. He said he confronted him and he denied it, but he said he knew by his reaction he was lying. So he told me he is likely feeding information back to Alex too, and to be cautious. He told Danny's mother this too. They have all cut contact with Daniel as a result. So I did too. I feel I don't know who to trust. I'm afraid I'll run into Alex, and it feels like people are avoiding me. I just want to grieve the relationship and betrayal and need space to do so. I lost the future I had planned and the guy I loved. I miss looking forward to that, and I miss the guy I thought Alex was. It's hard. I've got a dilemma. I didn't sell the wedding dress. It wasn't Alex who was buying it, but his father. He reached out to me and said he was trying to let me recoup some of the money I'd lost by buying it. He then offered to cover all my losses with the wedding financially. I won't lie, I would like this money to help me start my new life. I found out that my friend is gifting me a week's stay in Vegas because she is planning a secret remodel of my house, so I confronted her and kicked her out. So, I inherited a house from my dad a few years ago. It's a 3-bedroom place in a nice neighborhood, and rent usually costs about $2,500 plus/month. Since I don't pay rent but have to cover upkeep and insurance, I figured having a roommate would be a good idea. One of my close friends who works from home is a good fit. I did the math and decided $800 per month would cover everything comfortably. When I offered her the room, she asked if she could pay $500 per month for the first few months until she settled into her new job. I agreed because $500 still covered the bills, and I wasn't looking to profit off her. A few months in, she started acting really weird. She'd constantly send me out of the house, to the store to pick up her boyfriend to get coffee for us, but she never wanted to come with me. I thought it was odd but didn't think much of it initially. Then things got really suspicious. She was always video chatting when I wasn't around, and I caught glimpses that looked like she was talking to construction guys. One day, I snooped and found texts between her and several renovation companies asking for quotes to remodel my house. She was saving money on rent to secretly plan a home remodel on my house, which I did not approve of. She even tried gifting me a week's stay in Vegas a few weeks ago, hoping I'd leave so she could start the remodel. I told her I don't like going for that long, which I'm glad I did now. I told our friend about it, and she had a pretty intense theory that she was planning to harm me, take over my life, and pretend to be me while living in my house. She does look quite similar to me. I asked my other friend to come with me and confront her. When I confronted her, she swore she wouldn't go through with it, but I don't believe her. She looked nervous, although she was laughing. The texts and video chats were pretty convincing, and I saw my address on every quote. I kicked her out because I couldn't trust her anymore. She looked pissed, but I am glad that she did not make so much fuss. Also, I haven't spoken since she left. My house has a lot of sentimental value to me, and I love its antique charm. I'm so glad I trusted my gut and stayed.
I found out that my friends used to pass my girlfriend around in high school, and it turns out they introduced her to me as a joke, so I am cutting them off. I've been with my girlfriend for 4 years now, and it's been the greatest 4 years of my life. She's the sweetest person I've ever met. She's hilarious, insanely creative, she's an artist, goofy, and just the happiest girl you'll ever meet. She's always smiling and very outgoing. She's so energized, and I'll admit it's sometimes hard to catch up with all her adventures. But wow, it's been so amazing being with her. My friends introduced me to her the summer we all graduated high school, and we immediately bonded. We're both into comics, anime, Marvel/DC, Dungeons and Dragons. We had so much in common. We just became super close very quickly. The fact we had so much in common made it easy for us to spend time together, going to conventions, anime events, game tournaments, and superhero films. This all of course led to us officially becoming a couple, and the rest is history. My parents also are in love with her, which is honestly the cherry on top. It's nice to see my parents be so welcoming towards my girlfriend, although they've gotten a little protective towards her like parents lol. I plan to propose to my girlfriend later this year, as we always joke about getting married, having a weird geeky wedding and starting a family, and I want that so much, so proposing to her is my main goal for 2022. Fingers crossed she says yes. I really hope so. Now this is where my friends come in. I have 3 close friends of mine. Friends I grew up with since elementary. We all split up a few months after high school. They left for another city for college, so right now we all either just talk through Zoom chat or I go visit them once in a while. I decided to stay in the city I'm in, be close to family and my girlfriend. Well, I told my friends that I plan to propose to my girlfriend, that I believe I'm 100% ready to start a family with her and how excited I am to see how it goes. They kept asking if we're serious, even calling me a dumbass. They really were going at it with me, quite roughly. I just figured they hated the idea of marriage, so I ignored their comments. That's when they told me the truth, and holy poop, the proof, they had made it even worse. They all said they met my girlfriend 8 years ago at midnight bowling. They met her through a friend of theirs who invited her that night. I don't know this other friend at all, so I can't say who it is. That's how they all met. They thought she was hot and cool, so they stayed in contact with her. After that my friends still continued hanging out with my girlfriend, smoking weed, playing video games, and anime, and of course, having intimacy. They told me they'd pass her around the group for fun, and that's practically why they were friends with her. They kept using the word SLT, which crawled into my skin in such a negative way. So pretty much they just kept my girlfriend around for intimacy. All 3 of my close friends have slept with her plenty of times. This lasted a good portion of high school, but of course, I didn't know my girlfriend at this time cause she attended another high school. They decided they'd introduce her to me because they wanted to see if I could also get lucky, and that it was all a joke to see if I could also end up having intimacy with her. I didn't believe any of it, but my heart completely shattered when they showed proof from Instagram messages. It was nothing inappropriate like pics or anything. They just showed me that they all indeed kept in contact with her in the past. And you know what they did? They made me the dumb guy and made all this a joke. They said I'm a dumbass for dating her, that I should have known better. They didn't expect me to date her at all, that my girlfriend was going to act SLT towards, but they were surprised she didn't. How the hell am I supposed to have known better? Friends introducing friends to a boy/girl is a normal thing. That's how I interpreted all of this. Also, I had no idea about their history with my girlfriend, so them saying I should have known better is ridiculous. I didn't see my girlfriend as intimacy object like them. I saw her as a friend that I ended up falling in love with. She treated me very kindly, comforted me whenever I was sad, and told me how much she loved me. We fell for each other. It wasn't just intimacy. The only reason my friends told me this was because they thought my getting married to her was too far, so they expected me to know the truth would lead to me dumping her. She's too much of a SLT, man. Just let her go, one of my friends said. I just got off the chat, and they've been sending me non-stop texts ever since. I haven't replied. I don't feel like talking to my friends at the moment. I did peek at a few messages out of curiosity, and instead of apologies, I just got a lot of "dude, get checked bro, you might have caught something." It wasn't even serious. It was in a jokey manner, which is annoying. I approached my girlfriend about this, as politely as humanly possible, and I instantly regretted it. She broke down completely, which I'll admit kinda teared me up. I'd never seen her panic so much. She was freaking out as if someone died. She kept apologizing, telling me she'd never slept with anyone else while with me, and saying she didn't know about the joke my friends were making. She told me my friends simply invited her to hang out, and during the hangout they introduced her to me. That's how it all went. She says she wasn't aware of a plan or anything. You probably think I'm a SLT, right? Is what she kept saying, which just hurt me to hear. She told me she loved me, and to please just ignore my friends to not break up with her. I just told her I loved her as well, and that what I know doesn't change my feelings towards her. She still thinks I'm going to break up with her, which I won't ever do. I just kept her in my arms. That's all I could do. I didn't want her to panic, so I just comforted her. I've been with this incredible girl for 4 years, and created beautiful memories with her, and I'm not going to let what my friends have said to me ruin what I have with her. The reason why my girlfriend didn't tell earlier was because she cherished our relationship the moment we met. She didn't want to hurt me, and I understand completely. She says I treated her kindly, like a human being, and she appreciated that. We connected because of our similarities, and she felt more comfortable with me compared to my friends. She was afraid if I knew the truth, I wouldn't have considered being with her in the first place. My girlfriend thought I was going to think of her as a SLT, which I absolutely would never have done. It was obvious she felt guilty, but I told her she didn't do anything wrong, that her past was her business, and that I still love her very much. I'm not mad at my girlfriend. Why should I be mad? She didn't do anything wrong. Her past is her past, and it's not of my business. Who she sleeps with is none of my concern. My feelings towards her haven't changed. I love her with all my heart. I always will. I'm mad at my so-called friends, because one being they're taking all of this as a joke, speaking of my girlfriend awfully, and the other being that this all started as a little joke between them. They didn't have good intentions when they introduced me to girlfriend. They simply passed her to me thinking I was going to treat her like a toy or a piece of meat. I'm just shocked. That's what I am. This whole thing has been mentally stressing me out, and I wish I didn't know about it. I love my girlfriend, but I'll admit the thought of her with my friends hurts me. I've cut all contact with my friends these past couple of days. I've been ignoring their calls and texts, and there's a ton of them. I just don't know what to do. I really don't. Also, the thought of my girlfriend immediately having intimacy with my friends kinda bugs me, because me and her took it slow. Maybe she did care about me compared to my friends, and didn't want to hop straight into intimacy. I also think this because even my friends said she didn't act SLT towards me, that she actually cared about me. You see, these are the stupid thoughts I'm getting in my head, and I hate it. I'm personally still going to propose to my girlfriend. I'm not leaving her. I plan to cut contact with my friends and simply focus on my future. Update 1. I've been comforting her, letting her know I'm not going anywhere and that I won't be breaking up her at all. I love her with all my heart. I've been letting her know that constantly during all this. I want her to feel loved and appreciated, because her past being brought up suddenly definitely gave her a shock. I want her to feel loved. That's exactly what I'm doing. My friends are still trying to contact me, but they've also tried contacting my girlfriend. She has no plans to speak to them, even though she's actually cut contact with them when they left to college. I hadn't opened my messages. She hadn't opened hers. There's something I do want to quickly talk about though. I saw a few comments that said my girlfriend may have slept with my friends while being with me. I want to start by saying, my girlfriend actually removed all of them from her social media when they left to college. Her reason for removing them was because she didn't see them as friend anymore. I didn't push her for more explanations. I just left it at that. Every time I went to visit my friends in the other city, she'll never go with me. She never wanted to. She simply didn't want to hang out with them. She'll always stay with her mother for the weekend when I'll leave to go visit. Again, I never pushed for explanations. She simply told me she didn't want to hang out with them, that they all drifted apart since high school. I understood that, as we all tend to drift apart from friends we had in high school. Of course, now we all know the truth why she didn't want to be near them. Also, for the people that are telling me why she didn't tell me the truth, you really think it could be that easy for her? I can completely understand why she didn't tell me. I 100% understand. She didn't tell me because she was worried I'll immediately judge her, that I'll immediately see her as a SLT. She wanted me to get to know the real her, and I absolutely understand that. She didn't want to just have intimacy with me, she wanted something real. That's why she didn't tell. Update 2. Tomorrow my girlfriend and I will be speaking to my parents. There's some things we need to let them know. As I said on my previous update, my parents are friends with my ex-friend's parents, so we plan to tell my parents the situation before my friends try to twist the story in any way. I have 100% cut contact with my friends. I don't need them in my life. Eventually my parents will ask why I haven't met with them, so it's best to be straightforward. My girlfriend is absolutely comfortable with speaking to my parents, especially since they treat her like family. Hopefully everything goes well. Update 3. I'll be using fake names from here on out, so I don't have to constantly say my girlfriend and I. Sarah and I decided to speak to my parents about everything that has happened. I saw a few comments saying it isn't a good idea to tell my parents, but we believed it was the right thing to do. We're both worried my ex-friends would try to change up the story, so we decided to approach my parents about this. Like I said on my post, my parents treat my girlfriend like family, especially my dad who's very protective. Wow, it went pretty well. Telling them went much better than we expected. We both were super nervous to even bring it up, but my parents were very supportive and listened to what we had to say. Sarah didn't go into so much personal detail. She said that she has history with my ex-friends that she wasn't proud of. My parents aren't dumb. They definitely understood what she meant but didn't pressure her to say anything she didn't want to. We told them we were worried about my ex-friends saying anything first, possibly changing up the story to make Sarah look bad. My parents really appreciated that we spoke to them about this. They knew something like this would be tough to talk about. My dad of course was in protective mode, asking Sarah if she wasn't hurt physically, but she insisted to him that she was okay. My dad works with one of the dads of my ex-friends, so I told him not to bring anything up right now. I did tell him to be on the lookout if any of my ex-friends' dads end up mentioning anything. That'll show us my friends actually did bring up it already. My dad said he'll definitely be looking out if he hears anything. He's being very supportive about all of this. Eventually we'll want my friends' parents to know about the situation if things get messy, but we're a little worried on how they'll react. Overall, all of this went very great, and it made me, especially Sarah, very comfortable and more relaxed. I found out that my girlfriend had kids before and I proceeded to react in the worst possible way. Now I am terrified because I might lose the most incredible woman I've ever known. I am, and my girlfriend Kat is 25. We've been together for over 2 years. Our relationship has been pretty awesome. She lights up my life, and I adore her. Yesterday I was helping Kat move to her new house. Everything was normal until the bottom of the box I was carrying up to her room fell through, and it all ended up on the floor. Everything in the box was okay except this small wooden/wicker box that split slightly around the lid's hinges. Because of the way that the little box split, a photo had slid out. I opened the lid to put the picture back in. I wasn't trying to snoop at all, but I looked at some of the pictures. There were a lot of family, pets, and friends from different places and life stages. A memory type of thing. Then I came across a few photos of Kat in a hospital bed holding 2 newborn babies, followed by more pictures of the babies. I froze, and my stomach twisted. Kat entered the room and saw me sitting on the floor with the baby pictures. She looked horrified. We didn't say anything for a moment, and then she sat on the floor in front of me and asked if I had any questions about what I had just found. I asked her if these were her babies, and she started crying while nodding yes. I felt myself get angry, and I asked her why she would hide them from me. We'd been together for over 2 years, and we were starting to plan our future. I told her that I didn't want to be a stepdad and she had told me that she didn't want to have children. At this point, I was yelling. I've never yelled at her before, and she was just crying, not saying anything until she blurted out, "They're dead." I had nothing to say and couldn't stand looking at her, so I left. I decided to call my parents and told them everything I put in this post. My dad said that I needed to talk to her and was rude and unempathetic in handling things. My mom reamed me out for walking out on a good woman who has gone through something traumatic enough that she never wanted to talk about it, because I couldn't handle myself for 10 minutes to let her explain. She's been trying to call me and sending me texts asking me to meet with her so that she can explain everything, but I just feel betrayed and confused. I need to figure out where to go from here. I think I also feel really weird about knowing that another man got her pregnant, and I know that's stupid. Update: on Monday night, shortly after having my butt handed to me by everybody, as well as my mom, telling me that I'm not the son she raised, I decided to call Kat and ask her if we could talk about everything. She said yes, but it's an in-person talk. It was a difficult conversation. She told me about how she ended up in an abusive relationship when she was just under 18. She talked about how this man had so much control over her that she could hardly even breathe and the vile things he would say to her. Eventually, he got her pregnant by force, and she wanted to terminate, but he locked her in the basement until she was too far along to do anything about it. The twins were born, and she knew she needed to escape with them. She played happy family and did her best while she made arrangements and healed physically. Having twins gave her an excuse to have her mom come around to help with everything, including documenting and escaping. When the twins were 1 year old, and Kat was 20, everything was ready to go. He figured it out at the very last second. Her children died at the hands of their father, and he tried to unalive her, too. She told me about the guilt she felt in so many ways, from wanting to abort them, to begin with, having kids with the wrong person, not being able to get them out safely, and why she deserved to live when her babies didn't. She went through a lot of therapy and was eventually able to get to a good place and start living again, thriving, honestly. She said that she didn't think she could love again, and she fell in love with me unexpectedly, so she never thought about how she would share this part of her past with a new partner. She felt it easier and safer never to bring it up, but she apologized for not telling me sooner. I told her she had nothing to apologize for and my initial reaction was unjustified. I should have stayed and talked to her. I shouldn't have raised my voice at her. Everything I did was wrong, and I am so sorry for not being a better partner and man. I never asked her if she had kids. I only asked if she wanted kids, to which she said no. She never lied. She just left out the horrible passing of her children, which I now understand. Update: she's told me that she needs time and space to figure out where she wants to go from here because she didn't like how I reacted to the news and now sees me differently. I messed up, and now I might lose the most incredible woman I've ever known. I'm terrified, and I just want to go to her and hold her and beg her for forgiveness, but I know that will only make her feel smothered. I wish I could go back. I wish I never knew. I found out that my girlfriend is still friends with the guy she cheated with in her previous relationship. Now, I think she wants to bring him again as a side piece. Me and my ex-girlfriend were together for about a year. Some weeks ago, we were hanging out with some of her friends, not the friend in question. We were playing a little quiz game, and one of the questions that popped up involved cheating. I mentioned that I hate cheaters, and after that, I noticed one of the friends gave my ex-girlfriend a look, and also noticed my girlfriend got a bit uncomfortable. It was weird, and got me thinking. The next day, I asked my ex-girlfriend about it. She said that she wasn't gonna lie and admitted that she cheated on her ex. This was a year before she met me. I felt upset about it because she's never mentioned it before, and I asked what happened. She mentioned that one time she got intoxicated, and hooked up with her friend. Let's call him Byron. Byron is a former FWB of hers, and they still hang out regularly. I knew that my ex-girlfriend and Byron had a history, and while I didn't like that they hung out, I just dealt with it. I was pretty upset, because not only did I find out she was a cheater, but she still hung out with the guy. I told her I needed some time to think, and after 2 days, I decided to break up with her. I didn't want to tell her that she can't be friends with Byron, and I knew I couldn't deal with her still being friends with him, so I just removed myself. So, am I the a-hole? Update 1. So about a week after, My ex-girlfriend dropped by my place. She said that she wanted to get back together, and that it was silly of us to break up over this. I told her that I'm just not comfortable with her friendship with Byron. She said that her cheating with Byron was a mistake, but that was in the past, and she's grown. I told her that it doesn't really look like it. She goes out drinking with Byron very often. And you two were effing after you and your ex broke up. They were FWB before and after her ex. I told her I'm just not taking a chance to be her next sucker. She then said, what if I cut off Byron? Can we get back together then? I was tempted for a second TBH. Our relationship seemed great, but I asked her, have you been sleeping with Byron since we broke up? I had never seen such a poor poker face. She stumbled over her words, and said no. I gave her a look like that's BS. She saw this and said we were broken up. I just put my hands up, and said nope. I then asked her to leave. She was really upset. Update 2. It's been kind of a long time since I first posted about my ex. I actually ran into her into a party recently. We talked and were cordial. We didn't talk about Byron, but she was with someone else at the party. She was uncomfortable with me meeting her new guy. I managed to catch him alone later, and told him about Byron. His reaction was pretty tame. He was like, poop, really? Well, thanks for letting me know. I don't know what happened after that, but I wasted too much time with my ex. I figured I should help the next guy out. As for me, something I didn't realize is how damn good it feels not to have to worry about my girlfriend anymore. I'll be honest, even before finding out about the cheating, I never felt quite comfortable with her going out drinking with Byron. But now, I feel effing amazing. I don't have to worry about my girlfriend anymore, and I wish I had left her sooner. I'm still dating around, and there have been ups and downs, but being single at this moment feels so much better than any time I spent with my ex.
I found out that my handsome husband has been having an affair with an extra pound old woman. Now he's deep in shame because he's the talk of the town. Fake names. I, 44, have been so emotional for several weeks that I can't trust my own judgment. Starting around Christmas 2023, I noticed a change in my husband Justin, 44. He's usually an affectionate and intimate person, but our intimacy life went downhill. The summer of 2023 was when our son Randall moved out to university. With Justin and I alone in the house, we were having intimacy almost every day before the dip. Other suspicious things started happening. He's going out without me more, women's perfume on his changes, being more secretive with his devices, etc. In early September, I managed to get on his laptop while he was asleep. I was expecting to find evidence of an affair and I had a picture in my head of what the woman would look like. I found a mountain of evidence. There were nude selfies of her, videos of her masturbating, messages exchanged, etc. She didn't look like what I was expecting. She looked at least 50 and at least 200 pounds. My husband is very fit and so am I. He is Hollywood handsome, so I was expecting some thin 27-year-old woman. I sent as much evidence to my email and socials as I could. I showed my sister Betty the evidence. I was so emotional that I was insensitive with my words, especially since my sister has a weight problem. I called my husband's mistress a fat old SLT. Betty said I shouldn't be talking about another woman like that. I was so enraged and I asked Betty how could she defend the woman who was fucking my husband. Betty said it's no excuse for body shame. I just started crying and Betty hugged me. Obviously, my judgment is compromised and I have a bias against my husband's mistress. I hate her so much. By the messages, the mistress does know. Justin and her talk about me a lot. She sends happy emojis when Justin talks about how much sexier she is. Justin has messaged her that I'm too thin and muscular. Yes, I am leaving him. I already have a divorce attorney. Even with everything I originally shared, Justin has messaged the mistress that he never loved me. He messaged that he loved her. Update. Before last evening, I had been slowly moving my stuff into Kelly's home. Last evening, Kelly did me the favor of telling Justin's parents Bob and Ann. Last evening, I took the last of my stuff and went to stay at Kelly's until I could find a place. I made sure to video chat with my son Randall first. I can't even remember everything I said, so I will give the main points. I told him that he was the most important thing to his father and me. We love him but we are getting divorced. I told him his father was cheating on me, and I told him how to find the mistress Vicky, 58, on social media. I told my son he doesn't have to hate her and that he doesn't have to defend me against his father. I told him I was at Kelly's house and he said he'll visit this weekend. I told him I love you and he said I love you too. I video chatted my husband Justin. The first I said was our son, your parents, your sister, and I all know you're cheating. I got some sick satisfaction from the look on his face. I used his mistress's real full name and I said she looks like me. Justin tried to speak but I cut him off to say that our son nor his parents hate him. Justin was apologizing and I said I don't care. I said to just make this divorce as smooth as possible. I don't care to find anything. I asked him to do me a favor and preserve our son's old room as is. He agreed to do so. I ended the video chat. He tried to call again but I ignored it. This morning, I video chatted with my sister Betty, but before the video chat, I sent Betty some of the messages Justin had sent to Vicky where Justin body shamed me. In the video chat, I apologized for body shaming Vicky and I said I wouldn't do it again. Betty apologized to me that she had brought that up during the moment. I told Betty that I was staying at Kelly's. I asked Betty if she believes her husband loves and finds her SI. Betty said yes. I told her that she should start acting like it. She asked if could come to Kelly's this weekend, and I told my sister that I had enough support. I told her she didn't need to come and that she should enjoy her husband who loved her. I was really petty yesterday and this morning, but that is the pettiest I plan on allowing myself to be. I'm in a privileged position that I don't need to fight for money from my soon-to-be ex-husband. I hope he's made this easy, especially since our son knows everything. I'm okay considering everything. Update 2. Yesterday, Sunday, I called my sister Betty and I told her she could come over to my sister-in-law's house. Betty brought her husband Mike. I gave Betty a proper apology for body shaming Vicky, the mistress. I told Betty that I was angry about her pushback about me body shaming my husband's mistress, but that I also got angry at Betty for stupid stuff. I started viewing memories of Betty and my husband Justin in a different light. Like how when Betty uses our pool, Justin suggests that Betty wears a two-piece, or all the times Justin called Betty S-sigh, or all the times he said that she didn't need to lose weight. I was also comparing my relationship with Justin and Betty's relationship with Mike. The majority of the time, I would have to initiate things with Justin. Also, he never did PDA, but Betty often mentions how Mike can't get enough of her, and I've seen how Mike is always all over her in public. I also noticed a pattern of when Justin was the most intimate and physically affectionate towards me when I was on my period and bloated. Betty apologized to me again. She also mentioned how awful Justin's messages to Vicky about my body are. I told Betty that I've been jealous of her body since I saw those messages. Betty said she's been jealous of my body since I lost the weight in my early 20s. I told my sister she should go to therapy if she feels that bad about her body. She said she will. I told her I would need therapy for everything that happened to me with my marriage. I also saw my son Randall, father-in-law Bob, and mother-in-law Ann in person last weekend. I didn't talk about Vicky with my son, Bob, Ann, and I looked through Vicky's Instagram and Ann roasted her. In almost all of Vicky's Instagram pictures and videos, she's sweaty, messy, and wearing revealing clothes. A lot of her pictures and videos are of her at the club. In some videos, she makes references to pot, and called Vicky trashy and gross. She also said Vicky looks like she smells bad. I enjoyed hearing that a little too much. My mom Jen lives in another state, so I didn't get to see her in person. Betty and I video chatted with my mom. My mom is literally a bigger woman than Vicky, but my mom did some fat shaming. Betty and I just let my mom say all of that stuff about Vicky. I know that my son, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law have all spoken to Justin via video chat. Justin gets heat from all of them, and all of them refuse to see him in person. Justin says he still wants to talk to me, but I still haven't said anything since that video chat. There is nothing he can say. I get it. He wanted the curvy bad girl. He's free to have fun with her. I found out that my husband and our babysitter are in constant contact and having sleepovers. Now he's trembling with fear because I am getting rid of him. My husband, 39, and I have been together for 12 years and married for nearly 7. We have 2 children together. We have a really good life. And my husband is great in every way. He is extremely kind and good to me. He is an even better father. He has never called me a name or raised his voice. Within the last few months, I started noticing somewhat odd interactions between him and our longtime babysitter, 20. My gut told me something was off, and it's never steered me wrong. For some background, I have known our sitter since I was a teen and she was a child, as she was my next-door neighbor, and her parents are still neighbors with my parents. Our sitter attends college in a neighboring state. My family and children are extremely close with the sitter and her family. My kids love her and she loves them. She accompanies us to community activities and also spends time with us at our home whenever she is home from school, summer, holidays, long weekends. Now, on to the red flags. I knew my husband and our sitter texted occasionally and didn't mind because I thought it was infrequent and assumed it was always the sitter initiating the messages. She also occasionally texts me and also texts my husband and me in a 3-way message. My family and I have long suspected she has a crush on my husband. However, that doesn't bother me as I trust him. I'm confident, and my sitter is young and immature. Also, not to be rude, but as far as your stereotypical beauty standards go, I am far more attractive than she is. A few months ago I started noticing that she knew things that had happened within my family, such as spats between my sisters, etc. I asked her how she knew about them, and she responded that my husband was texting her when it happened. I found that to be really strange and somewhat inappropriate. Next, there were 2 nights recently when she spent the night to spend time with the kids while I was working overnight. I learned afterward that they stayed up watching movies together into the night after putting our kids to sleep. Maybe not so strange? My husband never initiates hanging out with me after the kids go to bed. We usually sleep separately, each with one of our kids, because they love co-sleeping. We are aware we need to break that habit, so I'm immediately hurt that he is staying up late and watching movies with our sitter, and doesn't do the same with me, and also find it really strange and inappropriate. Last Sunday, my son was watching Netflix on my husband's phone and I saw a message come in from the sitter. I take the phone and tap on it. Prior to this I had never ever looked, or wanted to look, through anyone's phone other than my own, but my gut had been telling me that something was up, so I looked. I scrolled back a ways and saw that they were texting a lot, sometimes about the kids, but usually not. It was consistent messaging on almost a daily basis, if not daily. They both initiated conversations with varying topics. He texts her more frequently than he does me, say when I'm gone 9 to 36 hours a day at work. I found this constant communication to be super concerning and not okay for a married man to be engaging with a 20-year-old female, 20 years his junior. Never mind the power imbalance at play in a situation like this, given the age gap and the fact that we regularly employ her and supplement her income. I confronted him immediately, and his excuse was she is family, she is my friend, I thought you text her all the time, but nothing has happened. Nope, I didn't accept his dumb-ass response. I asked him if one of his married friends were to be interacting with their babysitter like this if he thought it was okay. He said no. I asked if he thought their wives would be okay, and he said no. I let him know that I wanted to separate and live separately. He, of course, did not want this. Part of me thinks financials play a role as I make 3x what he makes, and he could not live in this expensive city without my income. Tough. I haven't spoken to him in 3 days and have made it a point to be working or at my mom's with the kids so I don't have to see him. He has been messaging me, but I've barely responded. I would love and really appreciate some outside perspective. Am I the a-hole? Am I overreacting? I found out that my husband has been unaliving my houseplants with bleach because I deserve to be knocked down a peg, so I am putting him on the streets. I have many houseplants and even some that were quite expensive and were gifts from my sister. Within the last 6 months, at least a third of my plants have died. I have had houseplants my whole life due to my late mother's own love of houseplants, and I know a lot about plants. The death of the plants didn't seem related to lack of light, inconsistent watering, lack of nutrients, or even root rot. They just died very suddenly. I tried to not let it upset me too much because plants die and it was not any of the expensive ones, until now. My sister gave me a 5-leaf Monstera albo-rooted plant for my birthday 2 months ago. It was beautiful. This morning I was crying pretty hard about it as I unpotted it and took a look at the roots. I was looking hard at this plant and roots to see if its death was pest-related, and that's when I noticed a smell. I sniffed my potting mix and I smelled bleach. The only other adult person in my home with unlimited and unobserved access to my plants is my husband. I wasn't able to talk to him for several hours, but when I could speak to him I very calmly but very directly asked if he had done something to my plants. He denied it at first. I said I smelled bleach in the potting mix of the albo my sister had gotten me and that the only person that could have put it there was him, and he caved. He said he was putting small amounts of bleach into the fertilizer water jugs I had prepared. I started crying. I asked him why. Why would do this? You know I love these plants, why would you destroy them? He didn't really answer, nor did he really apologize. The trust I had in him is absolutely gone. I think maybe counseling can help us, but he is the one who did this, and I'm the one who would have to set up the counseling. The angry part of me just wants to be done with the relationship. I know that might seem overboard, as we are married and share a child, but I feel now that I'm not safe around my husband. Edit. The townhome we live in is mine, and my sister's, our inheritance from my mother. My husband has an office/den/gaming room that is his personal space, and there are no plants there. There are also no plants in the kitchen. I'm not a plant hoarder. Like he has a room for himself, I also have a sunroom, and that is where the concentration of plants live. He has no reason to go in there. After our convo yesterday I needed space. I spent the night in my daughter's room on a trundle bed. I am going to text my husband today. He usually communicates easier and opens up more via text, rather than face to face. I am going to ask for a reason and I'll see what he says. Update 1. My husband won't be welcome in my home anymore and I need to find a lawyer ASAP on Monday. I did text him and he admitted again to putting bleach in my fertilizer water. He says it wasn't every jug I ever made, so that explains why it wasn't all my plants dying but randomly over the past 6 months. His exact words were that I deserved to be knocked down a peg. After the text communication, I went home from work early and I entered his office. I usually respect his space absolutely. I don't even go in there to grab dirty dishes. I don't know what I was looking for, but the hundreds of comments saying he was working up to something worse or already was doing something else really worried me. I went in there and I found a drawer full of my daughter's dolls and dollhouse furniture and little toys. I bought her that dollhouse for her 4th birthday last year and she has loved it. She takes such good care of her toys, but something always ends up missing and it's always my husband who notices. He lectures her about keeping track of her things and how he won't let her play with her dollhouse if she keeps losing things. He keeps going till she starts to sob. I now see it was some weird scheme, or setup or something. He would steal the stuff, stash it away and point out it was gone to berate our daughter till she cried. My sister and her husband and her husband's dad came over this afternoon and they've changed the locks. I've texted him to tell him he isn't coming back and that he can come on Saturday morning to grab his essential things, but that my bro-in-law and another man would be there to watch. Update 2. Without getting into too much detail but to satiate the curious, my husband, the man I thought I knew, has changed so much that I think of it like him ripping off a mask. He's sworn at me, screamed at me and pushed me to the ground twice and kicked me in the face. Our entire marriage I was never ever afraid of physical violence from this man. The police have been involved. Divorce is still in progress. After an initial period of intense anger, my husband seemingly stopped caring at all though. He said he doesn't want any custody and he wants to give up his parental rights of our daughter. He doesn't see her. In the last month I have heard he actually has a new girlfriend. His parents still talk to me. I was on good terms with his mom. Also, a friend of my husband's who has been friends with him since college reached out to me to ask what is going on. We texted. He says my husband has ghosted that entire group of friends he still had after someone in the group called him out for some sort asshole-ish behavior. One positive thing, that is also sad, is that my daughter is bright and wonderful. There's been such a profound change to her behavior since her dad's been gone. She's happy and silly and joyful. I guess there's been a change in both her and my behavior. I think of it like the frog in the boiling pot. I was sitting there boiling to my death and never realized. We lived in a house of walking on eggshells. If husband was upset he would infect the house with hostility. I'm not sure I can describe it. I was constantly on guard and never able to relax. I was not afraid of physical violence though, so I don't want to describe it as something more serious than it was. I found out that my husband is Snapchatting and subscribed to his student's account, so now I am collecting evidence to nuke his job because I won't let him get away with it. My partner is a high school math teacher. He has been teaching now for a decade now and generally has been praised by students, parents, other teachers and admin for how he does his job. I have never worried about him being interested in his students. We have even talked about teacher/student relationships. He has never expressed anything other than disgust and how it's an abuse of power, even if the student is an adult. He has never been called out for being inappropriate and never engaged with students over the weekend/summer. He generally refers to his students as his kids. He actively keeps a distance from developing too close of a relationship because he is young and attractive, and other male teachers recommended he do so. Okay, here's what happened. Around March, we were at the movie theater one evening and I noticed a gaggle of girls staring and pointing. I notified my partner, assuming they were his students, and he told me I was right. We did not go over to say hi and they did not come to us. But I noticed the rest of the girls playfully shoving one girl with lots of whispers, and the girl was staring at my husband sheepishly. I immediately thought she probably had a crush and honestly, thought nothing of it until last weekend. We were celebrating Canada Day at a barbecue with family and my husband was pretty wasted. At one point, he went to the bathroom and didn't come back for so long I was worried he was getting sick, so I checked on him. When I knocked and said it was me, he said he was okay and would be right out but didn't unlock the door. He stayed in the bathroom for another 10 minutes. Super unusual for him but it could have been anything. Later that night, I woke up around 3 and he wasn't in bed. Worried again, I got up and found him on his phone in the living room. This is also unusual. When I asked what he was doing, he was definitely surprised and hit his phone screen. He said he couldn't sleep and didn't want to wake me up by watching videos. Next to me in bed, we both went back to sleep together. The next morning, he was hungover and slept in. I went through his phone. I have never not had a reason to trust him, so I have never gone through his phone. I found nothing interesting except for the Snapchat app, which I was not logged into. He used to use Snapchat but, from what I knew, hadn't in years. I honestly assumed nothing finding the app and figured I was reading too much into things. Last night, I saw a Snapchat notification pop up on his phone while we were watching TV. It was out of the corner of my eye, but the logo is too recognition to make a mistake. My heart effing dropped because, knowing he was logged out last week means he is definitely using it secretly. I pretended like I didn't notice and a couple of minutes later he got up to take a long poop. I cried while he was in the bathroom. Shortly after, I said I was going to bed early and he stayed up without me. When I got up for work, he was still passed out. I went on his phone and found no Snapchat app. It was then that I knew something was shady for sure and when I looked up Snapchat on the home screen, it was there, just hidden in a folder of apps disguised as cooking and workout apps. He had not logged out of Snapchat and when I opened it, there was only one conversation with a real human and it was a girl. There was no evidence of a conversation between them because, for those who don't know, Snapchat deletes previous messages for good. I was ready to confront him for cheating with basically zero evidence but decided to keep snooping for something concrete. In that same disguised folder, I found that he had OnlyFans downloaded. The only content creator he was subscribed to had the same username as the woman on Snapchat, but it was his effing student, the one from the theater, who was blushing. I have never clocked a face so fast. I am 100% certain. We make fun of OnlyFans simps all the time so I was already disgusted but I threw up when I found this. I was scared I was going to wake him up and genuinely didn't know what to do so I put his phone back and left for work. At work, I did some sleuthing and found the girl's Instagram/Twitter accounts. She's 18 and from grad photos, I can tell with certainty that she attended my husband's school. The same OnlyFans link was in her Twitter bio. He has texted me normally throughout the day and I have not responded to any but to tell him I have to go to my parents tonight but in reality, I am still at work because I don't know what to do. The fact is that this is effed up but she has graduated. Is this now just the same as any old affair? I don't even know if she was in any of his classes. I don't know what to think. Update. When I walked into the house, I immediately felt he knew I knew. He said, "What's up?" Super standoffishly, just seemed off and whatever I said on the phone must have tipped him off. Either that, or he could tell that I was somehow on his phone in the morning, pretending to be asleep. I'm not sure. So I couldn't control myself and got super emotional and confronted him on the spot. I asked if he had OnlyFans and he said no. What did you want to talk about? I told him I knew that he did and he denied it. I told him I went on his phone this morning. He scoffed and walked away. I followed him crying and screaming that I knew he had OnlyFans and Snapchat that I was leaving him and finally cried out something about cheating with his students. When I said that he immediately turned around and asked what the F I was talking about. I told him I knew about the girl and his face genuinely turned into somebody I don't know. He immediately began yelling in my face that I didn't know what I was talking about. How dare I accuse him of sleeping with his students, and that I was crazy and trying to ruin his life. I was screaming at him back. I told him to open his phone and prove it and he laughed in my face about how stupid somebody would be to do what I was accusing him of and threw his phone at my face and said knock yourself out. As people can guess, there was nothing. He knew before I got home. He was logged out of Snapchat and when I asked him to log in and stop lying, he logged into a different account and asked me if I would drop it now. The first one had just 18F and a few AI account things. This one had all his old college group chats and other people, including me. He gaslit me and swore he didn't have another account. He even suggested that I dreamt all of this. At one point, he finally admitted that he subscribed to enough for a streamer during one of our intimacy lulls but never a student, and he swore he lied because he loved me and didn't engage in that kind of behavior anymore. It was just hours of lies and gaslighting. He said he knew which student I was talking about but that he'd never spoken to or taught her. He didn't recall the movie theater incident and accused me of imagining it too. He denied receiving a Snapchat a few nights ago when I first saw it. He denied acting shady the days before. He denied everything. I was disgusted by him the whole night. As the conversation went on, he started to talk about how he would get us marriage counseling, that my trust issues could be worked on and he would leave teaching if it's what it took for me to stay, but never admitted to anything with a student. Admittedly, I was starting to get a bit of a gaslight fog about the situation, believing some of what he was saying, but when he volunteered to leave teaching, I knew it was worse than I knew. Because teaching is his everything, he gave up an amazing opportunity that would have made him 3-4x the money and way more recognition to teach and has never complained about his job a day in his life. We both know he loves his career more than he loves me. If this was true all a misunderstanding, or if it was a one-off with a graduated non-student, I just think he would do more to protect his job and his career. He wouldn't just leave over crazy behavior from me. That immediately told me everything I needed to know, that he was panicking on the inside about me leaving and me telling people. Maybe because more happened with his student than what I know, perhaps because he's done this before, I'm not sure, but he fucked up badly. It's so late I was so exhausted and I feigned agreement in working through it and told him I could move past it but I was obviously lying. I need time to get poop in order. He is sleeping in the guest room tonight. I told him I would need a lot of space and he said he was okay with that. He left his phone in our bedroom for the night as a peace offering. I hate his guts. I have so many things on my mind right now. What the fuck to do, how to get a lawyer, if I should tell my family, if I should tell the school, the fact that I have no proof but I know what I saw. Above all, the fact that my husband may have slept with this girl. Edit. I'm leaving him 100% regardless, but I want some evidence. I want to prove to him that he can't lie to me and get away with doing this. I also think most people in his life will not believe me without proof. I'm scared of my name being slandered and him getting off scot-free or maybe even making me the bad guy for falsely accusing him. I also want to know the extent of this because I need to know if he is sleeping with students or just being a creep. I found out that my husband was screwing around and told me that he'd rather divorce me than give his phone password. Now he's relentlessly bugging me for remarrying quickly. We had a wedding at the end of 2019. I was the happiest I had ever been. I had married my best friend, and I believed that our marriage and relationship were perfect. We had our ups and downs, the same as any relationship, but never had any significant fight or issues that would have tainted the relationship. But I started noticing changes in Ben. He would set up his work schedule so that he was away from home more. He wouldn't accompany me to things like movies or family outings. He would get short and snappy with me. He just began to feel cold and distant. In my heart, I felt like he had already left me. In March of 2022, I had to travel out of state for a weekend. While I was gone, Ben would not answer my phone calls, texts, etc. He also disconnected and deactivated the security systems at our home. All red flags. After crying and battling myself internally over what I should do, I decided to return home from the trip a day early without telling Ben. I got home at 3 a.m. on Sunday. Ben wasn't expecting me home until Monday. When I came into the house, Ben was asleep alone and his phone was beside of him. I picked it up and walked out of the house to go through the phone, the first time I had done this in our relationship. The things I found made me sick. He had been sending pictures through Snapchat to various women. He had been Googling addresses and directions to different women's houses. I checked the GPS in his car and the addresses had been entered there. Ben suffered from ED, so he kept Viagra in the house. I knew he had just refilled the prescription before I went out of town, so I grabbed the bottle and found that several pills were missing since I left on Friday. His screen time showed hours and hours logged in the messenger and phone, but he had deleted all phone call records and text messages so that I could not see who he had been communicating with. Then I found the Vault, an app where you can store photos and videos with password protection. I sent myself pictures of all of the various evidences I had found on his phone. I woke Ben up and told him that we needed to talk. When he saw that I was holding his phone, he became as white as a ghost and tried to attack me to retrieve it. I handed it to him and told him I had already seen all that I needed to see. I asked him what the password was to the Vault on his phone as we had an open device/password policy in our relationship. He absolutely refused to give it to me. He told me he would rather end the relationship than give me the password. That told me everything I needed to know. I took steps the following few days to initiate divorce proceedings. I was so devastated that my best friend, my partner in life had treated me like this and so easily tossed our 7-year relationship away. I went into a state of depression. I could not eat and lost close to 30 pounds, could not sleep, missed several days of work, had to go to counseling, and take medications to try to feel normal. After about 2 months of this, my best friend, Mallory, begged me to get on a dating app to meet some people. I was hesitant because I had never been on a dating app, but thought, what the hell, maybe it will help me get over Ben. I joined Tinder and matched with Jake. Jake and I had a lot of fun chatting with one another and eventually decided to meet in person. I was open and honest about my situation with Jake and let him know about my divorce and ex-husband. Jake thought Ben was an idiot for ending our marriage and losing a woman like me. Jake and I increasingly began spending time together and were inseparable after a few weeks. A few months later, in the summer of 2022, Jake asked me if we could be exclusive. In December of 2022, Jake surprised me and asked me to marry him. I was a whirlwind of emotions, but I said yes. Of course, this news made it to social media, and that's when I began hearing from Ben again. Ben contacted me to let me know that it was embarrassing to him that I have moved on so quickly and that was publicly engaged. He was also upset in my choice of partner as he made sure to let me know that he did not approve of Jake for me. I don't even know why he cared, because he cheated on me and ended our marriage. Jake and I got married in 2023 at a tropical destination wedding. It was beautiful and Jake went above and beyond to make it special for me. Ben reached out to me again to let me know that I looked like the cheater in our relationship, because I moved on so quickly and got remarried. So, Aita for moving on and remarrying quickly after my ex-husband cheated on me and divorced me? I found out that my husband's female friend warned him not to marry me 3 years ago and bet that we wouldn't last, so I showed my husband her true colors. My husband has 8 friends he has been close with since college. Kyla is one of his friends. When my husband and I started dating, he introduced me to all of them, and everyone was very friendly. I used to hang out with them frequently. I am an introvert, and so is my husband. I would always ask him to spend time alone as being in social settings just saps all my energy away. His friends, especially Kyla, always told me how he hung out with them less after he started dating me. Kyla also had a weird energy around me. If I were with my husband, she would be the friendliest with me. However, as soon as he walked away, she acted like I did not exist. My husband hates to be touched by others, but Kyla would always tease him by trying to hug him, mess his hair, etc. I never felt she was flirting with him, just teasing him to annoy him. Overall, she just feels like someone with a severe social boundary issue. We married 2 years ago, and things have been great. Last week, we had our second marriage anniversary and invited many people. His friends stayed back after all the guests left, and we were all drinking and chatting. One of his friends, Jen, became a bit drunk and started complimenting me on how beautiful our house is, how I care for my husband, and how he has changed for the better since marriage. Everyone was laughing at my husband at how much of a slob he was when he was single. Jen then pointed at Kyla and said, "You better pay up, 'cause you had bet that their marriage would not even last for 2 years." Everyone became silent and started changing the topic. I also did not want to spoil the mood and let it go, but it stuck in my head. After everyone left, I asked my husband what Jen was talking about. He also noticed Jen saying that and was ready to give a full explanation. He told me the story of what happened when we got engaged. When he proposed to me, he had not told his friends that he would do that. We went to Puerto Rico, and he surprised me there. We put our engagement pictures on Instagram while we were on the trip, and it was a big surprise to everyone as we were only dating for 1 year. When he came back and met all his friends, everyone congratulated him. However, Kyla started ranting about how he was a fool to propose so quickly, and she felt that I was not the right girl for him. Seems like she said some unkind things about me, implying I was a gold digger. My husband's family is wealthy, but so is mine. She said that she bet we would break up within 2 years if we married. That is why Jen was taunting her about how happy my husband was with me. I was very furious at this point, as I felt this was something he should have told me. I asked him to tell me truthfully if he had ever dated Kyla or had any history with her, as he has always told me that he has never dated anyone from his friend group. He said that he has, of course, not dated or hooked up with Kyla. However, Kyla had asked him out a few times when they were in college, and he always politely declined. I asked why he said no to her, and he said he just does not have any romantic feelings for her. I can see that because my husband has a type based on me or the other people he has dated in the past, and Kyla is the opposite. I am just mad at her for saying bad things about me, especially after knowing that we were already engaged and betting against my marriage. I told my husband that he needs to minimize contact with Kyla, and she is no longer invited to parties at our house. He feels I am being too harsh for something she said almost 3 years ago. He also pointed out that she has been very supportive of both of us and helped a lot during our wedding arrangements. He feels she is blunt and forthright when speaking, but does not mean those things. He told me to take some time and calm down, and we would revisit this topic in a week. He is worried this will completely change the dynamics within his friend group. I don't want to distance my husband from his friends, but I also do not want to see that beach Kyla's face again. Update: Kyla messaged me the next day apologizing to me for her comments and also not making more efforts to connect with me. I accepted her apology and started warming up to her. She started inviting me to brunches and girls' night out with them, and I felt included in their friend group. One day during brunch, I brought up why Kyla thought our marriage would not work out. Kyla told me my husband broke up with his long-term ex-girlfriend Joanna 2 months before he started dating me. I knew that part, but Kyla told me that my husband was heartbroken after the breakup and swore to her that he would stay away from dating anyone. When he met me, my mom set us up on a blind date. She was surprised how quickly we hit it off. Kyla thought I was his rebound relationship, but when he proposed to me within a year, she worried that he was making a very rash decision. My husband's family is rich, and she thought it was unwise for him to marry so quickly without knowing me well. She did not know enough about me and that my family is also very well off. That is why she was concerned that I was taking advantage of his vulnerable state. She apologized to me and said that it was wrong for her to assume that, and over the years, she has seen how happy we are together. I appreciated her honesty, and Kyla and I have become good friends since then. We have started hanging out more frequently. Around 2 months ago, my husband went to a conference in Seattle for 3 nights. After he came back, I got a "Hey girly" message on Instagram from Joanna, his ex. She told me that my husband contacted her a few months ago, and they met in Seattle during the conference. She said she could give me more proof if I wanted. I went through my husband's Instagram, but he has blocked her. I made a mistake of mentioning it to Kyla, as she was the only person honest with me about Joanna, and she went into detective mode to help me. She was still friends with Joanna on Instagram, as they all went to college together, and opened her profile. The message sent to me was from a different profile with no followers. We checked her photos and saw that she attended the same conference as my husband in Seattle. Kyla suggested I ask Joanna for more proof and ask my husband about the same before assuming the worst. I asked my husband if he met Joanna, and he said yes. He told me he just met her in the expo hall and chatted for a few minutes. I asked him why he did not mention it to me, and he told me it was just a quick conversation and he did not think too much of it. He asked me how I knew it, and I told him that Kyla mentioned that she saw her pictures at the conference, and I thought he might have seen her. I messaged Joanna again to share more proof. She told me they had been chatting for the past 2 months and planned to attend the conference together. She shared a log of their messages, where my husband was actively flirting with her. The screenshots did look legit, but I did not see any of those messages in my husband's Instagram profile. I talked to Kyla about it, as I did not know what to believe. I messaged Joanna to tell us what happened between them, and she told me that he invited her to the room at night, and they hooked up, but she did not have any photos as he insisted they do not take any pictures together. I immediately realized it was fake and messaged Joanna to F off. She insisted they were telling the truth, and she spent the nights with my husband in his room on all 3 nights. I told her that my husband and I were playing a video game, Sea of Thieves, for almost 2 to 3 hours each night after his dinner, as that is what we do to catch up when he is away. Unless Joanna was sitting behind him watching us play until he fell asleep, she was full of poop. I also told my husband about the whole incident, and he told me I should have come to him sooner. He told me that he has had no contact with Joanna ever since they broke up, and he just ran into her at the conference. He told me I could check his phone and everything to verify that he has blocked her everywhere. I told him I do not need to, and Joanna might have run into him and just decided to F his life by making up stuff. When all the friends met that weekend, my husband and I told everyone about how Joanna sent messages to me and faked everything. Kyla also told her what happened, as she had told her about it. Kyla accidentally let it slip out that it's, luckily, we are nerds and played video games at night before sleeping. Otherwise, props go to Joanna to make up a convincing story. I never told Kyla about the video game stuff. I just told her Joanna is full of poop, and I blocked her. It took me until I came home to connect the dots. I told my husband about it, and he confronted Kyla. She denied it and told him I told her about the video game stuff on a phone call, but I don't remember doing it. We have since decided to keep our distance from Kyla. Kyla has called me multiple times to meet up, but I just make up reasons that I am busy. I do not know why she did it, but at this point, I am not interested in it, and we have decided just to see her on social occasions and avoid hanging out with her as much as possible. I feel stupid that she played me for a fool, and I should have not gone to her when Joanna started messaging me. In hindsight, it seems suspicious that Kyla started telling me about Joanna, and at the same time, Joanna claimed to have an affair with my husband. I do not know her intentions, but I am mad enough to avoid her as much as possible. I wish I had some real proof that she was the one messaging me so that I could expose her. I also feel bad for suspecting my husband, but I am glad my husband and I are on the same page now. I found out that my late husband had an affair and his mistress showed up at my doorstep claiming that they had a baby. Now she's demanding half of his estate, but she doesn't know that he has nothing. My husband passed away almost 3 years ago, leaving me a solo mom of an 8-year-old. I've learned a lot about who he really was since then. Let's just say that if he were alive, we wouldn't still be married. About 6 weeks ago, a process server showed up trying to serve him with a court order to submit DNA for a kid. I gave him a copy of the death certificate and sent him on his way. Shortly after that, a woman shows up on my doorstep saying that the kid she had with her was my late husband's child. Is it? I don't know and I don't care. It kind of looks like him, but also looks young enough that they would have had to have been conceived very, very shortly before his death. I told her that he was gone and where she could find his grave. She almost immediately started demanding her half of his estate. I laughed and told her that half of nothing was nothing and she was welcome to that. Where I've been informed that I might be TA is that while it's true there was no estate, there were assets that passed outside of probate. One of those assets was a rental property that his parents gave us years ago, deeded with him and I as joint tenant with rights of survivorship. In short, it became mine when he died. I've already sold it and that will be the money that sends my kid to college. Legally, I'm good. Already talked to my attorney about this. While I feel bad for this child, I also have a child of my own to look out for. There was no will in place for him. In my state, intestate inheritance laws say that if the only heirs are me and my child, then the first $50,000 of the estate go to me and my child gets half of what's left. If this does turn out to be his child, then half of the estate would go to me and half to the children, i.e. my child would get 25%. And the other child would get 25%. However, that is a moot point because his estate was literally an empty bank account and $40 in cash. Everything else passed outside of probate. A good estate attorney is worth every penny, even if I never could get him to meet with her to do his damn will. There was no life insurance. Yes, I'm in the US and my child is receiving survivor's benefits. They aren't huge, but they do pay for the therapy bills. He hadn't worked for a vast majority of our marriage, but luckily did have enough credits to qualify. At this point, I'm not opposed to helping the other child receive the same benefits since it won't affect mine. However, my attorney has recommended to hold off at this time because we don't know what she's planning. She assures me that if the other mother files with Social Security that they will backdate any payments to at least the date filed, so holding off won't affect the total amount if it does turn out to be his child. I have no idea if she knew he was married at the time or not. My husband's parents are alive, but our relationship is strained, at best. I haven't told them about any of this and have done my best to let them keep believing that their son was a saint. Update: so, it is his child. Or at least there's enough shared DNA to determine that my in-laws are the grandparents and there's no way that it's their other sons. The biggest update is that the mother doesn't currently have custody. I'm still a bit unsure of the timeline, but there might have already been a CPS case open when she first contacted me. She's apparently a fan of the same illicit substances that my husband was. That would explain how they met. Unfortunately, that means that the child is now in foster care. My in-laws were not deemed an appropriate placement, and I won't do it. I have been working with a caseworker with regards to getting Social Security benefits for the child. In my state, survivor benefits offset any child support obligations, so even if there was an estate, the SS benefits most likely exceed the amount he would owe based on his work history prior to death. This hasn't affected my own child's benefits. I still haven't determined exactly what I will do with this information going forward. I have set aside some money in an online savings account, but it's still in my name. Until the mother's rights are completely terminated or the child ages out of the system, I don't want anything that would possibly give her access to it. I will also eventually have to tell my child that there is a sibling out there. I've been through the ringer over the last couple of months and I'm still just so fug mad that I'm still cleaning up my husband's mess. I found out that my mother-in-law is plotting to take my daughter away from me. That's why she threw a baby shower for herself. Now she's going bonkers because I refuse to let her see my child. My husband and I are expecting our first child. We moved to be closer to his family. My mother-in-law has always referred to the baby as her baby. She will say things like, "I can't wait for my baby to be born. My baby is going to be so loved." This rubs me the wrong way for reasons I cannot explain, but my husband tells me to ignore her. My mother-in-law wanted to throw me a baby shower and invite her friends. She said they long agreed to celebrate each other's kids' weddings and births. My husband and I eloped and declined a reception for her friends since we didn't know them. My mother-in-law told me that I owed her to let her throw the baby shower since I hurt her friends' feelings by not having a wedding reception. I asked if I could invite my friends, and she said no, that this was for her friends, and that if they wanted to throw me a shower, they could. I reluctantly agreed. My husband and I spent hours on our registry, and my mother-in-law asked for it to share with her friends. She said she forwarded the registry. She asked me what design I wanted on my cake and cookies. I told her flowers because I am decorating the nursery in a garden theme. At the shower, they gave me a mother-to-be sash and my mother-in-law a granny-to-be sash to wear. I noticed that the theme of the shower was circus animals. The cake had an elephant and balloons, and the cookies were animals. At first, I thought the floral theme was too difficult, so I rolled with it until it was time to open presents. Every present was some sort of circus animal: onesies, blankets, toys. There is nothing on my registry. I was a little confused and even checked my registry to make sure I hadn't goofed up and changed everything. I thanked everyone for their gifts and tried to sound gracious, but I was so confused. My husband, a little less diplomatic than I am, showed up at the end of the shower and immediately noticed the theme. He goes, "What's up with all the circus animals?" He looks at the presents and says, "This isn't what we asked for." Then he looked at his mom and said, "Mom, what did you do?" She smiled and said, "I didn't like your chosen theme for my baby. I will decorate my baby's nursery at my house with circus animals, so I created a registry for myself." My husband said, "You did what?" She says, "My baby will need a room at my house, so I threw a shower for myself." I lost my composure and told her that she would not see my baby and to stop calling the baby hers, and my husband told his mom that she was delusional if she thought we were going to allow this. She started crying and said we were just withholding her baby from her. We've been getting texts from his family since the shower, calling us selfish and ungrateful and saying we ruined her joy of being a grandma. Update: I spoke with my husband last night before we went to bed and told him that we need to say something to the extended family sooner rather than later. I said I understood he wanted to respond logically and not emotionally, but I also felt like we did not say anything. It looked like we had something to hide. He agreed and said that he would send a well-worded response later today. He just wants to think of how to word it before sending anything. I can respect that. He wants to make the situation better, not worse. He's a little disrespectful and knows it. He wants to make sure he keeps what he says neutral and to the point. He's also not sure what to say to his mom at this point. He said once he sees how the family reacts to the whole story, he'll be able to judge better how to approach her. There had been zero discussion with her about setting up a room at her house for the baby. I asked my husband last night if she had mentioned anything to him about it, and he said no, other than she suggested we add a pack and play to our registry to have a portable crib. He said he was as shocked as I was to find out that she had intended on setting up a full-fledged nursery at her house and that he had no idea she was throwing a shower for herself. I asked him why he didn't take me seriously when I said that her calling the baby her baby made me uncomfortable, and he said that he thought it was just a generational thing. I asked why he didn't ask her to stop, and he said he wished he had and felt bad for not taking me more seriously. He said he knows I have trauma from the years of abuse at my mother's hand and thought maybe I was reacting due to that, but now he sees that it goes beyond that. He also knows that, due to my past experiences, I blame myself for things and don't stand up for myself even though I should. I grew up believing everything that went wrong was my fault. Years of therapy have helped, but I still find myself with that mindset in some situations. I'm a bit of a people pleaser, trying to keep the peace. so he wishes he had stood up sooner rather than disregarding what made me uncomfortable. He repeated that his mom is notorious for making things about herself but that he had no clue she would go to this extent. We agreed that if she had just been honest with her intent, we would have been okay with it. Maybe a little weirded out if we were being honest here, but we would have allowed it. What bothers both of us the most is the extent to which she went to deceive us rather than just having a conversation with us. We had no clue grandparent showers were a thing, either. We're not certain we want to go 100% NC with mother-in-law now, but we want to keep our distance from her for now. We agreed that she would not be allowed to be alone with the baby in the foreseeable future. The hospital where I'm giving birth allows infants to stay in the room with the mother, so my husband and I have agreed that she, the baby, will stay with us as much as possible. Update: my husband talked to his brother yesterday. Mother-in-law is plotting to take my child, but it's because she thinks I'm going to be like my own mother. My mother was physically and emotionally abusive to me and my brother. Mother-in-law told everyone that I'm mentally unstable, so she's preparing a room for when, not if, my husband leaves with the baby. The baby shower was a ruse to try to get a rise out of me and show her friends how unstable I am, but my husband ruined it by showing up and being the one to say something. I mouthed off a bit, but my mother-in-law hoped to push me over. I assumed that my baby comments also tested the waters. I've been in therapy for years, and I've been working on my fears of being like my mom with my therapist. We have a weekly standing appointment on Zoom. I've also talked with my OB and psychiatrist about staying on my medication and watching closely for signs of postpartum depression. My husband has been a part of all these conversations and has sat in therapy with me multiple times. I'm not violent or known to have violent outbursts. I tend to withdraw and be non-confrontational when I'm upset. I can't say I fault mother-in-law for having concerns, but I wish she'd gone about showing it completely differently, such as talking with me and my husband. He has half a mind to go to her house and rip her a new one, but I told him no. We're not going to fight fire with fire. We wouldn't have reached this point if she talked with me about her concerns. I've been able to share what I went through with her. We've always been able to talk about things. She's seen my arms and legs, which are scarred from physical abuse. She's odd but never uncivil towards me. I would have told her I shared those concerns and then told her what steps I was taking to prevent them. I haven't told her about having those worries because, ironically enough, I didn't want her to worry. I don't want to keep my daughter from a grandparent who loves her. I just wish things had been handled a little differently.
I found out that my mom and stepdad enrolled their real children in a private school they withdrew me from because they don't have money. Now their life is in shambles. Growing up I had thought that I had a good relationship with my parents and my 3 younger siblings. However, around 5th grade, my relationship had begun to change. I had always excelled at school, so my parents sent me to a private school that had really good test scores and students had good placements in colleges later on. However, my last year I was really excited to go on to a private middle school that all of my friends and I had gotten accepted into. Unfortunately, at that time my parents sat me down and explained to me that they did not have the money to pay for my tuition. So, I would be enrolled in the local public middle school the following year. Towards the end of 5th grade, we were doing science class, and my teacher started our intro to genetics unit. That lesson has stayed with me since, because my appearance is so different compared to my parents. As of now I'm in my 20s and I share literally no features with my mom. So, I started to begin asking my teacher some very difficult questions about genetics in class, and after answering which traits tend to be dominant, she realized where I was going and immediately shut me down. Over that summer I read pretty much every book I could on the subject before I did something dumb. I went to my dad and asked him if I was adopted. This conversation didn't end well. I don't remember everything that was said, but it escalated very quickly and ended with him hitting me. My dad hit me so hard that he actually broke my right cheekbone. My mom rushed me to the hospital, and I was coached saying that I was accidentally hit by a doorknob. I eventually had to repeat the same thing to CPS. After a week back from the hospital my mom and dad revealed to me that he was actually my stepdad. When they were in college my mom was dating a guy who she said was a real a-hole. When they found out that she was pregnant he left her, but my stepdad stepped up and did everything that he could, and they put his name on my birth certificate. My mom then explained that when I confronted my stepdad it really hurt him and lashed out in anger. It was wrong and they both asked for forgiveness. I unfortunately agreed. We seemed to go back to being a somewhat normal family again, but I began to notice things that I didn't before. Whenever my younger siblings needed something, my mom and stepdad would drop everything to help them. Meanwhile, I was told to figure it out myself. For birthdays I would get next to no attention, usually just a hug from my mom. I didn't even get a cake after I turned 6. Meanwhile, my siblings would get a party and the work pulled out for them. My stepdad would come back from work and wanted nothing to do with me. Middle school was absolutely hell. I was and still am an introvert who would usually rather be by himself reading than talking to people. In my old school, I was still the odd one out, but I didn't get singled out for it and had friends. At the public school I was quickly singled out and bullied, which caused my mental health severely declined, and my parents refused to intervene because it would toughen you up. I was bullied but I fought back and then they became my friends. That's just how guys become friends. Of course, I am sure anyone here can assume correctly that the facility was about as helpful. I did try to fight back once and all it did was get 3 different kids to gang up on me and be suspended for 3 days. The only friend that I was able to make was an older kid called Devin. Devin was 3 years older than me, but he actually took sympathy on me and decided to protect me from my bullies. Over the next 3 years, my situation at home quickly began to decline. My younger siblings had picked up on my parents' apathy and my decreased confidence and began to harass me. If they wanted something I had they took it. They would call me names and would play pranks on me, which when I told my parents told me I needed to lighten up. Needless to say, This did not help my situation. My parents also became extremely harsh on me, and I did get beaten from time to time. Towards the end of my first year of middle school, I came home from the library, and I saw a letter from the middle school that I wanted to go to. I immediately opened it. It was a letter declining the application for my younger siblings. I did not see anything for me, so I went to my parents. They punished me for opening their mail, but when I pushed it, they told me that my younger siblings did more to deserve going to that middle school. Mind you, at this time, and before I had near perfect grades, when I argued that if they could afford to send my siblings, then I should be able to go. I was beaten for talking back and opening my parents' mail. One day during the early part of 8th grade, I broke down and told Devin about my biological father. I had been having thoughts about why he abandoned me when he found out. How it was partially his fault that my life was the way it was. There was a lot else I said, but that was the key part. During my venting session, I revealed that my mom had let my dad's first and last name slip recently, and I knew his name. So, Devin offered help me research my dad. That day Devin and I went to his house and began to essentially cyberstalk him. My bio dad was a college professor at a research university about 200-ish miles from where we lived. We also found that he was married, and I learned I had another younger sister, and my stepmom was pregnant. That night Devin and I hatched a plan, which we would carry out the following day. I came to school, and as soon as I stepped off the bus, I went the high school student parking lot and got into Devin's car, and we left. We arrived at the university around noon. After parking, Devin immediately went to the student center and asked which office my dad worked at and got directions. We went there and he was gone on lunch, but when he came back about an hour later, he saw us sitting outside his office and asked who we were. I remember asking for his name, and then asking if he knew my mom. When he confirmed both, I told him who I was and that I believed I was his son. I remember that he immediately hugged me warmly and started saying "oh my God" over and over. He immediately brought us in his office to talk and canceled his classes for the day. After that Devin left, and my dad took me home and introduced me to his family. My stepmom was surprised. She knew my dad had a son, but a 13-year-old popping out of nowhere is kind of a surprise. Then they explained what happened. According to my dad, he was dating my mom during their senior year of college, when she told him that she was pregnant. He and my mom were having problems in their relationship, and he suspected that she was cheating on him. He was planning on breaking up with her. When she had told him, he honestly suspected that it was an attempt to stay together. So he told her that he would be willing to do a paternity test and co-parent, but that he refused to be in a relationship. Turns out that my mom was cheating on him with my stepdad, and when he had a much more positive response, she cut contact with my dad. When my dad married my stepmom, he told her that he may have had a child, and they decided to look my mom up on Facebook and saw a few pictures of me. He had reached out to my mom via FB, but she immediately blocked him. He had considered getting a lawyer but figured it would be all but impossible to get custody or even visitation rights without a paternity test, which my mom and stepdad could have blocked. I told him everything that my mom and stepdad had put me through, even more than what had been said above. When I finished, I was crying, and my stepmom was consoling me. After it was all out, my dad wordlessly stood up, went into the next room and called a lawyer, and then called the police. The police, social services, and CPS all showed up, and took me into custody. To summarize everything, I was taken out of my mom's and stepdad's custody and became a temporary ward of the state. A paternity test was taken, and it confirmed everything that my dad told me. Then I was placed into my dad and stepmom's care, and I was given a restraining order until I reached the age of 18. I was enrolled in a much better school where I was able to make real friends. I never forgot Devin. We stayed in contact, but due to the distance our contact isn't as consistent as it used to be. We still talk regularly though. After high school, I went on to college and I was fairly popular as my confidence had been completely rebuilt. I majored in biology and minored in geology. I am currently a PhD student working in paleontology. I love it. I get to go on university-sponsored digs. Normally they are in the States, but last year I got to go to South Africa and Namibia. My mom and stepdad reached out to me a few months ago to try and get me to help tutor their children. My younger sister had dropped out of college a few years ago because it was too difficult for her, although she wanted to go back and finish her program. And younger brother wants to get into a good college next year but doesn't have to grades and wants help studying for the ACS. During that conversation I noticed my heart was beating out of control, and that I was having difficulty breathing. I am certain that it was a panic attack, but I had never had anything like that, so I just hung up on my mom and sat on the couch. The following day I began to receive a couple of texts from my mom's kids asking for help and blocked all of their numbers. Afterward, I didn't hear from them until I received a barrage of emails from them on my university email. Essentially they were apologizing for how they treated me and that they wanted to fix things so we could be a family. Originally, I had decided that I wanted to send an email back telling them that I wanted no further contact, that even hearing from them was causing a traumatic response over a decade later, and that I feel the only reason that they are reaching out is because they want a free tutor. I never sent it. Instead, I decided simply to block them. Regardless, I have a strong relationship with my dad. We have spent a long time building that relationship and make up for lost time. I have a good relationship with my younger half siblings from my dad and stepmom. I play with them and spend a lot of time with them, but there is a fairly big age gap between us. My stepmom and I are on good terms. I'm not sure how to describe our relationship, but I would say that while she didn't completely replace the role of a mom in my life, she did become a motherly figure. I have no idea if that makes sense, but it is the best way I can phrase it.
I found out that my mother took my credit card and borrowed my money. Now she's blowing up my phone because I am getting her thrown back to jail. So I received a visit from my mom for New Year's. She came with one of my cousins and we hung out for a couple of days and it was great. The only time things were bad was when she asked if I could loan her about $500 and she promised to cash app me the money back when she got paid next time. I told her no. She tried to argue with me, but I shut her down, and she let it go. A week later I noticed my credit card was missing. I don't use it very often, usually just for a couple of automatic bills. I had logged onto my account online to pay my balance since my check came through that morning, and I saw that my balance was much higher than I had expected. There were 3 charges I expected: my electric bill, my phone bill, and some gas, and then several charges that I knew weren't from me. They were for fast food, clothing places, etc. I thought it might be a glitch, so I called my credit card company and checked my wallet for my card. I realized it was missing, and a nice customer service rep helped me with that whole process, but then I started walking through everyone whose wallet had been around and every place it had been left since my last physical use of it. I ended up texting my mom because it was stressing me out and I felt like I needed to talk to one of my parents, but Dad and I aren't on great terms. When I told Mom what happened, she told me not to worry and that it wasn't stolen, she had just borrowed it. To be honest, I did lose my cool once I realized she wasn't joking. She insisted she'd cash out me the money when she gets paid the next day, and that she thought she'd be able to handle it before I even noticed. I told her that was not acceptable and to cut up my card. I deactivated it anyway. She got upset and told me to stop throwing a fit and that she couldn't believe I was being such a brat about helping her. Things escalated from there, and I did call her some names before telling her to not contact/come around me and hang up. After that, I called the police both in my area and in hers to see which precinct I needed to file charges with. My mom has blown up my phone so much since this that I've had to block her, and she is posting all over Facebook about how I'm getting her thrown back in jail just for borrowing some money, and how she can't understand how she raised such a stingy child. Am I the a-hole? Or losing my mind? I don't think I did anything wrong here. I found out that my mother used my college fund to take a long vacation to Europe after she disowned me, so I took her to court and got much more than what she stole from me. I unfortunately lost my dad suddenly 2 years ago. My dad was an alcoholic, so I didn't have a good relationship with him. He was often verbally and emotionally abusive to me as a kid, so I stopped talking to him about 2 years before he passed. His death came as a shock to me since I never thought he would pass away so young. My dad didn't have any other children, and my parents were divorced at the time of his death. I am an only child who has no other relatives that I'm close to. I ended up having to decide everything once my dad passed, which put a lot of stress on me since I was grieving horribly. My mom, seeing how stressed and overwhelmed I was, offered to be the one to close his bank account, which I accepted since she told me there was barely any money left in his account. Besides closing his bank account, my mom didn't offer me much support since she was super bitter about the divorce. She is also a very cold person in general. A couple of days later, she started complaining about how I needed to move on and asked why I cared when he wasn't a good dad. She even said that I needed to care about the living parent and not the dead one. Even though I wasn't speaking to him at the time of his passing, I still had a hard time accepting his death. In the back of my mind, I always thought at some point, he would be able to overcome his addiction and come back to us as a changed person. About a month after my dad's passing, my boyfriend and I were up at his apartments picking up some paintings. We were getting ready to head back when I got a call from my mom. She told me that she was in the hospital because she had a stroke. Luckily, when I got there, she was recovering just fine. She had trouble walking, but the doctors said she would be okay. My mom was in the hospital for about a week. Once she was better and released from the hospital, I went back home to help take care of her. Just like any stroke patient, she needed help doing basic things, and I was there for her as much as I was able to. She refused to get a temporary nurse to help her for some reason, so it was all on me, which I was okay with. One of the side effects of having a stroke is short temporaries and memory problems. The doctor said to expect these things, so when she started getting angry at me for no reason, I didn't let it get to me. A couple of weeks went by, and she is healing a lot and doesn't need as much help doing basic things anymore, but I noticed her short temper and anger weren't improving. She constantly would argue with me over little things. Then, one day, we had a conversation about me going to my boyfriend's house while she was at the hospital. She was holding a major grudge against me because she viewed that as me abandoning her and that I didn't do enough for her. I explained my side of things to her and talked to her about how I called every day, visited her, and needed support as well. She ignored all of my feelings and said that I was an ungrateful daughter and that I only cared about the dead parent and not the alive one. I was so upset over this because I felt that my feelings did not matter to her, which is something I have always struggled with growing up with my mom. When I was a kid, whenever I was upset, a lot of the time, she would tell me to get over it, or it was not a big deal. One time, when I had a panic attack, she shook me really hard and yelled at me to stop. But whenever she was upset over something my dad drunkenly said to her that hurt her feelings, she would cry to me, and I would comfort her however I could. I had to become an adult at a very early age because of them, and her saying those hurtful things to me that day made me so upset I ended up going back to my boyfriend's for a few weeks until it was time for me to move into the dorms at my new college. Once school came around, I was not ready. I was still badly grieving and was super anxious to the point of panic attacks once I moved into the dorms. I hadn't been in dorms before, so it was a lot to take in. I also relied on my college fund, which my dad set up when I was born, to pay for me to attend college. My mom, who had all the control over my college fund, started being weird when I texted her asking about when she is going to pay out of the college fund for the term. I asked over and over again when she would pay it. She kept saying, "I'll get to it, and don't worry about it." As the week came closer to an end, I realized that she wouldn't pay for my college, and I would be stuck with a $15,000 bill and no way to pay it. So, I made a hard decision and dropped out of school. After dropping out and telling my mom that she missed the deadline, she told me that she was once again disappointed in me and that I wasn't allowed to move back in with her because I stressed her out too much, and she thought I'm abusive. She also said that she would take the baseball cards that my dad collected with me, as well as some paintings he got in the divorce. My dad's baseball cards and paintings were the only physical items I could get from his apartment. I was absolutely devastated after she told me this, so I ended up leaving again at my boyfriend's parents' house after explaining the situation to them. Over the next 6 months, I attempted several times to contact my mom regarding my college fund as well as to get help with paying for my dad's burial of his urn but got no answer. My mom also decided to take me off her insurance as soon as I was kicked out, so that was a fun surprise when I had a UTI and needed to go to the hospital. It took a while for me to process everything because, over a month or two, I essentially lost my entire family and technically became homeless. I decided after 6 months that I was ready to go to community college. I also decided that one last time, I would ask my mom about my college fund. When I went to ask my mom about it, over text, I was told that she had gone back to college, which I told her I was supportive of since I assumed she meant using her own money, but she went on to say she was using my college fund for herself. I was shocked and angry. My mom promised me I would never have to worry about paying my way through college like she did. She already had a bachelor's degree and over 30 years of job experience. She also never told me she would use my college fund. On top of that, she made a lot of money in her last job. From what I could guess, she made well over $100,000 annually. So, there was no question of whether or not she could afford it on her own. I asked her how long she had been using my college fund, and it turned out my mom had been using it for herself since I last attended college before I had to drop out 6 months ago. I was angry and texted her, "How could you do this? Dad made that for me, and you promised that it was mine." My mom, in response, texted back that I was disgusting and money hungry and that she needed it more than me. Outraged and heartbroken, I decided to get a lawyer. I wanted to get a lawyer since my college fund was set up by my dad, so I believed that I had a case. Also, my mom took all my dad's assets, and I wanted to get them back. Long story short, I got a lawyer, and the whole process took over a year to complete. Essentially, we had to redo their divorce, divide the assets, and claim me as the beneficiary. She fought and stalled the whole time. This could have been done in a couple of months, but she stalled it for over a year and cost both of us a lot of money because of it. I was able to strike a deal with my lawyer not to have to pay until the matter was over. I also had to take out a loan. In the end, I ended up winning the case. We discovered that the bank account that she told me had almost nothing in it actually had around $90,000 in it. I ended up getting $45,000 of that. I also got half of his retirement plans, the baseball card collection, which is worth around $50,000, and the paintings. We also learned that at some point after she kicked me out, she took a long trip to Europe using the remainder of my college fund. She had to reimburse me for that. As of today, I have not spoken or texted my mother in over 2 years. I am waiting for the retirement agency to process all of the retirement accounts to go to me, so I haven't seen any money other than the baseball cards and the paintings. My boyfriend and I moved out of his parents' house into an apartment. He's a full-time teacher, and I'm still working through college. Luckily, financial aid has helped me out a lot. We have plans on getting married one day once things settle down a bit, and right now, I'm just trying to figure out where my place is in the world and how I can move forward after everything.
I found out that my nasty girlfriend has 4 children. I broke up with her, but what she told me left me speechless. I was seeing a girl who made things official 4 months ago. I felt like she was my best friend, perfect and trustworthy. She told me she had one daughter, a 3-year-old from a long-term relationship, which I was fine with. She said she had an emergency hysterectomy and couldn't have any more children. But I still used rubbers initially until 2 months in when we exchanged test results. 1 week ago, I tried to surprise her by giving her a bouquet of flowers. After I picked up the flowers from the store, I immediately went to her house, but there was a pickup in her front yard. It wasn't hers and I was unfamiliar with it. I entered the house and saw that she was having an argument with a man. I overheard that it was the father of her 3-year-old daughter. I found out that he was on a one-night stand, and she taunted him about how she inseminated herself with his rubber. She gets a good chunk of child support from him. But that is not the worst. I was shocked when I heard that she has 3 other kids that she dropped off to her 60-year-old widowed mom who's supporting them all. The fathers are not involved in their lives. Different dads do all. The oldest is 9, and the youngest is just 1. She dropped the oldest 2 to her mom when they were 5 and 3, claiming she couldn't be a mother anymore. Then she had another baby which was the daughter of the man she was talking with and decided to keep her but not the others. Then she had another baby a year ago who she dropped to her mom after a month. She blocked her mom and her older kids from contacting her. She didn't see them or even phone them. Literally just dropped 2 kids and a newborn with her mom who's struggling to care for them whilst having to work full-time. Their argument, based on what I heard, is that the 3-year-old is in her custody, and dad went via the court to gain access. He takes the 3-year-old daughter to visit her siblings at her grandmother's house during his contact time. Poor kids beg him to ask their mom to contact them and give him drawings to pass on to their mom in hopes she will want to see them. This girl appears as the most trustworthy, genuine girl in the world. You believe everything she says and you feel like you've never met a girl like her and you can tell her anything. How can she just leave 3 kids with her mom and refuse contact when they cry over her and want her? They ended their argument and that's when I showed up. She was surprised but is not at all ashamed of all that she's done. I confronted her, and told her I wasn't leaving her because she had 4 kids but because she lied about it. She went into defense mode, and threatened to tell my mom secrets I'd told her in confidence if I left her. But what shocked me the most was when she told me she's pregnant. From her dates, it happened when we were using rubbers, so I strongly suspect she tampered with them. She says when the pregnancy results come back she's going to send them to everyone. Don't know where to go from here assuming it's mine? Sure, she will want to keep my baby as she will get good child support as she does with 3-year-olds. She gets nothing for the other dads and I assume that's why they're abandoned by her mother. I found out that my nephew stole my mother's card and used her money to fund his spending habits, so I filed a police report and ruined his life. My mom has late-stage Alzheimer's and has been unable to manage her money and needs around-the-clock care. It probably would be safer to put her in a nursing home, but she made us promise only to do that as a last resort. Thankfully, she had a lot of investments and savings from my dad before he passed, so we could get her a hired personal carer in her own home. My sister is the one who lives the closest and visits her often, so she handles mom's finances. We give my sister $200 per month each to run errands and help look after mom since we both live out of state. My other sister called me to tell me there have been many cash withdrawals recently on my mom's card. I checked, and there's nearly a year's worth of $300 to $400 withdrawn. We called my sister, who is handling finances, and she is confused and says she never takes out any cash. She only pays bills with the bank card and uses CC for the groceries etc. She freezes the bank card, and I take a red eye over it. Long story short, we asked the bank where the ATM withdrawal had happened. My sister looks shocked when she Googles the location and realizes it's close to her son's school. We waited until the son got home and asked him where he worked, and he said it was a local restaurant. We said we would like to go with him to the restaurant to confirm he works there and he got really panicked and said the management just changed so they wouldn't know him. I asked for his paycheck, and he finally gave up and admitted he didn't have a job. My sister asked him where the money for the new stuff he bought home comes from, and he admits he stole the bank card to make cash withdrawals. I asked him where he got the PIN, and my sister confessed that she writes her PINs on sticky notes so she doesn't forget them. I take the bank statements and calculate that he owes $14,308. I told him he has to pay it back now or I'm filing a police report on him for theft, and my sister begs me not to say if he has anything on his record. He might not get into college. I told her I won't if she pays it, but she said she's struggling and doesn't have the money. She's a single mother. I told her that wasn't good enough, and she complained that her son was only 16 and didn't know any better. I told her they won't put a 16-year-old in jail, but he might do it again when he's older, so it's better to learn his lesson now. She said we could just take that out of what her son's inheritance would be from our mom, and I yelled at her that if our mom was in a state to judge, she would write him out of her will for this. I called my lawyer and asked what I should do, and he suggested filing a police report but did not include my nephew's name just yet. I did just that, and my sister is screaming at me that I'm ruining her son's life by involving the police, and he's only a kid. I'm not happy about it, but at 16 if he's stealing from his own grandma, who looked after him when his mom was sick, I can't imagine what he's going to do when he's older.
I found out that my obsessed husband has been stalking my older boss and they started dating. Now he's begging and crying for me not to tell her the truth. I started this job about 1.5 years ago. I can't say what it is because I want us to stay anonymous and our country is very small, so my boss would probably be recognized. The moment I started I felt like I was in the right place. My boss, the owner of the company, is very cool and kind. She's self-made and she loves her job. She does a lot of the dirty work herself that bosses who have 30 to 35 employees wouldn't have to do, but she just loves it. On top of that, we have a 6 hours work day. Our salaries are 20% higher than the market and we have 7 paid vacation weeks a year. Her reasons: she appreciates us and she's getting richer anyway. I was so proud of working with a woman like her, so I wouldn't shut up talking about her to my husband, especially in the beginning. My husband was as fascinated by her as I am until he met her at a company party last Christmas. She must have been beautiful when she was young. She could have been a model. I think his fascination became a crush or an obsession or maybe worse, love. Now he follows her on SM. Her accounts are private but he stalks her with my account. He also follows the company's IG and likes every picture she's in. He asks about her all the time. She's a very private person, but when her divorce from her ex-husband was finalized at the beginning of this year, we all found out because he started showing up to work. He owned half her company now and he started to try to make changes in our work hours and salaries. We found out that her husband had cheated on her with a younger girl who he also tried to employ in our company. She still works with us. She, probably the lawyers involved, eventually convinced her husband to sell her back his share. We're still in this process now. My husband has followed all this and he was so sad for her, and so angry. How could anyone do this when they had a woman like her? If it was him, he would cherish her, love her, blah blah blah. Who leaves a woman for a girl? I got very angry and told him that all men prefer younger women if they could choose. He laughed at me and told me only losers do that. The last drop was last Friday. We were out for a movie night and we saw my boss with a young man. He looked in his mid-20s. My husband lost it. He didn't know that she dated younger men. He wanted us to go say hello, but I refused and yelled at him to control himself because he looked pathetic. When we got home, he was frenetically going through her SM, until he found the guy and he sighed in relief. The guy was her nephew and we didn't see the whole company, but they were out with other family members. My husband was so happy, like a weight lifted off his chest. I lost it on him. I started crying and yelling and told him he was in love with her, and he was shocked when I pushed and kicked him out of our bedroom. I locked the door. He stood outside trying to calm me down, telling me he loved me and I'm his girl and always will be. Then he said something that ruined me even further. It's not like someone like her would look my way. I haven't slept since then. Why is he feeling like this? Is it love? Infatuation? She's too old for my husband, so what is it? And why would he think he couldn't have her? He's very handsome and still young. She should feel lucky a young handsome man likes her. And does he mean I'm less than her to accept him? Or is it purely her money and status? He refuses to admit anything. And what can I do now? I love this job. I love the benefits. Thanks to this job our life has improved and we can afford more than just the necessities. I'm starting to hate my boss though, and I hate myself for idolizing her in front of my husband. Update. I went against my family and friends and asked my husband for separation. I felt like my heart couldn't take it anymore. My intuition told me that my husband wasn't all mine. This was shortly after the event at the movies. My husband was in total confusion. He said that I was making a mistake making a mountain out of a molehill, but he moved in with his brother. However, we decided to start couples counseling too. It went well the first 3 weeks or so, but my husband became more and more reluctant to participate, and sometimes he just canceled on me last second. He stopped showing up this month and he also stopped calling and texting me. I was even more heartbroken, but it just solidified that my intuition was right and that I was doing the right thing, seeing that he is not interested in working on us anymore. I chose not to quit my job. I still loved it despite all the heartbreak, and I really needed the benefits. Like, I'm the only one I know who is having a 3-week paid vacation around Christmas and New Year. I never see my boss anyway, and she doesn't even know of my existence. My husband eventually stopped being active on Instagram, and I thought it was normal because we were going through adversities yesterday when his brother shared my husband's stories of the night. My husband was in a restaurant holding a woman's hand. I could only see her hand. So my husband has just blocked me and my family and friends from seeing his updates. I commented, "What the F?" And this morning my husband called me, for the first time in a month, totally scared, and started begging, "Please don't ruin this for me. Please don't ruin this for me." I asked him what he meant. He said, "Don't tell her about us." I never made the connection at first. It never ever crossed my mind even. That woman in the picture was my boss. I started crying and screaming at him. "How could you do this to me? How could you tell me that it was all in my head when it's obviously all over your Instagram?" He said it just happened. I dumped him and he was single and just happened to find her on Bumble. He begged me not to ruin this for him. She knows he's in the process of divorce, but she doesn't know that he already knew who she was or that she was the boss of his STBX. They have been seeing each other for 6 weeks, about 2 weeks after I asked him to move. And it is getting serious. He begged for a good 5 minuets, telling me how he hadn't been this happy in all his life and that I shouldn't ruin his happiness since, again, I was the one who ended our marriage. I have been crying since this morning. I don't know what to do. I want to ruin him and his happiness, but I don't know if I have any right to do that, and I'm so worried about losing my job. Please help. Edit for new information. Okay, my husband has been calling me nonstop and I have now answered him. He is panicking about me telling her everything, so he begged me to give him the chance to tell her himself. His words were, "I never stalked her or crept on her. I just fell for her and was scared that she would think I was creepy since you thought the same. Give me a chance to tell her the truth in my own pace so at least she doesn't think I'm a liar or a freak like you seem to think." He still swears they matched on Bumble. I didn't know what that is until now, but it is like Tinder. I'm just devastated right now. He has no regard for me and my feelings. Everything he is thinking of is not to scare her away. When I told him this, he said that I was the one who left him. People fall out of love and that's okay, and no one's fault. I was in the right for ending the relationship, but I was the one who ended it all the same. Don't hurt us and I promise to give you everything you want. She is happy with me, so don't hurt us. Last update. I talked to my boss yesterday, Monday, after lunch. I told her everything. Basically, I was so happy I found this job, how I looked up to her and was proud to be working for someone like her, and that this rubbed off on my husband, who grew more obsessed with her each day. I apologized for using obsessed because I didn't know how things were between them, but that it was how I perceived his feelings. I told her about the day at the movie and how it basically made me realize that our issues were greater than I thought. I told her that I know and accept that my marriage is over and that my husband didn't love me anymore, and that the reason I'm telling her now isn't to judge or blame her but to let her know the whole story, because it's just fair that she knows that he has been following her life for over a year now. Because from what I understood from my husband, you are under the impression that you just matched with him on a dating app, I said. She was silent the whole time I was talking, just listening to me until I mentioned the dating app, and that's when she interrupted me. "That's not how we met. He has been a patron at my gym for the past 6 months, maybe a year," she said. "I know her gym. It's the one across from our workplace. She works out there every morning before coming to work. I didn't know he had joined it because I knew him to be a member at the gym near our home. He has been, without telling me, working out just across the street from me every morning without telling me." She looked like how I felt, shocked. I apologized and told her that he has kept dating her a secret from me and that he begged me not to talk to her, telling me that he hasn't been this happy and so on. She didn't say much, just thanked me for telling her. Today she asked if she could talk to me. She apologized for everything that happened to me and asked if I needed any help. I said no. She thanked me again. When I got home, my husband was there. He had called me at least 50 times, but my phone was on silent. He was crying, calling me bitter and vindictive and pathetic. He said I ruined his relationship and future. She is scared of him now and it is all my fault. He wants me to tell her that he is not dangerous nor is he a pervert. He wants me to tell her that I was the one who wanted a divorce and that people fall out and in love and it is nobody's fault and neither is it creepy. He hasn't done anything wrong. He stayed faithful to me and would have stayed that way if I didn't kick him out. He asked me if I ever felt unsafe with him, to make rumors about him being a stalker and a creep. I should tell the truth. I asked him to leave and that I'm starting the divorce, and from now on he could only contact me once I got a lawyer through them. I have been crying since he left. We haven't seen each other for weeks and he had no feelings whatsoever for me. He looked demented and full of sorrow like a broken little boy. How could he change this fast? Before we separated he held me and begged me to believe him and his love for me. Was it all a lie? My whole entire relationship,
I found out that my pansexual roommate has been sleeping under my bed for months so that we could psychically saturate each other. Please send help. I, 24, have lived with my roommate Carl, 24, for 2 years. A few months into rooming with him he told me he was a pansexual. I said okay, cool, I am not interested in that personal information, nor am I judgmental. I said alright. A few times over the last year he has asked me if I had ever considered experimenting with other men. I said nope. Also, I said I didn't feel comfortable with him asking me such a personal question. It's not like we are close friends, we are only roommates by happenstance basically. Anyway, every time I said this he basically said we'll see. I was like, what? Anyway, last night I had a horrifying experience. I heard a noise under my bed. It was movement. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but then I heard it again. I thought, oh god, is it a mouse or a rat or some poop? My god. This was like 3 a.m. So I got out of bed and looked under my phone flashlight. Now this here was the most startling moment of my life. I guess I am lucky because I have never before this moment felt true terror and fear as a physical sensation, but I was completely jolted. There under my bed was my roommate staring wide-eyed at me, and he screeched when I looked under the bed. I literally thought I was having a heart attack. I then just started hearing sorry. My roommate crawled out from under the bed crying, apologizing over and over. I was so creeped out and afraid that I ran out of the apartment in my pajamas. There was a Dunkin' Donut that was open 24/7 a few blocks away, so I just sat in there with a decaf and a breakfast sandwich with my heart thundering away. My roommate kept texting me asking to talk. I ignored it. In the texts, he found a way to horrify me even further. He confessed he had been sleeping under my bed a few nights a week for 3 or 4 months and that he was doing it to get closer to me and psychically saturate each other. The F? I waited for him to go to work and I ran into the apartment, got my essentials, and left. I am currently crashing with a buddy. Our lease is up in 1 month. My intention is simply to not renew. This dude is blowing up my phone, and I am getting texts from other people, some friends of mine and some bozos who are friends with him. He is going around telling people I shamed him and that I am rejecting his apologies. Some people are claiming I am overreacting and invalidating his feelings. Most people agree he was improper but think I should work it out with him and give him a second chance because he's sensitive. I feel like I am losing my mind and I am seriously 20% convinced I am experiencing a long lucid dream of some sort and wondering if I'm going to wake up or if I am in a coma or something because this poop is so insane to me. Like not really, but maybe really? I mean what the F? So am I the a-hole or is everyone around me a effing nut?
I found out that my parents opened up several credit cards in my name while I was away at college. Now they want me to either file for bankruptcy or be kicked out. I chose to file charges. I guess this is a lesson in paying attention to my finances. After finishing my freshman year of college, I returned to my parents' house for the summer. My mom made it a habit on Monday/Tuesday to ensure she got the mail before I had a chance, even running from the kitchen on Tuesday to ensure I didn't get it as I was expecting an Amazon order. Today, the mail came early, and a letter from a collection agency was addressed to me. I only knew it was a collection agency once I opened it and discovered I supposedly owed nearly $5,000 on a Capital One card. I had no idea I had ever signed up for a Capital One card. Once I got done freaking out, I called my dad at work and asked him what to do. It was weird when he said to talk to my mother about it. He seemed unhappy, but I didn't think much of it. Once my mom got home, I asked her about it, and she said she and my dad opened up a few credit cards in my name for household expenses. She said I owe around $10,000 to 3 different credit card companies. I checked my credit, and I owe over $15,000. We ended up having a huge argument about it, with my mom saying her parents did this to her when she was 18. She said that I could file for bankruptcy and that it wouldn't hurt me because I wouldn't be trying to buy a house for several years. I'm interested in a government-related job, and bankruptcy would probably disqualify me. She knows this, but it doesn't seem like she cares. My dad got home a couple of hours ago, and they talked to me together. Either I can declare bankruptcy once they spend up to the credit limit of the last card with any credit on it, or they said I could move out at the end of the month. It feels incredibly unfair because it doesn't sound like bankruptcy will do anything for my credit and will probably sink my job opportunities. How can I get my credit score back to where it was, around 720, and how can I get this so that it does not affect my credit going forward? Update: I filed a police report. The officer took some printouts of everything as evidence. Once I had the report, I called all the places listed on it and gave them the report number. The 3 credit card companies took it, and it was pretty cool. The collection agency wanted me to make a goodwill payment so they could start investigating my claim that it was fraudulent. They said they could still sue me even with a police report if I didn't cooperate with their fraud report. I refused as I didn't want them to be able to take money out of my bank account. I never told my parents that I went to the police, and for a couple of weeks, they had no idea. Right after Memorial Day, they received a call from a detective, and everything blew up. After the call, they began screaming at me, and my dad started throwing my things out of the door. I called the police at that time, and they showed up and told my parents if they wanted me to leave, they would have to evict me. I came home from work the next day, and the locks were changed. I called the police again, and my parents refused to open the door and said all of my stuff was at my grandparents' house. I received another report number for the unlawful eviction, which I was told was a civil issue, and got my stuff from my grandparents. Luckily, I have a friend with a few spare bedrooms, and she said I'm welcome to stay with her for a few months. I'm scheduled to move into my place in about a week. Once I get a full tally of the total cost of everything included in moving, I'll be filing a civil lawsuit against my parents for unlawful eviction. I was told by the same detective that my parents didn't seem very truthful about anything, and the state's attorney's office will be in contact with them in the next few weeks regarding identity theft charges. He said he believes they will likely prosecute as soon as this week. If that's the case, they or more likely just my mom, will be issued a warrant and have to spend at least a night in jail. I found out that my partner has been adding a special ingredient in my food to experiment on me, so I confronted him, but he got so angry because I cannot take a joke. I, 22, have been with my partner, 24, for 4 years now. I have never known him to do anything like this, but I noticed he started acting a little strange around a month, maybe a month and a half ago. He started putting fruit on the floor in the garden and I thought it was a bit weird, but he said he was feeding the mice family that had nested in our shed, so I thought it was sweet and helped him do so. Anyway, he started being really nice to me around 2 weeks ago and was making me food, baking me cakes and stuff, which he never usually cooks ever, so I was so happy he found a hobby. I did notice sometimes I felt sick and dizzy after eating, and I just put it down to lack of sleep/hormones. Anyway, a friend of my partner's came into my work today, I work in a cafe, and said he needed to speak to me when I was free. I was free as there wasn't any customers at that time. He told me that my partner has been collecting slugs from the garden on the fruit he has been putting out there and putting them in my food, blending them up. He even sent this friend of his pictures of a bag of slugs he had collected and the picture of blended slugs. I feel really sick to my stomach. I don't understand why he would do this. This is so out of character of him. I asked him why he was doing it and he accused me of snooping through his messages, which I would never do, and got so angry at me for not being able to take a joke. I feel disgusting. I love him to pieces, but I just don't understand his way of thinking just now. Am I overreacting? I don't know what to do. I feel lost. Update. I went to urgent care last night/early hours of the morning and waited and was finally seen around 6 Amish. I had some tests and I have a high level of metaldehyde in my blood. I was kept in for monitoring and I have some ulcers in my stomach. I was aware of this anyway as I was hospitalized about 2 months ago for a burst ulcer. Originally thought it was stress, but they now said it could be because of the poisoning. I could have an infection of some kind as my temperature is high, but they haven't found anything that could be causing that yet. They have checked my heart and it is fine. I am due to have heart surgery this year though, but they're delaying it due to ulcers and infections and the fact I keep getting sick, which is okay. I have an appointment to see my cardiologist on the 20th of April. I contacted the police, wrote a statement and was asked some questions. Anyone who knows me in real life, please don't post my or my partner's name, as the police said it would destroy the investigation. Not the exact words they used, but I am unsure. I was in a daze. My ex refused to say anything to the police or to me. However, he did say he would speak to his friend and only him. He then spoke to me. I was not alone, I was with a friend and his friend too. He confessed to doing random experiments on me/tests starting a few months after we moved in together. It started with spitting on my toast, and then a week later he replaced my propranolol, beta blockers, with salt, emptied capsules. I want to add he was my medication holder as I have a history of suicide attempts, so he handled my meds and gave them to me, and that's when he thought it would be funny. He also admitted to these things, swapping my Linda McCartney vegetarian sausages with real meat. I have IBS and struggle to digest meat, so became a vegetarian. He also replaced my corn nuggets with his real ones. One of my pet giant African land snails went missing in summer and I assumed it escaped and left the lid open on their box. Still, he said it had died, so he scraped it out and put it in my curry. I vaguely remember the day he did this as he laughed whenever I went to eat the curry. I got really paranoid, so I put it in the kitchen and stormed off. He then brought it upstairs and told me to taste, and I did. I realized he added loads of chili and he said he was laughing because he put chili powder in and too much came out. Now I think he must have put the chili in to cover the fact he put my snail in there. He also said he rubbed my toothbrush on the toilet but then washed it as he thought that was too far. I feel like this is all a dream. It just seems too dramatic to feel real. I am unsure what is happening on the legal front. He says he didn't know why he did this, that he does love me truly and that he felt compelled to do it. Which I understand, as I suffer from OCD and get compulsions/impulsions. And that he really loves taking care of me and he feels it's his purpose and he didn't mean to cause serious harm. He promises he never did any of this to our animals. I think he could just be stressed, as I have mental health issues that could have caused something in him to break from too much stress. I just found a jar with 4 slugs under the sink my partner must have forgotten about. I think they are dead, so can be old ones. I feel physically sick. Update 1. He was diagnosed with ASPD yesterday and admitted everything to me and how I was his way of looking normal to the outside world. He manipulated me by giving me everything I wanted, as a BPD sufferer: love, affection, and compliments. He began testing me emotionally at first with cheating to see how I would react, but I forgave him, and then began with food and stuff to see how long until I got sick. I am still baffled. The person I knew I never really knew at all. He is a psychopath and he gives ASPD sufferers a bad name. He knew I was vulnerable due to my mental and physical illnesses. He became my carer but was torturing me at the same time, and I was unaware of any of this. He rescued me from an abusive situation and then put me into a new one. That is how he works. I'm struggling to eat/fear of food/no appetite. I recently left a weird relationship where my partner was contaminating my food, etc. Anyway, ever since I have struggled to eat. I moved into a ground floor flat, and sometimes I will find slugs around the house. I am terrified of them. I keep throwing food away because I don't know what the slugs have gone on, and I am scared of getting sick. I can't cope or breathe right now. I have tried everything to stop slugs getting in: copper tape, salt, non-toxic pellets, but they still somehow find their way into my flat. I feel like nature tormenting me. Any advice, please? I have tried speaking to my doctor, but they won't really listen, and the doctor I see said it was a good thing as I was overweight anyway. I was just discharged from the mental health team I was currently on. I found out that my sister is having an affair with a married man and loved to be the other woman. Now she's getting all the backlash and I can't bring myself to trust her. My sister moved in with me because she got pregnant 5 months ago from what she claimed was a one-night stand. I love my sister, so of course, I took her in. My husband is overseas for 6 more months, so it was nice to have her around because I care about her very much. On Monday, I came home and saw my sister and a strange woman in a screaming match on my doorstep. I obviously didn't know what was happening, but I saw the woman poking my pregnant sister's shoulder, so I intervened. I sent my sister inside, and she begged me to send the woman away. I didn't understand what was going on, but I wanted the altercation to end for everyone's sake, so I told the woman as much. Then she started screaming, asking me if I was also sleeping with her husband. I was like, and then she basically revealed that my sister had been having an affair with her husband for 5 years. 5 years. She had everything printed out: chats, photos, emails, receipts. It was disturbing to see, and I didn't want to go through it all. But a few things were established. My sister knew about his wife. She knew she was the mistress and liked it. This woman was a stay-at-home mom to their 4 kids, one of whom has a severe disability from a car accident. Her husband knew about my sister's pregnancy and even took her on a baby moon to celebrate it. The affair had been going on the entire time, with my sister believing he would eventually leave his wife for her. My sister had fully embraced the role of being the other woman and was emotionally invested in their relationship, despite his repeated lies about leaving his wife. I told the woman I was very sorry and that I obviously didn't know, but I asked her to leave because this wasn't going anywhere, and I didn't want the neighbors to call the police. She was furious but gave me her number on a post-it, begging me not to let her husband stay at my house. I assured her that no man was stepping foot in my home. My sister was begging me not to believe the woman, calling her a vindictive ex-wife. I told her, all right then, let's look up the marriage online. Let's see if a motion for dissolution of marriage was ever submitted. We fought hard. My sister kept saying I would never understand and that they loved each other, but he just couldn't leave his wife. I called her dumb and naive. The next day, I told her she could stay here because I didn't want her to become a financial burden on that woman in any way, but I also told her that, right now, I didn't want to engage with her. My sister asked me if I still loved her, and I told her honestly, right now, I can't say I do. I will always help my nephew and not endanger you, but I can't like you because you've shown me you're not a trustworthy person. I told her I didn't trust her not to try anything with my husband, and I didn't trust her with anything at all, so I made her sign a tenants agreement. She's been begging me to forgive her, and I told her there's nothing to forgive. I just don't know who she is anymore. Update: I'm letting her stay with me because I don't want her to become dependent on him. I don't think he's a good man either, and as a social worker, I've seen these scenarios too many times. My sister is already deluded. I don't need to open the door to a dependency that's also financial. Now, onto the update. I haven't been punishing my sister, but I've been treating her like a roommate. This is driving her crazy. She's begging me to go back to how things were before, but I can't. I told her that I need time and that things can't just return to normal overnight. She tried to explain how it all happened. She admitted that she always knew he was married but believed she could tell how unhappy he was and felt he deserved to be happy. They met at a bar a few weeks after his son's accident. He told her that his wife hadn't touched him since it happened and that he was about to explode. I asked her why she would involve herself with a married man, knowing the hurt it would cause. She said she wanted to be a wife and a good mom, and that included his kids. She had hoped he would divorce his wife so they could all move on and finally be happy together. I just stared at her, unable to comprehend how she could rationalize her actions. A few days later, he appeared at our house, claiming he had left his wife and wanted to be with my sister. I told him to leave immediately or I would call the police. My sister was furious with me, accusing me of ruining her chance at happiness. I made it clear to her, if he comes over again, I will evict her. She's free to date anyone she wants, but not under my roof. I also told her that if she plans to have him around after the baby is born, she'll need to find her own place. Word has gotten around our community about the affair. While we were grocery shopping, a woman even spat on my sister. Many of her friends have cut ties with her, calling her a homewrecker. Some are married themselves and don't want her near their husbands. I haven't said I told you so even once. We unexpectedly ran into his wife at a local cafe. My sister wanted to apologize and suggested that maybe they could all have a good relationship for the sake of the kids. The wife laughed coldly and said, "You made your choices, now live with them. Don't expect me to make this easier for you." My sister is devastated and has been lying in bed ever since. I'm taking care of her physical needs, making sure she eats, stays hydrated, and attends her prenatal appointments, but I can't bring myself to comfort her emotionally. I just don't have it in me right now. I found out that my son was conceived in a traditional way by our surrogate and my husband, so I am giving up my parental rights and making him a single dad. I can't believe my life has come to this. All I ever do is go out of my way to help others, but on the few occasions I need help, nobody ever comes through for me. I have been with my husband for a total of almost 10 years, married for 7. We had what I thought was my child by surrogate over 2 years ago because, after 4 years of trying to conceive with no success despite medical interventions, it turns out I am unable to carry a child to term. I had always wanted to be a mom. Devastated is an understatement regarding how I felt when I found out I have a medical condition that would make it nearly impossible to carry a baby to term. It was even more upsetting when I had to get a major surgery to remove uterine growths with the hope of increasing fertility, and complications during surgery warranted a partial hysterectomy involving the removal of my uterus only. I still had my ovaries, so we started looking into the cost of a surrogate. It is really expensive. My close friend since college, who'd already had 2 kids of her own, offered to serve as the surrogate for us to cut down on costs. After 2 disappointing IVF sessions that did not result in pregnancy, she became pregnant on the 3rd try and carried a boy to term for us. I was so happy and busy after the birth, between being a mom and returning to work after a 4-week parental leave, so I didn't notice any warning signs. I should have noticed the red flags and warning signs early on, but did not because I was so exhausted from working so much at my stressful job and 2 part-time jobs to cover most of the bills and anticipated medical and legal costs associated with this friend becoming our surrogate. I was the primary breadwinner. My friend and my husband started talking more, and I would sometimes come home from my weekend job to find her already hanging out at our house when my husband was there. I chalked it up as innocuous, and it's good for her to know my husband better since she was in the process of hopefully carrying our child for us. I was grateful to have someone helping us have a child. I also thought it weird that our son has brown eyes when both of us have blue. Then I found out that while this is uncommon, it's possible sometimes due to many genes controlling eye color. Recently it all came to a head when I took our son to a doctor's appointment and they did metabolic panel and blood tests which showed that he had a blood type that is not biologically possible to have with me as his mother. He's B+, I'm A+, husband is O+. Immediately I started worrying it was the fertility clinic's fault and that they'd messed up and implanted a wrong embryo. I started lining up lawyer consultations to possibly sue the clinic and looked into having a DNA parentage test done. The test results showed that I'm not the mother, but my husband still is the father. I was heartbroken and angrier than ever. Talked to lawyers about medical malpractice in the fertility clinic we'd used. Then my husband confessed that he'd slept with my friend, our surrogate, on a few different occasions during our struggle to have her get pregnant with our embryos. This means what I thought was our son conceived by IVF and carried with a surrogate isn't my son at all and was in fact conceived the old-fashioned way, which I can't ever do. Livid and absolutely broken at the same time doesn't even begin to describe how I feel. I have been breaking down into crying spells over and over again about this. He claims he didn't ever think pregnancy could result because he pulled out, and he had always assumed that he was the reason for our earlier struggles to conceive, both before my hysterectomy and during the IVF insemination process with this friend. I felt an immediate triple betrayal, from what was supposed to be my husband, my friend, and now knowing my child isn't even really mine. I had such white-hot rage and delirium. I immediately left home and stayed at a hotel for almost a week before asking my parents to let me stay at home for a while. I admit I left our son with him. I am now filing divorce because he cheated and betrayed me in the worst possible way. I have also cut off my friendship with my friend the surrogate and feel afraid to trust anyone else now. I have seen a divorce lawyer to see about giving up my legal rights to this kid so I don't have to face such betrayal or owe child support. My husband and friend/surrogate admit they were wrong and keep apologizing, but also called me immature and heartless to just give up on my son like that. I just want a clean break and a fresh start. I'm also looking at relocating several states away. I found out that my stepfather gave my wedding fund to my stepsister. Now he's saying that my filthy rich future father-in-law can pay for my stepsister's wedding too. My stepsister was getting married this summer but had to postpone due to COVID. Unfortunately, she lost many of her deposits, and now her budget is less than half what it used to be. She also has to buy a new dress and bridesmaid outfit because she's now decided to have a winter wedding instead. I am also engaged, but we're still in the early planning stages and recently decided to figure out our potential budget. My mom and stepdad have saved wedding funds for each of us, which are $10,000 each. This is money we've always known we'd receive for our weddings. My siblings have already received theirs. I was FaceTiming my mom, and she asked me about the wedding planning. I also mentioned that my fiancé and I had opened a separate bank account for our wedding funds. I asked her if she could directly transfer the wedding fund into it when she was free, and she started acting weird, avoided the question, and changed the subject. I got upset and asked her again, and she told me that they couldn't help with the wedding. I asked her what she meant, and she admitted my stepdad had given the money to my stepsister. I asked her why he would do that, and she mentioned how my stepsister had lost so much of her original budget due to the pandemic, and she would have to downsize her wedding dramatically. She came to them and begged to have my wedding fund, and my stepdad agreed, as my stepsister and her fiancé both work low-paying jobs and couldn't save the money up in time. My stepdad's justification is that my fiancé comes from a filthy rich family and that his family could make up the difference for what they would no longer be contributing. He made a nasty joke about how fiancé's dad was going to throw money at our wedding anyways and that maybe they should ask him to pay for stepsisters too. I was upset, so I ended the call. My mom has been calling me nonstop since and has even asked my other sister to call me and tell me to answer her calls. When I told my sister what happened, she was angry but not surprised because my stepdad has done similar things in the past. For example, given part of my college fund to this same stepsister because she wasted her monthly allowance partying. My mom and stepdad have also sent me texts telling me I have no right to be upset over what they chose to do with their money. My stepdad even said that since I'm so petty, he's glad he never gave me a cent for my wedding. The more I calmed down, I'm starting to wonder if I am being a childish asshole. It's not like I've booked anything yet and will have to change plans. My dad also contributed to my sister's wedding, and I'm sure he'll offer to do the same for me. But then the other part of me wonders if had it been my stepbrother's wedding fund, my stepdad would have been so quick to give it to my stepsister. Am I the a-hole?
I found out that my wife has a side piece, and my daughter helped her cover it up. Now she's going nuts because I am destroying our family and divorcing her mother. I found out that my wife of 20 plus years was having an affair. This completely hurt me, and I have started divorce proceedings. This has been hard for our 4 children, but I cannot spend the rest of my life with someone I can't trust. Before we married, my wife's family had money and demanded that I sign a prenuptial agreement. I had no problem, but since then, the family money has been lost due to bad investments and lawsuits. My wife was a SOM for the majority of our marriage. Our youngest child is 19, and because of the prenup, she can't get alimony. In short, my wife will be screwed. The only thing we own together is our house, and while it is paid off, my wife won't be able to afford the upkeep or HOA fees, so she will effectively be homeless. I do not intend to give her any support for any reason. Since serving my wife's divorce papers, I have refused direct contact as my lawyer has advised, but she's now playing dirty by getting the children involved. We have 2 boys and 2 girls, and my wife has been pleading with them to get me to agree to halt the divorce proceedings in favor of counseling. After I told my children that I had no interest in wasting any more of my life with that woman, they have all essentially backed off except for my oldest, Christy. She's very close to her mother and can't imagine life where her parents aren't married. Christy tells me that her mother realizes her mistake and will do whatever it takes to make things right. She says I owed it to the family to work things out. I refused and told her it wasn't her place to make those demands. Since then, the only time Christy talks to me is when she's sobbing and asking me not to destroy the family. I understand that this is hard for her and offered to pay for therapy so she can cope, but she said there wouldn't be anything to cope with if I weren't trying to divorce her mother. Since Christy is being too emotional to act within reason and refuse therapy, I have resolved to limit contact until after the divorce. However, my other children are saying that Christy's behavior is getting worse. Am I the a-hole for taking a step away from my daughter for a while? Update. My wife didn't give up her career to raise my children. We could have hired a nanny, but she didn't want that, so she chose to be a SOM for our children. Because of her family's money, she got a monthly allowance from the estate. Plus, I paid for a housekeeper to make things easier for her. Once my wife reached 30, she started getting a monthly allowance from the family estate, and the prenup addressed that, so I couldn't claim half. In exchange, she couldn't get alimony. I didn't want my children to get involved in the divorce. My wife decided to do that and even brought up the reason for it as a form of a preemptive strike. I only talk about the divorce when someone else brings it up, which Christy always wants to do. I am not abandoning my daughter. I am just lowering contact with her until the divorce is finalized because she's not letting up on trying to pressure me into taking her mother back and refuses to go to therapy, which I will pay for. I decided to schedule a sit down with her to explain that what goes on between her mother and me is not her fault and that I simply can't ever go back to a woman who deceived me in such a big way. I told her I try to be as forgiving and empathetic as possible. Still, I will never tolerate people who lie with malicious and selfish intent and try to cut them out of my personal life as much as possible. I was very calm when I said this and tried to be as loving as possible to my child, but it didn't work. Christy ended up breaking down and again tried to get me to convince me not to divorce her mother and just forgive her. I refused and, in the end, went NC with Christy for a little bit. I only spoke to her again 2 days before my other daughters, Jane, 20F, birthday through a text asking her not to bring up the divorce since this was going to be the first time my wife and I would be in each other's presence since I filed. I sent the same text to her mother and didn't hear anything from either of them. Things were a little tense and awkward on Jane's birthday, but I thought it was going well, until my wife decided to be passive-aggressive and spoke about how good it is to have a family together during important events. Everyone saw through her crap, and my son, Jack, called her out on it and said that she was selfish to bring this up on Jane's birthday. Christy started defending her mother, and Jane, understandably upset, revealed that the only reason Christy was on their mother's side for reconciliation was because she didn't want the fact that she not only knew about the affair but helped her mother cover it up. There was a big fight that wouldn't get resolved right then and there. I ended up leaving and was even more heartbroken all over again. Not only did my wife betray me, but my own daughter too. I knew she was closer to her mother than me, and I was okay with that, but this? I don't know what I did to make my eldest daughter so disloyal to me, but I am now resolved to go full NC with her until after the divorce and possibly for the rest of my life.
I found out why my boyfriend hangs out with his coworker and comes back home late every day. Now he is resigning from his job, but I am also resigning as his girlfriend. I have been dating my boyfriend, Jim, for a year now. It was long distance at first, but I moved to his home state in August so that we could be together physically. Everything was perfect. Jim and I were extremely happy with each other, always communicated, and we were just a happy couple. He works at a cafe and there he befriended one of his coworkers, Derek. Derek has been inviting Jim to get a few drinks after work, and the two became good buds. I've met him before and he was really nice. Jim thought he was a cool guy too. Then in mid-October, Derek would invite my boyfriend over to his place. They'll just hang out, order pizza, and drink some beers apparently. Jim would text me that he would hang out with Derek after work and then come home. I never required him to text me where he was, but Jim was always sweet to text me messages throughout the day. I did the same for him too. Throughout the entire night, Jim would tell me how he met Derek's girlfriend, Karen, and that they were very nice people. I texted him back that it was awesome and sweet how the two invited him and shared a good time with him. I thought that was just that. So Karen and I have never seen each other. All I knew about her was that she was Derek's girlfriend. She was nice, and also I learned that she and Derek moved in together in early October. I thought that was pretty cute. That's all I knew about her. My boyfriend started to hang out at their place more often, and I would only think of it as something like coworkers/friends just hanging out after work. I do admit that I felt left out and even asked Jim if I could hang out with them. He would say it would be a hassle since then he would have to come to get me from my work or at home and then go to Derek's place, and also that they only hang out for a short while. I just would say all right and be done with it. I had a day off work and texted my boyfriend that I would come over to his workplace to have lunch together. He told me that would be awesome, so I went. It was pretty busy in there, but not super busy where the workers wouldn't be able to casually talk. I noticed my boyfriend working and one other girl. Between orders, this other girl would be touching Jim's arm and would smile at him. She would act really flirty with him, and my boyfriend seemed totally fine with it. It hurt because 1, he was letting another girl flirt with him, and 2, he always felt bothered if I would flirt with him in public. Mind you, I'm not all handsy, but I do playfully hug his arm. Well, Jim didn't notice me in there, so I just kept to myself. When several of the customers walked out, Jim finally noticed me. We went out for lunch, but on our way out I asked him, "Who is your coworker?" And he told me it was Karen. I asked him if he found her attractive, and he said word for word honestly, "Not really. She's not ugly, but she's not pretty or anything." I told him how I felt about him and Karen acting that way in the cafe, and he only told me it was meaningless since that's how Karen is. I tried extremely hard to just kill my jealousy, but it really hurt me. I cried in the kitchen after Jim had gone to sleep that night. A few days after that event, Jim would be going to Derek's place after work and would come home really late. Earlier today he told me he would be hanging out with Derek again, and with my own insecurities boiling inside me, I asked Jim to stay home with me a few times a week because we rarely saw each other due to our work schedules. We ended up arguing, and in my anger, I snapped at him saying something like, "Fine, then you can go to your little threesome." His face went pale and just a sick feeling made me believe that what I had said out of anger was actually true. I asked him and he admitted it. I ultimately found out that my boyfriend has been having a threesome with Derek and his girlfriend after work almost every day since October. I asked Jim if he was bi, but Jim said they were just sharing Karen and it meant nothing. It was only intimacy. It hurt a lot. Jim and I shared the same views that an open relationship never could work for us, that intimacy with another person while in this relationship would be viewed as cheating, and so on. He was the one who set down the ground rules, and I agreed to them. We both were very monogamous. At least I thought. I am completely heartbroken. Jim is in the other room just sitting at his desk, and I'm in the bedroom bawling my eyes out. Honestly, I have no friends here. The friends I have back at home didn't want me to go and we left on bitter terms. I'm ashamed to reach out to them for help. I just can't shake off this feeling of utter disgust and betrayal. I love my boyfriend so much, so very much. A pathetic part of me wants to just work on our relationship, but that is just a horrible choice. I know I should leave him and go back home or whatever, but right now I'm just in shock. Update. Same day, I did end my relationship with Jim. The conversation was difficult to have, but it needed to be had. There were questions I needed to ask about my health, such as STIs and such. Though he did say he used protection, I still scheduled an appointment with my doctor for this coming weekend. I overheard Jim's phone call with Derek. He told Derek what had happened and ended his relationship with them. He also said he is quitting his work tomorrow. I do feel bad but know that is purely his decision. Jim will be moving back into his parents' place tomorrow. I will be canceling my lease tomorrow morning. I did contact my best friend from back home and simply explained that I will be returning home. He offered to fly up here to help me, but I said no because I know I will break down. Right now, I need to keep strong. Seeing a friend here will only allow me to break down into a huge mess. I'm doing my best to stay positive. I keep telling myself, better now than later. Good thing it's only been just a year and not 5 or more. Think of this as a life lesson. Do not hold grudges and do my best to move forward.
I found texts of my wife to my friend begging him to sleep with her and that she was great at keeping secrets. Now she's begging me not to leave her. So last night my wife of 7 years decided to have a chill out night. After dinner, she went to the den and watched her programs while I flitted between watching the Spurs game and doing some odds and ends that I had planned. Next thing I know she's got the wine out and has had 2 bottles of the stuff. At around midnight I went to check on her and saw she was out cold on the couch. I went to scoop her up when her iWatch thing buzzed and a message popped up on the screen. It said something along the lines of, "Haha, I can't do that, my name would knock 7 shades of poop out of me." I wondered what the F that was all about, so I pressed on it and it was a conversation between my wife and a friend of mine. Now I wouldn't say this guy a close friend of mine, but he's someone I've played 5 sides with for years, drank with, and have known since we were teenagers. We used to call him jacket holder because when we got into scraps as teens he'd always be the guy holding the jackets while everyone else went for it. Right, so as I said I pushed on the conversation while this thing is still attached to her wrist and scroll up to the top, and as far as I can tell it's him that contacts her first unless she's deleted. There's lots of flirting and winking going on but nothing that you could outright say was cheating. Then I get to last night and when she's drunk she starts openly begging him for intimacy. I couldn't believe my effing eyes. I'm paraphrasing here because I can't remember the exact words, but she was saying poop like how much she had always wanted him. How no one would ever find out if he did want to do something, and the last one that effing killed me. That she was great at keeping secrets. I tried to scroll on her watch but couldn't find any other messages and I don't know her phone passcode. I put her in her bed and just sat in the kitchen in shock until I fell asleep, then got up for work about 5:30. When I went to get in my work van I just slunk down on the wheel and realized I couldn't face it, so I went back in the house, grabbed a half-drunk bottle of vodka, filled to the top with Coke, and went on a walk down the railway line. We live beside a lot of woodland and a disused railway line that goes for miles, and I've walked about half the length of it. I'm sitting under a railway bridge like a effing troll right now, just seething at the whole thing. You'd probably think there's a fire going from about a mile away due to the steam coming out of my ears. So what do? I don't want to speak to her. I can't even bear to look at her after reading that poop. It was like a dagger through my heart. I just feel like every morsel of love I had for her has evaporated into thin air after reading her begging like that. Effing yuck. I honestly want to ghost her, man. If I could I would never speak to her again. The whole I'm great at keeping secrets was the thing that really got me though. Like, who even are you? It reeks, but it's a case of how far down the rabbit hole do I want to go? I don't care if I'm being honest, I'm just done. I've never felt so betrayed and disgusted in all my life. The thing is, I've invested so much in her, not just as a partner, but as a person. I loved her so much and thought her personality, and by extension my personality, reflected that of good people. To realize she's a backstabbing snake makes me feel like a snake. I feel like a worse person than I was yesterday. The only way I can describe it is for someone you looked up to, took advice and life lessons from, to suddenly find out they were a pedo or a rapist or just a downright creep. Your entire perception of yourself and who you are would be shattered, because you've took on board what they've said and invested time into a creep. God, I'm rambling nonsense, I apologize. I'm lucky in that our house is owned by my parents, who 6 years ago moved to a retirement village, and we moved in. The house will be bequeathed to me when they die, but I don't, and hopefully won't own it for a long time. They couldn't be bothered with the upkeep and all the problems etc., and wanted to see out their final days in peace, so when we do divorce my soon-to-be ex won't be getting her hands on it. So what do I do then? I'm honestly thinking of just not saying a word and throwing her right out. Also, while walking here it went through my mind to get my mate, who's a locksmith, to quietly change the locks today. I could feed her any old garbage about something from the doors being broken. She won't care what's going on anyways, as long as I'm about. Then after he's done, lock the front door and tell her to come out and look at something out the back. When she comes out, just run back in and lock the door behind me. That sounds childish as F, doesn't it? Act seriously though, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm staring at a bottle right now and my life feels like it has been ripped apart at the seams. As for that prick so-called friend of mine, there's no doubt he was up to something here. There's also no doubt I wouldn't have caught wind of this at all, so I'll be seeing him very soon. Never mind holding jackets, he'll be holding his face. Update. So yesterday after I had written the post and was in a complete mess, 2 dog walkers came over to check on me as I was obviously concerning them. I told them everything. They listened, and the first thing one of them said to me was, "Son, the worst thing you can do right now is drink. It'll cause carnage." I have to thank her for that, because I was on the highway to hell at that point. I threw the vodka away, got in touch with a friend, and he said I could come to his for a while to calm down. He was at work but told me where the spare key was. We live in a small town of around 15,000 people and he wasn't too far away, so once I got there I sat on his couch just trying to calm down. Throughout the morning I was getting multiple texts and phone calls from my wife asking where I was and what the hell was up, as my work van was still sitting in the driveway and I was nowhere to be seen. I texted her back telling her that there was a problem with the engine, so I got a lift into work, which she seemed to buy as she just texted back saying okay. When my friend got back from his work at about 5 o'clock I told him everything that had happened and asked him his opinion. I also told him not to tell anyone about the jacket holder, as that might then get back to my wife, which I didn't want at this point. I would deal with him later. By that I mean I'll expose what a little rat he is. Knocking F out of him doesn't help me at all as of now. As an aside to the people saying he did nothing wrong, he messaged my wife first. He was being extremely flirty. What the F is he even playing at messaging my wife for in the first place? He only knows her in passing, from afar. Look, I've got no problem with 2 adults conversing with each other, but they hardly knew each other and it was flirty from the start as far as I could tell. I think they've seen each other while out and about and it's gotten flirty then. So my friend convinced me to try and keep a low profile and see what I could dig up, but at the same time speak to a lawyer and get the ball rolling in terms of finding out my options, which I have done today. He took me home at about 6 o'clock and I was honestly dead on my feet by that point. I think the adrenaline pumping the entire day and then suddenly stopping knocks it right out of you, so I was extremely tired when I got home. The second I walked through the door I knew something was up, as my wife was on me right away asking me all sorts of questions about work. I asked her why does she even care? She said that I'd left my big flask and my lunch bag in the front passenger side seat and something's been up today. She could feel it. I was about to lie, but I was just too tired. I couldn't be bothered putting any sort of charade up, so I just said yeah, there is something up. That when I was putting her drunk arse to bed last night a message came up on her iWatch, which I read, and all the other ones, and that she was a effing disgusting cheat that I wanted nothing more to do with. Her demeanor went from an arms-crossed person in power to a scared little girl within about a second. Good at keeping secrets, eh? Begging that little rat for intimacy, eh? Yep, read it all. She started sobbing and I just walked away and upstairs into the shower. When I got out she was sitting on the top stairs crying still, and the excuses started right away. How she was drunk, vulnerable, had never done anything like that before. How he had messaged her first and it didn't mean anything. She was never gonna go through with it. Pretty much everything that everyone on here was saying she would say, like she had the playbook out. The only thing she didn't do was try and blame me. She probably knew I would have thrown her right out the door if she had tried that poop. I told her that I wanted a divorce and her out of the house within a month. Also told her that she was moving to the spare room. I've been pretty much ignoring her ever since, just scowling at her and shaking my head when she starts waffling nonsense. I don't want to hear it. She slept in the spare room last night and I haven't spoken to or texted with her at all today. If I'm lucky maybe she'll be gone when I get back from work, but my luck is not that good I suppose. On getting her out though I was telling my parents what was happening and my mother was adamant I wasn't throwing her out onto the streets. She and my mother are close and always have been. We have been together 11 years in December. My mother was saying she made a mistake and that we should sort it out like adults, that we've been through too much together, and that she didn't actually do anything, it was just words. She completely took her side over mine. Couldn't believe it. I managed to get myself an appointment with a divorce lawyer for next week, so I'll be going to that to discuss my options. Until then, I'm just gonna ignore my soon-to-be ex-wife, I guess. I know she's probably not gonna admit anything else now. I'll never know if she was a really good liar or she was just talking poop to him to get him on side with her for an affair. Update 2. It's now been 20 days since I found out my wife was trying to cheat on me with my friend, and the situation has become hellish. I gave her a month to get out and she's been sleeping in the spare room, but it's clear now she doesn't have any intention of going after she got in the ear of my mother. She doesn't have anywhere to go at any rate, but that's not my problem. I've seen my divorce lawyer multiple times, and am now in the process of drawing up a divorce petition and having my wife serve divorce papers. I've also opened my own bank account and taken 50% of the balance from our shared account. The atmosphere around the house has been weird, to say the least. The living room has turned into a no man land that no one frequents, as we both spend the majority of our time in our rooms. I've also intentionally been working late a lot so I don't have to interact with her much. I had been completely ignoring her, but after reading about the 180, have started implementing that and been civil if a little cold towards her. I'm so glad I did this, as I was beginning to feel like a monster refusing to acknowledge her existence. It was not the right way to behave, and I ended up feeling like the one who had wronged her, rather than the other way about. The only time I broke from the 180 was when I walked into the bathroom last week and she was sitting on the floor by the bath crying. I helped her up and instinctively gave her a hug, though it was more of a there type hug than one with much love attached to it. The sad thing is that I'm so suspicious of her now that I wouldn't put it past her to be waiting on me coming in so she could put on a performance. The thing is, that probably isn't even true, but this is the sort of poop that's going through my head in this environment. It's just toxic. She's been crowing about how she'll do anything and everything to save this marriage. Anything to prove to me that it was just a silly mistake. So I brought up a lie detector test. I don't plan on ever getting one done. Wouldn't even know where to start. I just wanted to gauge her reaction. She was all for it, well, until a few hours later when she came to me, tablet in hand, going on about how inaccurate they are and that anxiety and nervousness can throw up false readings, and with her and her anxiety disorder and all. I just laughed. Wasn't even a normal like chuckle either. It started as a bit of a cackle and ended in a childish giggle. It appears she would do everything to save this marriage. Well, everything except take a lie detector test, that is. It doesn't even matter anyway. I meant what I said in my op. Every morsel of love I had for her dissipated into the atmosphere after I read her say those horrible things. I don't see her as my true love anymore, the person I could tell anything to and would trust with my life. I just see trash. Trash that needs taken out before it stinks the place up. Jacket holder has been the talk of the town since I exposed him to our friend group a few weeks back. It's safe to say he has no friends left among us, and has been completely ostracized. I tried phoning him a few times, but he refused to answer, then blocked my number. F that little rat, I hope it was worth it. I've spoken to my mother multiple times about this, and during a heated argument asked her why she was taking my wife's side. Like, was there something she wasn't telling me here? What was she expecting? Us to live like roommates? Go on like nothing happened? It's ridiculous. She said she has always seen my wife as the daughter she never had but always wanted. My mother had a stillborn daughter before I was born, and it has haunted her. So she latched onto my wife and has done since we got together. As I said previously, they have a close bond. The fact my wife doesn't have any family and only a few friends who have their own busy lives and families means if I threw her out she would be all alone, and my mom thinks that's unacceptable, especially during a pandemic. She tried to get me to come to a compromise, saying that in 3 or 4 months we can look at it again and see where we are mentally, and is pushing me to try couples counseling before I throw in the towel. I'm not doing that. The thought of being in the same house as my wife over Christmas makes me feel ill. She'll want to do it right as she does every year, and it will be a complete poop show. My dad, God love him, has never been much of a talker. Never up nor down, just always there. He's a quiet, proud but timid man, and my mother's word has always been the one that matters in our house. People on here have been telling me that I'm selfish and spoiled because it's not my house and I have no right to make demands, but it's now a case of my wife or me for my parents. If worse comes to worse, then I'm ready to walk out the door and never come back. F this house. I have to be able to look at myself in the mirror with some semblance of self-respect, and someone has to keep their word in this debacle. If I do leave, my friend has said I can stay with him for a few weeks or so till I get myself sorted. If I do walk out that door though, I'm done with my parents. I'll never speak to them again in my life. They'll probably see it as me giving up on them. Me walking away without trying to at least have a go at fixing things first. I see it as them choosing someone who broke my heart over me. Like, what will be the logistics of this once I'm gone? Just her staying there herself, my mother and father looking after a backstabber while their flesh and blood goes off alone? A little more info on the house. My parents let us move in a year after our wedding. It was an apparent belated wedding gift. Although that was just the chatter from them at the time. They were always planning on moving out and moving us in. I've spent tens of thousands on it over the years, but that's neither here nor there. I have fantasies of leaving this all behind, going somewhere new, and starting again. But I don't have anywhere else to go. I've lived in this town my entire life. It's all I know. Am I being too harsh here? I'm literally ready to slingshot my parents right out of my life, but I feel so torn. Why am I the one who has to lose everything and everyone? I've tried to be good, and I always thought you make your own luck, and that good things happen to good people. Maybe I'm not as good as I think I am. Maybe I deserve all I effing get.
I found the photos of my boyfriend with his high school crush look-alike side piece, so I slipped a photo of the two of them into the snap reel showing the biggest night of his life. We were in love, and well, I still love him, but I found out, clearly, he does not. I discovered proof that he had been cheating on me for a while, in the form of small home movies of them. I don't know the girl, and from the looks of their conversations, she has no idea I exist. Tonight is the biggest night of my boyfriend's life. He's receiving a state award at a big dinner with a few hundred people attending, from his mom and dad to councilmen and all of that. In fact, The only reason I discovered this transgression is because I have been putting together a little video for him to enjoy of some of the key moments of his life. You know, typical sappy poop. I'm burdened with a lot of power right now, and I don't know if I have it in me to do the right thing, or if I even know the right thing. I'm blinded with tears of rage and sadness and betrayal, but at the same time, I love him, have loved him, and do I really want to do this? The relationship is over, no doubt about it. I am not a woman who will take her man cheating on her, certainly not. That's not the issue. The issue is, there are cutesy selfies of the two of them, a lot of them, shared only between the two of them. Nothing is lewd. Do I sneak one in the snap reel as a way of letting him know that I know? Or do I simply confront him after his moment in the sun passes? I'm not going to pick up everything and leave without cutting contact. That's not my style and it wouldn't make me feel good, just very sad. Do I do the beachy thing for once in my life? To anyone looking at the snap reel, it would just look like a picture of him and a friend. But to him, and to me, it would be a private message, an outing. Update. Well, it's been a month and a half since this all went down, so what did I do? I did the immature, vengeful thing, and I don't regret it. I took a few photos of the two of them, tasteful photos that gave off no indication other than she might be a childhood friend. I slipped them into the snap reel, and I spoke kindly of him at the podium. Then after my turn was finished, I walked out. I drove home feeling calm and in control. 20 minutes later, the text started. Where did I go? What did I know? Where did I find the photos? Was there more in store for him? I texted him. I know you've been effing her, but there are no more photos. There weren't any, and of course, I left it at that. He didn't come home that night, or the next. The next day, he called to ask if we could meet and talk at a public location. I agreed to meet him at Starbucks. I arrived early and waited for him. He showed up a few minutes late and took the seat across from me. He started right off with the excuses. It just happened, and he regrets it fully. She doesn't mean anything to him. She looked like a girl he had a crush on in high school, and he was powerless against his teenage self. I didn't interrupt him, just let him have his time. When he was done and looking at me for a sign of what might happen next, all I could say was, "So where did you stay the past few nights?" "Her house." "And what did you do?" He wouldn't answer. There hadn't been any doubt in my mind, really. I knew I was leaving him. He talked over himself, apologizing, begging for forgiveness, saying he'd change. I told him that I didn't want him to have to change himself. If he was, naturally, someone who cheated on his girlfriend, then that's not someone I wanted to be with. He said he was thinking of proposing to me, and all I could say after that was, "It's a good thing I found out before." Fast forward to a few weeks later, he's moved out, and I am doing well. We have cut off contact. People ask me about him all the time, and I just tell them, he left me for a girl who looked like his high school crush. So that's the end. We are broken up and will never, ever get back together. I don't regret how I handled it.
I gave my fiancée an ultimatum to cut off her gay best friend before our wedding because he touched me inappropriately twice. She thinks I'm a red flag. My fiancé has a best friend named Gregory and he's Satan reincarnated. At the start of our relationship, my fiancé wanted us to be really close because she loved the idea of the two men in her life getting along. Well, I tried but Gregory proved to be an awful person right from the start. We were hanging out with some of my friends one night and when one of them started talking about an argument he had with his wife and how he hates fighting with her, Gregory was quick to say, "Dump that bitch. Women are hoes anyway." My friend got really mad and told him to apologize for calling her a degrading word. Gregory refused and said he was just being honest. They got into a fight and truth be told, he deserved to get that beating. I told my fiancée what happened the very next day and she laughed. She said that's just Gregory and I shouldn't take him seriously because that's his sense of humor. I said none of that was funny and I don't feel comfortable being around him anymore. She told me that I better get over it because she wasn't going to end their friendship. Gregory called her later that night and let her know he got beat up. I didn't hear the end of it when she got off that phone call. She said I was wrong for letting him get beat up, I better apologize to him, and we won't be seeing my friend who beat him up anymore. Not my proudest moment, but I told her exactly what she told me. She needs to get over it because I wasn't ending my friendship with him either. She got really mad at me and made me sleep on the couch. I didn't want to be near her that day so I was more than happy to do so. Eventually, we made up but I told her I was going to keep my distance from Gregory from now on. She kinda just scoffed at me and said she needed us to get along so he was always going to be around from now on. And she stuck to her word. She invited him over constantly and he always made these weird jokes about hating women that my fiancée just laughed at. They were watching a movie with really graphic scenes of women getting assaulted and he said they deserved it. My fiancée laughed, hit him lightly on the arm and said, "Greg, you're so bad. You can't say that." But she wasn't scolding him. Gregory is gay but that doesn't excuse his hateful behavior towards women and it makes me wonder if he thinks that way about my fiancée. I brought this up to her and again, she dismissed his actions by saying he was joking. Everything went downhill when my fiancée invited Gregory over to drink. They got really wasted, Gregory even trashed my whole house. But my fiancée blacked out and passed out on the couch. I was in our bedroom the whole time he was here but I went out to see why it had gotten so quiet all of a sudden. When I saw my fiancée sleeping, I went to get her and put her to bed. That's when it happened. Gregory snuck up behind me, grabbed my butt, and hugged me from behind. His grip on me wasn't strong but I immediately froze. He then said that I should be marrying him because my fiancée doesn't deserve me. He said he could treat me so much better than her and when he kissed my neck, that's when I pulled him off me. I told him to never do that again, and if he did, I was going to punch him. He called me baby multiple times and cried about how much he loved me. He said he could turn me gay if I just gave him a chance. I kicked him out of my house when he said that and took my fiancée to our bedroom. I thought that if I told my fiancée about this when she woke up, she would immediately stop being friends with Gregory. But she thought it was the most hilarious thing in the world. She said he had too much to drink, so it doesn't matter what he did. I let her know how uncomfortable he makes me, but she didn't care. In the end, she called me homophobic and said I had to change my ways or else, maybe, she was going to marry the wrong person. I was floored. She went on to tell me how much Gregory means to her and how he's been a pillar of support for her for so many years. I said he had done nothing but be really creepy around me and his behavior is really concerning. She told me to drop it and she already decided to make him her best man of honor, so she didn't want to call off the wedding because he was really excited for this. I really just couldn't take it anymore and left the house. I had nothing nice to say and I knew the second I started shouting, I would say things I would regret. So, I went to complain to my friends. They all told me they hated Gregory too. My friends' wives/girlfriends mentioned how my fiancé always brings him along to their hangouts, even if it's strictly a girls' night. One time, they were all supposed to spend the night at one of their houses and Gregory arrived with my fiancé. The girls all protested against this and Gregory went on a tangent saying this is why he hates women and they were being super sensitive over nothing. The owner of the house said if Gregory didn't leave on his own accord, then my fiancé also wasn't allowed to stay. She actually ended up leaving with him. She's really codependent with him and I don't understand why. He's just not a good person to have around. I went back to my house after spending the night at my friend's. I decided I was going to put my foot down to get things to change. Thing is, when I arrived at my house the next day, Gregory was there. He was all cuddled up with my fiancé on the couch. I confronted them and asked what the hell was going on. Gregory told me to relax, that nothing was going on between them because he didn't even like females. My fiancé hopped on his bandwagon and said it was fine because Gregory is gay. I demanded that he leave the house, but my fiancé said that I needed to get along with Gregory because I was going to be seeing a lot more of him. When I asked what she meant by that, she dropped the biggest bombshell on me. Gregory had gotten evicted from his apartment and my fiancé let him move in with us. Oh, F that. I said I needed time away from both of them and went into my room to pack some things. I heard my wife encouraging Gregory to go talk to me alone in our bedroom, but he wanted to do more than talk. I gave my girlfriend a gift and her reaction makes me want to cry. We were going to celebrate after I came home from a small family trip to the city, and I kind of cheaped out on the gifts I wanted to bring her because I was running a bit low at the time. I got her this polished rose quartz stone that I immediately regretted when I saw rose quartz emblems, necklace add-ons, and even earrings. I looked back so much on it and wished I could have gotten her at least another one of whichever I could get because I felt so bad that she could have gotten something so much nicer, but instead, my rushy mind opted out for the simple one. The day I arrived to go see her, I stopped by a local produce shop that sold these beautiful flowers. Again, I didn't have much on me then, so I got these slightly limp, non-wrapped bundles of daisies. If I remember correctly, they were the only flowers that were not put in the bouquet wrapping and stuff. They were just rubber banded together. I cried a little on my way to her place because of how much I wanted to give her. My parents don't quite support us fully because she was a dropout, has family issues, and has been through way too much. Her kitten, whom we raised together as a cat, dad died of a heart attack and I was going to help comfort her too. I didn't have a job because of how competitive the search was for us students, and I relied directly on chore money and leftovers from errands. When I got to her place I immediately gave her the gifts and she gave out the biggest open mouth smile ever. It wasn't the cutesy no teeth grin she does when happy, but her jaw literally dropped. She displayed the little quartz rock thing by her table near her bed and she most importantly loved the flowers. She loved to point out how they were fluffy and pretty and fragrant and she was so excited to stick them on her phone case. I wanted to apologize so much because of how cheap the gifts looked, but she looked like they were some cure to cancer or something. I love her and I can only wish to provide more and more. I gave my son permission to beat his bully's SS. His bully's reaction made it the best day of his life. My son was born with a condition called pectus excavatum. In layman's terms, his chest is sunken in. His condition was so bad that he only had 2.5 inches between his sternum and his spine and his heart and lungs were bruised because of it. In December, he had surgery to correct it and they put 2 nickel bars in his chest to give it space and train his bones to grow correctly. About 3 weeks after his surgery, a kid punched him and dislodged the top bar and he had to have another surgery to put the bar back in place. The kid has been through a lot. Well, the doctor cleared him for most activity last week, just no skateboarding or bike riding, but he could now lift his backpack and go hang out with friends and play pickup, non-contact sports. Unbeknownst to me, a kid in his class had been bullying him all semester because he is black. And because my son was afraid of getting hit again, he just took it. Well, the evening he was cleared he came to me and said, "Dad, I'm cleared now. A kid has been bullying me and hitting me for months. Can I kick his ass?" Well, my son isn't really a fighter. He's fought with his brothers but never anyone else, and he's always gotten his ass kicked. So I just figured he was just talking. But this is the first I have heard about the bullying and I was concerned. I could tell he was distressed about the situation, so I told him to knock the F-ker out. He just nodded and went to his room. Now, his older brother is as tough sob. He had a traumatic brain injury 2 years ago and he missed a year of school, so he's in the same grade and coincidentally takes the same class. I talked to him about it and told him to handle it but don't get in trouble. He told me that the kid walks in every day and punches my son in the head. I asked him why he allowed that to happen and he said he wanted his brother to get tough and once he was tired of getting hit, he would do something about it. While I kinda agree with his thinking, I instructed him to handle it without getting in trouble. The next morning, I took them both to school and then drove back home to get my younger daughter who goes to a different school that starts later. On the way to take her to school, my wife calls me. Have you taken your daughter to school yet? Well, after you do, go pick up your son. He got in a fight. I just assumed it was my oldest son. Imagine my surprise when I walked into the school office to see my younger son with a grin from ear to ear. He was beaming. He pointed to another kid sitting in a chair holding an ice pack on his face. He said, I warned him. I was so proud. He had walked into class, sat down, and the kid popped him in the head and called him the N-word like always. My older son got up to intervene and before he could, my son decked the kid with one punch. He said the kid was bawling on the floor and that it was the best day of his life. He got suspended for 3 days. I got cheated on, sent explicit photos, and totaled my car. How was your week? I was on my way to the gym and I had just recently broke up with my girl. The breakup was nasty. First, she had cheated and lied about it. I found out because I went to her house to talk to her and I was able to get a hold of her phone and go through her texts. I found out that she had unprotected intimacy with him and had a pregnancy scare 6 months into our relationship. I was able to put two and two together. When I was out of town she texted me when was the last time we had intimacy. It was over a week ago. I should have known then. Then she went and told the guy she was cheating on me with that she didn't love me and loved only him. Which she denied, but I saw her texts and screenshot them and sent them to myself. A week after the breakup, I was sent a backshot picture of her and the other dude. What's also crazy is that this guy looked like a skinny ogre. Like he was maybe 130 pounds while being at 5 feet 10 inches. It was so hard to deal with because she was also my first love. I needed to clear my mind so I headed down the highway towards my gym. I exited the highway and was turning left and there was this car kind of sitting in the middle of the lane. I thought that was a little weird, but I had a green light so I went anyway. When I drove by her, she floored it into my back right tire and pushed me onto the median. My head slammed into the door and I got knocked out for a minute or so. When I woke up, I called my dad and told him what was happening. I looked up and I saw this man walk towards me and I thought maybe he's checking on me or something. So I rolled down the window. He started throwing punches at me. I was still on the phone with Pops, so he was listening to me just eating these punches. I tried to roll up the window and he held it down. I tried to open the door and he kicked it shut. Since I was still in my car, I hit the gas and got a few yards away from him. Then I was able to get out and he sprinted back to his car. I thought, what the F is he doing? That's weird. He was hauling ass with a knife. I was so scared. I am not the biggest guy. 5 feet 6 inches and maybe 160 pounds. I can't fight. As he was sprinting towards me he tripped and fell down and then got back up and sprinted back to his car and drove away. I mean, what the F was going on? Why did he stop? Why did he just go back? Why did he even start doing that? I ended up having to hire a private investigator, but he couldn't do anything because there weren't enough details. I couldn't tell the license plate on his car or what he exactly looked like. I was so relieved but I was also so angry. My car was totaled. The lady who hit me was literally just standing there. She didn't even call the cops and she was trying to yap about insurance or something. I told her I couldn't even talk right now. You just saw what happened. I was glad I wasn't too hurt or anything, but what a day.
I got pregnant after 14 years and my stepdaughter said that it was weird and voted it off the island, so I unceremoniously booted them out of my house. My husband and I have been together for 14 years. He's 9 years older than me and has 2 kids from his first marriage. Despite wanting it, I've never been able to carry a baby to term. One miscarriage several years ago, near the beginning of our marriage, and nothing since. There is no rhyme or reason for it, and my husband and I have come to terms with the fact that we won't add to the family. I was sad, but things have been tough financially the last few years, so I consoled myself that it's for the best. Until, surprise, the week before my 35th birthday, I realize my period is late. I get a positive test and I'm honestly over the moon, if you'll excuse the cliche. My husband is excited but wants us to wait to tell the family, which I agree with. I know the statistics and I don't want to have to be fielding constant questions if I am scary. Both of my stepkids are what you might call failure to launch. Neither have gone to college and seem happy living at home or with my mother-in-law, who's much more permissive than I am. So here I am, pregnant, happy, and planning a new piece to our life that I hadn't dared to hope for in 5 or 6 years. I let myself dream a little and go to a baby store, where I cry a little bit and end up buying a soft gray blanket and a tiny pair of shoes. Later that same day, I had to unexpectedly pick my stepdaughter up from work. Cool, fine, no big deal. I stopped to get gas and when I returned, she was giving me the weirdest look. So, are you like pregnant or something? She dug into the bag when I was out of the car. I could have lied easily and said it was for a friend, but why would I want to lie about it? I asked her if she could keep a secret. She promised she could, and I confirmed. Needless to say, it wasn't the happiest of responses. She just said, "Oh, wow, that's, weird," and was quiet the rest of the ride home. To say I was a bit deflated was an understatement, but she doesn't necessarily have to be happy about it. Me and my husband still can be, all on our own. Even if nobody else celebrates, we can. A few days later everything else is going along just fine. I'm counting down the days until the ultrasound. Everything seems good until my stepson decides to show me a chat between him and my stepdaughter where she was talking about how gross it is that I'm pregnant. It's embarrassing. Everybody's going to assume it's actually her kid when we're out together and just general, not very nice things. When she's back home later, I come out to talk to her while she's watching TV with my husband. I'm trying to be chill, but my brain is going a million miles a minute. I asked her how she felt about the baby, and she responded with an eye roll. I ask again and tell her that I really want to know because it impacts her life, too. She's starting to get irritated with me. She says she's tired and had a long day and could I just drop it? Maybe this is where I misstepped, but no, I can't drop it now. I keep asking her to talk, but she keeps refusing until she finally decides to drop a bomb. You should just get in baby garbage because this whole thing is effing weird. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked at this point. I knew that she wasn't delighted, but, damn, that's a whole nother level. It was like getting smacked in the face with a sock full of nickels. I started crying, thanked her for being honest like an idiot, and then left the room. A little while later, my husband comes into the room where I'm sobbing my guts out. I assume he's going to try to comfort me or at least give me more context to soften the blow, which he does a lot when one of the kids says something awful to me. He sits down, puts his arm around me, and opens with, "Maybe we should consider it." He must see murder in my eyes because he rushes on with how happy he is, but we're not really in the best place financially, but he just started a new job, but it's hard enough with the 2 kids already but the kids aren't on board. I told him over my dead body. This was a baby that I've wanted for 14 effing years is getting aborted over that. It's a miracle baby, not a contestant to be voted off the island. I said some other things that I'm not proud of, stuffed some clothes in a bag and came to my parents' house. I've been here for 3 days now and nobody has reached out to me. Not a effing peep. I just don't even know where to go from here. I feel like I'm surrounded by insane people that are all just looking out for their own interests. At least my parents are excited, I guess. I can't say that I am anymore. Update. I left to stay at my parents' house and hadn't heard from my husband in 3 days. To be honest, I didn't want to see my husband at all. I had no desire after his confession. My parents, at least, were absolutely delighted over the pregnancy. I'm an only child, and my mom had always wanted more but had infertility problems, too. They went with me to my first ultrasound. They cried with me. They bought me a cake. My dad carved a little pumpkin with an amorphous blob on it that looked suspiciously like that weird, amazing amorphous blob on the sonogram screen. It was sweet. The day after the scheduled ultrasound and after about 2 weeks of radio silence, I received a text from my husband saying that we needed to talk, and I advised him that he could come to talk to me in person. We chose to meet at a neutral public location as my parents didn't really want his face darkening their doorstep, and I agreed because I didn't want him tracking figurative poop all over my safe place. So, we talked, or rather, I talked. I informed him of how hurt I was, mostly by his agreement with SD. He said he understood. I informed him that I would not be aborted for the comfort of an overgrown toddler. He nodded his head sagely. I informed him how the ultrasound went. He looked interested. I informed him that he and his children would be moving out of my house within 30 days. He was somewhat less in agreement on this point. Dear reader, I honestly had no F's to give at this point. He had let me stew for days and days by myself. I'm not sure if his tactic was to let me suck myself into an anxiety vortex, as I'm wont to do, and come crying back, as I have before. Just, no more. I can only assume those days I spent buried beneath blankets served as a chrysalis because I was not the same person when I went out as when I went in. I wanted them out of my house, the house that I bought before our marriage, the house that was in only my name. Those bricks were designed to hold happiness, not petty comments and miserable people disguising their own black hearts with my tendency to see the best in them. It was mine, and, as selfish as I'm sure someone will tell me it was mine alone to fill as I chose, and I no longer chose them. I wish I could say that my story ends with me happily getting fat and filling up a nursery with baby things, but it's not that kind of story. Around the time my husband and his kids moved their last box out, an ultrasound confirmed that my baby didn't survive. To say I was devastated would be an understatement, but at least I had my own space to grieve, not only for my baby but for the family and marriage that had been my life for almost 15 years. I'm going to be okay. I am okay. I am also sad and discouraged and more than a little hollow, but I'm no longer held down by 300 plus pounds of dead weight in my home. Final update. After I unceremoniously kicked my husband and his 2 children to the curb, they moved back in with my then mother-in-law. She was a controlling, cold person who enjoyed nothing more than puppeteering her children and grandchildren with an open hand full of money, all the while hiding a closed fist full of anger and resentment behind her back. Despite knowing this very well, all 3 moved back in with mother-in-law. She died 8 weeks later. As far as I know, my ex-husband and his kids are still living in that same house, as it's now his. According to his Facebook, he's had a few relationships, but nothing seems to stick. Gee, I wonder why. After all, they're such a lovely bunch. Since the children were adults and we had little in the way of commingled assets, our divorce was declared legal almost a year to the day after I filed. I'd honestly expected my ex to put up more of a fight, but it seems that his mother's death took it out of him. I guess I can't say that she never did anything good for me. After all of this, I had no desire to seek another relationship. The universe seemed to have other plans when I randomly ran into my ex-boyfriend at the grocery store about a month before my divorce was finalized. When I say ex, keep in mind that our relationship was one of those insanely emotional teenage love affairs where all of the memories are carefully wrapped in a gauzy filter. We were one another's first everythings and broke up due to life in college. There was no big blow-up or cheating or anger, just growing up. It was a heartbreaking split, but you tend to be very different at 21 than 16, and our lives were taking us in opposite directions. At any rate, we saw one another for the first time in 15 years over a pile of slightly underripe avocados. He was still tall and perhaps even more handsome in the unfair way that some men age, but he was still very much himself. We decided to meet up for dinner while he was in town visiting his parents because he works abroad. I'm not ashamed to say that meetup turned into a sleepover. On the downhill slide to 40, We went through a box of Trojans at a respectable clip for 2 people. It was comfortable and lovely, and I thought it was a nice final chapter to the previous story we'd written. We parted ways again as friends, and then 8 weeks later, I saw 2 little pink lines on a dollar store pregnancy test, only this one decided to stick around. So now I chase my growing way too fast kid around, and we FaceTime with her father at least once a day. No, we're not together, but we co-parent well. He's a wonderful man and a great dad. It may be unconventional by some standards, but it works for us, and he plans to move back once his contract is up next year. Needless to say, my ex-husband grandly accused me of cheating on him or throwing him aside for an old flame, but by the time he found out about the baby, the ink was long dry on our divorce, so his blustering amounted to no more than some angry, drunken texts and likely some hungover mornings for him. I wish him nothing more than all the happiness he brought me, so I think that's where I'll end this for now since my daughter is due to wake up from her nap, and we're going to the park this afternoon. It'll be a good day. As an aside, my cousin sent me a screenshot of my stepdaughter's Instagram a few days ago. Apparently, she's been wholeheartedly celebrating the Supreme Court's decision concerning Roe vs. Wade. Imagine that. Bless her heart.
I grounded my son after he painted his nails. Now he hasn't spoken to me for an entire year. I love my teenage son, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed in the type of man he has been growing up to be. My son started developing a sort of alternative style ever since he was in middle school. It started with him wearing all black, but ever since he entered high school, he's taken his weird fashion extremely far, and I'm just not a fan. My wife doesn't seem to mind, but she's a pretty passive woman and has never been a very strict parent like me. If I were to describe how my son dresses now, he wears big baggy black clothing and lots of chains and rings. At one point, he was even dyeing colored strips into his hair. I remember being so upset the first day I saw this. It was just so embarrassing to see my child walking around like that. Now I don't have a problem with gay people or anything like that, but I never really wanted that type of thing to be a part of my own household. I've never confronted my son about his sexuality, and I really just don't want to know if he does happen to be gay. Our relationship is already sort of strained, and I feel like if I found out he wasn't straight, it would make it very hard for me to treat him the same. Like I said, I don't have a problem with gay people, I just don't want to be shoved in my face. On top of everything, ever since my son entered high school, he has made friends with mostly girls. At first, I was glad to see this, and I was happy that my son still might have a chance at growing up into a real man's man. But as time went on, I realized that he wasn't in a relationship with any of these girls. Instead, they were all just his close friends. He constantly has his friends over the house, and is part of a friend group with 3 other girls. To be fair, these girls have always been nothing but polite to me and my wife and are always respectful of our house. Still, it just rubs me the wrong way that my son doesn't seem to have many close guy friends, and I feel like it's not good for him to grow up that way. I tried my best to be non-judgmental towards my son even though to me, he looked like more of a freak of nature every day the more he kept leaning into his alternative fashion. I didn't understand it since all of his friends were normal girls, he was the only weirdo in his friend group who dressed like some sort of 90s mall rat. When I look at him, he honestly reminds me of the kind of kids I would pick on in high school. Anyway, about a year ago, I ran out of patience with him when he came home one day with his nails painted a shade of bright blue. My son had never done anything like this before, and I couldn't help but feel overwhelmingly disgusted. I told him that he had gone too far with his emo bullshit and that I couldn't continue letting him make a fool out of himself like this. I told him that, at one point, he needed to become a man, and painting his nails made him look like some sort of weak tea. My son and I had never really been close, we didn't even speak that often, so he looked very hurt as I was telling him all this. But I couldn't help it, he had needed a reality check for so long, and there was no avoiding this conversation. I told my son to go get nail polish remover and remove his nail polish right there in front of me. That's when he started to get angry and said that he didn't have to change himself just to appease my Doomba homophobic self. My son has never spoken to either of his parents this way, and I knew that there was no way I was letting him get away with it. I yelled at him for cursing at me like that, and I told him that he would remove his nail polish immediately or there would be serious consequences. He said that there was nothing worse I could do to him than continue being such a hateful father, and that's when I lost my poop. I told him that I would ground him for the entire year if he didn't remove his nail polish within the next 60 seconds. He looked at me and told me that I could try, but I would never be able to control him, and that he hated me. He ran up to his room after this, and I followed through on my threat. I took his phone away and replaced it with a flip phone, and he wasn't allowed to go out or have his friends over anymore. All he did after that for the rest of the year was call his friends in his room and completely ignore me. One night I overheard him crying to my wife about how much he hated his life since being grounded, but all she said was that I was his father and he needed to respect me. I was proud of my wife for sticking up to me behind closed doors, and I still felt like I had made the right decision. I won't lie and say that it hasn't been a difficult year. My son stopped talking to me the day I grounded him, and I honestly do miss him. He graduates next year, and I just hope before then, he'll realize that I was only ever trying to do what was best for him.
I had a revenge nookie with the fiancé of my ex-boyfriend's mistress and I just found out that I am pregnant with his child. Plus update after 2 years. My ex and I met when I was 20 but were only friends until we started dating 2.5 years ago. I found out last year that my ex had been cheating on me for basically our whole relationship with a girl he met through a mutual friend. I broke things off after I found out and told the girl's fiancé about their affair. He ended up breaking off their engagement after he found out and she seemed nonchalant about it until she realized that my ex's money wasn't actually his. My grandma left me a lot after she passed back in 2019 and my ex had been flaunting around the things I'd gifted him throughout our relationship to her. even going as far as to claim that the house and antique car my grandpa left for me in his will were my ex's. It's not something I'm proud of now that I think back to it, but I did allow my ex to walk all over me for the first month or two after I broke things off because I missed him so much. I gave him money and tried to make things work but would always get reprimanded by my parents and friends when I'd run to them crying after he ghosted me for her. I didn't officially give him up until the girl's ex-fiancé messaged me and told me that she was rubbing it in some of their old friends' faces about how pathetic I was and how desperate I was for my ex who didn't even give an F about me. I was really upset and asked him if he'd be willing to meet up with me because I knew that if I talked to my parents or friends about this, then they'd just lecture me even more. He agreed and the two of us met up at a random food cart place. We ended up spending most of the day just exploring and talking about how we were doing. He'd also confided in me about his relationship with his ex. They'd known each other for 10 years and they'd liked each other for most of the time they were friends, but he wasn't looking for a relationship because he was focusing on school. He had decided to give them a chance after she'd driven 12+ hours overnight to him because they talked on the phone and he said he was feeling under the weather and was stressed from how vigorous his residency schedule was. She dropped everything to take care of him, help clean his place, and make him some home-cooked meals after finding out that he was surviving off of vending machine snacks and instant coffee. He told me in detail about how he'd never felt so loved and cared for, how after she'd done that for him, he decided that she was the one, that if this wasn't love, then love wasn't real. Finding out that she was cheating for the last 2 years made everything click into place. She'd been pushing off getting married, telling all her friends that she was having doubts about him. He'd been trying to convince her to go to couples counseling when I broke the news to him that she was sleeping with my ex. I felt like a monster, hearing their love story and then realizing that they didn't get their happy ending because of my ex, and I messed with my head. We continued to talk from time to time, checking in on each other and meeting up for a quick bite every now and then. We lost contact after the girl my ex cheated on me with somehow convinced him to take her back. I became slightly depressed after he cut me off, explaining to me that he was still in love with her and wanted to work things out, which meant a clean slate. I found out through some internet snooping that my ex cheated on her too, which was why she went back to her ex-fiancé. A few months passed and things went back to semi-normal. I started getting therapy and was about ready to put myself back out there to try out the dating pool again when around New Year's I got a call from the guy. He was crying and asking if I was available to talk. I, of course, said yes and out of concern met up with him at his place. He broke down to me and told me about how he'd found her and my ex in his mom's guest bedroom during Christmas when she'd snuck him in for a quickie during his family's busy holiday party. All hell broke loose when he'd found them in the guest bedroom after spending 20 minutes looking for her everywhere. We drank a bit and ended up having intimacy. He apologized and told me that it was a mistake and he wasn't in his right mind, that he just wanted revenge intimacy but it didn't make him feel any better after. I tried to message him platonically a few times after to see if he was alright but he blocked me, so I dropped it and went on with my therapy and life. I went in last week to check with my doctor since I'd been getting bad cramps and to get a new prescription refill for my birth control that I used to help with my PCOS. I had to do a usual test to double check for the possibility if I was pregnant and was very surprised when it came back positive. I have been sitting on this new knowledge and have been contemplating on if I should tell him, not tell him, or if I should even keep the pregnancy. My doctor did inform me that since I am still in the earlier stages I am still at a big risk of having a miscarriage, so I don't know if I should even be worrying at all about all of this since there is a chance that I could lose it, and then it just seemed like I was trying to grab at his attention or something, especially after he'd made it clear to me that he wasn't comfortable talking to me anymore after we slept together. I haven't told anyone and have been going crazy because I don't know what to do. Update: I know a lot of people were against this, but I went through with the pregnancy and I am forever thankful for my beautiful baby. I had originally planned to get in baby garbage, but I found myself unable to go through with the appointment. My parents were very upset with me and my whole family disowned me. I listened to what some of you said about letting the father know. We'll be referring to him as D. After many failed attempts to reach out to him I decided to go in person. D was not happy when I showed up at his place, but when I told him why, he agreed to talk with me. D let me know that he'd officially ended things with his ex and wanted to go no contact with me because I was another tie to his past with her, but he was willing to try and figure out a co-parenting plan with me if I agreed to a paternity test first. I of course felt a bit bad about the paternity test part but agreed to it since we both had only been acquaintances that bonded over our trauma. Everything was honestly easy cruising until I started to spot around the 26-week mark. Myovgen explained that while spotting is normal while pregnant, mine was heavier and my blood sugar/blood pressure also both worried them because of gestational diabetes and preeclampsia risk. After a few nights of D insisting on sleeping on my couch, I had him help me move some of my things to his place since he lived closer to the hospital. I am very thankful I decided to semi-move in with him when I did BC. I went into premature labor at 32 weeks. I am very thankful to have had D and his family as my support system. His mom would come and switch out with him at the hospital and advocate for me whenever I felt washed out or unheard. She helped me both emotionally and physically and stood by me. Dee's mom also helped me work through my emotions when all I wanted was my mom. Dee's mom was an absolute godsend also because she's a retired nurse. She started in OB, went to NICU, and eventually later settled into lactation before retiring, and explained things to me when we found out that my baby had respiratory problems and had SUA, single umbilical artery, and that it could have been a factor into why I went into premature labor. She stayed with Dee and me so she could help me with pumping since I wasn't able to produce milk and encouraged me when I felt like such a failure for not being able to take care of my son when he needed me most. She drove me to and from the hospital while my son was in the NICU because I was healing and so mentally/physically exhausted. I really and truly believe that I didn't fall into deep postpartum depression because she held me and helped me with each step and was always so patient with me, even when I wasn't with myself. Dee's mom would constantly remind me that nothing was our fault and no one did anything wrong. It's just that everyone is faced with hardships in life and this was one we'd work together to get through. My son graduated from the NICU and came home a month after I did. Dee's mom visited us often and helped with him since Dee and I are first-time parents. Dee's dad joked that he felt like she and I had the baby together and he and Dee were both just background characters that make guest star appearances every now and then since Dee was working so much to build more PTO and his mom wouldn't bring his dad along when she'd come visit since she didn't want him to disturb me and the baby with his loudness. Dee's siblings and family members posted a lot about our son because he was the first grandchild and first baby in a long time. Somehow someone must have shared a photo or something, but pictures of us reached my family and my parents demanded I let them meet my son. Dee was supportive of whatever I chose to do and said he'd agree to them meeting him if that's what I wanted. After thinking about it for a few days I decided that I wanted to talk to my parents before I let them meet my son. When we met up to talk, my parents were offended that I didn't bring my son with us and left him with Dee's parents. They said some really hurtful things and then my dad started to question on when Dee was going to ask him for permission for us to get married since we didn't already have a shotgun wedding while I was pregnant. I was okay with them insulting me since I'd grown up with it and was used to it, but once my parents put their target on Dee and his family I became upset and decided it was time for us to leave. My parents did try to petition for legal visitation rights but were denied because my son is still very young and because both Dee and I are very much on good terms and are living in the same household, and they couldn't find or prove that there was any danger to our son's well-being. My family did try to reach out to us and claim that we were horrible people for denying my parents their grandchild, but no one ever seemed to be able to make a peep when Dee's family would defend us and point out that my family had been the one to disown me and that no one cared to see if I was okay until after I had the baby and everything was handled. Dee's mom and my mom got in a verbal altercation after my mom had made false reports to CPS and called the police to do multiple welfare checks on us. My mom was given a warning by the police for harassing us after one specific incident where she threw a tantrum and caused a scene when the police found nothing wrong in the welfare check and refused to listen to her demands to have my son temporarily taken away from us and put in her custody for his safety. Dee and I currently have restraining orders pending against my parents and certain family members. One of the reasons I decided to update is because about 2 months ago a friend of Dee's asked him out to have some drinks and they ran into his ex-fiancée who later messaged him to tell him that she regretted the way they ended and how she was very hurt when she heard that we had a baby together, especially with it being so soon after their relationship. Dee wouldn't talk to me about how he felt, and when I asked him he just brushed me off or switched the conversation onto a topic about our son that he knew would distract me. I noticed Dee pulling away from me and how our relationship became a bit awkward and strained after their run-in and her message because I know he still has feelings for her and I am afraid that he might feel trapped with me and our son. I also noticed that the drama with my family has made Dee and his family less patient with me and my son. During Mother's Day I overheard a few of his family members make comments to Dee about me being at their family barbecue since I was just my son's mom and not really part of the family. Dee just shrugged and said I didn't have anyone else to spend the day with. With how tense things have been, I have been thinking about moving out and back into my place. I stayed with Dee at his place after I gave birth, but now that our son is slightly older and I am healed, I want to give Dee back some space so that he can start dating again if he wants to and to give him back some more bachelor time when I have our son. I want to find a way to approach me moving out and us making a co-parenting plan without making things more awkward or possibly ruining the relationship I have with Dee and his parents. I don't want them to feel like I'm not grateful or anything, but I do want to go back to work and get my life back on track so that I can provide my portion of needs for my son and not want to depend on his family for more than appropriate. I had a son with my first husband and my new husband demanded that he pays rent without knowing that he owns the house we live in, so my son gave him the reverse card. I have married my now husband Joe for 15 years. I have a son, Matt, from my relationship with Jake. Right after I graduated high school, I moved into Jake's house. He passed away 3 years later from cancer. 2 years later, I met Joe, and we married a year later. Joe moved into my house, which my deceased husband owned. When my son turned 18, Joe told Matt that he had to pay $500 monthly for rent and utilities. Matt told him that he owned the house we lived in and, because he wanted to be vindictive, said Joe could pay him $1,000 monthly or get out. My husband didn't believe him, but I confirmed that this was Matt's house, and we couldn't force him to do anything. Rent didn't matter to Matt because his dad left him a fortune to cover expenses for the rest of his life. I wish Joe had talked to me about this before saying anything because we have 3 other sons. I'm a middle school teacher, and my husband works in a factory, so our combined income is only $75,000. Here, everyone has their own room, with a huge backyard and pool. We could never afford to own or rent a place like this otherwise. My husband was shocked and tried to apologize, but my son didn't accept it and insisted he had to pay or leave. The most we could afford was a 2-bedroom apartment in a bad neighborhood. I told Joe that uprooting our kids from a good school district and their friends because of his mistake wasn't an option. A month passed, and my husband still needed to pay his rent. When my son asked for it, my husband laughed and said he wasn't paying. My son gave him an eviction notice. My husband suggested we go to his parents' house, but I refused and said either he would pay or go alone. He paid and has continued to pay since then. However, My husband refuses to talk to Matt. Other than that, everything in the house is perfect. My ex also left my son a lake house in Florida. My son graduated college and wanted to take all of us on vacation to celebrate before he started law school. My husband was excited, but my son quoted him $800. He explained that a grown man shouldn't be taking a handout. Joe stormed off. This morning, the 5 of us, plus Matt's girlfriend, were headed out the door. Joe yelled at me and couldn't believe I was going. I told him I wouldn't let me and the kids suffer for a mistake he made trying to be macho. I left, and my husband sent me a text message saying he was disappointed in me for siding with my son instead of him and turning the kids against him. Am I the a-hole? I technically never married my ex. He was 50 when we had our son, so he had a good job and a few properties. I never told Joe that I didn't own the house because he would have never agreed to stay in my ex's house. So, I handled all the finances, and Joe would pay me his utilities and bills. He begged me not to divorce and said he'd just pay my son the money. I thought that was the best way to handle the situation. Also, our finances are separate, so it's not taking away from me or the kids, but Joe doesn't really have money for his hobbies and interests, which was a problem for a while until he learned to just get over it.
I had family and friends over for a housewarming party and I caught my sister trying to steal a $30K watch from me. Now my mom wants me to apologize to my sister for embarrassing her. So last night I had some people over to celebrate moving into my new place. I had some family and friends, including my sister and my mother. When I was growing up with my sister, she would often steal from me and other family members. Money from my mom's purse or dad's wallet. She'd sneak into my room and take things. Steal money from our grandparents, etc. We aren't very close because of this, and I always try to keep an eye on her when she's around. Despite this, I decided to invite my sister over because she doesn't live too far away, and I know my mom would have been upset if I didn't. I put all of my watches and valuables in my safe, but I left out the watch I had planned on wearing that night but ended up not wearing it and leaving it on my dresser. At one point during the party my sister asked me where the bathroom was and I pointed down the hallway and told her the bathroom was on the left. A couple minutes later I went to go grab something from my room and saw her come out of my room as I was walking down the hall. She gave me this startled deer in the headlights look and said she was looking for the bathroom and walked away really quickly. I immediately got worried and went to do a quick look around my room. I immediately noticed the watch missing from on top of my dresser. This isn't some cheap $20 watch. I paid over $30K for it earlier this year. I left my room and went straight to my sister to confront her. I pulled her off to the side so it wouldn't cause a scene, and told her that I knew she took my watch and if she gave it back right then I wouldn't call the cops. She got extremely defensive and started yelling about how she didn't take poop from me, and how I'm a hole, etc. At this point, a lot of people were staring and listening to us. She told me she was leaving and started heading toward the door. I knew if she left I might never see my watch again, so I grabbed her purse from her and dumped everything on the ground. Sure enough, there is my watch right there on the ground with the rest of the stuff from her purse. My sister screamed at me and called me a effing asshole and scooped up most of her stuff and ran out of my place. My mom followed her out and ended up not returning to the party. So after an awkward rest of the party, I got a call from my mom. She was mad at me. I got some long lecture about how I didn't need to humiliate my sister in front of everyone at the party, how she couldn't help herself, and that my sister is crying and upset now because of the scene I caused. She also got mad at me for going through my sister's purse and told me that I should never look in a lady's purse and that it was a complete invasion of privacy. First of all, I tried to pull my sister off to the side. She was the one who started yelling at me and causing a scene that made everyone look over at her. I also wouldn't have had to go through her purse if she didn't steal from me and deny it and try to leave. I'm not just going to risk losing a $30K watch because I shouldn't look through a lady's purse. So now my mom wants me to not only apologize to my sister but to tell all the guests that were there that it was a big misunderstanding and my sister didn't take anything. I'm really not sure what I should do about my mom. There is no way I'm going to apologize to my sister. She should be the one apologizing to me, and I'm certainly not going to lie to my guests to get my sister out of the awkward mess she created for herself. I also don't know what to do about my sister. At this point I'm pretty much just done with her. I think she should be the one apologizing, but I doubt she will ever do that. Thanks in advance for any advice.
I had to defend my wife after my homophobic brother got her kicked out of my home and almost arrested. I have owned my own house for years, and have let my brother come by with his kids and let them stay for as long as they like many times before. It's basically a second home for them, as my sister-in-law can be toxic at times. Just last week I got married to my girlfriend of 5 years. My brother has a strong dislike for my wife, and I'm not sure if it is personal or if he doesn't like the fact that she is a woman marrying his sister. When I first told him we were dating, he got very angry and said he didn't want his kids to be around gay people. He suggested counseling for myself to get some help. I quickly shut him down, and threatened to kick him out at the time. He let it go, but I can still feel animosity between him and my wife as I feel like he blames her. There have been a few interactions, including at our wedding when he approached her, and said she was ruining me. I'll usually ban him from my house for a few weeks, until he apologizes. Right after our wedding, my wife and I decided to take a month to help her move into my home before we go on our honeymoon. While moving in, she made some suggestions about decorating the house better. My wife is an interior decorator, and I told her this was her home now as well, so she was free to do renovations wherever she would like. I suggested she start with the spare bedrooms, as they were the exact same as when I moved in, and the wallpaper was starting to peel off. One day while I was at work, my wife was renovating the room where my brother's kids usually stay. She had moved toys and clothes they left here down into the basement for the time being, as she was redoing everything. My brother came to grab some things, when he saw what my wife was doing and started yelling at her. According to my wife, he called her a thief and WHRE for touching things that didn't belong to her. He said she didn't belong there and had no right to be doing anything in his kids' room. My wife isn't the type to let people walk all over her, so she started screaming at him to back off, and it was her home more so than his. Apparently the screaming got so loud that one of my neighbors ended up calling the police. When the cops got there, both my wife and brother went outside to talk to them. My brother spoke to them first and claimed she was a thief, stealing his children's things from their room, and that she had no right to be there. My wife said she was married to the owner of the house. That's when my neighbor came over and told the cops that my brother and his kids lived in the house, and they had never seen my wife before. While we were dating, we spent most of the time at her apartment, as it was closer to both of our jobs, so it would make sense my neighbor hadn't seen her many times. But not at all? Bull. The cops told my wife she needed to leave the premises immediately, or they would have her arrested. They wouldn't even let her go back inside to grab her phone to call me. It wasn't until 2 hours later that she managed to call me, as she had to walk to a gas station almost 2 miles away and ask quite a few people, before someone finally let her borrow their phone. She only had her mom's number memorized, so she called her to come pick her up. Once she did, she used her mom's phone to finally call me. As soon as she told me what had happened, I came over to her mom's house. She told me this was the final straw. She had married me and ignored my brother's comments for so long because she loved me. But if I was going to side with my brother on this, and allow him to not only stay in a home that by all rights is hers now, but kick her out as well, she was going to file for divorce. I just hugged her and told her I didn't mean for any of this to happen, that I love her, and she is my priority, that it is her house as much as mine, and I would make sure my brother knew he wasn't allowed to ever come over again. We were both crying and holding each other for a while, before we went home. Thankfully my brother had left by then. I took off of work the next day, and called a locksmith to change all the locks, and then had someone else install security cameras. I hired a pair of movers to come take all of my brother and his kids' things out of my house and put them by garbage pickup. I called him and told him where his stuff was, and that he better come get it before everything was picked up by other people. He was there within the hour, and I notified him he would not be allowed back into my home ever again. He had disrespected my wife, and got her kicked out of her own house. I said we would be going low contact, and if he pushed the issue it would become no contact. Then I went inside. A few hours later I went over to my neighbor's house and told them they had called the cops on my wife, and that my brother was not allowed on my property anymore. They were shocked, and said they didn't know. I told them, well now you do, so don't let it happen again. My wife was really impressed with how I handled everything, and I hope my brother can learn to respect my wife and I, as I don't want to lose him completely. I handmade a vase as a gift for my mother, and my boyfriend gave it to his mom. He was livid when I took it back and told him we were over. I make cool vases as a hobby. These can take weeks to complete and are always made with the giftee in mind. My mom and I have always been into nature together. We hike, own animals, and eat outside if possible. I guess being into nature sounds weird. We just like being outside. So, I made my mom a Siamese cat urn. It looks like a vase, but the top is the cat's ears. It is super cute, and I love the way it turned out. No one died or anything. It was just the style of the piece. I had finished it, taken it to my apartment, wrapped it up, and been excited about it. Apparently, my boyfriend's mother came over, but he didn't get her a Christmas and birthday present. She loves cats, so he just gave her the piece I made without permission, and she loved it. My boyfriend does not live with me. He has an apartment near his school. Before we went for dinner, his mother came over to see my new kitten. She was in tears over how nice the present was and, according to my boyfriend, I had ruined it. I told her that the presents must have gotten mixed up, that was made for my mother. She got upset and then gave it back. Then my boyfriend went out to dinner with her. He said it would be best if I didn't come. I guess she cried the whole way, and he didn't have a present for her, so he looked like a bad son. I have trouble seeing where I am at fault. I understand that the nice thing would have been to remake a gift or let her have it. However, it was one of my best pieces, and I always gave my mother the art I made. She loves it. She shows it off to everyone. It is something she takes great pride in. She has one from every Christmas, and I never miss a year. She even shows off the crappy lumps I made as a kid. My boyfriend wants to talk tomorrow. I am unsure if he will break up with me or if he wants to yell at me for it. I just need to know what people think. Was I a jerk? My boyfriend seems to think I was. I love this guy very much and love his mom. She is super sweet and kind, and never really gets nice things. I still don't think covering for his lack of foresight is my job. Her birthday comes every year on the same day. It's not like it surprised him. I got her a card and a book, which I thought was nice. She thanked me for them later over text but seemed sad about the cat face. I guess she hoped I either made her something or my boyfriend got her something she liked. She loves cats, and he has never gotten her anything cat-themed. It is always some cooking supplies or an apron, which means he sucks at presents, so I am just not sure what to think. Does anyone have an idea what to do in this situation? Update. My, now ex-boyfriend showed up around 4 p.m. and wanted to talk at me. He just told me he was disappointed and that he had taken a lot of sweet talking to make his mother understand what happened. He told her I mixed up the packages but that I had one for her that I just needed to get. I told him I didn't have anything for her and that I would not be helping him out. He could buy one for her and pass it off as handmade, but I was not covering for him. I told him I felt that his behavior was cruel to me, the effort I put into my art, and my mom, his mom, just everyone. He told me that he expected better. He would not apologize. He just kept getting angrier and angrier. He ended up grabbing a piece I made earlier this year. I was proud of it. It was a mermaid on a rock. He said he would give this to her and that I could find a new boyfriend. I told him if he left with it, I would call the police. We weren't screaming, but we were both really angry. He slammed it back down on my table, He told me that he never wanted to see me again and that I should call him when I grew the F up. I told him we were over, he was no longer my boyfriend, and I wanted nothing to do with him. I said he could return the clay if he wanted, but I had already returned his Xbox to the store. He told me to keep the effing clay, he wouldn't have. Apologized if he knew I wasn't giving him the present. He called me a liar and said I had ruined his holiday. According to the dribble coming out of his mouth, his mom was hurt and had left town early. He thought giving her a piece and shifting the blame to me for getting would make it better. I told him just to leave. So now I am single, with a lot of clay and a lightly cracked mermaid statue. I am not sure how to feel about this, but Dobby is free. I have become friends with my boss at work, and I just found out she might be my biological mother, but I don't know if I still want her in my life anymore. Please send help. I always knew I was adopted out of foster care. My parents couldn't have biological kids, so they signed up for foster, and I, along with my sister Wendy, were both foster fails. Yes, like with cats. I sometimes joke about that with my mom because we also had 3 cats growing up for the same reason. I'm athletic and have many hobbies: rock climbing, hiking, martial arts, and lifting weights a fair bit. Wendy and my parents do not share my interests, but we do all like reading, so we bonded over that. I still remember being 4, Wendy being 9, and us both in bed with mom as she read from Watership Down or Shardik. I'm not saying we weren't a weird family, but to this day, I love them all. They're my tribe, and if we're weird, at least we're weird together. Life was what you might expect from a former foster kid: ups and downs. I went to the local state university with my parents' help just like Wendy did. I played lacrosse and met Andrew, who became my best friend, and eventually, I got a job at a bank, mostly just filing and doing paperwork for people with titles like senior analyst. I won't say it's my dream job, but it pays pretty decently, and Andrew and I have been considering moving in together. Last year, after I'd worked there for 3 months, Bess came to work at the same building as me. She was head of the division and oversaw investment accounts and trusts. I didn't meet her right away until I was assigned a very boring but necessary job to collect all the paperwork we had on accounts from before our current bank overlord absorbed whatever bank was here before. She was surprisingly cool, and we bonded over stuff like hiking and rock climbing, and soon I was one of her favorite minions. I'm not saying we were best buds, but we got along. Her husband Dave died last year, of cancer, and while she was on leave, I used to stop by her place with little things: coffee, some shopping for necessities, or just to hang out and check up on her. She has a family, a mom, and a dad. They're not super close, but she's been mending fences with them, and since Dave passed, they've been visiting her, too. I even ran into them once or twice, and her mom acted kind of weird when we met, asking me like 6 times if we'd met before. I remember telling Andrew, and he said, "Well, Janie, you're over 6 feet and built like a really hot dump truck, so maybe you just stand out," which is why I love him. Yes, I love being called a hot dump truck. Things were a little different when she returned to work 6 months ago. Not in a bad way, just I was more comfortable with her and more willing to talk about my life and listen to her talk about hers. She became a mentor. She knows I don't love the job and don't want to go back for a business degree or economics or what have you, but she appreciates how I don't do sloppy work. As I got to know Bess, I really started to respect her. I found out the reason she and her family were on the outs was that she'd gotten pregnant when she was 15, and since they were all really Catholic and it was the late 90s in Massachusetts, she didn't feel like she could get an abortion. Also, they wouldn't let her keep the kid and threatened to kick her out if she tried. So she gave up her kid, cried a lot, ran away from home, ended up with her grandmother, and rebuilt her life. I went to college, got a degree, then a master's, started working at an investment firm, and met and married Dave. She was really sad they didn't have a kid, and now that she's 40, she doesn't think she'll ever have one. We started having hangout nights, once or twice a week at most. We talk a little about work, her life, my life, and how everything starts in foster care. We started being gym buddies because she needed an outlet for her emotions over Dave, and I didn't want to let her go get gawked at by meatheads by herself. Honestly, I was starting to worry that we were catching feelings. I would never cheat on Andrew, but if Bess and I were getting too close, I'd have to stop being friends, and that'd suck because I'm kind of difficult. I'm very ADHD, and so I have a lot of walls, and it's rare for me to make real, close friends. For my birthday 2 years ago, Wendy and I decided to do 23andMe and ancestry tests. We've always been curious about where and who we come from. She ended up connecting with some half-siblings and finding out some stuff about herself, but I didn't have anyone come up at the time. I still log on and check from time to time. Anyway, yesterday morning as I was puttering around the apartment, making toast for myself and Andrew and getting ready to go for a run, I decided to do my usual email and website surfing on the tablet. One of my emails was from 23andMe, the usual you have X number of relatives thing. I go in, and reading it I realize these people, cousins, all have the same name as Bess' mom and dad. I hadn't seen them before, and I figured maybe they were recently signed up or whatever. I went for my run, and it was nagging at me. Bess and I have similar looking faces: oval, pointed chin, wide jaw. My eyes are green while hers are blue, and my hair is a different color, although we both dye it, so who knows. We're both really into physical hobbies. And then there's the way her mom acted when we met. When I got home from my run, Bess called me. It's been fairly warm, just shy of 80, so I was toweling off, had my tablet open, and remembered the email. I asked Bess about the people I'd been linked up to, and she affirmed that they were her cousins and asked me why I was asking. It doesn't reflect well on me that it didn't even occur to me why it would have matched me up with Bess' cousins until she asked why I was asking. I was standing there, towel over my shoulders, phone on speaker on the counter, and I was staring at it while the gears in my head began to slowly grind their way to realizing what I was about to say and what it might mean. I stammered my way through an explanation of how I'd signed up for 23andMe years ago and how this morning it sent me an email telling me I was related to the people I just asked her about. She got real quiet and asked me to email her a copy, which I did. She then read it, said she'd call me back, and for the next 2 hours I kind of ambled around the house like a very confused hot dump truck, with Andrew trying to console me. I wasn't upset, but I was completely unsure if I should be or not. About 3 hours later, Bess called me back and asked me if I could come over. I asked if Andrew could come too because frankly I was pretty zoned out and didn't want to be without him, and she said yes. When I got there, Bess had dug out all these boxes of stuff. She had access to adoption records, you can request them en masse, and knew her baby was adopted out to a couple in North Attleboro. I called my mom and she checked up on what she had, and it turned out that I was surrendered to the foster care system when my parents died in a car accident when I was 2. They didn't have any relatives and I was their only kid. We sit there with this for a while. Bess is trying really hard not to cry and I honestly have no idea what to feel. I wasn't even really seriously looking for bio family, you know? It was a goof I did with Wendy. Andrew is nice enough to go get us coffee and donuts at the local Dunkin', and so we're sitting in the kitchen, looking at the box of stuff. She has pictures of a baby. Is it me? I don't know. It looks as much like me as any naturally pale white baby might. We decided we'll get tested. It could take a couple of weeks to get the results back, so until then we can't be sure. Maybe I'm related to her cousins through some other relative somewhere. Maybe it's just a weird coincidence. Part of me is terrified. I don't want my mom and dad to think I wasn't happy with them as my parents, or that I was looking to replace them. They worked really hard for me and Wendy, and I always knew they loved me and I was safe with them. I will not let that change. But Bess and I have become really close, and is it weird to say that I'm also worried that finding out I'm her kid will ruin that? I don't know. We're going in for cheek swabs on Wednesday. She cried a lot and I held her hand, and I'm starting to realize how badly Bess has wanted her daughter back all these years, and I have no idea if I'm up for that. I know from her end she was forced to give her child up and go on without knowing where she was, but from my end, my life was pretty great without her, minus those 2 years in foster care. I do like and respect Bess, but I don't know if I can go from friends to family if that makes sense. Anyway, yeah, I took the day off work. My boss will understand.
I have known my parents were cheating on each other for years. They found out that I knew and got mad at me for ruining their marriage. Please send help. When I was 11, I saw my mom kissing one of her coworkers. Since I didn't know what to do or even who to ask, I ended up talking to that coworker. They worked at a sort of family restaurant, so I went there pretty often. And once, I just told him I knew about their thing and straight up asked what I should do. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I know he was really nice to me and advised I stayed quiet so as not to hurt my father. While it made sense to me, I spent around a year feeling bad for my father whenever I saw mom leave for work or stay there late. Then, one of the days mom stayed for the night at the restaurant, my father brought home another woman. It made me have a sort of epiphany. I started thinking that they knew, and after some very productive internet research, I figured they were simply in an open relationship. As I grew older, I realized this wasn't the case. The two pieces of poop somehow managed to put 2 and 2 together after years and noticed I knew, so they started using me to cheat more efficiently. From around my 15th birthday, they started trying to get me to make excuses for each other, ask one of them to go out for the day when they wanted the house alone, and even fucking arrange meetings with their side pieces. They're both some of the stupidest people I have ever met, but they somehow believe they're geniuses. I think this is what brought them together. They enable each other, but it also meant they were so busy thinking they were cheating gods to realize the other was doing the same. At some point, I stopped helping them, but I never said anything. It was such a normal thing that it never even crossed my mind to tell them. Last year, I started uni and moved away, which meant they had to deal with each other independently. I figured divorce was coming, and I didn't expect them to last long without having me around to keep them at peace. You know how 2 toddlers must be kept under adult supervision to make sure they don't, like, throw each other at upcoming traffic? That was what I had been doing ever since I can remember, stopping them not only from making the other mad, but also separating them whenever they had a bad idea that the other would enable. I was right, they are going to divorce, and they decided to announce this at a family gathering a couple of weeks ago. There was a very funny silence when they said it, and it was broken by them starting to fight and trying to get the other to look bad. My mother was oh so hurt by his cheating, and my father was oh so hurt by hers. I couldn't help but laugh. It was ridiculous. That poop looked like children acting out a telenovela. When I said yes, I knew. They both had been doing it for more than 7 years. There was silence. I didn't find this one funny. They got so mad at me, started screaming that I ruined their marriage, that they could have worked it out if they knew sooner, that how could I have done this to them. I left and just went to my apartment. I think they only found out about recent cheating, and they might have been mad because I outed all those years. Plus apparently I've been playing both sides. These 2 weeks since then, I have been receiving calls from everyone in my family. A lot of them are just puzzled my parents would do that. Others know them and are telling me that they're sorry for me. Personally, I just think that they deserved it. You're telling me that they could peacefully cheat but not be cheated on? It's wild. They're both dickheads in many ways, and they're perfect for each other. The fact that they got divorced the moment they knew about the other cheating just proves me right. They wanted it to be hidden, they wanted it to be behind the other's back. Not one single other person in this world deserves to deal with either of this too. They need to stick together to keep them from hurting others. I don't really know what to do. They haven't talked to me at all in this 2 weeks. The only contact we've had has been through other people. I've never spent this long without talking to either of them.
I helped my grandfather build his company and I found out that he only willed 1% of it to the men in the family. Now, I hope he's seeing from the afterlife how it is crumbling down. My grandfather passed away a few months ago. He had his own business that was quite successful. I was raised by my grandparents after my dad, their youngest son, died young. When I turned 16, my grandfather brought me to work with him and he integrated me into the business. I adored that man. He trained me in all aspects of his business, and once I turned 18 he hired me on full time and I became his shadow. My uncles and some of my cousins worked for the business also, but none of them took it very seriously. They treated it very much like the spoiled owner's sons and grandsons. They were never well known or well liked in the company. I was known. I had a great relationship with the people who worked for my grandfather. I had also done every job there at some point. I cleaned. I ran errands for others. I managed. I hired people. I was the person he asked to step up during his illness. I basically ran the business for almost 2 years. Then his will showed another side of my grandfather, one that left me very hurt. My uncles and all of my male cousins, even the ones who have nothing to do with the business and would likely never work there, were all given 1% of the business. I was given nothing related to the business, all because I was a granddaughter, which was even stated in the will. I broke down when we were told the contents of the will. My uncles and cousins were very dismissive and told me I shouldn't be so upset because I was just a girl after all, and with me getting married soon I'd clearly focus on having my own family. They said owning any % of a business is for men. I should have known how my grandfather felt. I made the decision to resign from the company following this. At first they didn't care. Some of my uncles even looked relieved to be getting rid of me. But now that all the men are trying to run it, they realize they know nothing and nobody who works for them likes them. Apparently the employees ask them about me. I actually had some of the people I worked closely with reach out to me and say they missed me / wanted to keep in touch. The business is suffering because my uncles and cousins hers company until I retire, but that's not going to happen. I told my uncles and cousins no, and they asked me to at least consult with them so they can get some help during this rocky period of business, and again I said no. They told me they need my help and I should want to help keep the family business running. I told them I had given so much to it already, but they, along with grandfather and his death, made it so very clear I am not valuable to the company because I'm a woman and I won't save their asses just because they asked me to after showing how little they appreciated me. They accused me of being foolish and childish. They accused me of being foolish, as if it was my responsibility to save them from their own incompetence. Childish? They called me childish for not wanting to crawl back to the very people who had belittled and dismissed me. The nerve. I had given that company everything, and they couldn't even see it. But I wasn't going to sacrifice my self-respect just because they were in over their heads. So, no, I wasn't going to run back and save the family business. I wasn't going to consult or give them some cheat sheet on how to run the company I had basically held together for the last few years. If they wanted to play the big boys game, they could do it without me. Let them figure it out. Let them fail if that's what it comes to. I'm done being the silent workhorse while they reap all the rewards. I'm done giving to people who never gave a damn about me. Now, it's time for me to figure out what I want. I gave them my years. They can keep their crumbling company. I'm moving on. I hired a private investigator and I found out who my husband is having an affair with. Now he's screwed because I am going to start an all-out war. For a little while I've suspected my husband of cheating. I didn't have any justification for thinking or feeling this way, but I couldn't stop having this gut feeling that something was wrong. So I decided to keep a closer eye on him, and I still found nothing. And for a long time, I was angry with myself for suspecting him and for invading his privacy. We went to marriage counseling and I apologized for breaking his trust in me, and for a little while all was well. I can't believe I apologized to that lying sack of poop. But that wretched feeling never went away. I tried so hard to get over this feeling that he was deceiving me in some way and I just couldn't. So I decided it was time to hire a private investigator instead of playing Inspector Gadget myself. Let me tell you, this was the best thing I ever spent money on. Within a month the PI was able to confirm my suspicions, but it was a shock to find out that it was his stepsister and his stepmother. Not only that he may be the father of his stepsister's newborn baby. I could have killed him, but I kept my composure and I kept this information to myself and continued to act as normal as possible. Believe me, that was a very difficult thing to do. I slowly started detaching from him and even moved into our spare bedroom, and we continued to drift apart. I moved out, got a new job, and started saving money for our divorce. I got my life in order. Now here we are almost a year later and in the final stages of our divorce, and I've still not told anyone. I've spent the last year preparing for our divorce because I'll be damned to leave this marriage empty-handed. I wanted to handle our financial affairs first because my husband works for his father and I didn't want to leave him unemployed during our divorce process. This son of a cunt dragged out our divorce and fought me for everything, even things that were mine to begin with, but I kept my calm and I won't say a word until I get everything I deserve. That's when I'll tell his father. And his father is not a man to be messed with. I've been assured the check will clear in 3 days, or less, and it's over for Robert, cause as soon as that money hits my account his mother, stepmother, stepsister, brother-in-law, and father will receive a beautifully written email with pictures and videos of what he has been up to. His dad will tear him apart. Count your days, Robert. Edit 1. I got my money. Time to send it. Edit 2. His stepmother and stepsister do not know about each other. I don't know how long he has been intimately involved with them, but I do know it started in adulthood for all involved. Update post. Let's clear some things up. When Robert's father remarried, Robert was already a 30-year-old man, so no, he wasn't intimately groomed, and his stepsister was 31 when she met him. Again, no one here is being intimately abused. All involved were already well into adulthood when meeting and when they started to F around. As for the money, well honey, that's money he owed me but was being a dick about giving it back. I invested in his business ventures and he refused to pay me my share. And that's not poop I was willing to let slide. You can't get a broke man to pay his debt. So yes, I wasn't going to let him be unemployed during our divorce. The aftermath: I sent the email as soon as I saw the money had hit my account. The first to call me was Robert and I picked up. The first words out of his mouth were, "You evil ass bitch." I replied with "Your mama," and I ended the call. The second person to call me is the stepsister's husband. He was just heartbroken. He asked me a ton of questions and he asked for my divorce lawyer's information. We also discussed him getting a DNA test for all their kids. Through my brother-in-law, I found out that there was an all-out war between my stepmother and father-in-law. He tried to kick her out but she locked herself up in the bedroom, while father-in-law was throwing her poop outside. Stepmother-in-law called her daughter for help. At some point, the stepsister and stepmother got in a fight. The fight was so bad that the neighbors called the police. In the scuffle to separate mother and daughter, they hurt one of the police officers and were arrested. They are still in jail because neither of them have anyone willing to bail them out. The following day I got a call from Robert telling me that his daddy almost ran him over, so he wanted to come to stay with me because he was scared that his daddy or brother-in-law will try to beat his ass again. Robert is scared to go home. His dad and brother-in-law are pretty much camped outside of his place and have already jumped him twice. Robert is terrified. He tried to stay with his mother and she told him that he had made his bed and should now lie in it. FYI, I am not done with Robert yet. I've got more planned for him. Update 2. Ex-sister-in-law is in deep doo-doo as the results for the DNA test came back and 0 out of 3 is his. Ex-brother-in-law is distraught. She doesn't even know who else could be the father. Heifer, how many men have you been betting, besides your husband and mine? Don't worry, I'll find out. Like, I knew she was a trifling old bag of bones but I never knew she was this cold. Brother-in-law has decided to cut ties for his own sanity as he feared he might act in a way that is outside his character. Now I feel bad for those babies but I understand why he had to leave. Did we, ex-brother-in-law and I, give a copy of the DNA results to everyone she knows? Yes, we did. Did I personally go out of my way to darken the steps of a church and make my testimony and hand out copies of the DNA results? I sure did. Ex-mother-in-law and her daughter have cut ties and are silently hating each other, but they are image obsessed, so they kept things cute and silent. But a heathen like myself prefers to be cute and audible, and I haven't forgotten dear mother. So I went and gave my testimony in front her beloved peers and read out a couple of the vilest text messages she and my ex-husband exchanged. There were a lot of gasps and screaming, but I kept reading for as long as I could. I sure effing did. Unfortunately, I couldn't read more before I was dragged out and then attacked by ex-mother-in-law and ex-sister-in-law, but I handled that and they never again lunged at me or threatened me with physical violence again. Over the years, Robert has moved as shady in his legal business as his personal life, and as a law-abiding citizen I felt compelled to inform the taxman of his dealings, as well as informing his former business partners and current ones. I also did some legally ambiguous things to Robert that I don't want to put into writing, but he's no longer slinging dick like his life depended on it. That testicular fortitude he once had is slipping away. He just doesn't have that pep in his step anymore. It's hard to remain so casual when there are a couple of men hoping to catch you and an ex-wife who still has him on Find My Best. Robert's life is in tatters, and well, I love that for him.
I hired a pestitute for my brother with Down syndrome. And I'll never regret it. My brother has Down syndrome, but he is the best brother I could have asked for. I still remember the day he was born and how I held him when I was a kid. As we grew up, I always knew he was different, but he's my brother and I love him. He's honestly my best friend, and having a brother with Down syndrome, especially one like him, has made me a better person. But we don't live together anymore. A year ago, I decided to buy a house just a town away from theirs. Last month, my parents went out of town for a few days and they asked if I'd stay with my brother and take care of the house. I am more than willing to do so. Of course, I agreed and brought my PS5 over, some games, snacks, and beers. I called out of work for a few days and figured we'd have some fun just like when we were kids. We were having a great time while taking turns playing Elden Ring. My brother started the game and got to the part where the guy calls you maidenless, and I said something like, "Oh, he called you maidenless, bro, DMN." My brother got super sad and I asked him what was wrong. He said, "I am maidenless. I'll never have a girlfriend." We talked about that for a bit and he was actually feeling super depressed because he's never had a girlfriend and didn't think he ever would. He was really sad and I decided, F it, I should find him a girl. I called a couple of people I knew who were into that sort of thing to see if they knew anyone. Well, one of my buddies had a number of this girl, so I gave her a call. She was actually super sweet and understanding about the situation, and she said she'd be glad to show my brother a good time for her usual rate. She had a cousin with Down, so she was very sympathetic. I told my brother I'd pay a girl to come over and show him some fun on the condition that our parents would die without knowing I hired a prostitute to come to their house. He agreed. So I made plans for her to come over, got my brother shaved, and showered for his first date. She showed up dressed up super nice. She was also super hot. I'm no chef, but I had picked up some food from Olive Garden for them. She was a genuinely nice person and was really good with him. I just left them to do their thing while I played the PlayStation in the living room. Eventually, they passed by going upstairs to his room. I put my headphones on and kept playing. Then they came back down and both had big smiles on their faces. She hung out with us a bit, then it was time for her to go. I handed her the cash plus some extra as a bonus. She said my brother was a sweetheart and that I was a good brother to do something like that for him. She said that she had a good time, and that he really enjoyed playing with her breasts, as he was wailing with excitement. She handed me half the cash back. My parents came back and thankfully are none the wiser, as my mother especially would probably unalive me. My brother is super appreciative and said it was the most fun he'd ever had. I have no regrets. I inherited my mother's house after she died and her boyfriend refuses to leave the master's bedroom, so I put him and his children in the homeless shelter. My parents divorced when I was 6. My mom got a boyfriend Josh, and they started living together when I was 9. He had twin daughters, who were 4 when they moved in. Their mother was not in their lives anymore. My mom took them in as their own. I admit I was a little jealous because they had her full time and me only 50% of the time. I think my mom loved them more, too. I was a quiet kid and spent most of my time in my room when my mom had me. I didn't want any siblings. My mom tried but to no avail. By the time I was 16, I rarely spent time at my mom's place. I got an apartment when I went to college, even though my mom lived in the same city as my college. Mom tragically passed in December. Because Josh and her never got married for some reason, I inherited everything, including her house. I allowed Josh and the kids to live there still. I paid half the bills as he was struggling because of a low-paying job. My lease ends in December, and I decided to move into my house afterward. I sat down with Josh and told him I was moving in January. Since this is my house, I will take the bedroom, and he will move to my old room. He started crying about how the bedroom was his safe space, and all my mom's things were there, which gave him peace. I told him he could move a few of her stuff to my old room. My room is 1/3 of the bedroom. He started crying even more that he didn't want to abandon their bedroom. I was pretty pissed at that moment, so I told him to just get out of the house then, as I didn't have the energy to deal with this poop. I have since cooled down, but 3 days later, he sent me a message telling me where he left the keys and that they moved out. I found out they went to a homeless shelter. I got messages from my mom's side of the family about how I was heartless and cruel to kick them out and how the twins lost their mom and home in less than a year. Twins texted me how they couldn't believe their brother made them homeless and asked me what they did wrong. My dad and his family told me I did nothing wrong. I feel bad for them, but I still think I have decided who will get the room in my house. Update: we had the first mediation meeting about the lawsuit and agreed. I will have to pay 1/4 of the savings my mom left me, which is a lot less than I thought. I met with Josh the day after. It went unexpected. I apologized for my hot-headed response. I told him I didn't mean it and invited him back home. He told me no. He admitted that it was very hard for him to live there. He saw my mom everywhere, which was very hard for him. He took my kicking them out as an opportunity to leave the house without his daughters resenting him. He made me a bad man. He apologized for that. He didn't know his daughters called my grandparents and me. When he found out, he confessed to his daughters and my grandparents what he told me. I don't care either way about my grandparents as we have no relationship. How did he find out? My dad talked to him before me. My dad wanted to help him, so he called him. He even got Josh 10 free seasons with his good friend, a grief therapist. And it was my dad who convinced him to talk to me. My dad is my hero and, in this case, the real master of puppets. Josh will move in temporarily to my grandparents. I talked to my dad about the money. I decided to give Josh the rest of my mom's savings. He can buy a nice apartment but still has some left over. Josh was very happy and thanked me over and over again. I did it for the peace of my mind. We probably won't have much of a relationship moving forward. For me, this is a chapter of my life that is closed. I will probably sell the house after I graduate from college. It has no sentimental meaning to me. I inherited the biggest chunk of everything my father owned, and my stepmother told me that I owe them a fair share. Now she's going nuts because I blocked her. I was estranged from my father for over a decade. It had been a very long time coming when I finally decided to become estranged at 20. I had already moved out when I was 17, and I had made sure to limit my contact with my father before ending all ties between us. A lot of this had to do with the decisions he made while my mom was terminally ill and after her death. This ranged from trying to sleep with mom's sister while mom was still alive to yelling at my mom while she was sick for being so ill to burning several family photos of us in the days after mom died. He also sold my mom's easel, which she'd had most of her life and was sentimentally valuable to me and my aunts and uncles. I was 13 at the time. My dad ended up damaging a lot of mom's stuff when he met his second wife and moved her in. To move her in, he moved my mom out. In the process, a lot of harm came to mom's things. My aunts and uncles took and stored them, and we went through them when I was 20. I had completely no contact with my dad until his death almost a year ago. Even when I was informed he had transferred a lot of money over to me and had put my name on the deed of a family vacation home he and my mom had owned before her death. That was the biggest chunk of everything he owned. He never told his wife/now widow. He also didn't own the house they were living in and that we had all lived in prior. It was his friend's house. I was never sure how it worked, but he never paid for it while I lived there. 3 years for me. After he died, a letter was sent to me, and he told me he had given me all of that, so it was mine outright, and he wanted to make up for his mistakes in a small way. His leaving me with so much meant nothing to his wife and their other children. He only had what he had in joint accounts and no property. It was all legally binding. His widow attempted to sue for a fair share of my father's assets, but her case did not go far because it had been handled before his passing and was 100% legally mine. I didn't go to the funeral or anything, so I was surprised to hear from her, and I still don't know where she got contact info for me, or my father for that matter. She told me I should be looking after my family and I should want better for the children she and my father shared at least. She made it clear she expected me to want a relationship. I told her I did not, and I did not consider her children my family because her late husband stopped being my family a long time ago. She said it wasn't fair that I could be so cold to my flesh and blood and that they got screwed over by their father and then by me. She said I owed them something. I told her I didn't. I ended the call and blocked her, but she reached out to me through social media, called me selfish and cruel, and said that I had no morals. Aita? I invited my girlfriend to my colleague's wedding and she wore white, but when I asked her to change her dress, she called me abusive. She was wailing when I kicked her out of my car. I was invited to a wedding ceremony of a colleague and could bring someone with me. I asked my girlfriend, whom I've been dating for a year, if she would like to join me, and she was really happy because she apparently loves weddings. Since we don't live together, I drove to pick her up so we'd have some time to spare before the ceremony. As she comes out, she looks really beautiful and has obviously put in time to fix her hair and makeup. She's also wearing an off-white dress that is rather ornate. As she got in, I told her that she looked stunning, but I asked if she could change to a different colored dress for the ceremony. I'm not one for etiquette by far, but one of the few things I have heard everywhere is that you should not wear a white dress to a wedding unless you're the bride. She became pretty upset and wanted to know what was wrong with her dress. I said that it would be inappropriate to wear a white or off-white dress unless you're the bride and that it's like wedding law or something, trying to be lighthearted about it. She rolled her eyes and said that it was an outdated tradition about women in V-card and that when her friends got married everyone wore white and that it's not a big thing anymore. I told her that I didn't know what the dress code is for this ceremony, but since it's not saying all white clothes, I still thought she should change to another color but white or almost white because my colleague was getting married and we had no idea how she felt about it. My girlfriend became really upset and told me that I was trying to control what she was wearing and that it was abusive, which honestly made me really upset and hurt. I said something along the lines of well, you shouldn't go to a wedding with an abuser then, and then I told her to F off out of my car. She began to cry and wanted to apologize and give me a hug, but I just told her to get out, which she did. Edit. To clarify, we never left the driveway by her home. I did not drop her off in the middle of nowhere or anything like that. I drove off and she called and texted me a bunch. I answered I don't want to talk right now and then turned my phone off and attended the ceremony. The bride was the only one that was wearing white, so I feel as if my gut feeling was the right one. When I got home, my phone had blown up by texts from her and her best friend saying that I was being inconsiderate and controlling and should apologize for my behavior. I've vented to a few friends, most of them agreeing with me, but some have said that it was an a-hole thing to tell her that she could not wear her dress because it had nothing to do with me. I feel as if I was in the right since it was my colleague's wedding and it was better to be safe than sorry, but I'm also not sure if I was being an a-hole about the situation. So, Reddit, am I the a-hole? Update. My girlfriend apologized and I apologized and it was a pretty good talk. She asked if she could come over, and I said no and that it would be best for us to go our separate ways. She got upset and asked why I wouldn't even try to work it out. I basically just said goodbye and then she said my PP was small, which actually made me laugh after what had been a pretty mature conversation, and then she hung up. I'm pretty sad about it. She really made me feel happy, but as many of you have commented, if this was our first disagreement and she called me abusive, how would future disagreements look? I was hurt, but if she did think I was being abusive, it would be the right thing to do. And if she did not think I was being abusive and said it anyways, I would not want to be with her. So anyways, I think things worked out for the best for us both. I just found out I ruined my sister's life by being the cause of her breakup with her long-term partner. I feel like such a chain and a burden on her life. I've honestly never felt more like I just want to disappear. I'm a disabled 21-year-old male. I live with my older sister who's 27. I've been a paraplegic since I was a kid as a result of an accident. Our remaining parent, our dad, is pretty old and sick. He's in an old folks' home, and my sister takes me to see him occasionally. My sister is pretty much my full-time carer. She has her own job which she works to support both of us, and when she's not on her job, she's usually taking care of me. She's had a very serious boyfriend for 9 years. They've been in a relationship since she was 18. As far as I can tell, it's always been a very serious relationship as far as I can tell. He's a really good guy and always nice to me. He also hasn't shied away from offering financial help once in a while. I know my sister has always dreamt of marriage. We talk about it so much, me and her, ever since we were kids. We do play weddings. She would always imagine the day she would get married, and spend hours looking at bridal dresses. Even as an adult, he would fantasize about getting married and spend a lot of the time looking at bridal dresses, talking about her dream wedding, and what kind of house she'd like to have. She had names picked out for the kids since she was a kid herself, and she's always stuck with those names. So yeah, she's always dreamed of getting married and having a family for a long time. Her current boyfriend has been with her for so long and has been so good to her that I figured he would always be the one to marry her, and I'd be happy for her. Finally, she'd have someone to take care of her instead of her having to take care of me all the time. Well, that all came crumbling down. She returned home one day a complete mess, crying and pouring her eyes out all over the place. She told me they'd broken up. It was over. She was so sad. Oh, so sad. It was heartbreaking to see. It was like a dagger in my heart to see her crying and upset like that, and I felt so useless cause all I could offer were meaningless words. She wouldn't tell me why. I figured she just didn't want to talk about it. After a few days, she still didn't want to talk about it. She was still incredibly upset, and crying a lot. I told her I'm her brother. I may be physically disabled, but my heart and mind still work perfectly. She can talk to me about anything. Very reluctantly and with pushing, she opened up about it. She told me her boyfriend had proposed to her. I told her that's excellent. Why did they break up? She had always wanted to get married and had been waiting years for this. She told me they had talked about it, and her boyfriend wanted her to move in with him. They would find a separate carer for me to look after. They would still see me occasionally, but I would not visit them and my sister would no longer be my carer at all. My sister told me she couldn't accept that, and that was the offer on the table as her boyfriend wanted it. She said she couldn't accept it. They couldn't reconcile their different wants, and they broke up. I told her she was crazy. She should have chosen her boyfriend. I know she loved him so much and he was crazy about her. She should have gone and gotten married. She can stay tied to me forever. She should live her own life and have her own family. She was still crying heavily, and she told me she realized that she would never be able to have that. All that stuff she wanted as a kid, to be a bride, have a wedding, have a family, none of it would ever happen. She would be taking care of me forever. I insisted to her, telling her she didn't need to take care of me forever. She should live her own life. She said no, that's what she wants. That's the way it has to be. She would have it no other way. When I kept insisting, she said no, that's it, she's in charge. She makes her own life decisions and I should stop telling her how to live her life. She got angry at me and I quickly apologized. She said it's okay, but I could tell she was really upset and in a bad mood. Why is she doing this to herself? I don't understand. Doesn't she see that I don't want her to sacrifice herself like this? Why did she just give up her boyfriend of 9 years like that? She loved him so much and he loved her. So why did she just push him away like that? Why is she hurting herself like that? I don't want her to be hurting herself just for my sake. I never asked her to make this sacrifice of herself. I told her I wouldn't mind getting another carer for me. She said no. It's her. It has to be her. It's her job. It's her duty to me and to our family. She has to take care of me always. She wouldn't have it any other way no matter how much I tried to reason. I hate myself so much right now. I've never hated being disabled more than right now in my life. I feel like a baby or something. Like a useless animal. I feel like a ball and chain, like a burden tying her down to the ground and preventing her from living her own life. All I want her to do is to be happy and live her life and be happy and beautiful on her wedding day like she's always wanted. Not stuck forever taking care of her disabled brother. I wish I could just die to free her of her burden. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't seriously considered just killing myself so she could finally be free and pursue her own life. I'm not just saying that I'm serious. I know she'd mourn me for a while, even a few years, but after that, she'd move on and get married and live her life like she's always wanted. It might be the only way she ever knows true happiness. I tried to convince her, but she seemed determined to bog herself down like this. I don't understand. Update: I've talked it all over with my sister, and we are both feeling much better and brighter now. We agree things may have turned out for the best. I now realize, after my sister explained it to me, that he was not right for her, even though they had been together so long. I guess the length of their relationship had left me with a false impression. Firstly, as my sister explained it, it seems he didn't say I couldn't visit at all, as I had thought she meant, but that I just couldn't visit whenever I wanted to. They'd set times and schedules for when I could visit to ensure I wasn't over all the time interrupting and interfering with their lives. However, it seems my sister didn't like this at all. She said she realized her boyfriend had a problem with me, and wanted to place some distance between her and me, and she wasn't okay with that at all. I told her I thought she loved him. She said she thought she did too, but she knows her priorities in life, and she is old enough and mature enough to be able to decide what she wants from life and what her priorities are. I told her I thought she'd always wanted to get married and have children and a family ever since she was young. She explained to me that she still does to a certain extent, but only if the conditions are right. She said she was a different person when she was younger. Now that she's older, her ideals and priorities have changed. She said that if she does get married, it's a package deal. I'd have to be included in the family too, and I'd have to live with them and be part of their family full time. She said if any potential husband couldn't accept that, then he could get stuffed and she didn't want him. That's basically what she thinks of her now ex-boyfriend, and she said she feels much more positive about her future now that he's gone. She said while she was with him, she was always feeling unsure about what the future held concerning her and me, but now that she's made her firm decision, she knows she'll never let go of me. I asked her, what if this means that she'll never get married? What if it means that she never ends up finding a guy who's okay with all this and is willing to settle down with her with me in the fray? She said if that's the case, then so be it. As she explained it, she said I'm her family now. I exist and I'm the most important thing to her. She won't sacrifice me for a hypothetical husband and hypothetical children who don't yet exist but may one day. She said priority number one for her will always be me and taking care of me throughout my life and disability. She couldn't imagine living her life without it. I told her, but didn't she feel she was severely limiting herself by chaining herself to me? Didn't she feel she was severely restricting her opportunities in life and what she could become? She explained that her years with me and taking care of me had helped form part of her identity. Taking care of me now is part of her identity and character. It's one of the things she lives for. I found that amazing. But she said she could have it no other way. I provide to her just as much as she provides to me, she said, and perhaps even more. I told her she was exaggerating, but she insisted it was absolutely true. She explained how the mere fact of her looking after me, and her taking care of me, day in, day out, brings so much joy and happiness to her life. She doesn't know how she could ever live without it, and to her it's so much more important than the possibility of having a husband or children. I found it difficult to wrap my head around that. I joke that I really can't imagine that it's always that fun, especially when she's, say, wiping poop from my ass or something. She just laughed and explained how sometimes something that can superficially seem gross, disgusting or painful can still be beautiful and cherished when you look at the love involved. She used the example of a mother giving birth. After 9 months of sickness and a swollen body, she has her body ripped open. There's blood everywhere, screaming and crying, and it's the most intense physical pain of her life. But at the end of it all, it's still beautiful because it's an act of love, and she endures all that pain too. Bring to life someone whom she will love forever. So yes, even acts like wiping poop from my ass, as gross and disgusting as it may seem to some, is in of itself an act of love and an example of how much she, as a sister, cherishes me as her brother, and the lengths she will go to as a result of that relationship. And that, I think, is beautiful and true love. So now I have a completely new outlook on her and our life. It's much more positive and I no longer see myself as a burden or a chain. She helped me realize my own self-worth and value. I'm not just some disabled guy in a wheelchair who needs help. I'm a brother and I provide love, friendship and value to this amazing, beautiful, kind-hearted woman I am so proud to call my sister. I no longer have any thoughts about ending my life at all, because I realize how much I am worth to her and how much I mean to her, and how much it would hurt her if I do that, and I could never bear to do that. So I just thought I'd share that update with you all. After all those incredibly warm and supportive comments you gave me were so uplifting. I can honestly say, even though I may be physically disabled, I consider myself to have this amazing gift because I'm blessed with love, and this love is the most amazing thing in the world. I can't imagine living without it.
I just found out that my half-sibling is my full biological sibling, so I confronted my mother and I was shocked by her revelation. My parents divorced when I was 3. They just didn't think they loved each other anymore and started dating other people. My mom got married 2 years ago when I was 5 and gave birth to my half-brother 2 years after that. My father married when I was 11 but they didn't have any kids. I live with my mom on work days and live on weekends with my dad. I have a very good and healthy relationship with both my parents and my brother. I wanted to do those 23 and my tests since the only thing I know about my ancestry is that my dad is Russian. I was talking to my now 18-year-old brother and asked him if he wanted to do it with me and he said yeah. So I sent 2 samples to the lab and then the results came yesterday. I opened them. And as the title says, we are full biological siblings. I can't be my stepfather's child because my ancestry obviously indicates that I am half East European, Russian, and other parts of Europe which my stepfather clearly isn't, and my half-sibling's ancestry is similar to my ancestry, so that could only mean that my brother is my dad's son? I really don't see the similarity between him and my dad, but maybe it's because my brother is a twin of my mom. So my mom cheated on my stepfather with my dad after saying that they didn't love each other anymore? What? But I don't want to jump to conclusions and I will ask my mom about this today when I get out of work, so wish me luck. Update. Me and my mom have this tradition: we spend the evening together like a girls' night every once in 2 months. I asked her if we could do it tonight and she said yes. I got to her home and we did what we usually do: bake something, eat the baked something while watching a movie of my choice, and talk about things while wearing a weird facial mask. I decided that since the mood was so cool, why not ask her the question? I was like, hey mom, you know about those 23andMe tests, right? She didn't, so I started giving a speech about the test. After explaining it, I told her I did it with Jordan, my brother, and it came out weird. She asked what I meant by weird. I told her that the test said that we are fully related to one another and I kinda laughed, but she stayed quiet. It was wrong, right? I asked her. She got angry at me and asked why I did the test with my brother without asking her first. That's when the realization hit me. I got defensive and asked her if she was serious. She apologized and just sat there for a minute or two. She told me that it was a one-time mistake. So basically 19 years ago I was in my dad's home napping. Mom came to take me but I was sleeping and dad told her that she could come later and take me or stay and pack my things before I left for her home. She stayed and they ended up doing the dirty, I guess? I was pissed at mom and dad and asked her how she could do that. She said that it was an accident and they had never done it after that day, and she didn't even know that my brother was my dad's until now. I was angry at both of them. They didn't understand how much of a problem this could create. My brother literally had a fat crush on my cousin from my dad's side. Well, now our dad, I guess. But it faded away. Jesus Christ, I even helped him flirt with her. Poop, I don't even know what to say. I'm still too shocked and disgusted. Jordan literally spent years learning Italian just to speak to his grandma. I think I need a proper DNA test without my brother knowing to get some kind of closure.
I just had a baby with the wrong woman. Jess and I have been together for 3 years and now we've started to think about having a baby. She said it was her lifelong dream to be a mother and wanted to be able to be a stay-at-home mom for at least 2 years before working again. I obliged because who was I to deny my wife's wishes? So we tried for a baby, and tried, and tried. We didn't know what was wrong, but I could see it was taking a toll on Jess's mental health. She believed there was something wrong with her, that maybe she was infertile. So we both got tests done to see what the problem was. Except, there was nothing wrong with either of our bodies. This gave Jess new hope and she insisted we try more frequently. There wasn't a day where we didn't try. Now as a man, I know I should be happy to be having intimacy this much, but holding Jess during aftercare every single time made me realize I didn't want this at all. I wasn't ready to be a father. Kids are so much responsibility, and because Jess wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, that meant I had to work extra hard to provide for 3 people. Baby things are not cheap in the slightest, and there were so many things I wanted to do with Jess before we did something with this level of commitment. She always talked about seeing the 7 wonders of the world and I always wanted to take her to do that. But this baby puts a halt in those plans. Because I didn't really want to confide in anybody that I knew about these things, I hired a therapist. So for 3 days every week after work, I would go talk to my therapist. She was this woman who carried herself with confidence, and I knew she contained so much wisdom in that head of hers. She was only a few years older than me too, so it really impressed me that she could give me all this advice that would help me improve my life. So, after beating around the bush for a week, my therapist told me to just spill it. She knew I was holding something back, the real reason I didn't want this baby. It wasn't the expenses, or the long work hours. No, it went much deeper than that. She wanted to dissect my brain piece by piece and inspect it in a way that would make her understand all my thoughts. I allowed her, of course, because this is what I was paying her to do. Some advice she gave me was to just stop and look. Stop and listen to the world around me. Don't move too quickly or else I might miss the bane of my existence. So I did just that. Whenever I was in a crowded place or I was feeling overwhelmed, I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and listened. I did this several times, and each time, it brought a smile to my face. I felt at ease because I would always see this woman. She had long black hair, a diamond-shaped face, and eyes so brown they resembled the dark void I always found myself in. Just seeing her smile melted my heart. Hell, it could have the ability to melt any cold heart out there. Seeing her was like seeing art displayed in a museum where you're so captivated by it you just stop and stare to admire every single perfection and every little flaw. Seeing her so often made me realize this mysterious woman wasn't so mysterious. Because she had black hair and a diamond face, I chalked it up to it being Jess. But upon closer inspection, I realized it was actually my ex Rachel. I panicked, but when that happened, I was told to stop and look, but that would mean I had to see Rachel, which would cause me to panic. It was a loop cycle. At my next appointment, I told my therapist of my dilemma and she said that's why I can't have this baby with Jess. I'm still attached to Rachel. That's when I realized I wasn't over Rachel as I thought I was, because whenever I looked at anything, I would get random flashes of Rachel with the exact thing I was looking at. I dreaded going home now, wondering what would cause me to slip up, or if I had to tell Jess about it. I never could, not when she was so happy that she was ovulating and we had intimacy, which resulted in her finally getting the baby she wanted. For 9 months, I would have to keep this secret to myself because there was just no way I would tell a pregnant Jess that I was thinking about another woman when we were getting ready to be a family. The guilt never subsided as the months went on, and everything got worse 8 months in. I had decided to skip my therapy session after work one day. I was still in therapy because I needed someone to tell my problems to, since Jess wasn't an option, not just because I didn't want to see how she would react, but because she was pregnant and had to deal with her own problems. So, I go to a random bar nowhere near where I live, hoping that an iced drink would help me clear my thoughts. Except when I went up to the bartender, I think I stopped to listen because the woman's face from before appeared in front of me. There was that same warm smile and eyes that were the windows to my soul, leaving me entranced. There was something different this time, though. This time, she spoke. "Hi, how can I help you?" she asked. I blinked, and realized I was actually face to face with Rachel. I kind of stared at her like a fish out of water and she laughed. "Don't be so surprised to see me, Ben," she said. There was no doubt about it. That was Rachel, as I live and breathe. My Rachel. I apologized and ordered my drink. It was a slow night at the bar, so she took the opportunity to sit with me and talk. We reminisced about our time together and talked about what our lives look like now. She's single, but living with her best friend in an apartment she was more than happy to give me the address to. She was radiating and refreshing to see. It wasn't until I blabbed that my wife was having a baby that she suddenly needed to get back to work. I felt dumb for mentioning that, as it ruined our conversation, but I took it as a sign to go home to my wife. I tried my best not to visit Rachel after finding out where she worked, but I didn't try hard enough and I found myself skipping my therapy sessions to be with her. Eventually, we exchanged phone numbers, but I tried not to text her too often because I knew my wife wasn't going to be happy about it. A month later, my wife gave birth, but I wasn't experiencing the joys and miracles of childbirth. Instead, doubt lied deep in me and a bundle of anxiety kept creeping in my stomach. This wasn't right, none of it. The baby was then put into one of those little beds with all their identification on it. Something took over me at that moment and I found myself snapping a picture of the baby. Then I did something stupid. I went to Rachel's contact and sent her the picture along with the message, "It should have been you."
I kept my baby, although my boyfriend was against it and never contacted me again. Now he had a change of heart and was begging to be in my child's life. I, 26, had an affair with a married man, 42, a few years ago. I had no clue he was married when we first met and hooked up. I looked him up on social media, and while he did have photos of his kids there was no mention or pictures of a wife. I discovered he was married about a month after we first got together. Still, he told me it was just a marriage on paper and that they lived separate lives and agreed to remain married for practical purposes until the kids were older. They owned a business she ran, and he was financially involved. I knew then that I probably shouldn't believe him, but I convinced myself it was true. I was in my early 20s and so attracted to him and I guess, almost infatuated with him. He made me feel so good. I know now that I should have ended it immediately, but I didn't realize what I was getting myself into. I was addicted to all of the attention he gave me, the great intimacy, the places he'd take me. I felt special. I was so naive. I got pregnant about a year into seeing him. I had always been so careful with preventing pregnancy, but during my relationship with him, I took stupid risks. I was so high in lust with this guy. It's embarrassing. The things he'd asked me to do, I'd say yes to almost anything, even when I knew it was a bad idea. I was in love with him, or I thought I was. I hadn't intentionally wanted to get pregnant. I would, of course, dream about being his wife and having a family, but I knew that wouldn't be possible while he was in this arrangement with his actual wife. I didn't get pregnant on purpose with any intention of him leaving her for me, even if I wished that we could be a real, normal couple. I was surprised by how excited I was to be pregnant with his baby. I wanted that baby once I found out I was pregnant. The thought of carrying this baby off the man I loved was so special to me, but I knew he probably wouldn't feel the same. I told him I was pregnant, and he told me I couldn't keep the baby. I expected his reaction, but I was devastated, and it hurt me to my core that he didn't feel the same way I did. He offered to pay, to make a whole weekend of it somewhere exciting, and to buy me something special if I'd just please get rid of the baby. He explained that he didn't want any more kids and couldn't openly be a father to another kid when he and his wife pretended to be happily married to the outside world. I agreed to do what he wanted, and we made plans for him to pick me up and find somewhere out of town to get it done. I was all packed the night he would pick me up, but I started to feel scared and unsafe about the whole thing. I took my bag and checked into a hotel to hide because I couldn't go with him. I texted him to say I promised never to contact him again and never to name him as the father or go after child support if he'd promised to leave me alone. At first, he tried to sweet-talk me into doing what he wanted. When I didn't cave in, he said some very nasty things to me and that I essentially better never contact him again or show up at his door. I have a 2-year-old now. It's been difficult at times, but overall, we are thriving as best we can. I have kept my word about not naming him as the father or requesting child support. However, his wife contacted me on social media. Well, she's his ex-wife now. She wants to talk to me. She found out about me and told me that she divorced him 6 months ago. She wants her children to know their siblings and my child to know his siblings. That's weird to me. I haven't responded to her yet. I am unsure about how to approach this. Update 1. On Friday night, I decided to message her. I don't know why. I think it was just for my sake so I could have the chance to apologize to her. I told her that I would be more comfortable speaking with her face to face since I couldn't trust that it was her. She said she understood. I was too nervous to meet her in person, but we did a video chat. I didn't know what to expect if this was all a ploy just to unleash her fury on me or what. I mean, I deserve that. She wouldn't be wrong to feel that way. It was her. She told me she discovered our affair when she found communications between the two of us after our relationship had ended. She told me I'm one of many women he had affairs with over the years, and she knew about somebody even before he met me, but she didn't divorce him at the time. Finding out about my child was the final straw for her. I told her I was sorry for my relationship with her husband and admitted that I knew he was married. She graciously told me she forgave me and that while she harbored anger towards me initially, she ultimately blamed her husband. I'm not blameless, but she essentially chooses not to hate me. She couldn't have said this 6 months ago or a year ago when she first found out about me, but she has moved past that. She still has anger toward him and many other emotions surrounding him. She started pouring out her heart to me about their 20-plus year marriage and life together, and it was very awkward because what do I even say? Her kids know about me and my son. She says they're very mad at their father. I don't think they're angry that he's not involved with my son's life, and why would they be angry about that? I would hate me if I were them. I told her that, with my son being so little right now, I don't feel comfortable with him meeting her kids or being involved with their family. I feel unsure about it, and it's not something I think should happen right now. Then she told me her ex-husband was in a bad accident 2 months ago. He's fine now, but he is still not allowed to return to all his normal activities. However, he will be fine. He is probably the most physically active person I've ever met. He barely ever seems to sit down, so he must be annoying to be around if he's not allowed to go all the time. She told me he wanted to meet my son. She moved back in with him temporarily when he first came home from the hospital. She said the accident shook him up, and he has been expressing a lot of regret about my son not being involved in providing for him. So now it's like, was everything she said just a lie, and he somehow got her to reach out to me on his behalf? And she did it? It felt almost like a relief talking to her initially, but then it's like, was any of that true, or were you just trying to be his messenger? I don't even know if that part is true now. Why wouldn't he just contact me himself? I'm just feeling so uneasy about the whole thing now. Update 2. I have not been in contact with her since then. I deleted my social media. I don't know why, but the whole thing made me uncomfortable. Then, I received a handwritten letter from him. In it, he expressed how he wanted to get to know our son. He wanted to be a father to our son, provide financially for him, and he'd like us to visit him. He asked me to sign a paternity affidavit. I refused to do so. I know he is my son's father, but I won't make this that easy for him. After the things he said to me and threatened me with, he at least has to work for this. At that point, my parents felt we needed to meet with a lawyer. Since then, all my communication has gone through a lawyer. I have never responded to him personally/directly. Now, I have a court order for paternity. I have to present my son with a specimen to have taken tomorrow. I already know what it's going to say. It's not that I don't want my son to have a dad in his life. It's just that the whole situation is a mess, and he lives a few states away from me. I don't know what to do. I can't do anything. He's doing things legally. Next, I'm sure he'll petition for custody or visitation. He's not married anymore, supposedly, but he's a lot more established than I am. He has considerably more financial resources. I also know he has all sorts of connections where he lives. Luckily, they don't hold as much weight here in my state, but it's still scary. I'm a bad mom. I brought my son into this world, knowing it was messy. I just got so comfortable with it being the two of us, and now I don't want to give that up. Final update. It took around 5 weeks to find out what I already knew it'd say. But now, things are stalled for the next step in the court process for several weeks. I haven't talked to him during this whole thing and didn't respond directly to his letter. I do have a lawyer, and everything is going through him now. Then, without any warning, he showed up at my home last weekend. I just knocked on the door like it was nothing. This is his son, and he doesn't want to wait another 6 weeks for the court to inevitably order us into some sort of custody mediation anyway. His words. Why can't I just talk to him? I told him he made me uncomfortable, and his just showing up at my house made me uneasy. Honestly, I don't know what made me so uncomfortable. The fact that he showed up unannounced like that, or that I instantly felt the same attraction to him when I was with him, and I didn't want to think that at all. In some weird way, part of me felt happy to see him, and then another part was disgusted that I was pleased. He said he doesn't understand why we can't discuss this. He's not trying to take my son away from me. He just wants to be involved in his life and to help provide for him like he should have been all along. He's sorry he wasn't there when he was born. He's sorry he reacted the way that he did when I didn't go along with his plans to take me on an abortion vacation. Why can't I believe he just wants to be a dad to his kid? I agree with him. Why can't I just accept that he has changed his heart? I can't trust myself. I can't trust my judgment. If I easily let him into my son's life, I will regret it and be made a fool of somehow. I've already made so many mistakes when it comes to him. He says it's stupid of me not to work it out amongst ourselves first. I'm giving so much control to the court. I don't know whether to believe that or to think it's just his way of convincing me to do what he wants. I know he will get some sort of visitation and eventual custody. Maybe it would be better if we tried to agree, but he could sway me easily. I'm so stupid when it comes to him. Nobody else has ever made me feel so foolish in my life. I want my son to have a dad. I admit it's probably selfish of me to want to keep him away. I just keep imagining having to spend weeks or months apart from my child while he's living with his dad 12 hours away, and I can't stand the thought of it. I'm just feeling sad, stupid, and defeated. I kicked my daughter out for being pregnant for her 7th child. Then she called me selfish and threatened to sue me. I have a 35-year-old daughter. She has 6 kids, between the ages 10 to 11 months. There are 3 different fathers, but she receives child support from 2 of them. She is still with the 3rd one, and they have been for 5 years. My daughter works part-time and her fiancé is a chef full-time. They have lived with us for the past year and a half, due to getting evicted from their last home. They have our upstairs bedrooms, there's 2, but that's still crowded for 6 children. They are constantly asking me for help with phone bills, groceries, and school fees for children. My husband and I have asked for no rent so they'd be able to save money to get a home, which I do not believe they were doing. I have put up with loud voices throughout all hours, and waking up at different hours to cater to children, because I love my grandchildren. I never complain to my daughter because I believe family is very important. It's just that my children are all grown up. My youngest moved out 4 years ago and my husband and I had hopes to remodel. We didn't expect them to be living here this long. On Christmas Eve, my daughter gathered us all around and announced they were pregnant with baby number 7. Everyone was all excited, but I felt dread. That would mean another child in our house with not much room. I looked over at my husband and could tell he felt the same. We discussed later and decided we were going to have to ask them to move out. Last night at dinner, I brought it up to my daughter and her boyfriend. We told them they have 2 months to find a place because we cannot have another child here. My daughter started crying, saying she couldn't believe I'd throw her to the streets for having a baby, that this was completely unfair and not enough time. I told her I was sorry, it was painful for me as well, but these living conditions were impossible. She demanded I give her more time or she'd go to the courts, and I told her, newsflash, the courts only give you 30 days. She then said my grandchildren were going to be homeless because I was selfish. She made a Facebook post asking for rooms to rent because she's pregnant and has nowhere to go and her family don't give a poop about her. I kicked out my sister's boyfriend after he brought his own food at my dinner party because he is super into keto. Now, he is demanding a special keto feast and a dinner redo. I invited my sister and her boyfriend over for dinner. I love cooking and had spent hours preparing this fancy meal: homemade pasta, a slow-cooked ragu, a salad, and a tiramisu for dessert. I was really proud of it and excited to have them over. When they arrived, everything was fine at first. We sat down, and I started serving the food. Her boyfriend, let's call him Steve, stared at the pasta for a moment, then looked at me and said, "I don't eat carbs." At first, I thought he was joking, but nope, he was dead serious. He goes on about how he's super into keto and carbs are the enemy. Okay, fine, that's his choice. But when I offered to make him a salad or something else on the spot, he refused and said that I should have known about his diet beforehand. This is where it gets weird. He then pulled out a small Tupperware container from his bag, filled with what looked like boiled chicken and broccoli, and started to eat it at my dinner table while the rest of us are trying to enjoy the meal I spent hours making. I was stunned and, honestly, kind of insulted. I told him it was rude to bring his own food without mentioning it to me beforehand, and he should have at least given me a heads up. He then goes off about how people need to respect his dietary choices and that I was being controlling by not accommodating his needs. At this point, I'd had enough. I told him, if you can't eat what's served and won't even let me make something else, then maybe you should just get out. He stood up, said something like I'm just trying to be healthy, grabbed his Tupperware, and walked out. My sister stayed for a bit but eventually left too, saying I overreacted. Now my sister's mad at me, saying I embarrassed her boyfriend and made them both feel unwelcome. My mom thinks I should apologize, but my friends are on my side, saying Steve was being incredibly rude. Update. Well, y'all, buckle up because things have escalated in a way I never expected. After my initial post, I figured things would calm down once my sister had time to cool off. Spoiler alert, they did not. So, the day after I told Steve to leave, my sister texted me saying they wanted to talk things through at a family dinner. I assumed it would be just the 3 of us, maybe at a neutral restaurant, where we could hash it out like adults. Nope. Instead, my sister invites my parents, my brother, and Steve's parents to this dinner at my parents' house, turning it into some kind of weird intervention. I show up thinking it'll just be a casual conversation, but the moment I walk in, Steve's mom, let's call her Carol, is already going off about how Steve has always had special dietary needs and how people who care about him should respect his boundaries. The woman acts like the guy has a life-threatening allergy, not a trendy diet. My mom is sitting there looking super uncomfortable, while my dad's just quietly sipping his beer, clearly wishing he were anywhere else. So, Carol starts listing off Steve's dietary restrictions, and she's acting like I personally offended the whole keto community by serving pasta. Then, brace yourselves, Carol pulls out a folder. Yes, a literal folder, with printouts. She hands one to me, one to my mom, and one to my dad. I'm flipping through this thing, and it's full of Steve's dietary guidelines, suggested meal plans, and even a list of keto-friendly restaurants we could go to in the future. At this point, I'm doing everything I can not to laugh, but it gets worse. Steve pipes up and says he's willing to forgive me for disrespecting his lifestyle if I agree to host a redo dinner where I follow his dietary restrictions to the letter. He says this will prove I'm serious about making amends and respecting his needs going forward. I thought he was joking, but no, he was dead serious. He even pulled out his phone to show me some keto recipe apps that I might find helpful. I was in total shock. My sister, by the way, said absolutely nothing during all of this, just staring at her plate like she wanted to disappear. My mom, bless her, tries to smooth things over by suggesting we all just eat whatever we want when we're together, but Carol snaps, it's not that simple. She says that in their family, they all follow keto together, and that's why Steve is so passionate about it. At this point, I've had enough. I stood up and said, look, I'm not redoing the dinner. I'm not making anyone a special keto feast. If Steve can't eat what I cook, that's fine, but bringing his own meal to my dinner without even telling me was disrespectful, and I'm not apologizing for feeling that way. And then, this is where it gets absolutely bonkers. Steve's dad stands up, points at me, and says, this is exactly why Steve doesn't trust women to understand him. They always make it about themselves. The whole room went silent. My dad finally spoke up, saying, I think it's time for you all to leave, and started walking toward the door, basically escorting Steve's parents out. Steve and my sister stayed behind, but Steve was furious. He started yelling about how family should support each other, and then accused me of trying to sabotage their relationship because I'm jealous of what they have. At that point, I just walked out and left the whole mess behind. Here's the kicker, though. A couple of days later, my sister called me and told me she and Steve were taking a break because she needed time to think. Apparently, this whole keto fiasco was the last straw on a long list of controlling behavior from Steve. She didn't realize just how bad it was until the whole family saw it play out at dinner. She even told me that Steve had been trying to get her to follow his diet for months, but she was hiding snacks in her car just to get a break from all the keto madness. So now, Steve's gone full radio silent, my sister is staying with me for the time being, and I'm still getting passive-aggressive texts from Carol about how hurt Steve is and how he's just misunderstood. Honestly, I'm just glad my sister is finally seeing how controlling this guy was. I learned that my best friend put all her other bridesmaids in the luxury suites next to her room except me and treated me horribly during her wedding, so I am putting our friendship to an end. My friend and I, let's call her V, were best friends for years and were inseparable. We celebrated each other's major milestones, were there for each other during hard times, and always had so much fun together. She then met a great guy, who was kind, had a great sense of humor, and got along great with my boyfriend. So I was so excited when I got engaged, and then V got engaged 6 months later. My wedding was in July, and V's was scheduled for 3 months later in October. I knew we were really close, but I was still surprised when she asked me to be her maid of honor because I knew she had a sister she was close with. Regardless, I was really touched and accepted. Immediately I went ahead and started planning V's bridal shower. I had found a personal chef who agreed to come to my home and cook a custom menu with her favorite foods for her and her guests. He even agreed to go to the Cape to pick up fresh oysters on the morning of, which were her absolute favorite. I picked out the color scheme of the decor and planned out the floral arrangements. It was going to be gorgeous and was also going to cost me about $1,000. During this time, I kept contacting V to let her know how the planning was going. Once the chef had agreed to do the event, I called her that evening to let her know that I would sign the contract that night and how excited I was that everything was finally coming together. V interrupted me. Actually, I've meant to talk to you. My mother-in-law will be planning my bridal shower, but don't worry, you can still plan my bachelorette. I'm thinking somewhere close by, like Nashville. Nashville is a several-hour plane flight away from where we live. I was stunned. She hung up, and I sat there wondering what just happened. Had I just spent months planning an event that she knew I wouldn't be hosting, even knowing it took time away from me planning my own wedding? I texted her later that night, saying I was really overwhelmed planning her wedding events and my wedding and that I needed to step down as her maid of honor. She was taken aback but said she understood and that it was okay. So, her bridesmaids helped me plan her bachelorette. The virus happens, and our original plans get cancelled. V moves down south for military service, so we make plans again, but this time in Savannah, which is a popular destination for bachelorettes and near her base. 2 weeks before the trip, I received a panicked phone call from bridesmaid Sarah. She wanted to know if we should change the plans as V found out where we were going and told her she is all Savannah ed out. I reassured her we'll have a great time and that I'm sure V will love it once we get there. We had already booked a penthouse suite that overlooked the water, spa packages, foodie tours, the works. We really went all out. Well, V texted us the following day that she was still concerned about the virus and canceled the trip for all of us. It was too late to rebook something as her wedding was just a few weeks away, and I lost $400 on a non-refundable plane ticket. So fast forward to the wedding weekend. My husband and I make the drive to the wedding venue, and when we get there it is huge like a college campus. There are multiple wedding areas, reception buildings, and many accommodations for overnight guests. At the rehearsal dinner, V is going on about how we're meeting tomorrow at the bridal suite. I noticed when we checked in that the hair salon on campus is called the bridal suite. So the next morning I walk over there with my dress, my makeup, shoes, and breakfast for the girls. I'm told I'm too early and that the appointment is later that day. I call V, confused, and ask her again where we're meeting. She sounded incredibly annoyed on the phone and just kept reiterating she was at the bridal suite. I realized she was talking about her hotel room, so I asked her for the room number. I swear, I asked her 3 times 3 different ways, and she just kept getting more aggravated and saying, "The suite is up the hill." Again, this is a huge campus, and I've never been here before, so I have no idea where up the hill is. Also, mind you, this campus is on a mountainside, so that everything could be construed as up the hill. Finally, after asking for the 3rd time, she gave me the room number. I literally walked back to my hotel room, sat down on the bed, and cried. All of the other bridesmaids were in the luxury suites next to her room except me. I was placed in the main building, halfway across the campus, so the other girls just had to get up and take a few steps to go next door while I had a 15-minute walk. I had to collect myself, convince myself that she was just stressed out and that her attitude was only temporary, and then go to the front desk to ask for directions. When I arrive at the room, bridesmaid Sarah and my best friend are icy. I apologized and offered them the breakfast I had brought. They eat it and don't even thank me. V then leaves for her hair and makeup appointment at the salon. I do my own makeup, as V said we weren't having makeup done, and V texts me to come to the salon for my hair appointment. When I arrive, however, V demands I get my makeup done, too. I literally explain I've already done my makeup and ask her if I have to. I already had on winged eyeliner, mascara, foundation, blush, and lipstick. I think most people would think that's a considerable amount of makeup. In front of the entire room, she says, "It depends. Do you want to feel beautiful?" The room went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one would look up and make eye contact with me. I felt a lump in my throat. I felt so humiliated. The final straw came at the reception when V told bridesmaid S that we could plan her bachelorette after the wedding. Sarah relayed that to me, and that was it. I immediately told my husband we were leaving. It was around 10, and the reception wasn't supposed to end until 12, but I didn't care. I was tired, I felt completely abused, and I had had enough. So, after the wedding, I had some time to think all of this over, and I'm still upset. I can't get over how she treated me, but there's still a shred of hope left that this isn't the end, that this was just a speed bump in our friendship and that she'll return to being the V I know and love. 3 weeks go by, and V finally texts me, asking if we can talk that night. I'm thinking, great, we can finally get all of this out in the open and move past this. Except she doesn't call, and this isn't like her to blow me off. In fact, she's never done that in our whole friendship. Instead, the next day, she apologizes for being too busy having fun with her new friends on the base and sends pictures of her and her new friends. Maybe I am being too sensitive or misperceiving this, but this seemed hella pretty, and I became more enraged. She asks if we can talk again that night and I ignore her. Weeks after that, I found out from Facebook that she had returned home from her military service. She texted me and at that point I blew up at her. I told her not to text me again, and that I would text her when I was ready, knowing full well I would never text her. And then I just ghosted her. I learned that my brother already got married last year without inviting me, but he made a fool out of me when he made me flower fairy in his fake wedding. My brother and I have always been as close as twins. Our closeness is a foundation in our family, one of the true consistent relationships. When we fight, the whole family feels it and tries to fix it because it feels unnatural for everyone. He gave me away at my wedding. I named a child after him. We have matching tattoos. We talk on the phone almost every day. He started planning his wedding. He asked me to be a groomsman while his friend would be his best man. Everyone thought this was odd because of his role at my wedding, and none of us knew / had met his friend. I expressed how it hurt my feelings and was told, "My wedding isn't about you." Okay, fine, I'll do what you ask. During the planning, he called me every day. We sent ideas. I helped with making stuff. I didn't mind. I decided early on not to focus on titles but just to make this day as amazing as possible for my brother. He asked me to be a flower fairy because this was a gay child-free wedding. I agreed. During dress/shoe picking, he and the best man would shoot down all of my ideas. She would send very basic heels for around $100. Heck, no. I told her my budget was $45 for shoes, especially for plain gold heels. The wedding party all had a very mean girl mentality. I felt it from day one. The wedding party was there and then I was there. I chalked this up to not knowing them well and their proximity. They even went as far as saying the shoes I liked were too SLT. After this, I begged to come as a guest, so I could wear what I wanted and not feel this weird mean girl mod mentality from the rest of the wedding group. My brother says no way. I can't get married without you being by my side. I get to the state where the wedding will be, and the first day I'm there, I find out the best man had the bachelor party the night before I got there. Everyone from the wedding party was included aside from me. I let it go and focused on the wedding and doing my part. So, I slap on some wings, dance my way down the aisle, and give my very first wedding speech. All goes well. The wedding was awesome until the drag show. Yes, they had a drag show at their wedding. During the show, one of the queens comes on and announces that this was all fake because my brother and his partner had gotten married 1 year prior. I asked the rest of the wedding party if they knew. They did. They were at the real wedding. Everyone but me. I'm sitting there trying to process it, and my mom, who gave them $3,000 for the wedding because they needed it, storms up to ask if I knew. I told her no, and she immediately switched to supporting me because of how bad the situation was. It's not about them already being married. They can do what they want. I spend over $4,000 on this wedding. I had to get a plane ticket because I was out of state. I paid for a week at an Airbnb, one night, Most of the wedding party stayed at the house I rented because they didn't have anywhere else to stay and did not even offer to pay for any of it. The dress for the wedding, the fairy wings I handmade, all of it. I spent too much time and money on this wedding, but then I start to remember all of the lies. They got married, and 3 days later, my brother was at my house while I gave birth to my last child because I always wanted him to be a part of my huge moments. Knowing he had just married, he held my newborn and said nothing. They gaslighted me, saying I was crazy and feeling left out. He's saying he can't get married without me, lying to my face every single day for a year. Just all of it. After realizing all of this, I tried to leave without making sense. His husband mockingly asked me if I was mad. I said I'd talk to them another day and they should enjoy their night. Knowing I was upset, I could leave without anyone else at the wedding. Before I could leave, the happy couple pulled me into a room. My brother was crying, saying he didn't do this to hurt me. I kept it together, saying enjoy our night, and we will talk another day. His husband said, oh, so there is something to talk about then. I repeat, we can talk another day. They asked me to brunch. I'll see if I'm up for it when they go. The next morning, I realized that the whole wedding party and some guests were going to lunch. I choose not to go because I will not put myself in a situation where I'm ganged up on, again over my feelings about the wedding and wedding party. After that, I left the wedding chat on Snap, which they were notified of. At this point, it was the next morning, and his husband started blowing me and my friend up. We ignore them and go about our day. Aside from short responses to get me to the airport the day I left, I have not looked at or spoken to my brother since. When I left, I asked them to crop me out of the wedding photos as I didn't want to be associated with a fake wedding, and I didn't want a reminder of how embarrassing it was and how stupid I looked. I told them I didn't want to speak to them again. My brother said nothing. His husband said, you're a narcissist, and I feel bad for the people who have to deal with you. Pretty sure you're narcissistic more with tricking 100 people into coming to a wedding, some of the wedding that was paid for by other people, just to tell everyone, haha, this was just a giant party for us. Joke's on you is probably more narcissistic than me reacting to the time, money and energy spent to attend a fake wedding. But alright, lol. I just don't know where to go from here. I have them both blocked. There is a line in our family. My brother has not tried to fix it. He had the chance to show me what I meant to him. He did. Now I have to believe him. Update, things are the same. They are still blocked. One suggestion was to write him a letter, which I did the day after this happened, and I left it in his room. I laid out all of my feelings and described them in detail, how hurt I was. I lost all of my manners when I landed, and my husband informed me that he sent him a message saying that I was overreacting. I said a lot of things that I was not very proud of. I stand by my truth and my perspective of what happened. To say that I am mourning is an understatement. This whole situation has made me question a 30-year relationship. Realizing his capability to live a double life that I'm not a part of has rocked my entire world and my sense of reality. I'm not okay. I'm going to spend the next year being no contact. I will go to therapy and get my mind, body, and soul in the best place possible while pushing as much good karma into the world as possible. Maybe then I can decide if I want to close that door fully and permanently or if I'm at a place where I'm willing to create a new normal with him. I am devastated and heartbroken. I learned that my mom is leaving everything to my golden child brother if she passes away, so I told her I'm tapping out of helping her. I am the eldest of divorced parents. My father is happily remarried with more kids, but my mother stayed single and relies on me and my younger brother to help her in her retirement village regularly. It's a flight and a rental car to get to her, so it's kind of a pain. What makes it worse is that my younger brother, who is single with no kids, will never go down when she needs something, only when it aligns with his schedule. So he'll go down during his summer vacation and then help with things like moving furniture or taking her car in to be serviced. However, if it's an emergency of any kind, it's all on me. I'm married with kids in school, have a decent career, and have a side gig, but all hell breaks loose if I don't go. Passive-aggressive texts, relatives nagging, etc. When I ask if anyone else could step in, the answer is always, but you're the one she wants. How big a deal can this be? This woman is the most accident and illness-prone human you'll ever meet. And it's all for real. In the last few years, it's been a head-on car collision, cancer twice, another car accident, T-boned, and pneumonia. She wasn't like this growing up, just since retiring, so even staying the least amount of days, to the point of having to go back once when the caregiver I found flaked. I've burned through PTO, cashed in savings, and left the kids to have milestones without me. And usually, when I'm with her, she talks on and on about my golden brother. See how he hung that new picture when he was here? He's so handy. Annoying as hell, but I've had a lifetime to get used to it. Some months ago, I found out by accident that except for some small amounts for my kids, she's leaving everything to my brother. It will be a decent amount, $250,000 plus. I was so perplexed and admittedly hurt. She refused to talk to me about it, hung up on me and ignored texts, so I was stuck trying to figure out what I did to make her decide to do this. Eventually, one of her siblings told me that it was to ensure my brother could retire comfortably. He's always worked low-wage jobs. However, he has few expenses because he lives completely free with a wealthy relative with a large home, which he will also inherit. Recently, she had another accident and called me to help. I got the call from the hospital and then her rehab center because even though my brother is her medical POA, I'm always the name and number she gives out. When I didn't say I'd be coming, She sent texts complaining of how hard it is to not be able to drive or do many things and pushed for my travel plans. My love for her and care for her was never based on money. She's my mom, but I ended up telling her I couldn't come down. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I know she's in pain and struggling. I know that her siblings and friends are too old and too far to be much help. But in a moment of spite, I told her to get my brother to do it, and of course, she defended him and added that he couldn't, as a guy, help with some things. My spouse says I'm in the right that I've prioritized her needs all my life, and even if it's because of the will, it was past time for me to stop doing everything. But others, especially family, can't understand why I haven't gone down yet, and I end up feeling so disappointed in myself. Mom sends me woe is me texts about how she will manage without me even though everything's a struggle. Now she's sending texts about how she understands I'm too busy, and she'll call the youngest of her siblings, 67 years old, if she has to. So, Aita for leaving my injured mom on her own because she cut me out of her will? Small update, I texted my mom's youngest sibling and told her I was tapping out. I ranted a lot. She bought a plane ticket and is going down to help mom. She completely understood and was super supportive. She told me that mom has been having memory issues and is planning to move to assisted care. Okay, she said she's going to make that a priority when she's down to help. Technically she's my aunt, but I never knew her growing up. It was nice to feel like a family member had my back. I don't know if she told mom or shared my texts, but mom has been calling. I muted her. I don't know what happens next, but I think a good night's sleep is definitely first.
I learned that my wife was planning to give her son my dead wife's ring. She was livid when I gave it to the rightful owner, my daughter. My first wife passed away when my daughter was 3 only. Before tying the knot, we dated for 7 long years, and my parents considered her their second daughter. While I came from the middle class, she came from a wealthy family. During our time dating and marriage, she and her family greatly helped my family. For example, while we were dating, she offered to fully pay for my sister's education. While my family protested, she offered it as a loan without interest with her punchline like if we consider her family, we will accept it. And then, at our wedding, she gave my sister a loan paid off a certificate that said a loan fully paid with love. When my sister was just a graduate from law school, my mom was a cleaning lady, and my dad was a construction worker. She helped my mom in opening her cleaning service agency, and much more, and push for my father to start his own business than just a manual labor job. It won't be too far if I said my parents love her more than they love me. Unfortunately, my wife died due to cancer when our daughter was only 3 before dying. She, with the help of her twin brother, made some videos for my daughter for her every milestone and a few birthday videos, and even wrote letters to her, which she entrusted me to give it to her at the right time. But while doing all these things, she asked her mom and my mom to give my daughter an extra gift during holidays and birthdays, saying it's from mom. Well, then onwards, for every holiday, my daughter started getting 8 gifts from her mom, as all of her and my siblings got my daughter an extra gift for her, saying it was from my mom and my parents. Now I married my now wife when my daughter was 8. That's when first conflict started. My stepson didn't get as many gifts as my daughter due to her extra gifts from her mom. When I tried to talk to my family and ex-in-laws about it, my parents said that my now wife would not be in the picture if my first wife Sarah were alive, and this was Sarah's last wish for her daughter, so I should be ashamed to even talk about it to them. In contrast, my ex-in-laws said they were not concerned about my new wife and new family if I saw my daughter as a hindrance to my happiness. They would gladly take full custody of my daughter. Well, I apologized to everyone, talked to my wife, and asked her to drop it, but this has been a constant issue in our marriage. What I didn't know was that my wife then emotionally checked out from my daughter. She didn't mistreat her but ignored me, being busy with work. I didn't notice that initially, but when I did and spoke to my wife about it, she would always say try being pregnant, or she didn't sign up for this, or she is busy with other kids. My daughter should be able to take care of herself. When Sarah's brother came to know about how niece was being treated at home, they were livid. My parents and siblings were also mad at me, and then my daughter started spending more time at her uncle's place or her grandparents. When my daughter turned 14, she wanted to do summer jobs like her friends, so instead of letting her do normal babysitting jobs, which teenagers do, her uncles came up with the idea of letting her work in their respective companies as an intern to see where her interest lies. It will also help her in her college applications. So from the age of 14 to 18, when my daughter was not paying for it all in her life, she got the job of an intern in her uncle and aunt's office while getting paid at least minimum wage, if not more than that, or rather much more than that. My ex-father-in-law understood that this could spoil my daughter, so he came up with the idea of charging her rent and a part of a utility bill to make her ready for the real world. At the same time, I was not ready to take money from my little girl after everything happening in her home life. Still, they convinced me that I could take this money and invest it under her name and give it to her when I felt right, which sounded like a great idea to me, so we charged my daughter rent of $100 and 1/4 of the utility bill, which she agreed without any fuss. Now when I discussed this with my wife, we said we could do the same for our other kids, but she blew up at me, saying I could do whatever I wanted for my daughter. Still, she will not let me charge rent to her kids while they live with their parents, no matter their age. I tried to explain, but she shut me down. Well, as you might have guessed, it worked in my daughter's favor. All those internships helped her understand that she is good with numbers and would like to go into the finance industry. She also got a good scholarship, and I believe her resume played a part in her excellent grades. She completed her undergrad free via scholarship, untouched college fund, and still lives at home. She could have moved in with her uncle, but I believe she stayed for me with the same rent and utility arrangement when she went for her master's. She had to move out of state, and she got a 50% scholarship. While after her master's she joined her uncle's firm where her mom was 50% partner, and now she is filling the shoes of her mom in her office. She is so much like Sarah now. She is getting married to a wonderful guy, a close friend's son. I'm happy for her. Here is the problem. My sons are not as lucky as my daughter, especially my stepson. Due to how my wife treated my daughter, my ex-in-laws never offered these internship offers to my sons. My sons are not as academically gifted as my daughter, and as per Sarah's will, apart from the items willed to other families, everything else goes to my daughter, which is 80% of Sarah's estate. My parents have already made and discussed their will and have warned my wife not even to try to tell them what to do or what not to do, as everything will be divided equally between all their biological grandkids. My ex-in-laws have already mentioned whatever inheritance Sarah was supposed to get will now be given to her daughter. Now, my daughter invited me the other day for lunch and asked me if I could give her Sarah's pendant set and wedding ring for her wedding, which was willed to me, and I didn't see any point in denying this request. This is where I was as I didn't discuss it with my wife. When I came home and told my wife about it, she, as usual, blew up at me, saying her son was planning to propose to his girlfriend with that ring. My wife was planning to gift the pendant set to her niece as she really loves it and is also getting married soon. I told her it is creepy as both the items belong to Sarah, and my daughter has an emotional attachment with these pieces and I know the reason why Sarah gave it to me. She also knows that I've already told her about it. Well, it was a yelling match, and all of my sons came out of their rooms to see what was happening. They ganged up on me, saying that I always favor my daughter over them and that she should share her success with them rather than take something from them. It's like kicking someone when they are already down, and unless she apologizes for even asking this, they are not attending her wedding, and I should also support them. Now, this is where I'm again because I lost my cool on their foolish request and told them I'm not punishing my daughter for getting better opportunities in life, and if their mother was not a beach to her, they might not have missed on those opportunities. Now, am I the a-hole for giving a reality check to my wife and sons? I learned that the MILF I was sleeping with for months is my coworker's mother. Please help. So I am 25, have been involved with an older woman 44 lately. It started a few months ago with the onset of coronavirus. I was on Tinder trying to find someone to hook up with during quarantine to stay safe and also kill some time. I saw this very attractive older woman and decided to swipe right because it's every 20-something-year-old's dream to hook up with a MILF. A few days go by and I get a notification that I have a new match. Wahoo! I open up the app and lo and behold it's the fine-ass cougar I was hoping for. We start chatting and flirting, it's going really well. Out of nowhere she messages me and says I'm not sure how this app works, do we just meet to have sex or do we go on a date first? I was drinking coffee at the time and promptly shot it out both nostrils. My chance had come. I replied that people generally just meet up to go to the bone zone together but I'm easy either way. She replies, well good because I hate formalities. I nearly shit my pants in excitement. She sends me her address and tells me she's free on Friday and to bring wine. The rest of that week was a complete blur of anxiety. I could not F this up. So Friday comes, I show up with wine, and she looks smoking hot. Better in person. We talk about music and traveling and all that, not many personal details, which would come back to haunt me, just sort of arts and culture talk. A few glasses of wine later and we're full blown going at it like rabbits on the middle of her living room floor. I left a little while later feeling like I'm the king of the entire universe and go to sleep. The next day she texts me saying how she had a great time, and it made her feel young again and blah blah blah. She says she's off every Friday and Saturday and that next week we should do the same. This has been going on for roughly 3 months, we meet up once or twice a week, F like animals, and then go on our merry way until one of us gets horny again. Sweet deal, right? Wrong. I messaged her yesterday saying that I had today off of work and asked if she wanted to meet up. She said her son was taking her out to lunch, and that I could come over at 3 p.m. She had mentioned she had a son before but didn't go any further and I didn't really care to ask. So 3 p.m. comes and I'm almost at her house when she messages me that she's running late. No problem. I parked on the road and sort of just waited in my car because her car wasn't in the driveway yet. I'm sitting there listening to the radio when an oddly familiar SUV pulls into the drive. I sorta looked at it funny and then I immediately realized where I knew it from. My coworker jumps out of the front seat, goes around to her side of the vehicle, kisses her on the cheek and a hug, and then jumps back in the car. My jaw was on the ground. He reversed out of the driveway and stupid me is sitting like a deer in the headlights in plain sight. He turns around and is literally 10 feet in front of my car and staring directly at me. My face goes bright red and I feel like I'm going to vomit. Me and this guy work together every single day and I consider him a friend of mine. I even trained him when he started at my company. And the kicker is I've been telling him, in detail, about this older lady and he's been giving me immense kudos about it, saying that it's his dream. He pulls up beside me and looks very confused, asking me what I'm doing and how funny it was we ran into each other. I panic, completely stumble over my words and pretend like I'm on the wrong street and trying to find my cousin's house. He looked skeptical but sort of shrugged it off. The whole time his mother is standing there watching us through the curtains. He directs me where to go and I pull off and then circle back once he's gone. Needless to say, I went inside and told her what was up, and we both sort of sat there in silence before I left. No. Boom boom today. I am now panicking, there's no way he's not going to know, right? And he's gonna realize all these wild escapades with this she-devil night mistress I've been telling him about is actually his mom? I left my ex-wife because she would rather be a mother than a partner. Now, the kids have grown and are sick of her attention. My ex and I had our first child when we were 26. She changed. Being a mom became her only identity. She was a mom, not a wife, and not even herself. Not the woman I met, fell in love with, and married. All she wanted to do was kids stuff. Kids movies, kids TV, kids books, everything. If I wanted to drop the kids off and take her to the farmer's market, she would say that the kids loved the farmer's market, and we had to take them. They were 3 and 1. They did not love the farmer's market. If anything, the older one loved the mini donuts, and she couldn't stand to hear them cry, so she let them sleep with us constantly. When I put my foot down, she would start crying about how mean I was. When the kids finally outgrew that, She let them enter our room without knocking. So intimacy was interesting. Having a cold little hand grab my calf made for at least one very hard thrust. I put a lock on the bedroom door. She took it off. We went for counseling, and nothing ever changed. She said it would be different when the kids were older. It never changed. I had planned and paid for a trip for our 15th anniversary. We were going to Thailand as we had always planned when we were younger. She changed the plans. She canceled with her parents, watching the kids. We went to Disney World as a family. We had been the year before, and the kids loved it so much. I lasted another 6 months. Then I left. I left when the kids were 9 and 11. I pay child support. I pay spousal support. I am always there for the kids and enjoy my custody time. I go to their extracurriculars on the days I don't have them. I have rooms for them in my house. And I met someone new a year later. We got married a year after that. We had our first child 2 years after that. She is an excellent stepmom, and the kids are polite and friendly toward her. They were grown up and had a mom. So, she was more of a trusted adult. The kids are 16 and 14 now, and they are sick of mom's attention. They are spending more and more of their time at my house. I love having them over. Here, they understand what privacy and personal space mean. My ex is lonely. She devoted her life to her kids and expected them to be around her forever. She has dated other men but refuses to prioritize them in any way over the kids. For example, one guy lasted 6 months. He wanted to take her away for the weekend. She couldn't because the younger one had a soccer game. It was my weekend. The guy had checked with me that I would be attending and not just leaving the kid at the field. I was. She refused to go and showed up at the game without him. That was the last I saw him. She is getting angry and bitter that I left her alone to start a new family with my child bride. My wife was 30 when I met her, and I was 38. I wasn't exactly robbing the cradle. I told her that she wanted that life. I gave her every opportunity to be my partner, and she said she would rather be a mom. She said that wasn't true. I asked her to prove me wrong. Tell me when she put our relationship above the slightest inconvenience to our kids. She couldn't do it. I reminded her that she passed up a weekend with her boyfriend to go to a soccer game. She said it was important. I noted that adult relationships are also important. My wife thinks that I was harsh but fair. However, our child sleeps through the night in her nursery.
I left my sister's wedding when I learned that my son hit his head and needed to go to the hospital, but my sister went nuts and got furious with me because it was just a minor injury. My sister got married on Friday. She and I are twins and very close and best friends. She is child-free, and I have 2 kids. Obviously she loves her nephews. She never mistreated them, but she is not a person who would accept being a babysitter for a day. She has never offered to help with anything, though it's her choice and I respect it. Not surprisingly, her marriage was child-free, even for the family. She asked me to be her mo, and I accepted. I was responsible for a few things at the ceremony and party, nothing complex, but I asked another bridesmaid for help, so she was also on top of everything. My children stayed with my in-laws while my husband and I went to the wedding. About 10 minutes before everything started, I was there for 2 hours. My in-laws called, saying that my youngest hit his head while playing with my oldest and that they were taking him to the hospital. I despaired. Even though they said he was conscious, my heart was not at peace, nor my husband's, so we decided to go to the hospital. I talked to the bridesmaid and explained everything I had to do. She accepted. And when it was time to talk to my sister, she had a meltdown, saying that I couldn't go at the most important moment in her life and if I was choosing him instead of her. I got irritated and said, yes, I chose my son in the hospital. I left with her cursing me. My son is fine, but he got 2 stitches without any internal trauma. They did exams. We only left the hospital the other day because they preferred to put him under observation. After all, he's very young. Like my husband, I preferred to stay away from my cell phone. When I got home, I got several calls from different people and I answered when I saw my sister. She asked before how my son was, and when she learned that it was a minor injury, she started screaming saying that I abandoned her at the most important moment in her life and that she was without a family in her marriage, no parents and grandparents. I left my responsibilities to a person who did everything wrong and caused embarrassment, and to make matters worse, I didn't even want to show up since my husband could stay in the hospital while I would at least share this moment with her. She called me several names until my husband took the cell phone out of my hand and told her to F cough. I really could have at least gone to the party, but I wasn't going to make it, knowing my baby is in the hospital. I can't help but feel bad for my sister.
I left my toothbrush at my boyfriend's house and returned to pick it up. Now, my boyfriend demands that I apologize to his son because he got upset with my presence. I, 19, have been in a relationship with Henry, 50 years old, for a while now. I moved into his place last year after another bad fight with my dad. Things have been going relatively smoothly for the most part, except for visitors. Henry has 2 sons, Chris, 26, and Junior, 29. Chris visits twice or thrice a month, and I'd consider us friends. When he's here, he usually comes early and stays the day to check in and help me with some chores until his dad gets home. On the other hand, Junior doesn't seem to like me very much. I don't think he's accepted that his dad is fruity, so he gets mad when I'm here. He's only visited a few times before, and they all ended with him glaring at me and my boyfriend. Before his second to last visit in January, we had a sort of mutual civility other than his glaring. The second to last visit ended in a screaming match with Henry about me. He doesn't like that I'm there. Anyway, Chris broke up with his girlfriend. They left on a good note, so he let her live in their apartment until his lease ended, and they could move somewhere else. Chris lives closer to our place than Junior's, so he crashed here for the first couple of days. Junior came to pick up Chris and his stuff from the house 2 days ago. Knowing this and Junior's upset with my presence, I asked Henry if I should go to my friend's place. He agreed, so I packed my night bag and left. Turns out I forgot my toothbrush. I remembered it when I was still only a few minutes from the house, so I circled back to get it. I couldn't buy one because Henry handles all the finances. I went inside the front without seeing anyone and went upstairs to grab it. Coming down, A very pissed Junior was staring at me from the bottom of the stairs. Turns out he parked in the back. He started to yell again, especially at Henry. Chris shuffled me out of the house and offered to take me back to my dad's place. A few days later, I'm back at Henry's, and he's asking me to apologize and or talk to Junior. He seems persistent, but I don't think I did anything wrong, even if apologizing would just be to keep the peace. Junior kind of scares me now. I don't want to apologize, but I don't want to damage Henry's relationship with Junior. Update: that night with Henry was uncomfortable for me. It just got worse after the next two. Henry was still being persistent about me apologizing to Junior throughout those days, so I got his number and called Junior that morning. I went into the other room and apologized to Junior. He said he wasn't mad at me but responded tiredly, so I wasn't sure what to make of that. Then it sounded like he was starting to segue that it was not okay for me to have a relationship with his dad because of our age. I got scared and hung up on him before he started the spiel, then blocked him. It took me a couple of hours to unblock and call him back. Yeah, he was again telling me that it was not appropriate that I am with his dad, who is much older than me, and insinuated that I am probably being abused. I wish I could say I listened well and voiced my opinion, but I just started fucking bawling. After a long hour of him trying to calm me down on the other end of the call and me blubbering short, I agreed to visit Junior's place for the weekend for a small break, starting Friday afternoon. He was pretty insistent on having Chris pick me up. When Henry got home, I told him certain parts of the conversation. He was very happy that I made up with Junior and thought having me stay with them for the weekend was a great idea. Thursday ended with another uncomfortable night. I'm at Chris and Junior's now. I think Henry has noticed Chris took more than a weekend's worth of clothes for me and has started texting me and asking when I'll be back. I haven't responded, so he's asking if we could call. I don't know what's happening. I don't. I just wanted to know what to do about my boyfriend's son not liking me, and now I'm lost. I love him. He loves me, too. He'd let me get a job or attend a community college if I asked him. But literally, everyone else has been calling our relationship creepy. Even his sons. Update 2. I'm safe, I'm healthy, and yes, I've been crying. No, I'm not proud of it. It's messy, but I've been working on it. I'm still at Junior's. It's been peaceful. He folds his socks oddly. I've been trying to find another place to go, and I don't want to be a burden for the next eternity, or witness whatever he's doing to his socks. Living with your boyfriend's son is also awkward. At least, it feels like it is to me in my head. He hasn't done anything that makes me feel that way. I could go back to my father's, but quite frankly, I don't want to. Henry has been calling and texting me. The most I've done is respond to some texts, and I've been declining 99% of his calls. The extra 1% was when his texts got pretty desperate. I don't plan to return to his place right now, but he's consistently offered to pay for me to attend our local, and pretty big, college. I know he can afford it. I'm not saying I would go for it. I'm just saying it'd be pretty easy to stick out another 4 years for that amount of money and then ditch him a couple of $1,000s poorer, so that relationship's over and through. Update 4. Junior looked at me as if I was insane when I apologized for being a burden and promised I'd start looking for another place to live. He said if I felt uncomfortable in any way, I'd be free to go. Otherwise, he doesn't mind having me around. I told him I didn't like being a freeloader but liked it there. I didn't say this to him, but I don't remember feeling that at ease elsewhere. He told me that if I was into freeloading, I could pay him rent by helping with some chores and starting community college. While I agreed to those terms, that sounded crazily easy, so I told him I was looking for a job that I could use to pay rent once I had enough money. Chris heard about my job search and helped me get a job. He had some friends at an animal daycare that needed extra staff. All I have to do on my shift is take care of pet dogs and play with dogs. I can't think of a better job I could have gotten now. It wasn't full-time, but eventually, I made enough to give Junior a small bit of rent. He looked me dead and handed it back, saying it was payment for the housework. Pissed me off. This went on for 2 weeks. I gave up. The best I can do is pay for groceries sometimes and stay on the track to community college. I feel like I'm doing some type of scamming, but at this point, Junior deserves it. I tried. There is some news on Henry. He's been asking my friends where I am, and they never considered telling me about it. I never thought he'd go that far now since I heard he has a new boyfriend, but here we are. Some of my friends are fine with us splitting, but some have varying views on it. A couple of them have tried to convince me that Henry at least deserves an in-person explanation and breakup. I didn't know much of them before Henry talked that way. One of them, Jack, short for jackass, told Henry where I was after Henry asked him again. The lion, the witch, and the audacity of that bitch. Henry showed up unannounced last week. We had just finished taking groceries in, so the door was still unlocked. I don't know what happened after that. Junior told me to wait in my room, and everything would be fine. At that point, I was too shocked and wanted to dissociate from the situation, so I put my earbuds in and started watching YouTube with the door closed. From what I could hear, they were arguing, but it was all muffled for me. Sorry, I can't give you the drama of their conversation. I failed you. I didn't realize Henry left until Junior's girlfriend Sarah showed up with takeout. Over dinner, she said Junior was out in public, finishing the conversation with Henry. Junior returned a bit later and promised Henry wouldn't be back. He's cryptic, but he probably just threatened him with the cops. Probably. I was nervous the following 2 days and found myself borderline insane with checking the peephole, windows, and locks on the windows and doors. I think Junior and Sarah noticed because Sarah offered for me to hang out at her place while our place was empty. I've been doing that. It's nice. I hope her relationship with Junior works because I like her dog. If any bridges are burned, I'll be breaking in to pet him, and that's a hassle. Also, Chris talked me into online therapy about a month and a half ago. It's been good. He says it's free because of some charity, but I'm calling BS. He's paying. I'll just have to work harder to get my life on track to make sure his wallet doesn't lose weight for nothing.
I let my best friend move in with me, but I learned that she tells horrible lies to her coworkers that I am abusing her, so I told her she has a week to move because I am booting her out. I have my own 2-bedroom apartment that used to belong to my uncle. I made a friend during my university years, Mary. Mary had quite a hard home life. I let her know that if she ever needed my help, she could always rely on me. When we graduated, I asked her to move in with me rent-free. She tried to pay, but I knew she had a lot of debt trying to pay for uni, so I told her no and to spend her money freeing herself from it. She was so thankful for this, and I loved having her live with me. We never fought about anything. Both of us have the same cleaning habits and TV interests, so there's never any arguments over the remote or who has to take out the bins. Tonight we were out at a super fancy restaurant in London as Mary had finally paid off the last of her debt, secured herself an amazing promotion at her job, and also finally passed her driving test. All these achievements in the same month were more than deserving of an award, so we splashed out. It was me, Mary, 4 of her work friends, and 2 friends we've known since uni. It was a great night, until I handed Mary a card saying amazing she is and how lucky I am to have her as my best friend, with quite a bit of cash inside to put towards her first car. She started crying and thanking me, and we hugged for a long time. When she pulled away, I told her I was so proud of her for kicking life in the butt, becoming successful, and showing her dad that his dickhead ways couldn't keep her down. After how she'd struggled through uni, pushing pennies together, and working poop jobs, seeing her in her dream career and being such an accomplished woman is absolutely inspiring to me. She looked mad and said, "Please don't do that. You know I don't like it when you do that." She'd never said anything like this to me ever, so I have no idea where this was coming from. I apologized and said that I didn't realize saying these things would upset her, as it's never been my intention. She just scoffed and rolled her eyes, and when I looked up at her colleagues, they were all shaking their heads at me and glaring. I felt so awkward I wanted to shrink back into my own skin, and I was mortified that I hurt Mary. Mary didn't talk to me for the rest of the night and ignored me at the table. When we split up to head home, none of her colleagues even looked at me as they left. I said sorry to Mary as she was heading to her room to turn in, but she just shrugged me off, told me she was tired and that we'll talk in the morning. I'm so anxious that she'll want to move out or never talk to me again. I keep going over every interaction in my head to see if I crossed a line in the past, but she never gave any indication that I upset her saying these things before. All her colleagues messaged me saying I was an a-hole for saying those things to her and belittling her, but I never ever meant any of those things like that. Update 1, 10 a.m. I got a call from one of the uni friends who was at the dinner last night and we had a chat. She asked me if everything was okay between me and Mary, as she said she'd never seen Mary snap at me like that until last night. She reaffirmed many of my feelings about this being very out of character for Mary, as she had also congratulated Mary and said similar things, as well as given her a bit of money in a card, along with an expensive gift, as did many of the others. After talking to my friend, I've decided that I need to have a long sit-down with Mary to clear things up, and it's not only me who's confused by her behavior. Both the uni friends are coming round later to have a chat, since now we're honestly quite concerned about her. Update 2, 4 p.m. Poop really hit the fan and went sideways in a way I never imagined. I'm confused, heartbroken, and really pissed off now. The one I had spoken to earlier on the phone, we'll call Claire, said she'd call one of the work colleagues that she knows slightly well in order to clear things up. Let's call the colleague Jane. Jane turned up at the flat and instantly looked pissed. I almost wanted to hide behind the kitchen counter when she came in glaring daggers at me. We all sat down and I let Jane know that I'd spoken to Mary about last night and that she was fine, but I was still confused. Jane then laughed and said, "Oh, don't try that poop with me. You can't just pretend now that you've been exposed in public." The 3 of us looked at her without saying a word, as we were all confused now. Claire asked her what she meant and Jane said that she knew how I really treated Mary. We both asked her to elaborate, and she stood up and went on this tirade about how I apparently regularly abuse and belittle Mary, then intimidate her into saying nothing about it and put on a smile for others. I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at this point. She then showed me her text with Mary, where Mary wrote to her in distress about being locked in her room because I was having a meltdown about her making friends at work, something that never happened. Claire and my other friend took the phone and looked through the messages as well, and I had to stop reading them as they all said stuff about how Mary was afraid of me and that I trapped her here and was extorting rent out of her. It all just leaves me numb and dead inside. We went over a lot of the stuff in the messages and realized that Mary had been spreading lies about me to all her colleagues about how I was abusive and she couldn't move out because I was charging her so much rent money. It took a long time, but after Claire and my friend went over all the accusations with Jane, and I pulled up my bank details to show that Mary never makes a single payment to me except for her half of the bills, she seemed to cool down and settled into the same confusion we were all feeling. Claire had to calm me down as I couldn't stop crying no matter what I did for ages. It was quite embarrassing, but I just couldn't do anything else. Jane went quiet by the end of our discussion and left without saying much, so I don't know what that means for me in her eyes. My 2 friends are staying with me for the rest of the day until Mary comes home. We've all got a lot of questions for her to answer. Update 3, 10:15 p.m. When she got home and saw the 3 of us watching television, she got excited and said she'd make popcorn, but Claire took the lead and told her to sit down. She looked confused but complied. Claire led everything. I didn't really know what to say to Mary at all and could barely make eye contact with her. Claire told her that Jane had been round and yelled at me for being an abuser and a bully and asked her why she'd say those things. Mary acted confused and said that it must all just be a miscommunication, that Jane just twists things sometimes and she must have misunderstood stuff she'd said. Then Claire asked about the text messages and started mentioning each event that Mary had cried to Jane about me being an awful person. Jane went quiet and then tried to say it was a work joke, but Claire wasn't having any of it. She pushed harder about all of this and eventually Mary broke. She started crying and telling us that she never meant any of it, that it was a stupid thing and it shouldn't matter, that she loved me with everything she had, and it was just a stupid story that went too far. She started begging me for forgiveness, but I was just so tired and still am. I looked her in the eyes for the first time and told her she had a week to find a place and move out. Then she started really bawling her eyes out and begging me to let her stay, that she didn't think it would matter because I don't work with them, but I told her I was not having that kind of bullshit in my life. I then said, so do you just make up lies about everyone in your life? Is any of it real? She went really quiet, dead silent at that point. I didn't want to believe it, but the way she was looking at me and the lies she'd made up about me, abusing her, had me questioning everything she'd ever told me when we were at uni together, about her dad beating her mom, about her being homeless from 16 until they divorced. I then told her to get her mom on the phone and she panicked and begged me not to. Claire then realized where I was going with this and asked her if everything we'd ever been told about her dad had been true, and she cracked and said she may have embellished a few things. We learned that Mary's tragic life story had been nothing but a concoction to gain sympathy from others. Her parents are divorced, but there was no abuse involved, they just fell out of love and split. I had to learn this by calling her mother myself later on to get clarity. So it turns out my best friend is a master manipulator and probably always has been. I am so tired and exhausted of this whole nightmare. Final update. Mary moved out the following Saturday of the incident. She spent the following days after the blow-up moping around the flat and wanting to talk to me, but I refused and told her I needed space. The day she moved out I stayed in my room and just hid away, but she knocked on my door before she left, and I answered. I still wanted to say goodbye. She had been my closest friend for so long that it didn't feel right just letting her fade out of my life without a send-off. She asked me if I wanted the money I gave her for her new car back, but I said no and told her to use it instead for therapy. She cried a lot and tried to hug me, but I kept her at a distance. I let her know this would be the final time we would ever see or speak to each other. I just couldn't be around her anymore with the knowledge of what she'd done. She left sobbing, and when she was gone, my little town flat felt suddenly bigger than it ever had before. I met with Jane for coffee as she'd asked me to meet up and clear up some details. She told me she'd been wondering about why Mary would make me the target of her abuse story, and started asking people in her office about the things Mary had said about me in the past. One that stood out was a painter who used his art as a means of channeling his traumatic history with his abusive stepmother. Apparently, Mary had taken quite a liking to him, and so she had first told him about her abuse as a way of getting closer to him. She'd mentioned fancying him in the past, but I didn't think she'd go to such lengths to create a connection between them. He'd been furious when he heard the truth, and now doesn't speak to her anymore. Jane told me not many people do now. They were now all worried that she'd make up stuff about them and get them in trouble at work, so they're keeping her at arm's length as a result.
I let my homeless brother move into my house and he repaid my kindness by stealing